We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant according as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that? Have you forgotten doublethink?
And I have a nice model of that. I just gave you a model of that, and I could actually model that on paper too. I could draw a little diagram where t state equals 0 plus cos equals t state 2. And there you go. Time is the cause of all things. I rest my case. Models.
What did you, like, where's your change in independent variable, though, with your D? I'm confused. How's this an experiment?
Well, you just said you use models, and you just said you use models to do experiments. So I just used one, so it must be an experiment.
You still have to test an IV.
No, you just model it.
That's not how modeling works.
Oh, wait a minute. So modeling doesn't work by just modeling it?
What do you think a model is?
Depends, dude. There's like 250 different types of models.
They all have the same underlying concept. What is a model?
You tell me, bro.
It's a simplified representation of reality.
Okay, so can you use a representation of reality to test reality itself?
Not only can you do this, you always do this. It's necessarily the case. I proved it in my argument.
Okay. So if I draw a toy boat, and then I draw the toy boat with armor, and then I draw the toy boat with armor that can withstand a shell from a tank, and then I draw on the paper that it survived the impact from the shell, does that mean that my toy boat can actually survive the impact of the shell?
Yes,
The answer's
a
no, of course
model
not.
that misrepresents reality supersedes reality. Yes.
I don't know whoever claimed that. That's a pretty yikesy. That's like a wild claim. I wouldn't make that, but yeah, a model that represents reality well represents reality well.
A model that misrepresents reality supersedes reality.
Says who?
The globe.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, are you gonna do you want to finish the previous topic? Like you are modeling. Every time you do your globe measurements, you're doing a model. You can't escape it. You don't have reality.
Wow, you don't have reality when you're out doing things in reality? What are you, in a fantasy?
You are engaging in abstractions, yes.
Okay, so okay, how about this? When I build a house, am I engaging in an abstraction or am I building a house?
Both.
When I measure the gap between A and B, where I need to put a 2x4, and then I cut the 2x4 to match, is that an abstraction or reality?
That's definitely an abstraction.
So which part of that is the abstraction?
The part where you measure the gap. Was your measurement exact?
Of course it's exact.
It's exact? So you have exactly, let's say you measure 2 inches or something, right? That's exactly 2 inches?
Well, it depends on what you mean by measure. If you mean is the measurement between the two things exactly represented by the tick marks that I have available on my tape, of which may or may not have width, of which may or may not be perceived by me differently if my eyes are salty or the sun's in my eyes. So my ability to have an error doesn't mean it's not exact. It just means I didn't do it exactly.
Yeah, well, you just said it, right?
So the actual length, the actual length is concrete, right? It is what it is, right?
There is an actual length, yes. I don't think, no.
So when I cut it, yeah, okay. When I cut it, it used to be one length, now it's a different length, correct?
Correct.
Right, both of those lengths are actual, correct?
Correct.
Right, so where's the abstraction?
With your measurement, you don't have the exact length. You have a measurement.
Listen, if I pull my tape and I tick it on a mark, and then I take the tape and tick it on the same mark on the wood, right? That's the same.
Yeah, but those tick marks, like, they have a certain width, right? Do you know that they're exactly the same width?
It's the same tick mark.
It's the same tick mark. How do you know that? Did you measure the tick marks? And if you did, what did you
because the the tick mark that comes after 120, the very next tick mark represents 120 and a 16th on the tape measure. So it's that tick mark in particular that I'm using. I'm using it in the measure, and then I'm using that same tick mark.
But it's not an exact measurement.
And then I'm cutting.
Like the the manufacturers, when they made it, they're making an estimate of what length
doesn't matter
to those tick marks.
It doesn't matter. You're not understanding what's happening here. I'm just transposing a mark. The measurement system's irrelevant, dude. The actual measurement is from that tick mark to the end of the tape. It's called a mechanical template. The convention of the convention of the marks itself is irrelevant.
Do you have an exact measurement? Yes or no?
I just told you.
Okay, no. So then you don't have reality. So then you have a model. Like, you just proved my point. I don't know why we're arguing.
Right, so by the same token, you have no exact measurements, right? So your claim that any of the claims you make are real are just models. So I would agree with you that you believe that models are reality. I agree.
I don't know who claimed that. I think models model reality.
You claimed it because you said if you don't have the exact measurement, you don't have reality, and therefore it's a model. So by your own admission, your whole belief system about gravity is a model, not reality. And I would agree with you. It is a model.
Yeah,
good luck.
And every physicist would agree with you. Like, you haven't defeated anything. You've just come to the point. Congrats.
Well, dude, we already knew that you believe models are reality. So, I mean, we haven't learned anything new.
I believe models model reality.
Well, that's what you think. But if we ever asked you any of these models, if those were reality, the causal claims and all this, that, and the other, you would say, yes, they are reality. So we all know you're full of crap.
I would say that there's a model that models reality really well. I don't make ontic commitments to the underlying objects.
Oh, cool. That's great. Good for you.
Hang on, Mage, did you say a minute ago that if you have a estimate of a value or of a measurement, it's a model, but if you have the exact number, it's not a model?
Yeah, for continuous values. Obviously, for it's trivial that for discrete values you have the exact value.
But even for discrete, excuse me, even for continuous, what do you mean by that, dude?
He has no idea what he means.
Yeah, he's fucking retarded, dude. You can have.
Yeah, he already did this crap before. It's a shtick, dude.
Yeah, dude. I'm gonna see if he's smart enough to catch on, dude. Okay, if you have a discrete set, okay, of values, and for example, and they're all the same. Okay, you can create a model that fits that data perfectly. Okay, then you just have a model that always gives the same number, right? But it's exact.
I don't know what this. Like, what are you trying to? How does this defeat my position?
Okay, hang on. Do you know what linear regression is?
You don't even understand your own position.
Do you know what linear regression is? Okay.
Yeah.
I have one stick.
Yeah, tell us what linear regression is. Explain it.
Linear regression is taking multiple variables and then using like a loss function to minimize the error between your prediction and what you measure.
Like Newton's
okay, but and what's the model? What's the form of the model?
The loss function.
What is the form of the model in the end?
I don't know.
You're using a loss function. You're using a loss function, right? You're going to optimize for a specific form of model that fits that data. Is it exponential? Is it logarithmic? For a linear regression, dude, come on.
Oh, linear?
Thank you very much. Okay, so I have stick one, stick two, and stick three. Yeah, no, I have stick one, stick two, and stick three. Stick one is of length 1. Stick 2 is of length 2. Stick 3 is of length 3. Okay.
Again, those are discrete values.
2 is 2. Okay. X1 is 1.1, or excuse me, 1.0. Right.
Okay. Is it 1.0 or 1.0000001?
There's no non-zero value after the decimal. But for precision, I'm going to give you a 0.
Then that's just like a discrete number with a decimal.
It doesn't matter, dude. Here's the.
No, it literally does. Like you're.
No, okay. I'm going to tell you something, right? I'm going to tell you something, right? Even if I have integers, I work with integers here. Okay, I have three instances of a
numbers. You're proving my point again.
No, you're fucking stupid, dude. I have 3 numbers. Okay, they're all integers. Okay, I'm gonna perform a linear regression on these things. As x increases, so does y to the same proportion. I can use that model to project out what's going to be when x is 10, y is going to be 10. I used a model on discrete values. They're not continuous. Now I can use that model to predict what would fall in between, like 1.5 or 5.5 or whatever. But the model itself, dude, it doesn't care whether it's discrete or continuous. Now, if I want, I can use a step function.
So you are arguing for models then? What
Dude, I'm arguing. What I'm trying to point out to you is you tried to make this arbitrary distinction between whether something is continuous or discrete, something is a model or it's not, it's abstract or it's not. I'm trying to point out to you that you're full of shit on that.
It's not an arbitrary distinction. The distinction is discrete numbers don't need to be modeled. You can just count them.
I'm saying you can model it. You were saying that you can't, or they don't fall in a category where they can be modeled. Why?
I didn't say that.
Because they're quote unquote real.
But I didn't say that. So you're strawmanning me. I said they don't need to be modeled.
What are you talking about then?
Things that need to be modeled. Anytime you measure your curvature.
What are you talking about? Dude, if I have a small subset of things of discrete whole numbered values, I can model the shit out of that. Of course, I can make projections and stuff. What would happen if something is this other whole number? I use this model to project to predict what it would be in what y would be in its full form or whatever. What are you talking about? Carlis, man. You sound high as fuck, by the way. It's not helping your case.
He's gone, brother.
Good. Fuck me. Sorry. more AI. I'm just sitting here like fucking shaking my boots. How fucking stupid this sounded. God damn.
Oh, dude, I mean, when he began, it was he was saying that when he makes sense, people kick him out. And I said, well, what point were you making? He goes that, that gravity is scientifically demonstrable. And I said, well, what's gravity? And he said, like basically the phenomenon, like things accelerating, moving. And I go, well, that's the effect. So you're saying the cause is the effect, and the effect is the cause? And he's like, no. What we observe the motion, so we know it's being caused by a force. Okay, what's that force? The force of gravity. So that means that gravity is things falling, and it's caused by the force of gravity. So he just named the cause and the effect of gravity.
Yeah, classic. I remember hearing people talking in passing, like mocking that type of argument, and the confusion laid in with it or something. And here it is, him putting on full display.
Oh man, I have a clip. I have a clip, but I can't find it fast enough. Maybe India will help us out. Where there's high-level physicists talking about they themselves have to use that same causes the effect loop.
Yeah, I'll post in the chat. Yeah, cool. Dude, Mage is what you call an oxygen thief. He's just like stealing oxygen from everybody else.
Well, fuck, man. If you listen to him, like he needs it, man. Sounds like he's out of breath or something. Huffing paint or some shit. Missing out, lack of oxygen or whatever. Christ almighty, man. Today was bad. I don't know if it's just me, but like this was like his worst. It's like, he's getting higher and higher.
I was interested when he said he doesn't make on-tick commitments. And I was like, yeah, good for you. I don't do that either. So when someone says, hey, was that on a 16th or a 32nd? I go, whichever tick you want. I don't make on-tick commitments.
Fuck. Oh. That's pretty funny. Gotta admit.
Brenda. Now that we're doing a round, do you accept Mage on your team for next round, or do you want to get rid of him and pick another teammate?
What are you talking about? I just got here.
No worries. But let me just give you some advice. You don't want Mage on your team. If you're on a Globe team versus Flat Earth team, Mage is not the guy.
Oh, you must be doing some kind of quiz?
Nah. He's just a poor representative of the Globe side, that's all.
Oh. Did you see that Dave McKeegan and Flat Earth, Revolution guy, Sam, had a debate with Jeranism?
With Jeranism or hosted by Jeranism?
Moderated by Jeranism, mostly.
Yeah.
I didn't see it. YouTube is low tier, man.
Uh-huh. Well, I think that they very adeptly established that they did in fact go to Antarctica and see a 24-hour sun.
Okay. And?
That falsifies the Gleason map.
Does it?
Yeah.
In what way?
Do you know what falsification is?
Do you know what the Gleason's map is?
Yeah, it's the most prominent or popular model for the flat Earth over the past, 10, 15 years or whatever.
What does it say in the Gleason's map? What is it? What does it say? It's patented. It has a little thing on the top left. Says what it is. Just time.
Yeah, so?
Calculator?
Yeah. Nevertheless, it was adopted, and multiple physical models and posters. No, it's just historical, right? In
The Gleason's map was
conferences,
made for a purpose. It's a time and longitude calculator. That's what it's made for. Works for that purpose.
I'm not disputing that. I'm saying it was accepted as the map of the Earth by a great many flat earthers, and you could see that because many models were made, posters and hats and T-shirts made with it figured prominently there. It's what the majority of flat earthers have believed for a long time.
Can you tell us what's wrong with it specifically?
Oh, it makes predictions.
Like which one? Can you give me an example?
Specifically that there would be no 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Okay, why is that?
It's simply a prediction of the model.
No, why are you saying that?
It's a logical consequence of the model.
It is. You're just saying that.
No, it
Use
is.
the Gleason's map. Do you have any idea how to use the Gleason's map? There's instructions at the bottom. What do they say?
Yeah, I'm not talking about that.
You're not talking about the instructions on the map, and you're saying the map is wrong and makes predictions, but you're not using the instructions on how to use the map.
No, I'm using it as flat earthers have used it, as representing their idea of the shape of the Earth.
No one uses that to represent the idea of the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, they did.
Dude.
I've been in this since 2015. Yes, this is long been.
Hi, Brenda. No one thinks that's what the Earth looks like. Okay, there's
Practically
no map
everybody
that shows the relative proportion of the sun to the surface of the Earth. None. It's not even possible.
Oh, that's quite a claim. Can you prove that?
Okay, how about this? Yeah, okay. Let's take the globe for instance. If you were going to put the sun and the Earth in the same frame, you'd need a screen 40,000 pixels wide to see the sun in frickin' the 1 pixel fucking Earth.
Yeah,
right? It's not even possible, Brenda.
What's
to
not
show
possible?
The location of the sun in relation to the fucking Earth.
I think you can.
Okay, well, I mean, go for it.
A 2D map. Let me help you out. Since I'm a professional art teacher. So what you do is you get a map, and then the sun would be represented as a 2D circle over the map, obviously. And if you believe that it's bigger than the Earth, then the circle of the sun would be bigger than your map. So you couldn't represent it on the map. You just have to color your entire map yellow. Holy crap.
I don't believe that flat earthers who assert the AE map believe the sun is bigger than the Earth.
Yeah, they also don't think the AE map tells you where the sun is other than at noon.
No, it does. It tells you that it orbits around the equator between the two tropics.
That's not on the AE map, dude.
Yeah, it is. So the sun orbits between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn, right?
What are those?
Yeah.
What is the Tropic of Capricorn? What is the Tropic of Cancer? What are those? What is the equator? What are these things, dude? You just use these words nilly-nilly like they don't mean something.
Yeah.
They do mean something. They're somewhere in the sky. That's where they are.
Yeah. What is table? What is chair? What does table mean?
No. So no, Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer are coordinates, right? Arbitrary lines, circles in the sky.
They're not arbitrary. They're not arbitrary. They're latitudes.
Arbitrary.
No, they're latitudes.
Really? Where's latitude? Brenda, here's your challenge. Find your latitude and longitude without looking at the sky, using only terrestrial references. Go for it. Let's see.
Why do I have to do that?
Oh, because to prove that these things are on the Earth. Because you should be able to use just the Earth to figure out where they are.
I don't think that's true.
Okay, well then where do they exist in the coordinate system of the Earth if they're in the sky?
They're defined, right? Latitude has a definition.
Okay, and?
Yeah, I'm at 45 degrees north.
How do you know that?
Because when I take a angle of altitude of the sun
To the sun, exactly, in the sky.
I wasn't done. Yeah, why
but
does that?
It just confirms what I said.
How does that invalidate it? That doesn't invalidate it.
Because it's a coordinate system in the sky. You're under something, not on something, Brenda.
So, why can't I? Are you saying I can't use a ruler to measure out like 18 inches of fabric?
Does it sound like I'm saying that?
Yeah, it sounds like you're saying that.
In the sky?
The ruler isn't the cloth, is it?
Is the ruler in the sky?
No, it's not on the cloth, though, is it? It's not on the cloth.
Is the ruler in the sky, silly? You're not between the ruler and the cloth either.
Yeah, I think it's legitimate to use the sun as a method of determining your location on the Earth.
Okay, you use the sun to figure out your longitude, not your latitude, first of all. You use the celestial equator to figure out your latitude. Okay? Things like the equator, those abstract ideas, they don't actually exist.
Of course they do.
Oh, yeah, I can prove the equator doesn't exist. I can prove that 100%.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Okay.
I'd love it.
Okay, so at the equator, the shortest day of the year would be on the equinox, right?
Okay.
It's not.
Why not?
Not even close. I mean, why not? It's not. Shortest day of the year is actually in April on that equinox, in the spring equinox, and in the vernal equinox, it's in August is the shortest day of the year on the equator. That means the thing called the equator, which means equal day and night, the day closest to that is not on the equinox. It's some other day.
That's not what equator
means, dude. Yeah, it is.
No,
exactly
it isn't.
What equator means.
No, it
Look
means
it up, Brenda.
It's
equator
equidistant.
is the place on Earth where day and night are equal on the equinox. There's no place on Earth where day and night are actually equal.
Day and night are always equal.
No, as in 12 hours and 12 hours, Brenda.
Yeah.
There's no place on Earth that has that property.
It's always that case. The sun is always lighting 50% of the Earth.
That's not even true in the globe model, dude.
That's literally the globe model.
In the globe model, like 51.2% of direct sunlight and something like 67% when you include twilight. Nautical
I'm not
twilight,
including
astronomical twilight, and
I'm not including. I'm not including atmospheric effects. Of course not.
Then it's not 50%.
No, we're talking about direct sunlight, dude.
Yeah,
and the equator is equidistant between the two poles. Yeah, that's what the equator is.
Yeah, cool story. How do you know that?
It's not a story. That's what it's defined to be.
That's not. Listen. It's never been defined. Equinox, equator. The hint is in the word itself. Equal.
Yeah, it's equidistant between the two poles.
The etymology of the word doesn't say that, Brenda.
Yeah, etymology. That's called the etymological fallacy. Words don't mean what their etymology says about them.
But that word comes from the property. How would they find the place? Where's the equator? They have to go to a place on Earth that has the properties predicted to be the equator. Since they can't measure from the poles to the equator, right?
Why can't you
measure that?
Of course you can.
How?
Using Polaris.
What do you measure? How do you measure distance?
It's angle of altitude. Right?
Oh, yeah. So how many miles is that? How many miles is an angle of altitude?
At the equator, Polaris is on the horizon.
Okay. First of all, no, it's not. Okay.
Yeah, it is.
It's not. No, you're just making that up. And it wouldn't even be on the horizon in the globe model because atmospheric effects pick it up 0.83 degrees. So
yeah, you can correct for that. Yeah, you can correct for that, right?
So it's not. So are we in the world of abstraction or are we in the world of observation? What's actually observed? Where are we? Because
we make observations.
Oh, hold on, Brenda, real quick. In order to correct for it, it can't be on the equator because there'd be no reason to correct it to the horizon. There'd be no reason to correct it to the horizon. So by saying that, you conceded to Indio's point.
That didn't make any sense, AI.
Yeah, of course it didn't, Brenda. Brenda, how did they find the equator in the first place?
Historically,
from the
I don't
poles?
know.
Did they measure from the poles?
I don't know.
But you do agree that they found the equator before they measured from the poles, right?
It doesn't matter. The history doesn't matter. It matters how it's defined.
Yeah, and I'm telling you how it's defined and how it's been defined since antiquity, okay?
Yeah, it's
The
equidistant.
definition hasn't changed.
It's equidistant between the two poles.
No, that's your made-up bullshit definition.
Are you saying the equator isn't an equal distance between the two poles?
You're goddamn right I am.
Really? You
And
sure?
even if okay, there's no evidence that it is, and the properties that must exist at the equator don't exist in the real world.
If I take a baseball,
Yeah, keep blowing past that. Keep just
if I take a
blowing past it.
baseball and spin the baseball, its equator, right, will be equal distance from the two spinning poles, from the poles of the baseball, right?
Yeah, great.
That's
Now
what
you
an
gotta show that's
equator
what's
is.
happening with the Earth. That's cool. Now you got to show that's happening with the
We
Earth.
defined it
A
that.
place that doesn't look. You can define it however you want.
Yeah.
The fact of the matter is, there's no place on Earth that has the properties that would be the equator of a ball Earth of 3,959 miles. There's no place on Earth with those properties.
Really? That's not true.
I just laid it out to you. There's no place on Earth that has equal day and night, meaning a 12-hour day and a 12-hour night, which should happen on the equinox on the equator. It should also be the shortest day of the year on the equinox at that day, which it's not. Okay? There's no equator, Brenda.
Well, the Earth is tilted, so that does affect that.
I know. Okay. So on the equinox, the day before the equinox, right? Say the arc is coming from the northern hemisphere. On the equinox, it's going to be directly overhead. Is it going to be in the southern hemisphere the next day? The day after the equinox.
It's going to be slightly, yeah. It's not going to be very measurable.
cool.
And there are places you can go, right, on the equator on Earth and see that the sun is directly overhead and there are no shadows.
That's fantastic. So,
but that shows that you're wrong.
No, dude, it shows that what you think should happen doesn't happen. So when it makes this transition, because the day length is based upon the arc of the sun in the sky, that's what determines the day length, right? In the summer, that arc is extremely large, right? So we have very long days. At the equator, it's a very short arc, right? It just goes from east to west directly overhead in a straight line, right? So the day before and the day after the equinox, when it transitions the season, it should go descending time, where it gets closer and closer and closer to equal day and night. And then after the equinox, the time of day, the length of the day should go up until the December solstice. And then when the sun comes back, the length of day gets lower, till it's overhead again. That's the shortest day. And then higher. That shortest day is not on the equinox, Brenda.
Yeah, because the Earth is tilted.
The day length is based upon the tilt, Brenda.
So why are there places I can go on the equator and observe that the sun is directly overhead?
There is no equator.
But why can I go there and see that?
Okay, there's lots of places on Earth where you can go where the sun is directly overhead. It's called
I've lived in Minnesota all my life. The sun has never been directly overhead. I've never seen. It doesn't ever happen here.
So go to Hawaii.
Hawaii isn't on the equator.
Yeah, but it happens in Hawaii.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it's called Kahana Noon. Where do you think the name comes from? Anywhere between the so-called Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer, there's going to be a Kahana Noon at least one day a year, where the sun is directly overhead.
You're talking about something different, right?
Wait, does the sun only have a GP position at the equator?
Yeah, I guess. anyway, at the equator, there would be no shadow at noon. The point is, the place where they say the equator, Quito, Ecuador, or Nairobi, Kenya, or any of those places where they say the equator is right now, doesn't have a shortest day on the equinox. You can look on time.
Yeah, because the Earth is tilted, dude. Because the Earth is tilted, dude.
Look, Brenda, the day length is based upon the tilt. The longest day of the year is what? In the northern hemisphere.
Well, in
summer solstice, right? Because of the what's the cause of the summer solstice? The tilt of the Earth. That's its max tilt.
Yeah.
After that day, the days get shorter again, right?
So in the Arctic, there are 24-hour days.
Yeah, fantastic. Okay.
And those only occur at certain times because the Earth is tilted with respect to the to its orbital plane.
Okay. Yeah, that's
why in Antarctica, right, you have the opposite occurs, right? When it's a 24-hour day in the Arctic, it's 24-hour midnight in Antarctica, and vice versa.
Okay.
That's because that's because the Earth is tilted.
Yeah. Congratulations. Thanks you for that.
That doesn't mean the Earth doesn't have an equator. That doesn't mean the Earth doesn't have an equator.
Okay. Due to the tilt of the Earth on the equinox, that would be wherever the shortest day of the year is experienced. Okay, and the sun is directly overhead. That would be the equator, Brenda. What aren't you understanding?
Yeah, that's not what the definition of the equator is. It's equidistant between the two poles.
That's where it would be equidistant, Brenda.
No, the Earth is tilted.
What does that have to do with Brenda? If the Earth
it's tilted.
A year, is it tilted on the equinox at the equator? Do you see the tilt of the sun relative to the celestial equator?
Yeah, it's due to certain times they line up, right? And so during those times specifically, then the Earth, the sun is directly overhead of the Earth's equator.
Okay, yeah, and that'll be the shortest day of the year.
I don't know. That's not relevant to the point.
Yeah, it is. It would be the shortest day of the year because the length, the arc that the sun takes in the sky determines the length of day. That arc is determined by the tilt of the Earth in the orbital versus the orbital plane.
The altitude of that arc is determined by the plane, the tilt of the Earth.
Okay, and the altitude of that arc determines day length.
Yeah.
Okay. So when I say the shortest day of the year on the equator is due to the tilt of the Earth, why are you saying that it shouldn't be the shortest day because of the tilt of the Earth?
Because it's the equator isn't determined by the shortest day; it's determined as equidistant from the poles. Why are you getting this,
day, dude? If even we listen, I can grant you that, but we could find that place by figuring out on the equinox where the shortest day of the year is. That place should also be equidistant from the poles.
The shortest day is not really relevant to where the equator is.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not really.
Well, if the equator, geometry of the tilt and halfway in the frickin' equator being halfway between the poles, yeah, it is relevant.
Well, you can't have poles. You can't even have poles. You can't even have poles.
Yeah, deflect. Sorry, Brenda. Right. There's no equator. All you've done since I fucking proved
there's no equator.
Deflect. Yeah, no, there's no equator, Brenda. Sorry.
I told you what
there's
it
no
is.
Place with it. Yeah, no, you told me your fucking personal definition.
I mean, there's an equator even on the flat Earth. There's an equator.
Yeah, good for what flat Earth do you think there's an equator?
In the AE map, the equator is midway between the North Pole and the ice wall, Antarctica.
The ice wall.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Brenda. Thanks for talking about.
I know that you don't believe it, but a lot of flat earthers do.
Good for them.
Yeah, well, yeah. That's what I'm talking
A lot of people
about.
believe a lot of things. Brenda, there's a lot of things you fucking believe nobody else believes. So but should we lump everybody in some arbitrary category into saying they believe what you believe? Stop being stupid. This is childish.
I think I can talk about what a majority belief is among a group of people. Yeah, I think I can do that.
Yeah. Let's see the survey data you took about what flat earthers believe.
Well, I can simply observe
anecdotes.
I could observe sales. I could observe sales of posters and T-shirts featuring the AE map.
So, how is that an indicator what flat earthers believe?
I think it's a very good indicator that there's a high probability that those people that bought those T-shirts, bought those models and posters and all of that stuff, that they all believe
no basis for that.
This represents.
Seat of your pants.
What do you mean? There's no basis.
Content. It's your opinion. It doesn't mean anything.
It's perfectly reasonable to conclude that.
To whom? You?
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Thanks for proving my point. You're just your anecdotal, subjective opinion that don't mean nothing.
Those flat Earth conventions sold a lot of T-shirts, posters, mugs with the AE map on it, all kinds of books and everything.
I don't know. Did they sell? I don't know. Why are you saying they sold a lot of them?
How many did they sell of an alternate model?
They could have sold one. I don't know how many they sold. Neither do you. You're making shit up.
I didn't cite a number. I said the majority. That's all I said.
You have no idea what they sold, Brenda. You have no idea how many people went to the convention.
It's not about the numbers.
You're speculating.
No, I'm not speculating. I'm making a generalization based on what I observed, which is I observed.
Were you at the Flat Earth Convention?
I saw them. I saw the videos that they published. I saw the tables lined up with model after model of the AE map with posters and T-shirts, all featuring the AE map. So it's not unreasonable to conclude that the majority of the people there believe the AE map represents the physical state of the flat Earth.
That's stupid. No, it doesn't mean
That's
that.
Stupid?
It just means they wanted to buy a T-shirt.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, Brenda. So you think because they went to a Flat Earth convention and bought a T-shirt with a fucking silk screen on it, they think the Earth looks like that?
Yes, I think that's very probable.
You're stupid if you think that.
I'm stupid if I think that's probable.
Yeah, you're stupid if you think people buy T-shirts because they think the T-shirt is some sort of map or accurate representation of the world.
Yeah, I think that's perfectly reasonable. Well, I think you're just being contrarian.
I see freaking people with globes all the time, cartoon globes. I don't see anybody with the fucking 1972 blue marble. So should I assume that when I see somebody with a globe on the T-shirt? In fact, I went to a powwow once and I bought a Turtle Earth fucking T-shirt. So do I think the Earth is a fucking turtle?
The 1972 blue marble was put on every single iPhone when it first came out.
It wasn't. No, that was.
Holy crap! Did you really say that? Did you really just say that, man?
Yeah.
2.0.
The screensaver, the desktop for the first iPhone was the 1972 blue marble.
You sure about that?
Pretty sure. 90%.
You sure it wasn't blue marble? You sure it wasn't blue marble 2.0?
Oh, that Rob Simmons.
No, I think it was the 1972 one. You know, the photograph, not the painting.
This guy. Well, then why did Rob Simmons say in his own voice it was his image that was on there, and he was happy to see it there?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he touched it up. They used the 1972.
He made it. Go ahead.
There's nothing wrong with having an art department.
But check this out, Holmes. Check this out. There's a whole interview with him where he talks about how he made it. He talks about how he made it.
Is he talking about Blue Marble 2.0 or the original photograph?
The one he made, which is Blue Marble 2.0. That was what he made.
Yeah, it wasn't 2.0 that was put on iPhones. It was the original photograph.
You sure about that? Okay, listen.
Pretty sure they grabbed it. They grabbed it from NASA's webpage.
Are you sure of that, or are you just thinking that because when you saw it, it reminded you of it, just like Robert Simmons said?
Yeah, no, I'm not 100% certain. No. Are you certain that it was made up whole cloth?
Well, check this out. If you were shown the image on the iPhone, and it was just people talking to each other, and they didn't know any better, they would look at it and say, "Oh, wow, that's such a real photo of the Earth," and it would fit their preconceived bias about what the Earth might look like, which is exactly what Robert Simmons was going for.
Yeah. Are you asserting that he made it up whole cloth?
No, he made it up dirty, stained, torn, tattered, disparate cloth, and then glued it all together.
Yeah, that's not obviously what I mean. You know, there's nothing wrong with using Photoshop.
I'll say it.
I don't think they had Photoshop, but or maybe they did, but there's nothing wrong. There would be nothing wrong with taking the original.
Love of God, please.
Let me finish. Let me finish. There's nothing wrong with taking the original photograph and processing it in Photoshop, or even just artistically making an artistic map based on it. There's nothing wrong with that. That doesn't invalidate it. That doesn't invalidate the photograph.
That's fine. If I gave you homework, would you actually listen to the interview? Because it seems like you don't know anything about it, and so it might be an interesting learning experience for you. You might enjoy it.
But is Robert Simons? Is that it? Is that his name?
Simmons.
So is he going to be basing this off of satellite photographs of the Earth? Right. Because they had
Maybe, who knows?
They had to take the strips of photographs taken by satellites, and they had to be assembled and put together, right?
Wasn't strip data. He doesn't specify. He said it was digital. He just says it's data. He doesn't say what it was exactly.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the photograph, which is on film.
It's not a photograph.
It's on film, dude.
What's on film?
The 1972 Blue Marble is on film. It was taken with the Hasselblad.
How do you know that?
It's at the Jet Propulsion. No, it's in Texas. It's in Texas, not at JP.
So you never
expected a negative, dude? Are you saying that's?
I know.
Hasselblads don't have a negative.
Hasselblads don't have a negative, so it's a negative-less film.
They have a plate.
Photographic plate.
It's not really a photographic plate. You have to take an additional step once you take the photograph, right? It goes onto the plate, and then you have to reverse the plate in a way to transfer it to
so a negative
paper. I'm not sure if it's a negative or not.
It has to be a negative because they had more than one shot.
It's not a silver nitrate emulsion on cellulose.
Yeah, I'm well aware of that, but they could take more than one shot, right?
They took hundreds of photographs.
They get per roll. They said they had a roll, right? So
yeah, they're all on NASA's. Yeah, they're all on NASA's web pages. There's hundreds of pictures of the Earth as taken halfway between the Earth and the Moon.
Yeah, I know you believe that.
No, it's a photograph.
Right? What?
It's not an image. It's not a computer image, and it's not data.
So what? When was the first fake photograph made, Brenda? 1841. 1841. I'm not misspeaking. 1841.
Yeah, how does it follow?
Photographs been around forever.
Yeah, so what's your point? Are you claiming it was fake?
To it being a negative doesn't mean anything.
Are you claiming it was fake? Do you have evidence that it was faked? Or are you just making it?
Yeah, I do. I do have evidence it's fake.
What's the evidence?
The Earth is not curving, dude. There's my evidence. What's depicted in the image is impossible.
That's not true. It's certainly possible that the Earth could be a globe. That's possible.
Not based on measurements on the surface of the Earth. It isn't.
No,
That would be impossible.
We have people measure the curvature.
How about this, Brenda? Why don't you give us the evidence that it's real?
The fact that it was taken halfway to the moon. And
okay, that's not evidence that it's real. That's the claim. You're just saying the claim twice.
By an optical camera on a physical medium. It was not electronic or data. It's analog.
Yeah, so just saying the claim twice is not evidence that the claim is true, dude.
No, that's not a claim. It's a fact.
Okay, give us the evidence for the fact.
You can go to Texas. You can see the Hasselblad camera it was taken with, and I suppose you'd have to get permission, but you could probably, or somebody could probably,
you can go to Hollywood and look at the
see the negatives.
So what?
Yeah, that's good evidence.
You can look at original negatives.
That's good evidence. What's wrong with that?
It's not evidence that what they purported to take a picture of is actually what they took a picture of. You can take a picture of a painting, right, Brenda? And you have real film from a real camera in a real image.
Yeah, it shows I took a picture of the painting.
But it's not the Earth. But it's not the...
You're claiming they took a picture of a painting?
No, hey, Indio didn't make that up. Real quick for the audience. Indio didn't make that up.
So you're claiming
being used. Hold on, Brenda. Paintings being used in substitutive objects is a common practice in filmography and all kinds of photography.
Magazines and newspapers, yeah, of course. But you're making a claim that the 1972 blue marble was in fact not taken of the Earth.
How do you know that's?
I have no evidence it was taken of the Earth.
That's your claim. You need to support
that. I need evidence to say that, hey, I actually did take this picture of the Earth, Brenda. You're trying to get the free burden of proof. No, it ain't working, dude. I need the evidence they actually did take a picture from space. You know how we could use? We could use the telemetry data. Why don't you show that?
The evidence that
show the telemetry data that they went where they said they did. Show the telemetry data.
So the evidence that they took the picture. I'm not talking about
is
telemetry.
There pinky promise? Is it like
so? The evidence that they took
a picture.
Right. If I go to the police department evidence and I pull a analog film image of somebody committing a crime, that is evidence that person committed the crime. Yes, it is.
Nope. Brenda, have you ever been to court, Brenda?
Defense needs to show.
Brenda, you don't know how court works. They would need a witness that took the picture to testify.
Yeah, we have that too. Yeah, we have that.
We do. Who swore that they took that picture? Show me their testimony.
I don't remember his name. It was, I don't remember. Was it Shepard? I don't remember who it was.
They testified where?
I don't remember, but we know who took the picture.
No one has ever sworn under oath that they've been to space, that they've been to the moon, or they ever been anywhere in orbit or anything like that. Not a single human being has ever sworn to that. Ever.
Yeah. Why do they have to swear to it?
Because sacrifice is a measure of credibility.
The fact that we have
that's a Roman maxim that goes back 2,000 years. That's a Roman maxim. That sacrifice is the measure of credibility. Anybody can say anything, but their word has more credibility if they have something to lose for lying. Okay?
Well,
they've never sworn on anything. They can lie all day long. There's going to be no repercussions, no consequences.
Well, they went into a rocket and they disappeared
for
a long time. It went into outer space, dude.
Okay, show us the telemetry data that they went in outer space.
Huh? We just have photographs of the
data going up. Shows they went to outer space. I want that. Where'd the rocket go?
Yeah, why? For all of the missions?
So I can see where they went.
There were 16 missions to the moon, you know.
That's great. Show any of the telemetry data.
Yeah, I'm sure you can find it.
Right?
No, only for the first one. Only for the first one.
Oh, really?
No, only for the first one.
Show Apollo.
Yeah, go ahead and look it up.
No, you present it, dude.
No, I don't have to. I have photographs. I have video of the rocket going up.
That's begging the question.
Where did they go?
Who cares? Not to fucking in between the moon and the Earth, because
They
if they
didn't
did that,
land
we
anywhere on Earth.
data that proved it.
They were gone. They were gone for days and days.
How do you know that? Did you
They
escort
didn't
them into
land-
the rocket?
Because they came back in the same craft.
Oh my Jesus! How do you know that?
The capsule. They came back in the same craft they left with. The capsule.
Okay, bullshit. Okay, but Brenda, you're just making shit up that you don't know.
Well, you're
We
just
all know
saying
the story.
bullshit.
We can all. Well, it's just story you heard on TV.
Yeah, it's a story that happens to be true.
How do you don't know that?
Sure, I do. The preponderance
How?
of evidence.
You have no
the preponderance of evidence.
No, you
is
just
no
want to
evidence.
believe
Hitchens
it,
raised
Brenda. The fact is,
The
you just
evidence-
want to believe it. No, you just want to believe it.
The physical
Preponderance of evidence.
photographs they took
preponderance of
are
evidence?
evidence.
All your
Your
evidence,
evidence
comes from the same
requires
place, Brenda.
evidence. Your evidence
Brenda.
requires evidence itself, you
That's not
idiot.
how evidence works.
Your evidence is I read the paper, and then the preponderance of evidence is all the stuff you read in the paper.
No,
So
I didn't
what?
read it. Dude, I was alive. I saw Armstrong step onto the moon.
You did? Did you know?
Yeah.
Okay, I almost want to quiz you on that.
One small step.
Yeah, like you so you could see through his visor.
Yeah,
I saw him step. It was a really bad.
Yeah, you saw
black and white.
you saw what looked like someone in a spacesuit step out of some craft down a ladder and step onto a surface which you were told is the moon surface.
Yeah, but I saw them launch the rocket.
Yeah, how do you know it was Neil Armstrong? How do you know it was Neil Armstrong?
Oh, there's no reason to disbelieve, but they went up
Okay,
into
there you
the
go.
elevator.
Yeah, no reason.
There's no reason
Went
to
into the
believe it,
elevator.
Brenda.
They boarded the capsule. They lit
Yeah,
the
more
candle.
story time.
They lit the candle and it went off. It didn't come down, right?
And David Copperfield made the Statue of Liberty disappear on live television.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And how is that relevant? How is that relevant?
Because this is the same thing, Brenda. You saw something on TV. You think you know something because you saw it on TV.
Hey, just real quick, just real quick, Indio, have you seen Lanoli's presentation of how he has proved that the moon landing was fake? Have you seen that?
I proved the moon landing's fake.
Right here, I'm gonna post a video. It's 6 hours long. Now, I want you guys.
Holy fuck!
Down the road, when you're like just chilling, not right now. Go look at this video, save it, and watch later. But Lanoli, his profession, he's in. He does film and photography, right? And he makes movies and whatnot. And he pointed out using the facts of how the moon landing was 100% fake, and he goes into the depths of it. How he describes how the images that were burned in, and he goes into depth of the you know the way we utilize this equipment. He goes into depths how, like, for instance, the horizon of the moon was burned in. No. It was
What does
burned
that
in.
mean?
So for instance, he pointed out that the film, when you take a film in those days, that the image would get burned into the film. So like if you point it at, let's say, like at the horizon, there will be a burn in to the film when you move. Yeah.
Did they have a special film designed especially for that mission?
Okay.
Especially, did they make a special pleading fallacy?
I
Do you have any evidence they did?
I think you're missing
special
the point.
pleading.
I think no. I think you're missing the point. Okay, like we're talking about the way film, when you're recording through those cameras back in that day, when you change its position, that the image gets burned into the film. This is why
a video camera, though, right?
Yeah. The cameras
video
that are
camera,
in.
they were slow scan phosphorus. They were slow scan phosphorus freaking video cameras. So you would get burning if you stayed on an object for too long. It would
it would burn in. It would burn in. Now the point that he was trying to point out, that he did point out in the video that I posted, he shows you that. So let's say the camera's focused on the ground and you can see their boots. But in the film, they already had the horizon burned in because you can see the horizon, even though they haven't even captured it yet. So technically, his whole argument was these were set scenes. This is why when they changed the camera, then all of a sudden you see a horizon. That's because it was a set. If you can't grasp what he was trying to like explain,
I've never heard of this person, Apocryphon.
I know. Look. I posted the video. It's really long, so on your own time, not right now, obviously.
I'm not interested. But I prefer that my interlocutors do their own homework and not me. I don't think I should have to watch 6-hour-long videos.
Oh my God. Okay. I get it. You don't want to hear the truth. I get it. But here's the point.
No, you have to do your work.
Okay, Brent.
Not me.
Stop. Okay, stop. So here's the point. Cole, who's a hardcore glober, a hardcore believer in the moon landing. I'm just saying, he himself, after Lanole's presentation, he was like, holy fuck. Like, he was rocked off his fucking center core of belief because he realized, because the way Lanole presented all the evidence with his background and understanding, he literally debunked the globe and the Earth's moon landing. But we're talking about the moon specifically. Cole is a hardcore believer of the moon landing, and he himself was like, "Yeah, nope, okay." He doesn't believe it anymore. He doesn't even believe it anymore.
Apocryphon, that's an argument from authority.
Okay, that's fair. That's fine. You could call it that, but the fact
that's what it is. That's what it is.
Okay, that's fair. Let me tone it down real quick. I'm being too loud.
Because Cole believing that Lanole's argument was. Listen, Cole believing that Lanole's argument was persuasive doesn't make it true.
Okay, so imagine this, Brenda. Okay, there's a story, and they're telling you this is what happened, and now a professional in that field tells you that is not what happened. So in that story, if you want to call it appealing to authority, that's fair, that's fine. But don't be so ignorant to ignore the facts that are addressed, which point out why it's not true. That's what I'm saying.
Why? Okay, so why is it not true?
Because he just watch the video. Let his own presentation.
No, you need to present.
Okay,
you can't.
The reason why, I'll tell you why.
I'm not going to watch a 6-hour movie doing your homework for you. If you have evidence or an argument to present it. Otherwise, sit down.
Okay, so here, no, shut up, because I'm standing up at this point because you're not paying attention. You're not. I literally just told you why. Now that bird is on you to go look at the evidence, right? Let's put ourselves.
You haven't given me an argument.
Let's put ourselves in a court of law, and you're the jury.
Told you the images were pre-burned in with a horizon.
Exactly. So you would not have that if, pay attention, Brenda, if it was what they said it was, that wouldn't be existing because it didn't have the horizon burned in because they never even looked at it yet. So you have to realize, like, just think logically, and this might be hard for you, but this is the evidence how they and by the way, he has even more evidence because he's showing how things, you can literally see through their legs, you can see through their arms. There's images that are embedded in the foreground, and what he's trying to imply is that it's like a scene, like a movie, where you have these stages set, and then that's why. Oh, go ahead. You're not even going to listen to me. I don't care. Go ahead.
I'm asking a question based on what you said. You're talking about the video, right? Or the photographs, the video. And the video cameras had a low latency phosphorus, right? So this could be after images, right?
Yes.
After images, no, because these images, no, you're wrong. It can't be that because technically, no, listen carefully. it can't be that. Because technically, you can have a burned-in image if you haven't seen it yet. And he's showing how, while the camera was looking down, it already had the burned-in image. Now, the only way that's possible, Brenda, and I know that's hard for you to grasp, is if they already had the set scenes into it. So when they move the camera up, and he even goes deeper into that. I'm just scraping the top of the iceberg.
Do you think it could be possible that it's the result of the phosphors in the camera taking time to lose their luminosity?
No, it has nothing to do with what his argument is, because the whole point of his argument is that those things wouldn't exist in the real timing, and he really breaks it down. Like, it's such a good argument, and it so destroys the moon landing. Now, Brenda, I'm sorry that I'm literally telling you, you literally have to go watch that video and then come back. Then come back and talk to us about it, because if you want to stand on the side of ignorance and like, at least get the facts, get the explanations, and the way he breaks it down is so freaking great. It's and he's meticulous with it. He's very, very, because that's his job. Like, that's his profession. He breaks it down so well. I don't know how you can believe in the moon landing after you witness this video. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead.
All you have is hearsay.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Now go watch the video, because that's what they said. So when the government told you, when the government said hearsay, and they said this is what's going on, now look at the facts, and it debunks their position. Go ahead. Your argument is hearsay, Apocryphon. You're saying some dude. No, he's saying that some dude made this video, and it proves that the moon landings were fake. Yes,
right.
Yes,
that's called hearsay.
Saying the moon landing's real. What?
I'm getting it secondhand.
When they say the moon,
Apocryphon.
Brenda, when they say the moon landing was real, that is hearsay, right? Is it not?
No, it's not.
But that's what they're saying. That is literally by the definition of hearsay. If somebody says this, listen carefully. If somebody says this is what happens, that's hearsay. Now let's prove if it did or didn't happen. Now he has presented a very good argument.
Hearsay. Holy crap!
When I watched Neil Armstrong step onto the moon, that wasn't hearsay.
The story that they told you was hearsay because that's what they said. That's okay.
My God, dude. That's not how it works. Okay, listen. The first one of you to provide a definition of hearsay doesn't get banned. There you go.
Okay, so I'll look it up real quick.
Hearsay is when I get secondhand information. I get Sally said that John said a mean word about Jane.
Okay,
right. I'm hearing this from Betty.
Betty says, let me get the definition. Hearsay.
Oh my God.
Sometimes written hearsay is a statement made outside the courtroom that is offered in the court as evidence to prove the truth of the matter asserted in that statement. That is exactly what I'm saying. They're telling you this was true.
Means. That's not what hearsay means.
That's literally the definition. What the fuck? If they were telling you,
it means secondhand evidence.
Okay, are you firsthand? Were you on the moon? Were you on the moon? Is it okay? Here's what I'm saying. If somebody told you we were on the moon, and then you come around and say, "Oh no, we were on the moon," you're hearsay. You are now hearsay because
somebody told me.
You're believing. Listen carefully. You're believing what they said. Now, from their position, if they're telling you this is what happened, and I brought that into a courtroom, right? If I brought their evidence into a court of law, and I said, "Here's the jury." Somebody
that would be hearsay.
Listen carefully. Somebody outside.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you, Apocryphon.
Okay.
If somebody told,
and what
I'm agreeing with you.
Apocryphon is saying, Brenda, is what you're saying is hearsay.
No, he's not. He's saying something else. He's saying something else. That's something I didn't say. I didn't say that somebody told me.
Armstrong got on the moon, jumped on the moon.
I didn't. Nobody told me. I watched it.
Nobody told you.
So listen. The entity.
Nobody told me. I watched him.
Neil Armstrong was on the moon. You figured that out yourself just by watching.
Yeah, nobody told me. I watched him. I watched him step on the moon.
How did you know he was on the moon, Brenda?
Yeah, because I could see the moon.
Yeah, how do you?
Oh my God!
That's what the moon looks like.
Just go watch the video.
Yeah.
Go watch the video.
How did you know that's what the moon looks like if he's the first person on the fucking moon?
Clip it. Clip it.
Clip
Holy
it.
No,
Okay.
look. You saying Neil Armstrong jumped on the moon is hearsay. You couldn't testify to Neil Armstrong being on the moon. Okay? Only Neil Armstrong could testify to that.
I would just have to show the video of him stepping
Yeah,
onto
and then
the moon.
then the person that filmed it would have to testify that's authentic. That's how court works.
No, they don't.
Yes.
Yes, they
Want a
do.
bet?
There's a chain of
Want a
custody.
bet? I'll show you the case. I'll show you the case.
There's a chain of custody, right? I don't have, right? Because we have it changing hands.
Okay,
just
in
like
this-
a
There's no
photograph.
person.
Okay,
Just like
There's no
a
person in that
photograph.
footage that I can identify as being. Yeah, there's no
Just-
person in that footage that anybody can identify as being a specific person. There just isn't.
Yeah, we have the people who held the cameras, dude. They were there.
Yeah, we'll let them testify that they held the cameras and they were there.
Yeah, they would. And there's a
Nobody
chain-
was filming. Nobody was filming. Nobody was holding a camera when Neil walked down the ladder.
Oh, no, I know about that. I know about that. Yes, I know. It was strapped. It was strapped to the leg.
Okay. So
hold on, Apocryphon. I just want to get this out of the way. Brenda, you know there's traffic cameras, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so if you go to court for a traffic camera, so the case is called Khalid versus State versus Khalid. It's California versus Khalid. The dude challenged the traffic camera based upon he has a right to face his accuser. Okay, the court ruled this is correct, that they have to bring in the person that set up the camera to testify that the camera was set up. That a camera can't admit itself into fucking evidence. Okay, so you always need a witness to enter anything and to use it as
I already
evidence.
handled this. I already handled this.
Well, okay, yeah. Well, I'm just telling you to see you're sure that you need a witness to the camera. The camera by
Yeah,
itself
we have
ain't
that.
enough.
We have those witnesses.
Except that no one has ever testified to being in space.
Okay.
Ever.
No, we have those witnesses, though.
Okay. So Brendan,
Yeah,
let me
no
say
one's
this.
ever testified to that shit, Brian. You can say you have those witnesses, but you don't. You just
It
have
was
people
past,
talking shit on TV.
they had cameras strapped to their chest, too.
Yeah, and
that's what he points out.
And Neil
And that's what
Armstrong
he
has
pointed
never
out.
said he ever took a photograph of fucking anything.
Yeah, but there were 16 missions, and in all of them, right, they had cameras that they physically manipulated.
Did Neil Armstrong ever say on camera that he took a photograph of anything ever?
How does that matter? It doesn't matter.
Because he's your witness.
In the argument,
all of the astronauts are my witnesses.
In the argument, okay, just real quick.
None of them have said that they took a picture of anything.
Well, nobody's brought that case.
Just real quick, in this argument, okay, it's hearsay by anybody else than the person that would have been able to say they did something. So, for instance, NASA saying we land on the moon. So you have all the engineers on the ground, right, and they're looking at screens. Now they're saying this is what we're seeing. They would be considered hearsay because they aren't the ones that are actually taking the evidence of the camera. Now, the camera themselves and the astronaut, quote unquote, that's filming this shit, they have a position to where they're not hearsay because they are the testimony of them. They're not hearsay, but everybody around that story would be considered hearsay in the court of law because they weren't there. The people on the ground are hearsay because they're not on the moon. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but we can bring those people that actually physically manipulated the cameras, changed the film back, right? Changed the cartridges, took the film, looked through the viewfinder, right? It's like if I have a court photographer.
Still left with trust me, bro.
Suppose I have
a problem of when someone asked them to swear that they fucking went to the moon, they decided
they
to
punched
them in person or run away.
Yeah,
and they punched the guy.
How is that? That's not relevant. That wasn't in the courtroom.
Okay, but the point being, Brenda, watch the video. He points out professionally from his position how even what the astronauts were saying that they recorded was completely false in their own testimonies. Because when they can say, oh yeah, I was on the moon and then I recorded something, well, guess what? Let's bring that evidence to stand trial, and that evidence has now been debunked professionally.
What is the evidence that refutes the claim that they took photographs, right? There are thousands of photographs. There's thousands of photographs.
Okay,
What's
okay,
the
Brenda,
evidence?
Brenda, watch the video.
Thousands of photos of Santa. Big deal, dude.
Exactly. Big.
What is the evidence that indicates they were faked?
Santa's not real. There's thousands of photos of Santa. It's just
I already told you how it's fake.
about Santa's real because
Just a non sequitur. That's a non sequitur.
No, it's the same logic. It's the same logic.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Well, what's the difference?
Everybody knows that Santa Claus
That's
is
not
a
an argument.
fictional
How the
character.
difference? That doesn't tell me how the logic is different.
Yeah.
Now, let me take this one for a second. Check it out. Everybody knows that there's many Santa Claus impersonators who are not the real Santa Claus. However, without identifying the individuals, you couldn't exclude that whether they're their imposter or the real Santa. Therefore, all of the pictures of Santa, one of them could be the real Santa. So there you go, Brenda. You lose.
Yeah, I'm not claiming. It is possible that one photograph in all of the photographs NASA has was doctored in some way, right? That's possible. I'm not claiming that.
Okay, Brenda, just watch the video. It's literally
landing on the moon.
okay. In other words, Brenda, there's evidence on the table. Go take a look at it, and then come back to us.
No, you have a duty to present an argument.
I already did. No, if you want to ignore
me,
oh my God.
pointing me to a 6-hour video isn't you doing your due diligence.
Okay, Brenda. Okay, Brenda. If I was on the jury,
like you pointing us to NASA's website without ever posting a single fucking thing.
Hold on.
Thousands of photos.
Okay, Brenda. If I was on the on the jury,
no, bro.
Go ahead.
Did you post the link to the video?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you post any relevant timestamps?
No, I didn't post timestamps. No. You want me to?
Well, you made one particular point. Awesome. Listen, don't care. You made one particular point. Don't you think you should at least be able to tell somebody who doesn't want to sit for 6 hours?
That's fair. That's fair. Let me go watch it. That's fair. I get you, AI. Let me go. You're right. Sure, you're right. Let me get it for you. Give me a second.
Yeah. So, for example, I would love to see the point that you mentioned and just skip to that point rather than wait for 3.5 hours. You know what I'm saying?
Cool. It's cool. I'm gonna scrub through the video, and I'm gonna bring out the point where he's talking about the video itself being burnt in to the horizon being burnt in. Give me a minute. It's gonna take a little bit because I got to scrub through a lot, but I'll be back.
Brenda bailed immediately. Oh, Brenda, where'd you go? Oh, dang, did I kill the chat? I'm sorry. Oh, my bad. Yeah, there's another one where that article about parallaxial stereography. right? Which is basically just the parallax of the objects in the background and the foreground don't match the scale of the moon map. They actually match the scale of a much closer location to the mountains in the distance, congruent with a set piece rather than an actual terrain. So I like where APOC is at, but a 6-hour video, it's kind of a party foul.
All right, you guys there? Can you guys hear me?
Hey, now that you reduce the time investment from 6 hours to immediate, Brenda realized that that excuse that of the 6 hours wouldn't count, so Brenda bailed.
So if anybody wants to go look into it, at 1 hour and 31 minutes into it, he talks about the burn-in. And before that, go ahead.
Is it a YouTube video?
Yeah. It's a presentation that
Do you have a clickable timestamp?
I don't, brother. I don't.
Well, freaking make one, sucker.
Shut up. Just click on the video and scrub to 1 hour and 31 minutes.
No, you make a link. You make a link, sucker.
How do I do that? Teach me.
You want to learn?
I want to learn. You're going to learn today.
All right. Listen, come in my back. Hey, listen. Come in my back room real quick and I'll show you.
Whoa. Slow it up.
Dude, you just make sure you have a link, a regular link.
Yeah, I posted it.
And then you I'll look at it real quick.
Scrub 1 hour and 31 minutes into it?
No.
Okay.
You're already failing the class, bro.
Okay, let me open it up.
Where are you posting? Where are you posting your stuff, dude? I don't see nothing.
On the side chat. It's 23 minutes after the hour.
Man, dude, you better post it again, dude.
Okay,
amateur hour.
Fine. Oh, that's not it.
Okay, hurry up before my phone dies.
I'm gonna respond to it. Hold on. Reply. This.
No, post the whole link again, though.
There it is, right there.
No, post the whole link again.
Oh shit. Okay, hold on. Son of a bitch. Let me open up YouTube again. Jesus Crizzles.
Dude, if you had a link to it, just click it, get it, and repost it. Holy crap.
I know, I'm gonna do it right now. Give me a second, bro.
I gotta do all the thinking around here.
When you're a few in, things aren't as.
All right, listen. Look at the link. Look at the link I just posted. Okay.
Okay.
See where it says. See where it says at the top part. It says SI equals. See that?
Right. Yeah.
So it has a question mark there. Delete everything after the question mark and put T equals. And then whatever time you want it to be, it has to be converted to seconds. So if it's 1 hour and 10 minutes, convert that to seconds, put the number there. Then after you do that, post it, and it'll be a clickable timestamp.
All right. You lost me, bro. I'll tell you what. It's 1 hour and 31 minutes in. You guys could find it. I don't know what to do, bro. I'm just saying.
Listen to the live stream. Listen to the live stream and learn how to make a timestamp, dude. Somebody's got to be the first to learn. Might as well be you.
I guess you're right.
I'm getting bored of flat earthers posting crap without actual timestamps when the ability of a timestamp is such an easy thing to do. You're making us look bad out there.
Settle down.
Flat earthers. No, timestamping. So easy a caveman could do it, but not a flat earther.
Okay, if I share this and then I copy the link at this point where he's talking about
it. If you're on YouTube on your computer, you can literally have it create the timestamp for you, bro.
Let me clip it. Nope. Okay, maybe if I clip it.
No, you just do, when you do share, it says on the bottom left of the share protocol, it says start at, and it has the time wherever you paused it.
Is that?
So all you got to do is click that checkbox, and wherever it was paused, where you then clicked share, it'll do it right from there.
I honestly don't have that. All I see for share is copy link, create post, and with kids. That's all I have as options. If I copy it from that point and I'm going to share that, it's just going to bring up the whole thing again, I think. Yeah, I don't know if that creates a timestamp. My bad. I don't know how to do it, AI. But if anybody does, please indulge me and just please post the time. It's at an hour and 31 minutes into it. He starts talking about burners. And here's my point, AI. Right before that point, he shows old film from like way back, bro, years ago, decades ago. And he talks about how they used to burn in, because remember, this is a profession and he knows how film works. And they talk about how they know from even old movies that they can see when the set was burned in. This is why they know that that set was fake, because there's a burn in image of that set. And he goes really deep into it, bro. Like, just watch the video. It's so good. It's such a good point. And then he gets to the NASA video, the moon landing video, and he describes how it's literally using the same principles of filmography or movie magic, if you will.
Dude, how can I trust somebody's judgment that can't even create a timestamp?
Oh, come on now. Come on now. I mean, that's valid, I guess, but I mean, let's just
I told you. Listen, I told you how to make a timestamp, and you couldn't
and
follow
I still
it.
don't know how.
But you're expecting me. You're expecting me to believe that you followed these advanced optics guys' points. Think about it.
Come on now. No, don't hang me on this news here. I'm showing you what they presented, which is really good evidence, by the way. It's amazing. I'm just saying, check it out. Check it out, bro.
Dude, timestamp it, then we can check it out.
I literally don't. I can't. I don't know how to make it on my thing. I'm on my phone. I don't know how to make timestamps. It's weird. Maybe it's easier on a computer. I don't know, but I'm on my phone.
Dude, I told you how to do it manually.
Yeah, this is kind of sad, not gonna lie.
So you're saying after SI equals, you want me to put a T on it?
No. Erase everything after the question mark.
Okay.
Then put T equals. And then you put the seconds. So you have to know what time you want. So if it's an hour and 4 minutes, just do the math to convert that to seconds. So you're gonna have T equals 5276 seconds, or whatever the seconds may be.
Okay,
So
is that good? I did it right now. Is that good?
Then a number.
I did it. Is that good?
Columns, right?
I did it right now.
No
Does that work?
At all. So that will be no.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Be one. So that would be 1 minute and 31 seconds. You have to convert it to seconds, dude. So times the minutes by 60.
Okay. Fair. Give me a second.
This says you can put like 3M25S or
it depends on the link.
2M10S.
So that would be...
it depends on the type of link. Yeah, that's fair, but it only depends on the type of link and medium. The method that I gave you will always work. The method you just said will work, but not always.
Okay. So let me see here. Okay, so an hour and 31 minutes would be how many seconds? Let me think about that. Okay, so I'm gonna I'm gonna do it right now. All right, that's 3,631. Okay, give me a second. All right, did that work? Oh, it did. No, I'm still short. Damn it. It did kind of work. Anywho, just check it out, guys. It's just amazing evidence.
Hey, just a heads up.
Hey, don't give up. Keep going.
I did end up posting raw telemetry for Apollo 11 and Apollo 17 in the side chat. I know y'all were asking for that.
Oh, dude, we can't even make timestamps. So what do you think we're going to do with this data?
Yeah, right. No, I'm just letting you know if you want any other data, happy to track down primary sources for you. Clipcord, if you go look at the directory, there's the scans file, which shows that it's the actual paper that was spit out of the machine, and then they have also digitized it. I wasn't just going to show you the digitized one right off the bat, because then you're going to claim that it's not the actual data. So the scans, yes, you cannot read as much, but folks have gone through and deciphered the ink, even though it's faded, and turned it into a CSV file that you can parse. I didn't even read. No, I read it. What are you talking about? I looked at the scans first, and then I gave you the directory to go to get the CSV file. Why are y'all getting weird? You asked for data, I gave you data. I'm not trying to prove you're wrong. But yeah, no, happy to help.
How dare you?
Read every single page? No, I read the headers. It's a spreadsheet. You know the types of data. I haven't kicked the tires on it. I'm just grabbing the primary source.
Oh, I see what I did wrong. I put an hour and 30 seconds. Let me get it with an hour and 31 minutes. My bad, guys. My bad. All right. Maybe this. Oh, here it is. Here it is right here. Okay, here it is. Okay, guys. My bad. My blizzy. Here you go. Does that help? Now he's talking about there. It worked. It worked. Okay, there you go, guys. I learned it, AI. Thank you. There you go.
Yay.
All right, we're going to test you. We're going to test you to make sure this wasn't a one-off. We're going to give you a pop quiz at some point in the next 7 days. Make sure you retain the skill set in your long-term memory.
Yeah, Apocryphon, you've now joined the elite squad of people able to make fun of people who can't timestamp.
There you go, gentlemen and ladies. There you go. That's where he talks about. That's where he talks about the burn-in, and just watch it. It's freaking epic, bro. He literally destroys this whole falsehood, bro, because he's using it from a professional position. He literally describes it. Now, it's really important, by the way, to watch like 20 minutes previous to this, because he shows old videos, like from the 1920s and 1930s, of how they utilize this technology to put a scene in the movies to where the actors, they record the actors, but the actors are not in this. It's a facade. It's literally like a made up scene, like using filmography, using magic tricks of Hollywood. And then he goes into how they did it with the moon landing. It's fucking epic.
Well, listen, burn and dodge are just photography techniques. They've been around forever. They're called burn, and the other one's called dodge. They're almost opposites of each other. One is obviously burning the image in, and the other one is removing the image.
Yeah. And he goes into depth of how they utilize this for lack of better words, a trick of photography. And he literally presents it and he shows how the moon landing falls within this, level of scrutiny, if you will, because they are literally using camera tricks that they understood even before the 1950s. They've been doing
so check this out, bro. Check this out. You could take a girl like on her wedding day. You could take a picture of an arch. She's not standing under the arch. You could put the arch over her, and then you can use like different pieces of cardboard. Basically, the best way to describe it to block out certain parts, and you can literally take a dark thing and move it around as you're exposing it. And then you can it's almost like using a Photoshop pen tool right on the print. Mm-hmm. And by the way, in case you guys didn't know, the Photoshop software's namesake is the Photoshop that existed well before computers, for holy crap.
He talks about that.
So Photoshop certainly existed before modern computers, in case you guys didn't know. It was called a photography shop. Holy crap.
Yeah. He literally, AI, he literally breaks that down. He shows how they've been doing that since the 1910s or the 1920s. He literally breaks it down. He plays a video showing old videos. Like there's this one where like a flood comes and how like it hits the train. And he points out how they know it's fake in the filmography of it, because the way these things are positioned and they're overlaid, but this is how they create video. This is how they create film, to where it looks like they're sitting in a train, and all of a sudden a flood comes and knocks them down. He literally breaks that down, bro, so eloquently. But that's the argument. He's pointing out how they use those tricks. Dude, I'm just saying, bro, that video, and towards the end, he talks about when he went up to the I think it was like around Alaska or maybe even north of that, and he shows himself in a snowmobile, how he disappears behind the refraction that's going on, the optical phenomenon of all these crazy things going on. But technically, in the paradigm of the globe, he is not behind a curve, yet he can show how he disappears behind a curve, quote unquote. And I told him, if you had a flag that was like 20 feet above your snowmobile, we would see the flag still, because that optical phenomenon is only blocking the snowmobile. And he's like, you're right. And this is why they say boats going over the curve is false, because they're still on a planar position, but the optical phenomenon blocks out the entirety of him at 5 feet above the horizon, above the surface that he's on. Dude, I'm telling you, bro, if anybody watches this and still believes in all the bullshit that Globers tell us, you have a serious delusion, bro, because you're not paying attention to the facts. And that's my point, AI. That's it. You know what I mean? That's it. It's real simple. They either get it or they don't. It's real simple.
Fuel.
He breaks down so many of the arguments and just debunks them, bro, in that video. It's amazing. What a freak. I think that presentation, matter of fact, by the way, guys.
Hey, well, bro, you're distracting me. I'm trying to do my curvilinear tangential gravitrometric leveling on my washing machine so my clothes won't shake around.
Put a piece of paper under the bottom left hand. It might work. You're going to defy all physics when you do that. Bro, what I was going to say is that in this video, if you can at least understand what he's saying, it might help you in your conquest of truth to realize you've been lied to. That's what I'm saying, bro. All this nonsense of the side chat that these Globers are spewing, dude, Hey, just go watch the video. Everything you're saying, guys, is debunked. Everything you guys are mentioning is debunked. And you have to grasp what's going on. Imagine you're in a room, right? You're on the jury, and they show you a guy committing a crime, but now you want to say, "Nuh-uh," even though the evidence is right there. Like literally, it points. All fingers point to the fact that he committed the crime. Now, if you had a bias and you're like, no, I believe my baby. Maybe it's your child. You're like, my baby wouldn't do that. No, the evidence points to the fact that they did this. And that's it. It's very simple. And in the court of law, I think it would stand. Because these facts, this evidence, it stands on its own.
Yo,
And that's the point.
Pograpon.
What's up?
I was just watching that video, right? They're in a Discord server. Did you see the names of the people in the chat?
Yeah, it was over in Riggs server, Worldwide
Oh,
Debates.
that's why it's the usual suspects.
Yeah.
Goplex, Negator.
All of them were in there.
Fucking clowns.
Bro, they were spiraling, bro. They were spiraling.
That, dude. I can read the chat, dude. They're freaking. Why would some retard on the internet be sharing classified documents?
Exactly, bro. They were spiraling. They were like, nuh-uh. That's probably one of the greatest nuh-uhs I've heard in a long time, bro. This dude was pointing out so much good information, bro. Like, dude, how can you ignore these facts? And he points it out. It was so eloquently presented, Indio. Like, bro.
Yeah, I was watched part of it with the Burning with the Horizon. Yeah, it's pretty obvious. And he's going like, these are all techniques. The techniques he's going over, I already knew about. And like these guys are like, they didn't have Photoshop in 19. They didn't need Photoshop, man. They've been doing that crap since the 20s, man. Like I can show them, I can show people all sorts of films that they can't tell how. Like my favorite to show them is like it's called Ben-Hur 1925. It's a chariot race. The entire chariot race is completely fucking fake, but you can't figure out what's fake or how they faked it or anything they did. It's all a bunch of models that they use, and they just put them like really close to the camera, right?
Yeah, it's all camera trickery, all of it. Yeah. And the guys that believe in the moon landing, they cannot grasp it. Want to know why, Indio? Because they have a bias. They're the child that's saying Santa Claus is real, and they're crying because you're telling them that Santa Claus is fake. That's what it is.
And they want to beat up their big brother for freaking out in Santa.
Exactly, bro. I'm telling you, bro, Linole's
your brother. He said Santa's not real.
I'm telling you, bro, Linole's presentation, even though it's so like that, it's so long, just take the time out, Globers, to hear everything and see how it annihilates the globe position, bro. It annihilates everything that they can try to dream up, bro. In the last 3 hours, I think, or maybe 4 hours later, he starts talking about his personal observations. He says with the Theodolite, he's on a snowmobile, he drives out, he's going into this natural phenomenon, he disappears. That doesn't even equate to their mathematical, geometric horizon. He's literally disappearing at a point where they would say that's where boats are going over the curve. But they can't grasp, Indio, how this is an optical phenomenon blocking something out. Yet it's still on a planar surface, just miles away. It's how many nails in the coffin must we present for somebody to realize the motherfucker's dead? It's so simple.
I don't know, man. We just got all these brains in a jar, I guess.
Yeah, unfortunately.
That's where they go. You know where they go.
Yeah.
I'm gonna retreat to my jar. You can't hurt me in here.
It's my safe place. I'm safe here. Yeah, bro. Yeah, they get wrecked all day, every day. They get wrecked. Honestly though, it's interesting to hear the rebuts, right? The rebuttals, like let's deal with your paradigm being broken down to the core of your false belief. And when you realize that, like, it's really interesting, like on a psychological level, to see people spiral out, bro, because you just debunked them. You're literally dismantling their whole paradigm.
Yeah,
with evidence, with facts.
The big problem, like the thing that they don't see where they have like blindness, is that the amount of scrutiny they apply to the debunk, right? They're coming up with every mental gymnastics they can think of to,
Oh, for sure.
So why you're wrong. But they've never put that effort into the other way, right? They never put that scrutiny into the moon landing. They never put that scrutiny into the globe. They've never even asked a single question. They've never questioned it for 1 second. From day one, they planted their flag in the sand and was like, I will defend this globe. I'm going to defend it. I'm not going to question any of it. I'm going to just defend it. And I'll hyper-examine anything any flat earther says to the nth degree. I'll make sure they crossed their T's, dotted their I's. I'll make sure that they took their freaking vitamins and brushed their teeth before they went to bed. They better do everything right. But the globe, it fucking, who cares? There's contradictions. I don't care. That's fine with me, as long as it's a globe.
Right. It's funny. It's like their evidence is that the cookies and the milk was drank and eaten. That's it. That's where they stop. They don't go any further.
Under the tree, there's a big tooth, there's a big bite mark out of the cookie, and there's a half a glass of milk.
And they saw on the NORAD map, they saw Santa's positioning. They knew exactly where Santa was on the NORAD app, right?
Yeah. So let me ask you this: do satellites prove Santa, or does Santa prove satellites?
Oh, that's deep, bro. That's deep. These guys, they're just at the end of the day, bro, they are characters. They are clowns. Matter of fact, I have a little meme for that, a little video for that. Where is it at? Just the clowns rolling up, bro. Here we go right here. There, that's them, bro. That's them, bro. That's where they stand. They're just in a Winnebago. They're in a station wagon all together. There's a bunch of clowns, bro. They get wrecked on a daily and they still come back. They're like pseudo-masochists, bro. They just love getting beaten. This is why. It's people like this on their feed. This is why they're stuck. I'm uploading it right now. This knucklehead.
You guys beat me like my Japanese girlfriend did.
What's up, Matthew? What do you think about what I presented on the video? What do you think about that moon landing being completely a farce? What do you think about that?
I haven't seen the video, but I'm not a clown. You said all globetards are clown, but I'm a globetard, but not a clown.
No. There's a difference. There's globetards, and then there's globers. And if maybe you fit into that category, but I personally wouldn't, because you actually do concede when logically things. But here's the point, though, Matthew. You have publicly stated and said, I believe it. But you know what the difference? A globetard, they cannot admit that fact. They will say they know it's true. At least you have the character of, well, I mean, I just believe what I've been told. There's a difference, a huge difference. Maybe you don't see it, but I can see it.
Yeah, I think I see what you're saying. I do think there's some overlap between belief and knowledge, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, that's why I personally, maybe others would, but I wouldn't personally put you in the globe-tard position, because there's been times when you've actually defended the flat Earth position because you're just being logical about it, and I appreciate that. I'm sure others do as well, or maybe not. But you have, shown yourself in times where you even had to concede on things that, that globe-tards are stating.
Nobody's ever directly measured the Earth. Yeah, but he still accepts logical fallacy as evidence.
Right, exactly. So that's why
logical fallacies are related to a deductive argument, right? So if you're trying to argue for something deductively and you commit a fallacy, that's a characterization of a logical argument. But I use something slightly different.
No, you don't. You use logical fallacy as you call logical fallacy evidence.
Okay, so Matthew. Okay. With that being said, Matthew, if you were to watch this timestamp that I posted earlier, and I'll post it again, if you were to watch that clearly, oh fuck, my pace is gone. Never mind. You just scroll up. It's up. Let me give you a timestamp for when I posted it. If you were to watch that
before I came in.
Yeah, if you were to watch it and still, take a position that the moon landing was real, then I would question you, because it's 58 minutes after the hour of last hour, right? At 9:58 our time, Matthew. I posted the video with the timestamp. He literally talks about the way film is burned in to the scene. If you were to watch that and then still say, no, the moon, that we did land on the moon, then I would question you, because you're not paying attention to the facts that have been presented. Does that make sense?
Yes, this is the Abomination of Desolation, that one?
Yes. Matter of fact, that's what I was going to say. Matter of fact, Linolie, he's going to make a film. He said he's going to try to release it by the end of this year or by the beginning of next year. And it's a long documentary. It's called The Abomination of Desolation, with facts from his position and profession, where he's proving that the Earth is not what they're telling us it is, and the whole moon landing is completely false. It's a farce, completely. And he breaks it down very, very thoroughly, and very, very meticulously. He goes into the past of how film works, how they do the tricking of the film for our eyes to see something on the screen, and he literally just breaks it down, bro. Like, if you're still a believer, quote unquote, after seeing the facts, then we can just ascribe that to now you just have a bias and you're not willing to accept the facts. And that's my position is all. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay, so there's two separate questions. The question of the shape of the surface of the Earth, and then the question of whether astronauts went to the moon. They're related in the sense that if the Earth is not a sphere, then they would have to fake the moon landing.
Along those lines, yes. And he does present both positions in that 6-hour video that he's labeling it as
that doesn't necessarily follow. Whatever.
Well, I get what you're saying, Tita, but it's still he's pointing out how this was fake, and also this is fake. Now you make your judgment on what you've been presented with evidence. If it's overall fake, that's the point. And I think he did an amazing job. He took so much time, hours and hours of video that he's uploaded, and he made a video about. It's just, at the end of the day, bro, we didn't land on the moon, and the Earth isn't a globe that we've been taught it to be. 24,901 miles in circumference. Like, that's the the baseline of it all, if you will.
Yeah, so there are some people, like I have a friend who is a moon landing denier, but he's still a glober, so In that sense, there's some separation of those questions.
Which is fair, but he debunks both of them in that video.
Yeah.
Hold on, what did you tag me to, AI? The stereoscopic method of verifying Apollo surface images. Interesting. Yeah. All right.
So the premise in that one is that when you apply stereoscopical, parallaxical, whatever the heck, it demonstrates that the objects in the distance are very close, within, a range that is like a tenth that they're supposedly on the alleged moon's topography. So it means that they were recreating the images in a set piece rather than actually being in a location where they were physically that distance away. So, for example, if you use a scaled set piece that's close up, it's going to have different parallax properties than an actual piece scaled the same at a different distance. Make sense?
Yeah, and he goes over that. He literally he explains how the way they created sets on the movies to where they can create that depth, right, of a far distance landscape in using this trick photography, and this is how they were able to say, what they presented, and the entire thing, bro, is a movie set at this point. Logically and factually, it's a movie set with camera tricks involved. This is why the burning in of images, and there, he even points out to where, and he freezes it. He shows how you can see the ladder through the guy's glove and arm and leg. That's because it's a burned in image. It's a set that they provided for them to work within or move about, if you will. Dude, I'm telling you, bro, it's a freaking nail in the coffin, bro. He did such a good job presenting it, and that movie is going to come out at the end of the year, this year, or early next year. But that's what he's working on. His name's Lanoli in Discord. The dude has so much video evidence. It's crazy. It's outstanding, bro. It's going to send Globers spiraling, bro. Nuh-uh. That's all you're going to hear from them for a long time. Nuh-uh. Avoiding the facts that are presented. It's crazy. I honestly, I don't know how they can recover from it, bro. I honestly don't. But then again, we deal with them every day, bro. They just simply reset. That's their solution. They reset and come back with their falsehoods and their indoctrinated, core beliefs. That's all they do. I'll be back and get another beer.
Close to the horizon of the tree, they would then become visible from the horizon of the tree to the side up, like from the bottom up. Like, let's say if the tree was on the side, it would be bottom up obstruction, right? Because it would be like over around the curve of the tree.
Right. So now,
perspective, it looks flat. It's actually round.
Okay, but hold on though.
Tree-wise.
But hold on though. But in your position, in your paradigm, you are now ascribing an impossible position, because we're not talking about you're just right at the edge. We're talking about you're in the center of that tree. Mathematically, I can never see you, even adding a refractive coefficient, because you are at a point to where no amount of refraction is going to put you in my purview. I cannot see you. But you have to understand, this is why the Black Swan debunks you guys.
What, the oil rig? Just the oil rig?
Yes, because that oil rig.
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't. It actually
I know you. You can say it doesn't all you want, bro. Because that
itself,
bro. Shut the hell up, bro. 9.41. Okay, let me. Okay, hold on.
There's a number of other reasons, but you can go on.
Okay.
If that's all you got, then you're screwed.
Yeah. Okay, you sound smart here. Let me ask something. Something that's 9.41 miles away when you should only be seeing 1.3 miles away. What would that coefficient be of refraction? Go ahead. I will wait in silence. Obviously, you're the one that spoke up, and you wanted to fucking try to justify your falsehood. I'm just asking you, what is the the refraction coefficient to where you should only be seeing 1.3 miles, but you're seeing something at 9.41 miles? Go ahead. What's that coefficient?
I don't know, because it's also an issue of air temperature and water temperature and air pressure, which is why you see the visible.
Let's get all of it included.
Can I get a sentence out? Which is why, one, you see the visible bending of shit in the thing. Two, you see at other points in the video ships disappearing over the horizon, meaning even if you think it's flat and not curved, you see different vertical positions depending on the time of day, which means light is bending, because we know that these ships those oil rigs aren't sinking, which means that if it is true that light is bending, or else the oil rigs are sinking, that means that the oil rigs are actually not actually in a flat position. They're being bent up.
All right. What's that coefficient?
Sunk.
All right.
So the oil rig observation debunks itself.
All right. So what's that coefficient?
No, I just explained to you why the oil rig.
Oh my God! So what is the?
No, it's not. It's not.
You're not smart. You're not smart enough for this.
I don't have to explain.
You're not smart enough for this.
You're not understanding how. Just because you do not understand how physics and science works,
projection.
I do not have to. If you cannot explain why oil rigs are sinking, then you're done. What's
the refraction? Hey, listen carefully. Listen carefully. Listen carefully.
I want to hear you talk to the other guy.
Yeah. You're done. You were done from the beginning.
Sorry, go on.
You were done from the beginning. What's the coefficient of refraction to give you a 9.41 mile observation from observation point to where you should only see 1.374?
Again, you need relative elevation numbers.
Yeah, you're
also need a confirmation of the
You're just bricked.
It's not one.
You're bricked.
Because the oil rigs are sinking, that means that light is bending, or else the oil rigs are sinking, right? Right?
Okay, we're done.
Are the oil rigs sinking, or is light bending?
All right, that's fair. How was it done?
He's done. He gives up.
I think he's having a conversation in the background, so I'm gonna.
Oh no, are you talking to me?
No.
Oh my God.
And talk to the guy that's having his hot mic.
Okay.
I got the popcorn out once you tagged in, Fish.
Because he brought up his quote Black Swan, or the quote Black Swan, shows it's of an oil rig with an unverified distance, appearing, oh, look at this, you could see it from a certain distance.
It's very verified, bro.
Impossible.
Yeah, we know the distance.
So here's the issue. The same video shows those oil rigs and ships sinking beyond the horizon.
You don't even know what you're talking about, bro.
Meaning,
you know what I'm talking about.
Those oil rigs are sinking beyond the sinking, or light is bending. If you agree that the oil rigs aren't sinking, the question is, how much is light bending? But we know that it's bending, which means, and this is the crucial part. This is what's crucial. This is what's crucial. If light is bending, that means that the flat observation we see.
Hey, dummy, why are you looking at the oil rigs, dummy?
On the oil rigs at the same time that if you look at the video, you see the bendy distortions. That means that because you're seeing something flat, but you know it's being bent upwards, and you know this because you also see the heat distortions on the actual sides of it. That means we're not on a flat surface.
Hey, dummy, why are you looking at the oil rigs? Why are you looking at the oil rigs?
The proof.
Why are you looking at the oil rigs, dummy?
I brought it up as the proof. I just thought that was hilarious, and now he left. And now you're asking why you even brought it up.
Yeah, why are you looking at the oil rigs, you dumbass? It's not about oil rigs.
Well, the guy was talking about the oil rigs, and so I guess he's.
I'm right here, bro.
And the oil rigs are done.
I'm right here.
Oh, so Apocryphon is talking about oil rigs when we're supposed to be talking about the horizon?
You continue. I just destroyed that dude.
You didn't destroy shit, bro. You came in here with your. Hey, Talon, do you realize what we deal with, Talon?
Oh yeah,
how
I hear it.
Yeah, you heard it, right? Everything we talked about for the past couple hours, and he comes in with that nonsense, and that's what we deal with.
Yeah, dude, he's just like, nuh-uh. He's just
exactly.
Like, he wants
to brought up the oil rig video, and I just indicted it as debunking itself.
It's not about oil rigs, you idiot.
Debunks itself.
I'm going to mute you.
Fish, you gotta be patient, dude. You gotta be patient. You gotta understand what they're saying.
Yeah, the point being is that he came in with obviously, bro. Like I broke it down to you, right, the whole time. But he jumped in with a paradigm, and he has a position that light is bending over a ball and coming back to our eyes at a distance that is clearly not even mathematically in your favor, by the way. I think we went over that too. But do you understand? Do you see what we deal with? The nonsense?
Yeah, I'm trying to get away from assuming the globe because it just makes things more difficult.
I'd agree. Because mathematically, in your paradigm, it's debunked. You can't even say that's the globe at this point because your globe is 3959 mile radius. We already went over how if you can see from an observer high of 1 foot to a distance of 10 miles of the surface of the water, and like a professor saying, it's not even about the oil rig. It's about the horizon behind it. Even with that being said, mathematically, he would have to introduce, but he's too stupid to even understand this. He probably doesn't even know it. Mathematically, that's going to give you a 33,000 mile radius. He doesn't even know that. He's just stupid. He's ignorant mathematically.
Yeah, well, no, I understand. Well, that's why I'm stuck on the negative refraction because that's kind of what we were talking about before.
Yeah.
It's how we're getting negative and like because even from what I'm like trying to research as we're hanging out. And like the concept of light bending over a curve, that's easy to like calculate because we have the curvature. So like, I'm not worried about defending that because that's just like geometrically valid is what I guess I'm saying. Like you wouldn't argue against something on a curve like bending over a curve because it's a curve, right? Like curves would make light bend like you know what I'm saying? Like a curve.
Yeah, I get it.
Right. So like that's totally fine, but that doesn't really help me prove anything because it's already a curve.
And want to know why? Is because the amount of curve that you would have to ascribe to the observation is way beyond reality. This is now where we get into the muddy waters of trying to ascribe this curve bending light. I already broke it down to you how that's total asinine position. And now you're just in this like Harry Potter, Narnia type world to make it work. But we already told you. We have
refraction, but I don't understand why that's
we do.
Why that's not connecting with the light refracting over the horizon.
Because 9.41 miles away, which is the demarcation of the oil rig, you're seeing the surface of the water. Okay, and then you see the horizon behind it. And that horizon, in your guys' paradigm, you guys have a geometric horizon in your paradigm. And that blows that paradigm out of the water.
It is not a homogeneous smooth surface. That is not true. And also, You're not like, give me the air pressure and elevation data. You won't, because it's not there.
Okay, I'll give you the data. The water was 64 degrees. The water was 64 degrees. The air temperature was 67. I'll just mute him while I talk. So the water was 4 degrees, and the air temperature was 64 degrees, and the air temperature was 67. What else do you need?
I want the raw data. Like, give it.
He literally just gave it to you.
No,
moron.
like the raw data, not you saying numbers. Like, give it to me in the chat.
It's in the video.
Like, I want it in it. Like,
it's in the video, dummy. You didn't watch it.
Yeah, I saw the video. Like, is there any text, or is it just because they told you so?
You can go back and look it up for that day. It's historical.
There you go. It's because they told you so.
So the Weather Channel lies now?
It's blocked.
No,
so now all the meteorologists now lie?
The YouTuber is misrepresenting what they're showing you.
So you didn't watch the video?
Oh, I've seen the video, and the video shows an oil rig that appears at different elevations throughout the video.
Why are you looking at the oil rig when we're talking about the horizon?
Because the oil rig, from your argument, is that, oh, there's no such thing as atmospheric refraction. It can't bend through light.
No one said that.
The oil rig is sinking and rising.
No, it's not.
At different points.
Why are you looking at the oil rig for the 10th time? Why are you looking at the oil rig?
Why am I looking at the observation? Oh, I don't know.
We're looking at the horizon behind the oil rigs.
Every time something
are you stupid, dude?
Distorts your
dude. Are you
your worldview?
stupid?
You say, why are you looking at it? Why are
I have
you
a question
looking
for
at
you,
that?
Triangle, once you mute this bad glover.
I mean, it's just kind of pathetic, but that's it.
You are. I agree. You are. Yeah, that's true.
So hey, maybe I can ask Triangle, please, JJ, if you don't mind. God damn, what does he leave on his own like that?
Yeah, he's stupid. Leave him alone.
What a fucking pussy! Like at least even if you guys mute me, I'm patient and continue to listen. Just because I'm muted, I know I'll get unmuted eventually.
Yeah, well, that's what we deal with. That's what we deal with.
I don't know if Triangle has been listening the whole time, but I wanted to run through one of our questions that we were having, and because we were talking about the horizon behind the oil rigs. So how does Triangle know the distance to the horizon behind the oil rig?
He doesn't. He doesn't know shit about shit. All he has, he jumps in here with his paradigm and his fucking. He just He's
talking about me.
Talking about Triangle.
No, I'm sorry. I thought you meant JJ. My bad.
So how do I know what?
Yeah, like we're talking about the horizon behind the oil rigs, and so I'm fine talking about that. I just want to know like how we're determining the actual distance to that apparent horizon behind the oil rig.
You're looking down from the sky and you're seeing these oil rigs sitting down there, and you're measuring the distance from the beach to the oil rigs, and you get 9.41 miles, and you see the horizon is behind it, so the horizon has to be farther than 9.41 miles. Does that now make sense after 2 years?
Right. No, I actually didn't understand. That didn't make sense until for the last 2 years. But I want to know, like, how far away is it?
Yeah, numbers aren't even really
9.41 miles. Farther than 9.41 miles.
It's greater than 9.41. So,
yeah.
But how do we not know? How do we know that it's not elevation? Because you said it's above, like behind it, but like in the view of for the Black Swan example, it's higher than the oil rig.
What about the land behind it? What about the land behind the horizon?
I don't know that there's land behind.
You haven't watched the video. That's why.
Well, you can't see it in it doesn't show up in the Black Swan.
It's because it's a still shot. You need to watch the video, and then you can see there's land back there too. Is that land just floating in the sky now?
No, I don't think so. But so how do we? So why can't we see the land in the Black Swan again?
Because he zoomed in.
That's not the horizon, and doesn't that make the line behind?
Because he's zoomed in.
Horizon?
Because he's zoomed in.
I thought it was 1 foot observer height.
Dude, he's zoomed in.
Did you just admit that you're 1 feet tall?
If you let me type, I'll post a source that completely demolishes this oil rig.
You're retarded, JJ. We've all established that, bro.
Just get rid of that dude.
Yeah,
Just get rid of
you're not even like you're not smart enough for this conversation, bro. You really.
Oh yeah.
Being condescending is like the worst thing you can be in this channel. Like, just don't be condescending, and you can actually get like a lot more word in.
Fair enough, but let me post something. I don't even want to talk. I just want to post something.
Yeah, there you go. See, that's why I got to teach these Globers. That's kind of another reason why.
No. Why do you need to post something if you don't know what to say about it?
I do know what to say, but I'd rather not because it gives actual data.
No, we're not doing that. You're going to go ahead and tell us your proof.
Topic you're talking about. So I think it'd be helpful.
No, not doing that.
No matter what.
Well, I think it'd be helpful.
Oh, you're not allowed to post
oil rigs. If you really think these oil rigs are important, you want to see this.
No, they're not important. They're just mile markers.
Because, like, if
other people are bringing them up as important,
the oil rig is behind the water. I'm just reading out Chong. Chong's got some good questions and comments. I think it's also in the water, but only the top part shows. Pity it's
okay. Do you understand? Hold on. For you and JJ, do you guys understand to see the surface of the water that is at the bottom of the oil rig? Okay, the surface of the water. Do you understand how that debunks a globe that has a 3,959 mile radius? Let's start there. You guys understand that?
I understand why you think that. I don't think you don't understand why that's wrong.
Okay, so you think
that's why it's wrong?
Yeah, exactly. How is that wrong, bro?
Let me post something, and it'll just be easier for you.
No, you can speak.
Like, what did I say? Like, I explained it at one point. I explained part of it before. If you can say that, that'll be enough. But just let me post something. I don't think you'll be able to remember it.
Well, I'm not going to remember what I haven't been told. I can assure you of that.
That's a good point.
What's
up, my boys?
What's up, Radwin and Matrix? Welcome
How
to the
you been? And Americanga, how you been?
Nigga.
Wow. Okay. You started off
how you been, my boy?
I'm all right, bro. How are you?
I'm good, my boy. But you thought I started it out all wrong? Like, what do you mean? I thought I was being pretty cool with you.
Well.
And I know your reputation too, and like I thought I was being chill with you.
No, you're good. You're good. You just can't jump in and saying those crazy words like that, bro. That
What was the crazy word that I said?
I don't want to repeat it, but it's okay. Let's just move past that. Here's the point.
No, if I had a TOS violation, like I need to hear it.
You know. It's not that hard to.
Well, I don't know. I just got here, so I'm wondering. I'm curious.
Well, TOS is. You should already know TOS before you come into any channel.
Here's just like one thing that should give you a hint. The refraction, even according to the person who took that video, was very.
Damn. Well, let him finish. I want to hear what he said.
I think there is a cyber attack happening.
What do you guys think of the Flat Earth Society?
Sounds gay.
Do you disagree with the Flat Earth
Society? Women who are upset about their current situations.
How is that different from this Flat Earth? What's the difference between Flat Earth, 24/7 Flat Earth, and Flat Earth Society?
Oh, I gotcha. So Flat Earth Society is a website made by Globers to make fun of flat earthers, and we actually debunk the globe. There's a difference.
Get debunked, retard.
And we're not in the Flat Earth Society. Yeah, that's a big difference. I'm not in that one. They'd know it if I was there.
Is that it then?
Jeez, the amount of like scum that we have to get through just to try to like talk to someone that's actually interested in and trying to have a valid argument with, it's crazy.
So JJ, you squawked the word refraction. Assuming your refraction, how much further should we see as a percentage? Please.
I asked him earlier. I said, what's the coefficient of refraction that he has to calculate to be able to see the thing that he said that we are seeing? He couldn't answer that. He's not smart enough for the conversation.
I think he's just a coward and he doesn't want to answer. So you're going.
Can I get a sentence out? Because
as long as you've got the answer to the questions asked,
because we can see the bending of stuff in the photo.
No, you
the
can't.
guy who took the video and admitted the refraction was strong.
You're a liar.
You can see that there's stuff bending in it. Like you can even
how much refraction do you have in 3 degrees?
We all
I'm
agree.
going to mute you
And give
because you just keep
we
talking.
all agree that given.
So how much refraction is in? So the water temperature was 64 and the air was 67. How much refraction is in 3 degrees? You said it's extreme.
I'm not done. So because we can,
you are done.
Bending of stuff on the actual like oil rigs. We know.
Okay, JJ, shut up for a second. Do yourself a favour. I'm going to ask you very simply. In the Black Swan image, would you consider that a small, a medium, a large, or an extreme amount of refraction? Which one is it?
Medium to large?
Small,
you get
medium, large, or extreme?
Obviously.
Which one are you going
there's
for?
a lot of refraction going on. But I'm telling you.
So what are you going for?
By virtue of...
Which one are you going for?
We all agree.
Which one are you going... No, we're not going to do this, guy. Shut up. I'm not going to put up with your shit this afternoon. No, sorry. A small amount of refraction, a medium amount, a large amount, or an extreme amount. That's all I want to know. Obviously, I've given you too many choices and it's fried your brain, but I just want to know, what do you consider in the original Black Swan? Let's try again.
I would consider it a large amount of refraction. Now,
a large amount of refraction.
Because
so that means, in that case, with a large amount of refraction, I'd go, Jake, I wouldn't do it.
To hear what I have to say.
Because you're a fucking coward and you won't answer the question. So with a large amount of refraction, that's going to take the distance from 1.22 up to 1.34. So let's do the calculation, boys and girls. The square root of 1 is 1. Times 1.34 equals 1.34 miles. Guess what? Your horizon is beyond that. So with your refraction, and I'm letting you have it because I'm feeling super generous, you still haven't got what you need.
Yeah, just
do you think the oil rigs are sinking?
I didn't say anything about oil rigs sinking. That's
like
some
the
bullshit
reason, like
you've made
different
up.
parts of the video, there are different elevations. You think they're sinking, or is light bending?
Okay, we're just going to put you on mute. You're an idiot. Why have you brought up something non-related to the topic?
Just to break it down mathematically for the listeners, the amount of refraction that he's talking about with Radwan...
Don't tell him, APOC, don't tell him. Do not give him what the number actually is. He's got to work it out for himself. Every time he comes in here and any of the Black Swan images get put up, he sits there and barks refraction, but yet he will not give a number on how much there is.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. I was going to give it, but you're right. Let them do it. It's funny.
Well, he said a large amount. If he'd have said extreme, I'd have taken it up to 1.41 or 1.42. It's something like that. But he only said a large amount, so 1.31.
Yeah.
He doesn't realise that all they do is just make the ball bigger. That's it.
Yep. Oh, Matrix, you've missed the whole past 2 hours. I broke it down for Talon. Matter of fact, I think Talon can maybe even like ascribe everything that we talked about. Go ahead, Talon. You let, as a Glober, tell Matrix what we gone over and how you understand it. Go ahead.
Okay, so we have been able to understand what we're looking at in terms of the paradigm of the Glober and also the paradigm of the globe denier, and how there's a horizon behind the oil rigs, and that horizon is established to be farther than 9.41 miles, which means that is greater than the perceived geometric horizon of 1.22 miles to the 1 foot observer height in the Globetard model, and thus disproven because the black spot exists and proves the Glober's wrong.
Do you remember the math that we went over?
No, I don't remember all the math. That's fucking for nerds, dude. That's why I could like write all that shit down.
I was really hoping you remembered. Do you remember the mathematical refraction coefficient that would be applied until what we're seeing?
No, we're literally out of time. I got to go to bed. Like that's like literally what we left. We can't even like get into that because
anyway, Alan, well done for remembering that much.
For another 4 fucking hours, and I got to literally go to sleep. So, yeah,
okay. Talon,
is tagging out for real this time.
Talon. Short answer was a negative 150 refraction
that's
coefficient.
That's where we're right. That's literally where we are at. We're at refraction coefficients. Like we just haven't even been able. Right. Like that's for the next subject that we'll talk about when I'm. All right.
Sounds good, bro. Have a good night, man. Have a good night.
Hang out, but I'm not going to be able to chime in. You guys are going to be stuck with the.
Talon, just a quick one.
I have no fucking idea.
Wise move. This morning, my time this morning, you were on. And there was a guy that said the sun is a ball of gas, and if you do the math, that you will come to the same conclusion. You stepping away from that was the smartest thing I've heard anyone do in a long time.
Is that Ben? I think that was Brenda or something, right? Something about Brenda.
I don't know who it was. I can't remember.
That was Brenda Debates talking about the sun being a ball of gas, and yeah, I mean, like that's again more topics. Like I'm an expert Glober, so I love talking about all the different. I know all their scripts, and so I know all.
Well, I wasn't worried about what they said. The only thing I picked up on was if you do the maths, you will come to the same conclusion. I just wanted him to go through his math and how the conclusion that he come to, and he just posted up a whole heap of shit, and I had to go to work, and I was like, damn, I wanted to find out what he's.
Well, so I think one of the things I do want to do is help translate for Globetards and see if I can speak because
Would you like me to mail you a box of crayons?
Yeah, because I consider obviously there's Globers that are smarter than me, and then there's flat earthers that are smarter than me. So I like to consider myself Globe Jesus because I can actually kind of work both. I can actually live within both realities and actually not piss everybody off.
Hey, Talon, I got one for you. I'm going to obviously get banned from this channel in like 30 seconds, but I'm on a Starlink right now. How does that work?
Magic Elon Musk powers. It's a weather balloon, so they're, about satelloons. Come on, Arner. This is like cheap shit. See you like a bad boy.
You're gonna have to start charging to translate. You're gonna make a fortune out of this.
Better than satellites exist to prove the globe.
Yeah, but I mean, so if I go to Yellowstone National Park, where are the weather balloons when my son is doing his summer school on the Starlink?
Hey, dude, are you telling me that the satellite follows your son around?
The satellites are in
that's creepy.
Synchronous low Earth orbit, but I mean, sure.
So they follow him around?
No, they provide an internet connection when they're.
So are they moving, or are they flying overhead, or are they following him?
Following who?
Your son doing homework.
No,
dummy.
Providing the internet connection.
So is that internet connection straight above him, or is it moving around?
It's coming from a network of geosynchronous satellites.
So there's a whole bunch of satellites up there just beaming internet at him?
Correct. Well, beaming internet.
You got any proof of this?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, post it.
Okay. I mean, my great uncle worked for NASA, so I'm sure you guys won't like that.
So that has nothing to do with anything. My dad worked there.
Cool.
Your great uncle. Did they have NASA back then?
What do you mean back then?
Your great uncle.
Yeah. He retired in 88.
So they had NASA still?
The Challenger shuttle blew up in 1984. So
no, it didn't.
NASA.
People are still alive.
Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, so you just honestly just ban me from this channel so I can claim it.
No, you go ahead and leave on your own, dude. Why are you so stressed?
What's there to claim?
I'm not stressed.
Yeah, you are.
What are you trying? What are you trying
First
to
thing
claim?
you did,
Why
you
the
came
necessity
in
to
and
be
asked how
banned?
do you get banned. You came in and asked how do you get banned because you're stressed out.
Starlink, and I want to know how my Starlink works.
I asked you, is it hovering? Is it hovering over your sun?
No, it's not. There's no observable. I can look with my fucking. So, do monoculars work? Do ocular lenses work?
Can't you use like a zoom lens so you can have variable distances?
I'm just saying, like, would I be able to see these weather, quote unquote, weather balloons that are providing the internet connection, and how are they controlled?
Yeah, there was one over the United States a couple of years ago. Remember, they shot it down.
What control?
That was a NASA balloon. That was a NASA. That was a NASA satellite. That was a NASA satellite.
That was providing all the internet connection for every Starlink.
The balloons aren't providing the internet connections. The devices hanging off them are.
No, dude, you're wrong. You think that the internet is floating in the sky, and you think a little tiny device like your phone can shoot 3,000 miles into the sky. Yeah, of course you can.
Yeah, it's not the phone. The phone, cell phone's attached to towers, which are terrestrial objects. With the satellite dish, right? The dish itself is what's receiving the signal from the satellites. That's a completely different thing than a phone. I never made a claim that a phone could shoot its signal into the
So you're going to stand next to that powerful device shooting that beam that far? Aren't you afraid of getting weird shit happening to you?
Nah.
So how much power do you got to plug in for those to power them up?
I mean, you mean like what kind of power does it consume? Or how
Yeah, when you're using it. So is it 220? Is it 440? What kind of power lines you got to bring in to power up that dish?
It's literally a 110 volt system that only consumes about 65 watts when it's moving around, about 30 watts of power when it's at idle.
So you can shoot up in the air and your signal goes really far?
Yeah.
Amazing. How come radio stations need 1 million watts of power and they can't even broadcast 50 miles?
Atmospheric interference.
Oh, so it only happens to us, but to you it doesn't happen to.
Miles. How far do you think it is out to a low Earth geosynchronous orbit satellite?
There's no such thing.
I mean, but if there were, like hypothetically, how far do you think that would be?
There isn't.
Okay, cool.
You haven't proven anything yet. All you said was internet. Earth is globe.
I didn't come here to prove it.
My son, homework. Internet globe. That's what you. That's all of your proof so far. My son, homework. Internet globe. And you think the internet follows him around. It's almost like you live in this weird reality where things follow you from the sky.
Is that what happened? So I just came here I didn't come here to prove anything. I came here to ask how my Starlink works because I'm not really a technical.
You haven't told me how it works.
You came here to ask how to get banned.
I'm asking you how it works, bro.
What do you mean? Why would I have I don't have Starlink.
Cool.
You have it.
Somebody. So how's it work? Because what they say is that it's satellites. And if that's not true, according to y'all, how does it work?
Are the satellites moving or are they following your sun around?
I mean, I got an app on the phone that like shows, all the stars in the sky.
Oh, God, that's not what I asked you about stars.
You can stop fucking interrupting, bro.
I didn't ask you about stars, bro.
I got an app that shows all the stars in the sky, but it also shows the
Okay, so you didn't hear me.
Satellites and all the other satellites that are up there, and so you can kind of point it around, and you can see that they're moving. Or at least that's what the app says. So I assume that they're up there, and they're beaming a fucking internet signal down. But I like
so,
that guy.
How often does your IP address change?
I don't know. I haven't looked at it. I guess I could.
Every second, every 2 seconds? Because they're going 17,500 miles per hour overhead. How long do you get an internet signal from satellite number 1?
I mean, it never breaks up, as far as I can tell. I mean,
so it stays above your sun. It follows them around like a creepy cloud.
I'm fucking talking to you on the goddamn Starlink signal right now, bro.
So it follows your sun around like a creepy cloud?
Why you can stop talking about my fucking kid?
Then why did you bring him up?
because like we were in Yellowstone. There's no other fucking internet connection there. There's no.
All right, so we'll talk about your son again.
That was years ago.
Oh, so now it's been years you guys have had Starlink.
Sounds like you're obsessed with children. Anyway, kid's not around right now. I'm here. I'm on the Starlink. I'm talking to you on it.
Prove it.
I don't know, like maybe it's not changing.
Prove it.
What do you mean prove it?
Prove that you are.
Prove that I'm on a Starlink?
Yeah, and prove that it's talking to a satellite following your son around.
I didn't come here to make a claim. I came here to ask you how.
You did make a claim.
Well, I mean, I plugged the fucking thing in. I put it out in the yard. 30 minutes later, I got internet connection.
Okay, you've got your Starlink. It works. You're on the thing talking to us. Congratulations. Does it prove the shape of the ground? No. Sorry, bro. Try again.
I didn't say it did.
Well, that's what we're after. Something that'll prove the shape of the ground. Currently, Starlink is not doing it.
Okay. How?
Well, it's up in the sky and we're on the ground. We're talking about the ground. You're talking about shit in the sky. So that's not going to prove the shape of the ground.
Well, but okay, so the claim from Starlink is that it's satellites in the fucking.
No. The claim from you. I don't give a shit what Starlink claim they can do. They can wipe their bum with sandpaper. I don't care.
Okay, so do you think that the signal's just coming from like?
Don't care. Don't care. It's not going to prove the shape of the ground. That's what this channel's about.
Okay,
So, do you have any evidence or proof, queries or concerns in regards to the shape of the ground? Whether it's flat, whether it's round, whether you think it's a pizza? What's your...
So the deal is I can go to an area where there are no known cell phone towers, right?
Prove it.
If you're going to make claims, you might want to back them up. I forgot to mention that bit.
Hey, listen, I'm going to make a claim. I can fly to Jupiter and dance around on a gas ball.
Okay, cool. Great. What's the... are you asking anybody to tell you anything about that claim?
No, you just believe me. So there you go.
I didn't say I believed you. I just said, are you asking anybody to tell you about that? I'm asking you guys to tell me about the claim.
About your claim you made? About the claim you made? I don't know.
What claim?
You claim that there's a satellite following your son around at night.
No, I said that's what Starlink says, that the satellites are up there, and that's what provides the internet connection. That's why I'm here to ask you guys how the fuck internet.
How often does the IP address change then, since the satellites are moving at 17,500 miles per hour?
Again, I don't know.
So then don't come in here asking us questions if you don't know anything.
I know a lot. I know that I'm like on the thing right now, and if the IP address was changing, I mean, maybe it would disconnect me. Maybe.
So then it's not moving. It is It's just following. If your kid stands still, it stands still. If your kid rides a bike down to the creek, it follows them down to the creek like a creepy cloud.
You're a creep, dude. Can you stop talking about my kid?
Nope. You came in here, and that was the first thing you wanted to talk about was your son.
No, that was actually like I just said, "How's the Starlink?"
So you're never going to do that again, are you?
How do you think it? We're not. Yeah, not around somebody who's creeping out around kids like you. But,
you brought it up
because I said, fucking, he was at summer school. That's all I said, and you're the one.
Why is he stupid? Is he stupid?
No, it's actually accelerated. You choose to go.
Oh, you choose to go to school in the summer?
Yep.
He doesn't have any friends then?
No, he has lots of friends.
No. Stop lying, dude.
Bro, you seem like a really disturbed individual. Professor Triangle, huh? Okay, I'm going to make note of you. I'll see your profile here.
Yes, please make note, Detective Sunshine.
Definitely will. Because you seem like someone who probably shouldn't be talking about children.
You brought up your kid in this room.
You're the one.
You said satellites follow your kids around at night. You're the one who brought that shit up, not me.
Oh man, I'm gonna definitely start fucking recording this channel. Let's go ahead and do that right now. Go ahead and.
It's already recorded for your convenience. Have a look up the top, will ya? There's 2 bots in here.
Yeah, make sure you timestamp. Make sure you timestamp it in your complaint so they can go back and listen. How you came in here talking about your kid and satellites following him around.
I didn't say anything of the sort. I said he was doing summer school on his Starlink, and that's all I said. And you've mentioned him 50 times now. So You should definitely stop talking about people's children and keep talking about the flat Earth. And like I said, the only question I have is how does it work? Because they're
We
claiming
don't care how it works. I've already discussed this.
You didn't say anything. You were like weather balloons. Like it's a.
I did not say weather balloons. You're imagining shit.
Somebody else said that. I'm sorry, man. It was maybe.
I made it quite clear that your satellites do not prove either for or against the shape of the Earth.
Okay, so there can be satellites with the flat Earth too. I don't know, man. I'm not technical. I don't know this shit. I'm asking you guys these questions.
I'm going to make it quite clear. I have no issue with mechanical devices flying above my head. How they're up there, don't know, don't care. They can flap their little wings. That's great. Whoop-de-doo. Still doesn't prove the shape of the ground.
Okay, so yeah, that seems like a fair argument. Like, so there's something up there in the sky.
Don't care. There can be tops of trees, birds.
That sounds plausible.
Really, really tall mountains. Expectations. There's lots of stuff up there.
I'm not a particularly smart guy. I'm not a tech guy. I don't know how fucking often my IP address is changing, all that. Like, all I know is that there's the claim from, like, I plug in this.
And then you're going to reset, aren't you? Please don't reset on me. I don't want you to do that.
What do you mean reset?
Go back to where you were. As in someone presses the reset button, you blank out everything you just heard and go back to the start. Please do not do that.
No, I was just literally about to say, like...
Forget about your satellites. We've already made it quite clear. Satellites not prove anything. Not worth it. Try something else, please.
Great. I didn't come here to disprove the fucking thing.
No, you come here to talk shit about satellites. Look, up the top of the channel, bro, it says 24/7 flat Earth, not 24/7 we fix Starlink.
There's no problem with the Starlink. It works just fine.
So why would we care about it? Maybe if you scroll down a bit, there might be a channel that says, hey, we sort your Starlink problems out here. Ask us anything.
Problems with the Starlink?
Yeah, you do. You want to know how it works?
Well, I want to know, like, because the claim is there are a bunch of satellites in orbit around the Earth, right? And like that's how the internet connection is provided.
To orbit, to go around. So you telling me that you can't go around in a circle over a flat plane?
No, I didn't say that at all. And so, again, maybe you're giving me information here. I don't know, man.
And you've reset, haven't you? So you couldn't help yourself. Back to your stupid satellites.
I literally just said that might be a plausible scenario. Like, I don't know. I'm like accepting the information you're giving me and I'm thinking about it. Like, how is that a reset?
It still doesn't prove anything. Doesn't prove for or against anything. That's why it's crazy when people come in here and go, satellites, satellites, satellites. And it's like, bro, they don't prove anything.
I didn't say they did. I never...
Well, now that you understand that they don't, how about you try another topic, please?
Okay. I mean, like, I don't know what else do you guys talk about in here, you know? I got a beer. You guys talk about beer?
Oh, you're drunk too?
No, I just cracked the first one. I was about to take a sip of my first beer. So
Bro, you guys are making me want to drink. Fuck.
I just got off the road. I popped by here, you know. I was like, oh, okay, I wonder what these guys are talking about.
Quite a lot of the time we get people coming in here trying to prove that they live on a ball. And it's somewhat interesting.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not real smart, man. I don't know a lot of this stuff. I'm not technical.
Stop putting yourself down. That's not necessary.
I'm a fucking blue-collar laborer, you know, so I don't know what it is.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing.
You've got a job?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I don't know about the...
Excellent.
I don't know about shit. I know what they say.
Well, what can you tell me about the properties of water?
Like, it boils at a certain temperature. You can, like, cook things with it. If you put it in the freezer, it becomes a solid. They say it's made out of, like, 2 hydrogens and 1 oxygen. I don't know.
Tip it into a container. What shape does it take?
I think it just takes the shape of the container, right? Or like a little...
Excellent. That was super duper easy, wasn't it? See, we try not to overcomplicate things here. What about the surface of it? So you've just tipped it into your container. It's all settled down. What's the surface of the water doing?
Nothing.
How would you describe the surface of the water?
As wide as the container it's in, I guess.
Why is it they have so much trouble saying that one word? How would you describe the surface of the water after you've tipped it in the container?
Wet, shiny. I'm not sure.
Flat.
Probably. I mean, yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's not.
Yeah.
Deep, like, might be
property of
outside
liquids. Take the shape of their container and have a flat level surface.
Yeah, it's mostly flat. Like I look at my water glass right now, it kind of lips up where it like touches the container. I think they call that fuck man, I'm trying to remember grade school, like high school science.
Surface tension.
Surface tension. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, right on the very edge. That like.
Yeah, exactly. On the edge,
1/16, probably not even that.
Yeah, it's pretty flat in the glass.
Interesting. So how about we go to your bathtub now? We'll fill that up. Takes the shape of the container, which is the bathtub.
Same thing.
Flat level surface. Yeah. What about out in your neighbour's swimming pool? Shape of the container. Flat level surface.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd agree too, because it does. Now we go down to the local lake. Now lakes are lake-shaped. Fancy that. That's the shape of the container. Flat level surface.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, unless there's like rocks or like, something.
No, we're not worried about rocks sticking out of it. Then we go to the ocean.
I go fishing at this one spot, and ocean has a lot of waves, right? So it's not really.
Yeah, well, what about those days when there's no wind and it's all nice and it's like super glassy?
Oh yeah, no, I love that shit. Like, there's a lake where my buddy and I go out on his jet skis when it's super glassy out, man. Fucking love that.
So it takes the shape of its container, flat level surface. So now that we know that the properties of water takes the shape of its container, flat level surface, horizontal, how can we live on a ball if 72% of it is water?
Don't know. Maybe that's the question.
Good answer.
I think, also the only way I would, because of my high school level knowledge, to answer that question would be that like if you hold an apple in your hand and you let it go, does it drop to the ground?
And what's that going to prove about the shape of the ground? Yay, I dropped an apple. Congratulations.
I went swimming with an apple and I was under the water and I dropped it. It didn't fall to the ground. What happened?
Well, the buoyancy of the apple's density of the apple's probably.
So the answer to your question is no, not all the time. Depends on the medium you're in.
Okay, sure, right. But in the air or in any other place, like it will fall, right? Because of gravity? Does gravity exist?
No, not because of gravity. Why are you making up shit? Why are you just adding things onto your story?
I just made up gravity?
Yeah, which way do things fall?
Towards the ground.
Oh, so the ground is in the sky? Is it up or down?
It's usually down, unless you're upside down.
Okay, so down and up are directions for flat Earth, not a globe, because there's no up or down on a globe.
Well, there's away from gravity and towards gravity, right?
So there's no down on a globe. There's no up either. If I ask you which direction is up, you can point any direction, right?
No.
What?
You could.
I thought the up was everywhere, but not the ground.
I mean, that would be like sideways or diagonal.
Yeah, is that up?
Maybe if you're like more than.
So now it's maybe
90 degrees above a level plane.
So, okay, so 90 degrees above a level plane, perfect. So you can't have a level plane on a ball, and you can't have angles like 90 degrees on the surface of a ball. Isn't that crazy?
Well, I mean, you can if it's big enough, probably.
You cannot. That's why you said you only have a high school level education, because somewhere in there they told you you can put an angle on a curve and get an angle from it. You can put an angle, a level on your bicycle tire and pick up the angle of it. That's crazy talk.
Well, I think high school geometry just tells us that'd be like a tangential line to the curve, right?
Yeah, what's the angle between the tangential line and the curve?
Depends on that's not a question that can be answered with the information that's given.
Okay, I have a curve and a tangential line touching it. What's the angle where they meet?
A curve of what magnitude?
A basketball sitting on a table. What's the angle they're meeting at?
That's not enough information to answer the question. Like I guess I could go measure a basketball and try to find out its dimensions and.
Yeah, why don't you Google it? It'll say, why are you Googling this? There's no such thing as an angle between a straight line and a curve, is what it'll tell you.
I don't use Google because I don't really trust Alphabet. I don't like them as a company.
What's your definition of the word angle? Two straight lines meeting.
Yeah, well, the same one they would give you in geometry. It's the degree of separation between two lines that meet at a single point.
Two what lines? You missed a word there, bruv.
Intersecting lines?
Straight lines.
Well, I mean, you can have an angle. I don't know.
You cannot have two curved lines touching each other or intersecting and then getting an angle from it. Go ahead and post in here how you get those angles.
That would be, I think they call that non-Euclidean geometry, and I know.
So we're not using that when you're talking about angles of 90 degrees, are you?
You're only a blue-collar worker. You don't know what that is, remember?
Well, I mean, like, again, yeah, this is just like high school geometry shit, so I don't know. What you guys are like very attacking, so that, but yeah, no, have fun.
Yeah, we're like this when we get weasels. Especially ones that are covered in grease.
Run them out of here. It's not hard to run these guys off.
Well, I'm going to take a leak. If you don't kick me, I'll be back in a minute. Like I said, I just got home from work, sat down, cracked my beer.
We're not going to kick you out, bro. You are way too much entertainment.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll be right back.
Cool. Well, he's ducking out. I'm going to go and change my sprinkler over. I'll be back.
Meanwhile, the Earth is flat.
As a globe-tard, I must say that the Earth is probably a globe.
So you're not even sure. Yeah, you're not even sure. That's crazy how none of you are sure about anything.
All right. Yeah. What's like? I guess I don't really care what the shape of the Earth is because I don't think it affects me on my daily life. But you guys seem to have like a real. What drives the need to like claim that it's flat, or even for the people who claim it's round? Like, where do you think it comes from? I guess is I don't know. Like, I'm gonna go to work in the morning, right? I'm gonna take care of my kid. Like, I don't.
Uh-oh, here we go again.
I don't really care about.
Here we go again.
The coping mechanism. Meanwhile, it doesn't matter. Why are you here, my friend?
Well, no, because I wanted to see what you guys had to say, right?
You're interested in the topic. you're here.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. Like, what drives it? What does it mean? Like,
yeah. So you just contradicted. You just contradicted yourself. You said, "What doesn't matter?"
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you're interested in the topic. So somehow it does matter to you.
I mean, I don't think it matters to my daily life, right? Like, if I get up tomorrow and the Earth is flat, or I get up tomorrow and the Earth is a sphere, like, I'm still gonna fucking go to work.
As do us all.
Right. So what's the?
Would it matter to you if you found out your wife was cheating on you?
Well, yeah, but that's very like that doesn't. I don't think that's a false dichotomy. I think they said.
Well, we found out the government was lying to us, and it matters to us.
Well, yeah, the government's lying. Of course they are.
Well, it matters to us. Truth matters. Why would the government lie? That doesn't make sense.
Why would the government lie? Good question.
Power and control, obviously, right? Like, why, of course they're gonna fucking lie. If it means that they can stay in power.
Good. Now you can never ask that question when it gets down to it. You can never ask, well, why would they lie about it? Now you can't ask that because you already answered it.
Okay.
Wouldn't it be easier to control us on a firmament, under a firmament?
Yeah, maybe. The government obviously is in control. We don't have any fucking like say in what goes on. I don't like.
But why control us by giving us hope that there's an entire universe out there?
You know, we give the government that power. And if we found out they were lying to us, I think most of the people would stop giving them that power.
I don't.
Yeah. I don't get that. You don't have any say over your own thoughts? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, of course we have say over our own thoughts. We don't have say over what the government does. That's what I said. Like, I can't control what the government does.
Whether the government says it or not, it's what you can hear to. Adhere to. Sorry, wrong word.
Well, right. So, like, you sound like you're from Oceania, right? Like Aussie or New Zealander. I'm sorry, I'm not really.
No, I'm Australian with a couple beers in me.
Okay, yeah, sweet, man. Are you drinking VB? I've had that.
Nah, I'm drinking you.
Drinking what?
Whatever's in the fridge, mate. I'm Aussie.
Yeah, I love it. That's great. Yeah. Whatever's fucking cold, right? I don't give a fuck if my friend hands me a Coors or a Budweiser or whatever. I'm drinking this Pilsner or a Quell right now. It's so good. This Czech beer. You guys ever had it?
Don't you have to go to work in a couple hours, you said?
I just got off of work, dude.
Let a man relax.
Jesus Christ.
Hey, Honor, you when Matrix was asking you about if bathtub was water, a bathtub of water was flat, swimming pool flat, lake flat. Do you know how much curve there should be across, like a 6 mile wide lake?
No idea. How much curve? What do you mean curve? Like
Hitler did nothing wrong at all.
How much curve?
Curving drop. If you're on one side,
Hitler did nothing wrong at all.
Shut up, one.
So it's a 6 mile wide lake. You're looking across it. There's going to be a curving drop over that 6 mile wide distance, right?
Maybe.
Well, I mean, if you're an ant standing on a basketball and you're looking forward, the basketball is going to be curving down and away from you, right?
Oh, sure. You're going back to the, it's a ball thing. So, yeah, I don't know how much curve, dude. I'm sure there's...
Take a guess. Couple inches, couple feet, couple 100 feet.
I have no idea. I would assume it would be 6 mile. Like, so what's the 6 miles is like a pretty small distance considering.
What school didn't teach you this?
It's like 6,000 miles to the Middle East, so it's maybe 12,000 miles around the globe. So it would be very small amount.
What is that? A couple millimeters, a couple 100 meters?
I don't know, man. Like I'm not good with math. Like I haven't looked any of this up. Like again, I don't
have a wild guess. We're not going to hold you to it. You're having a wild guess now, mate. 5 foot, 10 foot, 100 foot.
6 miles out of 12,000, maybe
6 miles across the lake.
Very small.
Wild stat.
A couple inches. I don't know.
Have a wild guess. Couple of inches, 2 inches. Is that what you're going with?
Maybe a few. I don't know. 3, 5.
3 inches. You said 3.
3.
Okay.
That's it. It was a wild stab. We're not going to hold it to it.
9 inches, just so I didn't
go 9.
Would it surprise you if we told you it was 24 feet, almost the height of like a 3-story building?
Like that's what they say.
Well, yeah,
that's what you guys say. That's what you Globers say.
Yeah, that's what the maths adds up to, mate.
So, you're saying that they claim that over 6 miles of space, it's how many feet?
24 feet.
24 feet. That's like pretty tall. I mean, that's like 3 solid, dudes, right?
So if you go to any curve, just Google Earth curve calculator or ask AI, you can confirm what we're saying. And so what we've done is we've found these numbers, and we've gone to lakes ourselves of that distance with high-powered optics. So you don't even really need a telescope or binoculars for 6 miles, but we've looked across these lakes, and then we're like, you can see shoreline to shoreline. There's no curve.
Okay, I don't really trust AI either, man. Like I've said earlier, I don't use Google because I don't like Alphabet.
Do you trust the radius of Earth?
He should. The government told him what it is.
Yeah.
What do you mean the government told me what it is?
They print the books for you to read.
What book?
That's right. What book taught you all this? That's right. Good question.
So the point is the government lied to you about the radius of the Earth as well as they've lied about it hundreds of other things.
Well, I didn't. What do you mean the government lied to me?
That's where our science books come from.
See how all of a sudden the government wouldn't lie? See how that works?
Yeah.
But I'm not sure what you mean the government lied to me. When did they lie to me?
When they approved the science books that went into your classrooms.
All of a sudden now the government wouldn't lie to him. Say that. Please say the government wouldn't lie about that. Please say that.
I went to private Catholic school.
You know what it says on the first page of the Catholic Bible? That we live under a dome above a basin on Genesis 1:7 of the Catholic Bible.
Yeah, I mean, sure, but so I just still don't understand how the government lied to me about it. Like,
uh-oh.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Well, you said that there's probably maybe 2 inches of curve across the lake.
You're talking about public school, right? People who went to public school.
What, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Say that again.
I thought I cut off. I guess he means people who went to public school, because that's like the government providing education, right? Not.
Yeah, same with your Catholic school. Same books.
Oh hell no, bro! Are you joking?
You think your books are printed somewhere else?
Guarantee you the Catholic's education curriculum still has to be approved by the science books that they use are going to be approved by the government. They're not just going to let it.
Of course it is. They have to teach the same shit they teach in public schools.
No, they're not. Are you joking? You think private school is required?
Yes, they all teach the same thing. Do you learn how to multiply?
Yeah, of course, but that's
okay. So they all learn the same basic shit, don't they?
I don't really think that's a valid assertion.
Okay, so now all of a sudden, private schools teach different things than public schools. That's why people that come out of private schools, we don't understand them, right? Because we went to public schools.
You got some real problems, bro. You should seek some help. The curriculum of private schools is not regulated by the government or the Department of Education.
Who regulates it?
It is to like some minimal standards, but if you think that the science
who regulates it,
if you think the science books are in Christian and Catholic schools are the same as the ones in public schools, you're sorely mistaken.
What's the difference in them?
They teach creationism first of all. Like,
what does that have to do with physics?
Yeah, show us this evidence that they're different.
You're joking, right?
Well, you made the claim that they were different, my friend. Perhaps you should back that up.
I mean, the science textbooks that you get in public schools say that like the Earth is fucking 4 million years old, right? The science textbooks you get in fucking Catholic schools say the Earth is 3,500 years old. It's completely different. I don't know how to prove it. I mean, I guess.
Which one's right?
I think either of them are. I don't know. It's not. Again, I'm not fucking. I think like I don't care. I'm gonna get up tomorrow to work, like I said. Like I'm not a. I still go to mass. I'm just not a fan of the church for a lot of reasons. I'm not a fan of government for a lot of reasons.
Does age change the maths that they're employing?
Pardon?
Does the age change the maths that they're employing?
Does the age change the mass? I don't understand the question.
That they're employing, they state the same maths, the same concepts.
No, I said mass as in like a service, like you go to church. It's called mass when you go to Catholic service. Like,
okay.
He was asking you about your Catholic versus public school difference when you claim one says 3,500 years, the other says a couple of million.
Right. Billion, actually, but whatever.
Million, billion. Yeah, give or take a zero.
Whatever. Like, again, but if you think that they're the same textbooks, that's just blatantly.
Does it make a difference? They're still implying the same concept that you're on a ball tard. The only difference is one says billion years, one says 3,500 years.
They're still implying
They're still implying a ball without backing the data up. Hey, just accept the fact that it's a ball. Okay, how did you prove that? Don't worry about that, little Johnny. We're going to do another subject now.
I don't even remember them telling me the Earth was a ball.
There you go. How did you learn it then?
I didn't learn it.
Oh, that's gotta hurt.
Ouch.
So what? You just got up one Sunday morning and went, stuff it, I live on a ball.
No, I didn't. I don't like. Again, I don't give a fuck. Right? I've never thought about it that much before. And like, why would I?
Well, that's what this room's about, mate. Thinking about it.
Yes, you've thought about it many, many thousands of times. You have thought about it. You just won't admit it.
Okay, bro. Whatever you need to tell yourself.
So it
doesn't affect me at all.
If a globe, the 6 mile wide lake had 6 inches of curve across it, like you said, that would make it 48 times larger than the mainstream globe with 190,000 mile radius. That would mean there's a lot of hidden land or something.
I mean, like, you just asked me to give a number, dude. I don't know. Like, I'm not doing the math. I don't have the fucking numbers in front of me. I'm not sitting there with a pencil. Like, I don't have my fucking, I don't have like the
one thing you got to realize, mate, is we all thought it was a ball card. We all thought we were all on the same page as you are.
Yeah.
But we went and observed, and we realized it's not.
So, if I go out and I figure out tomorrow that the Earth is flat, how does that change my life?
It doesn't matter. At least you know.
Okay, cool. I mean, like...
Oh, how does it change your life? Because you know this place was created, not an accident.
Good point.
Yeah, everything you observe in nature will be 100 times more interesting.
You think so? I mean, maybe.
Absolutely. It was for me when I found it out. I wanted to learn, it made me want to learn. It made learning fun again.
Yeah, it's quite profound.
Maybe that's a good reason. I don't even remember having fun, right? I just fucking get up, I go to work, I fucking take care of my family, I come home, I drink a beer, I do my shit, and I go to bed.
We weren't meant for that. We were meant for better than
sleep, work, repeat cycle.
Yeah,
that's why you don't know anything, because you come home, you sit down in front of the news, you get blasted by propaganda, you have your dinner, have a shower, go to bed, get up, repeat.
I don't even watch
that. That cycle's already changed for you by being in here today.
What's the difference between you and a robot? Tell me this.
Almost nothing.
Yeah, it's sad.
To be honest, it is sad. We fucking literally get up, we fucking work for the man, we slave away, we fucking do our labor so that the fucking billionaire class can have their fucking profit, and we come home.
Well, I have good news for you. I'm part of the group that's taking away that labor part, so you won't have to worry about doing that stuff in the future.
Bro, I don't ever want to talk to you again in my life because you've mentioned my kid 50 times, and I think you're a fucking creeper.
No, you mentioned your kid. You mentioned your kid again.
Again. Yeah, cut that shit out.
I don't want to hear him fucking talk anymore.
Well, you're here because you know something's wrong, right?
I mean, I'm just here because, like, it seemed like a populated room, and I know because I live in an area where there's not much internet connection, So I got the fucking Starlink.
Don't reset on me, bro. Don't reset.
I'm
you
not
can do
resetting, dude. I'm just saying that's
Sounds
why
like
I'm
it.
here. That's
You
what.
sound like you want to reset yourself.
What do you call it? A fucking? I'm just telling him why I was here. Like, that's what brought me into this room. Is like, how does it work? So I don't know. I don't fucking know shit.
I'll control the link.
Anything. I only claim dominion over my own fucking house and my family, right? Like, I don't know how shit works. I don't claim to know how shit works. I don't claim to be the fucking, knowledge master of the universe.
Well, you went all right with understanding the physics of water. What's the problem there? So all you have to do is understand a few basic things.
I'm sure there's people understand that shit way better than me. And
Actually, you'd be surprised. We get motherfuckers coming here, they don't know what shapes water. Ice, huh? What's your favourite day? Crayon. Man, you've absolutely flogged a few of them. You've got no idea the levels of fucking idiot we get through here.
One of my favorite snacks is a crayon, and anybody who knows what that means will know what that means. But, I've been sold a lot of bullshit in my life by a bunch of people who want to make fucking profit off of me or take advantage of me or whatever, right? And so I don't really trust much of anything anymore. Like I said, I'm the only.
Well, that's why a lot of the people in here go out and test things for themselves. So instead of just me hearing you or you hearing me saying, hey, it's flat, just believe me, we don't want you to believe us. We want you to go, hang on a minute, I'm going to check this shit for myself.
Well, all right.
You go and check it out for yourself.
Yeah, we have
so
all
you're not
been
a believer anymore.
We've all been sold a lot of bullshit.
I mean, we were sold bullshit around fucking COVID, right? My fucking government shut my.
Yeah, we don't talk about that shit in here, over. Sorry.
Oh, okay, yeah, my bad. It's just the government again, right? Like they fucking lie.
Yeah, it seems to be a common theme, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So the question I'll put forward to you, check it out. If you've been lied to about one thing, what else have they lied to you about?
Probably everything.
Yeah. It doesn't leave much breathing room, does it?
Most of it's truth, so that the lies seem reasonable, right?
Most of it's truth. Where is the mistrust?
If they tell you, if they're literally saying things that are true and true and true and true, and then they put a lie in there, and then true and true and true, and they put a lie in there, like, you won't fucking know, right?
Hey, when the government tells you you are under arrest, you better believe it. You are under arrest.
Well, yeah, of course. Cops have yeah. I'm not a big fan of cops either. law enforcement in the family, but is what it is. I'm gonna go fetch my second beer. I'll be right back.
Yeah, get one with a bit more sense. Common sense. Common sense is rare these days.
So they mostly tell the truth, and then sometimes they mix in a few lies here and there. Sounds weird.
That was weird. Way. Mostly it's lies with the occasional truth thrown in there.
Well, you can hear what it sounds like from their point of view. It's mostly truth. Sometimes they lie just to control people.
Yeah, it's up to you to decipher what's what.
I'll tell you one thing that's disappointed me this week. Our dumb shit Prime Minister went over to Yankee Land, and Trumpy, all he had to do was just point his finger at Albanese and go, "You're a fucking clown, son. Go home." That's it. That's all he had to do. And he didn't do it. I was highly disappointed. So now he's can keep him. I offer you our PM. Please, don't let him come back. We don't want him.
We're full right now. There's no vacancies.
Oh, I heard that while I was coming back in. If you guys don't want to talk, that's fine. I'll dip.
Oh, I just fell there while you were here.
Yeah, good luck. Nice talking to y'all. Thanks for sharing your perspectives and stuff. So have a good one.
Bro, we weren't kicking you out.
Talking about you. Oh, yourself.
That's it. Right. I was just gonna say, to what you were saying, Major. Yeah, there was a big thing over the last week there between your Prime Minister and Trump. There, they signed like these massive mining deals.
Yeah, our PM's a muppet. I wouldn't trust him as far as I could drop kick him.
Oh, we're gonna get that one too. We're getting Australia too. Sweet.
Yeah, well, there's a big thing now, like with China doing all their funky business with like tariffs and shutting off exports and whatever, and the states are scrambling now to source all sorts of shit that they were otherwise relying on importing from China. So there's like a big push now. I've been following this stuff for like many years and stuff, and yeah, it's kind of coming to a head. So you guys are one of the first.
Yeah, we changing Australia's name to Ausmerica.
There you go.
Sweet.
Canada's probably next there. I don't know. Like we have a bunch of shit up here too.
We're already. You guys just think you're a country.
Well, that's another thing, right? Like we're basically the 51st state already. So it's already a given, right? Kinda, sorta. But yeah.
I've got no problem being a 52nd state. I can deal with that.
Yeah. But yeah, the mining shit's going to be massive, man.
Yeah, first spirit. I don't know. Yeah, I forgot what I was going to say. But to the point, countries are ran by cunts. I'd like to know what did we say about old mate when he came back and said, "Yeah, I heard what you were saying." We weren't even talking about him.
Well, he thought I was.
Yeah.
So he had his little melt and used that as an excuse to.
Well, he was mad because I told him that we're automating shit these days, and he's going to have to get a new career. That's what. Do you know what sucks? Is you guys are going to have to learn how to do things besides just go put this in the hole and twist. We don't want you doing that anymore. We want you making sure that part is correct.
Yeah. Got to stop messing with people's core beliefs. Quite offensive.
Well, he said he was a robot, and I said, we're replacing the robots basically with robots. So what's the difference? These ones don't complain.
Wait, he was forced to critically think and then he got antsy about that? That's crazy.
Yeah, he blamed it on being absent.
I just find it funny how logic sometimes can trigger people over here, that if you speak logic to them, that at one point they just lose their mind. You ask a simple question and they just wiggle. It's astonishing. I mean, I left for a little bit. I went to the store and came back. The last thing I picked up when he was orienting towards up. And then the last thing said was, well, when you point down, that's not up, right? And he was trying to find a way to logically make it sound that when you point down, it is up. I was like, okay, there we are.
Yeah, he made up his own bullshit while he was away.
He'll be back. That beer's going to kick in. That second one, he'll be back.
He'll be back.
He's going to. What do you call it? He's
gonna sit there and then be like, no, I'm not gonna let them have the final word, cracks a beer, and comes back in.
His fear muscles are gonna get huge.
I'm a visual thinker. I can picture him standing there like, you know what? Not today. Cracks another beer, hops back in and like, round 2, let's go. Gets rambled again.
That would not be the first time. Would probably be around the 50th or 100th time that we've only been in just this server in 2 years.
Oh, there goes the engine.
I hope he goes to the lake with his kid camping or some shit like that.
Jeez, I can barely hear you, man. Wait.
That's a good thing. And he looks across the water and he goes, fuck it, they were right. And it drives me mad.
Looking across the water. Let me check.
Hold on a minute.
Wait, let me check quickly. Let me open the porthole.
Makes the measurements, scratches his head. Well, hold on a minute. You were right all along. What the fuck?
I'm sure he would be telling him that he's wrong.
Yeah, there's a horizon. There's water. Moving alright.
It's flat, Dad. What are you talking about?
And then he applies that logic to other things, right? He starts actually critically thinking, and then he finds out his entire life has been a lie. Like, it's not just that. It's like a plethora of things where people just tell him shit, and he just believes it straight off the bat. Zero critical fit. Like, what the fuck? Where have I been?
First he said the government lies. Then he said the government mostly tells the truth and sprinkles in lies.
Can I ask a question? How do you get the video permissions on this channel?
Oh yeah, we don't want to see you.
No, I don't want you to show me.
Yeah, we won't. Don't worry.
You're only
I
a
don't
level
want you to
2.
see me,
You've got
I
to
want
get
you
up
to see
to
what it
level
is.
3. And you've got. It's to do with your rank. You're only a level 2. You have to be level 3 to post in here.
Yeah, level up.
How do I do that?
Paintball room.
Spent time in
I usually use voice channels, so I don't really text that much in chats. That's maybe why.
It's just a matter of being there, and then it will happen.
Oh well.
Took me about 2 months, though. I'm not gonna lie.
To get level 3?
Well, to get the video perms, or at least there was this one girl, and she was like a mod on this server, like staff server or whatever, and she told me if you get here, it takes a couple of days, and I was been there for 2 weeks, and then after 2 weeks, I got it. I was like, okay, well, it's more than 2 days, but sure.
Fucking hell. Sorry, I'm just looking out the window right now, and it's kind of crazy. But yeah, you saying mod?
Oh, I forgot I was.
Huh?
I have short-term memory loss. I forgot what I said.
Alright, sorry.
What was that?
That's alright.
About what? It's alright about what? I didn't catch that.
Okay, being funny. Alright, whatever.
Just give it some time. Just, tune in for the good conversations. You'll get it eventually.
Yeah. What I find funny is that you guys, you use a lot of knowledge that you get on the internet, and some of you even hard believers. I'm not saying you can do what you want, believe what you want, but some of you believe from what you see on the internet, and then you formulate an opinion of that.
It's a big assumption you're making.
Where I am right now, to speak, I'm legit on the ocean. I'm looking out the porthole, and there's water all around. Now, how many do you guys think of seafarers believe that the world is flat? It's just an estimate. How many do you believe that? Think that?
All of them.
Anybody else got a guess?
Kind of agree with what he just said. I don't see them measuring in curve with any of their navigation, so.
That's right. You're not measuring any curves with navigation. No, you're not.
Flat lines, A to B.
They don't necessarily directly measure the curve, but a lot of the instruments that we use definitely do have the influence of a curvature to influence what they do.
That's not true. No, that's not true at all.
You say that, but do you even know what these systems are?
Yeah. I know what a sextant does.
Not a sextant.
Oh, so if you're going to navigate, we're going to talk about actual navigation. We're going to talk about actual navigation.
Yeah.
Do you know how to do that at all?
Huh?
Do you know how to do celestial navigation?
I never took that course whilst I was on a training ship. No, sadly. I wish I did, but I didn't. So I don't know anything about sextants. I know you use celestial navigation then.
Yeah,
I know
so you get an angle. You get an angle to the star, right?
Yeah, but again, I don't know anything about.
What? You're going to let me finish? Are you going to let me finish? Do you get an angle to a star with that?
What?
Yes. You get an angle to a star with the sextant, right?
That might be right. I don't know. I have never studied it.
Oh, wow. See, you probably don't have any room to talk then.
What do you mean?
Well, if you don't know that a sextant gets an angle to something in the sky, and that's basic shit that you learn in third grade, like Sesame Street when they show people doing it. You should know that you're getting an angle to a star, correct?
Yeah, that's right. But like, I don't know more than the basics of it.
Okay, so now that you know it's an angle, now that you know it's an angle to a star, you can't get an angle from the surface of a ball. You cannot make angles from the surface of a ball. So Earth is flat. You just proved ships prove the Earth is flat. Ships being able to navigate prove the Earth is flat. Yes, you're right.
Wow, really? Okay, but just think of this. We don't use sextants anymore. First of all, I don't know why you brought it up. It's irrelevant. It's outdated on every level. Like, every level. You don't use it at all. Most ships don't have them these days. We use Inmarsat. We use AIS systems. We use... AIS is system, but like, whatever.
So what happens if the main systems falter, right? If like electronics like wipe off, what type of measurement do you need to use to navigate from A to B? What is that called?
He said he didn't take the class. He would just float around.
He would just float around apparently because he doesn't have a base
you didn't take the class. You didn't take the class. You're going to sail in a circle. That's what's going to happen.
Hey. Wow, really? Is that what you're gonna fucking say? That we're sailing in a circle even though we're holding a single course? We're not turning, we're just keeping our course.
Oh, you don't go straight, you tack.
Oh, we tack. Okay, that's a sailing vessel, my man. I'm not on a sailing vessel.
Even with your motor, the wind's blowing you sideways, son.
What?
You still have to correct your course even with a motor.
Yeah.
You've never been on a boat before, have you? You've never driven a boat, have you?
Yeah, I have. I actually have a FRB certificate and also a lot of other certificates.
Well, then don't act like you don't know what I'm talking about.
What do you want about then?
Yeah, you're taking
I was just calling you out for acting stupid. You know that you can't just point a boat and go in that direction and you end up in that spot. That's pretty weird.
Of course you use it.
There's wind current. There's certain ways to navigate that thing accordingly, but apparently you don't have the basic understanding because you never did the class.
Okay, how can I prove to you otherwise? Huh? How can I prove to you otherwise?
How high are you off the water right now when you look out the porthole?
How high?
Yes.
3 meters.
So 9 feet, 10 feet. Okay, so
3 feet, 6 feet, 9 feet. Yeah,
2 meters. What? How many feet?
9 feet. I don't use feet, but I know 3 feet is 1 meter. So, ish.
So 1 yard. 3 feet is 1 yard. A meter is not equal to a yard.
I don't know. I don't use the American system. I don't use imperial. Okay.
So about 10 feet. Okay, yeah, about 10 feet. So,
sometimes less.
So how far do you think you should see at 10 feet?
I don't know, about 5 kilometers or 8.
What if you see farther than that?
I don't.
But
if
you
I see
do.
farther than that, then we're bringing up that little issue that you guys really love to argue about.
What's that? What's that issue?
Refractions. Oh, we've been there before. We don't.
So are you telling me that shit that's down around a ball, and then you see it in the distance because it floats up into the air?
Excuse me?
Are you telling me that shit in a distance that's down behind the ball floats up into the air and you call that refraction? So you can see it from behind the ball, floats up in the air, and then you see it over the horizon. Is that called refraction?
Bro, I never fucking started talking about the fucking horizon. I don't know why you're bringing up the horizon in the first place.
How do you see stuff that's too far?
How do you see stuff that's too far? Let's go on to something that doesn't need to be visually seen, such as radios, okay? No. Listen, radios is the exact same as wavelengths. It's light.
You don't know how it works.
You can't see.
You don't know how that works.
Don't I?
Clearly.
Do you know what an ROC is?
You have no idea what that works, bro. You have no idea.
Do you know what an ROC is? Do you know what
you have no idea what you're talking about, bro. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Do you know what ROC is?
Sounds like you can't spell rock. That's what it spells like to me.
Yeah, ROC. That's exactly Restricted Operator Certificate. Do you have that? No.
Yeah,
So what's that gonna? How does that prove the shape of the ground, my friend? You've got a bit of paper. I don't have a bit of paper. So let's write the word clown shoes on your piece of paper. How's that going to prove the shape of the ground?
Don't you dare tell me
How's
that.
your piece of paper going to prove the shape of the ground?
How? Because I know how to fucking work a radio. You don't.
Really?
I know how they work. I know how they function. You say
So
it loses strength.
pressing a button means the Earth is a ball. Pressing a button and talking on the radio means the Earth is now a ball.
That's what I'm hearing. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, using an invisible light wing, like you can't see it. Okay.
So now, invisible light bends around the ball. Invisible light bends around the ball. Is that what you're telling us?
Let me speak. You have
Lord of the Rings 2 makes more sense.
60 nautical miles out, you have a mountain on the shoreline. You have a mountain, and there's a radar, an antenna on the top of that. Then you have a ship 30 nautical miles out. You can't see that ship because it's past what you can see. Okay? You like that when I say it like that? You can't see it. You can see the top of that mountain in the far distance. You can just see the top and that antenna. I'm using VHF, which can only go about 25 nautical miles, usually, depending on, you guessed it, height. If it's higher up, then it can reach further. Now, I'm at sea level, and I'm using the radio. Okay. The ship that's 30 nautical miles out won't hear me, but the guy on the mountain will hear me clear as day.
Hey, Lucas.
Explain that.
Hey, Lucas, do you know what the AN Spy 1 radar is?
AN Spy 1 radar?
Yeah, do you know what that is?
No, I don't know what that is.
Are you from America?
No, I'm not from America.
Okay, so here in America, we have a military vessel in the Navy, and they put the AN Spy 1 radar on the vessels, like for instance on a destroyer, and they could pick up a target that's 10 feet above the surface of the water from 45 miles from a position about 50 feet above the surface level. If you do the math on that, do you realize that debunks the globe?
How does that debunk the globe?
Because you shouldn't be saying...
They don't use the same... Sorry.
Because you shouldn't... You asked me a question. Let me just answer it.
Mm-hmm.
Because 50 feet above the surface of the water, you shouldn't be able to see a target 10 feet above the surface of the water from 45 miles away. Do you understand that?
Yeah. Okay, but I don't know where you're getting this knowledge from. But okay.
It's on Wikipedia. Look it up.
I know how radar works because we have radar on our vessel as well. We have two actually.
All right.
And there's a short bandwidth, and then we have a large bandwidth. A large bandwidth.
What signal are you using? What bandwidth? What are you using? L or S?
I don't fucking remember exactly. I haven't fucking checked them on the bridge.
Okay, well, the AN Spy 1 radar uses S. Do you understand that bandwidth of radar, it allows them to see and set up a perimeter to 250 miles around them? Do you understand that?
I know the bandwidth of 3 millimeter and 10 millimeter.
Okay, what's the output that you run it at?
The output?
Yeah. Wattage. Yeah.
Wattage.
Yeah. How strong is your signal to give you a beam of light in all directions, which is called radar? What's the output rated, that you have?
That I don't know.
Okay, that's fair. Okay,
you want to know why I don't know this?
No, here's
I'm not a chief.
No, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's neither here nor there.
Specialty. I just know how it works.
Okay, that's neither here nor there. Now the point being is that we have a military operation, right? Going on, right? And the destroyer can set up a perimeter around them from their point of view, 250 miles around, all right, in all directions, right? It gives them a defense mechanism to where they can pick up any projectile at any elevation, to where they can now then shoot that target down if it's going to be an incoming threat. So, using your globe math, are you able to articulate how, if it was a globe that technically they wouldn't be able to see that projectile at the distance of where they pick it up on radar? Yes or no?
Now, when you say radar, exactly, specifically, I don't know this radar system. I cannot tell you anything about that. I don't know.
Okay, so is it fair to say that you?
We don't work with military technology.
Okay. Is it fair to say that your position is only being derived from what you know, yet there's another technology that debunks your position theoretically?
Because I don't know what you're saying is true.
That's why I said theoretically. Okay, just pay attention to my words. They have meaning. When I speak, there's meaning. So just pay attention to the words instead of interjecting with your nonsense. Just listen. Okay, from your position theoretically, there's something that's going to debunk your position. Now, what I implore you to do is go ahead and look into it to where maybe when you come across this information, which is declassified in the sense of this is what they're telling us, so obviously the classified part is much more greater. But with that being said, if you were to look into our position of what we have used for your own paradigm, which has been disclosed, then maybe you'll realize that what you're saying is false. Because you're alluding to, we could only see that far, according to what you know. But there are things outside of what you know that go much, much further, which mathematically debunk your globe. Is that fair to say?
Okay, listen. What I was trying to go at originally, which I'm going to stick to, is that VHF. Okay, I'll go back. I'll get back to you with regarding the other thing, but VHF is a direct line of sight format, meaning it can go very far, but it can also not go very far regarding how far you can talk with people. Okay, it has nothing to do with strength. It has something to do with strength. You can't use a fucking handheld VHF because of power, but like anything such as on an FRB, which is a rescue, like fucking fast rescue boat. They have an antenna. They have a little radio, stationary radio. It's a radio station. Now, they can reach from their height exactly 25 nautical miles. Depending on weather, they can reach maybe 3 or 4 nautical miles extra if you're lucky, depending on weather. Okay? If there's really shitty weather, you might not, because there's all these interferences.
Okay.
Now, as I said, then still, if you have that ship that's outside of that boundary, they won't hear it at all.
I agree.
Yeah. Now, if you have an antenna 60 nautical miles out, you can just see the top of this mountain in the horizon. You can just see the top of it, and you can only just see the antenna. You can clearly communicate with them. They will receive you clear as day with VHF, which is very high frequency.
Right.
Now, if I use MF, it has a different format, because it doesn't necessarily bounce, but it has a different format that it can go like through the atmosphere in a different way.
Okay.
Reaching about 150 nautical miles.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
What you mean,
okay.
And again, different wavelengths work differently.
Okay. So So think about this, right? You personally are experiencing a system that has 30 to 300 megahertz at the most, okay? 300 megahertz at the most, okay? But you have to realize that S-band, it runs about 2 gig to 4 gig, which is 10 times as farther as you can ever pick up. Now, with that being said, you are living a paradigm where everything you're basing upon your globe is something that is 10 times less to our reality of capability. Now, when you introduce S-band, which is the AN/SPY-1 radar, which is, broadcasting at a 4 gigahertz of power, which is I think around, I forgot how many megawatts that is. But with that being said, is it fair to say that you might be speaking from a position that isn't well learned to our reality if you don't even know about it? Is that fair?
No, not really necessarily.
So you don't grasp that your position has a knowledge of a system.
Please rephrase that.
Okay, so you are coming from a place where the system you're using has a maximum range of using this 30 to 300 megahertz of power, yet there is a system out there that you don't know about, which is fair, that's fine. I don't expect everybody to know about this. But the AN Spy 1 radar, it uses a system using S-band frequency, and it's clear that you understand the frequency. But on the S-band frequency, it's 2 gigahertz to 4 gigahertz, which will give you a perimeter of 250 miles disclosed. By the way, what's beyond that is classified. They will not tell us the full range of it. But would it be safe to say that your whole paradigm that you believe in is based upon an inferior position? Is that fair to say? If you don't know about this system that the military uses, wouldn't you say that it's inferior, right, to reality? Because you think we're only able to broadcast with VHF, and you're trying to like calculate everything of how you see something, but there's a system out there. Lo and behold, this is reality that debunks the globe. Because if you could pick up a projectile that's 10 feet above the surface of water from 75 miles away or 45 miles away even, with the 50-foot observer height, you do realize that projectile should be 1,200 feet mathematically for it to be picked up. Yet we're picking up at 10 feet. Is that fair to say?
I understand what you mean.
Okay. All right. So I want you to understand that when you fuck with us, you're fucking with the best. Just realize we're going to drop knowledge on you in truth. And I implore you to go investigate what I just said. And maybe you might come back with a whole nother fucking attitude. I'm just saying. I'll mute up. Good talking to you, by the way. Thank you for being respectful.
Also, I'd like to point out we're no longer allowed to use the word paradigm. We've used it all up.
That's funny, Radwin. My bad.
No problem. But you're blowing the tally board right up. So we have to retire it for almost 6 months in order to catch up to the other words.
Sounds fair. I just want these characters to realize there's a lot more for them to learn. Obviously, Radwin, we've been in the game a lot longer, but they're now stepping up to the big boys, right? Like they're in the major leagues, right? And we're just trying to help them. At the end of the day, we're just trying to help them.
So his point was he's on a boat. He knows he's on a globe because everybody that is on a boat knows they live on a globe, and none of that's true because you need flat Earth in order to navigate. But that went over his head before.
And by the way, this is me at my soberest. I've only had 20 for tonight. Get me on like the next 20. I might even drop more knowledge on you, bro. I'm just saying. This is slow for me right now. It's a slow night.
Just came from the back. I was checking out some of the stocks we have, and I got a report. But who's using all the paradigms? I'm getting at least 120 hits here.
Yeah, they're all used up now, so slow down.
Order some new ones, but keep it in check, please. Come on. Oh, and I got the bag of Skittles for you guys as well. I knew you wanted it. So.
I'm more of an M&M's type guy, bro. I'm sorry.
I'll add it to the list. I got you.
I just want these Globers to realize, bro, like the facts are out there, the truth is out there. I just feel like some of these guys just never came across it, and that's maybe why it hasn't clicked in their head. So it's really important that we all take many different angles, and we might hit them at the angle that they need to hear for it to click. I'm just saying. I think it's important. Just saying. As it's written, right? Like one waters, and one plants, but it's he that increases. And when I say he, that's the Almighty I am. I'll leave it at that.
So, the Davo man just left. Oh, he's jumping rooms. He was just in something called CEO of something space propulsion. Is there actually a channel in here called that? That's crazy.
I saw a guy very bitter, like a couple of channels up a while back. He had a 24/7 round Earth, and then he had 24/7 science as his name. He would just sit there, just bitter, Oh, it blows my mind that even though you're just talking logic, the ego gets in the way up to the point where they just stop logically thinking completely, and it's an ego battle to them at that point. And then I'm like, oh, right, here we go. That was clearly one of them. I think I saw him in Conspiracy.
But yeah, there's a room called CEO of Space Propulsion R&D Codes. But yeah, that happens often. They go and create a 24/7 globe Earth room or something. It doesn't last very long.
It's usually an ego thing. Like, they got probably told the truth. They wouldn't adhere to it because of ego issues, and then, they throw a fit. It's an adult person acting like a child when you see that happen. To me, it's hilarious because it boils down to the willingness to accept the truth. That's all where it boils down to. Because if you critically think about what is being said, then you'll boil down to the same thing. right? And if you can't lay yourself down at that, then it's your ego in play. And then I don't know, you probably have seen the scene in the Matrix where Neo or Morpheus explains to Neo in the first scene where they step into the Matrix that they control. And Morpheus says some people are so ingrained into the system that they're dependent of it. They'll fight for it furiously, even though they don't fully understand it, but they will die for it. And it feels like that. It's like you're to them, it's like a threat of their reality, apparently. It's to make them see the truth. Just to logically think. Doesn't matter the subject, but to logically and critically think. That's all you're doing. But it throws them into a tilt, a meltdown. And if you're emotionally oriented, then you'll end up with people who make 24/7 science and hop in the conspiracy channel and hope to, at least vent their opinion about what's probably going on here in there. That's usually the case. It's crazy how ego can stand in your way from finding the truth. And everything says it, the truth will set you free. It's a matter of willingness to actually be sincere about the topics that you're speaking about, with curiosity to truth. And I think if you add logical thinking, and especially critical thinking, that part is so important, then the truth will unveil itself. It's just a matter of time. I'll name an example and then I'll stop yapping. I remember a guy coming in here and he spoke with absolute truth that the earth was round because they did a measuring thing with a laser. And then these guys took it upon themselves to critically think to that extent, and were like, okay, what laser device was used? Showed the paper, and the guy showed the paper. And then they went thus far to look up the actual laser itself. It's a device to measure from A to B, but it has a limit in which it can measure. And once you go past that limit, every measurement you make is henceforth not conclusive. And the measurement that was claimed to be made far exceeded the factory, what it was able to do. So in any logical sense, I'm a uni teacher in research. I was a student for a long time. If you come to me with research where you drop something like that, where you say that I made a measurement with a tool and I made it from that distance, but the tool is not able to make the measurement of that distance, your entire research just flunks itself, right? Any critical thinker would say that. Any logical researcher would say that. But in this case, no, and they would fight it till the T, man. Like, they would not concede to the fact, like, okay, maybe I'm measuring something that the device is not able to measure, but I'm still gonna take it as reality, even though it's probably off. The measurement has to be right. Like, to me, it just blows my mind that people are unwilling to be like, oh, hey, you might be right. That's wrong. But that right there, that example, I named it a couple of times before, was for me the main reason to be like, hey, man, I'm just gonna sit here and listen, because apparently I got shit to learn. Sorry for my language.
Yeah, that falls back on them, because ironically, when you start talking about how we can measure something, they will throw back to you, well, the tools that you're using can't actually measure it. But you can then in the same breath say, well, then how do you measure it? Because you are pretty concrete in your position that it's been measured. And yet you're telling me that we can't. It's a freaking hypocritical, oxymoron situation going on. Like it's literally they're just stupid. Like, they don't get it. They don't get that they are debunking their own position. Yeah.
That's the problem. Somebody else who's supposed to be credible and who is supposed to be critically thinking about these things apparently did not do that. But they show a paper in which they make a claim in which a measurement was made with a certain device in which they claim that it's an absolute curve. But then, as a researcher, as a critical thinker, I would have to go through the tools, like I'm the teacher, right? And he's presenting that to me, right? Then I have to validate what he's doing. So I have to look at that device, and I have to look at the description of the device and be like, how far can it measure accurately? And if it's double the measurement, or if the distance that the kit proclaims to be is double what it can measure, then that device is not proper to measure it properly. So you can't use that as an absolute. But to go against that argument, is ego. And if you can't concede with that, then you have an ego problem. And that is the majority of the time what I see play out here, where a lot of people just be like, the logical thinking goes out the window. This is a matter of, no, this can't be true. And this reverts back to Morpheus and Neo being back in the system and one of the people waking up and be like, what the hell is going on? This can't be true. And then they get aggressive because they don't know how to cope with that. They don't know how to deal with that. It's like a tilt.
Yeah. For instance. Okay.
May I just quickly? Yeah, you struck a chord there, man. Because in the last 48 hours or so, maybe a bit longer, right? 2-3 days. That exact sort of playbook or that exact sort of script has come up several times with the same people. Okay, I don't want to name names or anything, whatever. You know who I'm talking about if you're there. Where they argue the theodolites that were used to measure the distance to like a mountain from a mountaintop or whatever. They're using a theodolite and they don't want to accept that theodolite has a manufacturing recommendation, right? These things are like APOC, you know what I'm talking about, right? These things are made for maybe a couple 100 meters or something like that. But this guy claims to have used it over, 50 miles or something? Like an extraordinarily large distance.
Try 100 and something.
Fuck, man. I mean, it's something crazy like that, right? Where it's like, okay, this mountaintop to this mountaintop, well, the elevation of this one is yay high, and the elevation of this other one is yay high. And when we do a shot from top to the other one, there's a descent angle of X, and it matches the globe, no problem. It's like, dude, this thing, you're using this thing like hundreds of times further than is recommended. And they say, no, we're not, because the spec says that the thing can see infinitely far. And you're like, yeah, I mean, like when you look at I saw a data table on this once, and the spec, like the guy's being Weasley or something, he doesn't want to let go of it, where the spec says something about the focus range. Okay, the focus range is X, some couple meters, whatever, in front of him, to infinity. But that's the focus range. If you look at other models, they specify another type of range. I forget the term exactly, but it specifies some 100 meters or something like that. You know what I mean? So they get really tactical in this shit, just so as to to maintain a hold of it, or whatever perception of a hold that they think they have. It's crazy. I mean, you're on that with you're onto something with that, man. Go ahead.
On the other side of that coin, you can tell them that we don't measure curvature when we're transferring horizontal lines, and they will tell you you don't have the equipment to.
Hitler is my savior. All hail Hitler.
They will tell you that you don't have the equipment to accurately transfer a horizontal line because there is a degree of tolerance. Now, all of a sudden, the math of a transferred horizontal line becomes infinite tangent lines, becomes a circle, therefore it's a globe. But they literally take it there because you can then ascribe like, okay, but if I have level 90 degree perpendicular positions, and I transfer that 90 degree perpendicular, and now I transfer that 90 degree perpendicular, and I transfer that all the way down for over 2 miles, they're going to tell you you don't have the equipment to calculate that accurately because there's error. But on the flip side of that, well, then how did you calculate the globe if you're saying you couldn't calculate it on the transverse of that? This is where I just find these guys as complete indoctrinated dumbasses that they can't see the forest through the trees. It's not even worth the time to deal with people like that because obviously they're stuck and they're not going to, get it. They just can't grasp it. What's more important is talking to people that have questions and they listen to the answers and they actually do have critical thinking and logical thinking going on because they truly are searching for the truth, as opposed to these knuckleheads that are just complete anti-flat earthers, and no matter what you say, they will not even listen to, because you can speak facts and truths to them, but because you told them that, they won't accept it.
Matrix all over again. No, I couldn't agree more. The main reason why I'm here and why I decided to stay was literally that instance where the guy presented the claim and then he showed the paperwork, and these guys here, they took the time and effort to go through the paper, find the device, find how far it can measure, and then call him out on that. To me, like, and again, I was a student for university. I did it in research. So you have basic research, advanced, and expert. And what qualifies somebody to be a basic researcher in comparison to an expert researcher? Well, these guys just showed it. Like, you can present whatever you want, but you have to be very specific on what you do, how you do it, and if it's applicable, yes or no. If it does what it is supposed to do in order for you to have a concrete outcome. So if I make a survey, hypothetically, right, I do some desk research and I find something out, how do I, and it has a target audience, how do I verify that? I'll probably make a questionnaire to double check that, right? But then still, I'm not accurate enough, right? I have to be very specific with the questions. I can't be leading. There's certain things that I have to do in a certain context. And with that comes, quote unquote, critical thinking. And I notice that is like the main theme of this channel, that no matter who comes in, and it's always the same thing, right? Like somebody comes in, they make a claim, they get told differently, but it's under the stigma of, oh, a flat earther is telling me something, that they're unwilling to quote unquote critically think. But after the fact, they might probably do a little research themselves and then have that moment that I just discussed where the guy cracked another beer and goes like, damn it, maybe they were right.
Right. And then I know you find them coming back because they want to hear more. Yeah.
I mean, I told this before. When I came here, I was in disbelief. And then after the fact, I was like, hold on a minute, man. This goes deeper than what I originally thought it was. And that instance right there was the laser device. Because I was doing the studies. I was like, these guys are not bullshitting, man. These guys know what they're talking about. They're actually... I had an old teacher, an old German teacher named Schwilders. And that guy gave me hell. I have a saying at my university, you have to make the document, quote unquote, Schwilders proof. Which means every angle needs to be filled in. And these guys are approaching it the exact same way, which only, if you ridicule something that is bullshit, eventually it will come out as bullshit. But if it's truthful, it will stand, it will endure.
Right.
So people can call it, being hounded or dogged. No, you're just presenting bullshit and you're being called out for it and your ego can't handle it. And that's why you probably change your name to 24/7 Science and then hop into the conspiracy channel and sit there and hope somebody listens to your story. Well, they won't, because they're truth seekers as well. And eventually, odds are they'll end up here, just listening like I am. Sorry for my rant. I'll shut up now.
Oh no, man, you're on point, dude. Like we get that, because you are probably literally describing like 90% of the people that do come in from the opposition, and they have these walls built up in their ego and in their arrogance of thinking they are right. That cog disc kicking in, and they get shut down. But unfortunately, a lot of them, they go back and they reset, and they come back the next day asking the same freaking questions that they already got explained to thoroughly, acting like they never heard those answers in their life.
Yes.
Unfortunately, that does happen.
Yeah, that's ego in play, low key, being a child, just trying to sidetrack because you didn't get your way. That's all I'm hearing at the end of the day.
Yeah. It's just important though to
But is it so bad to critically think? What's the worst that could happen when you actually start critically thinking and applying that to multiple facets throughout your life? What's the worst that could happen?
Right. It's funny too. What's funny is like when you realize, right, like you come to a point where you've been lied to, it does really expand your mind.
Yeah.
Because then that carries over into other categories in life and discussions and debates, to where you can, like, now you have a different ear to the information you're getting, because you know that disinformation and misinformation does get carried out, and there is this paradigm that's being propagated, not just flat earth, I mean in all other aspects. And then it makes you, hopefully, fingers crossed, it makes you want to dive deeper into the subject that's being discussed to get the facts, because you do finally, maybe, hopefully realize that you might not have all the facts. You might have this story of somebody telling you this is what is. So
He's
that's
beginning
why
to believe.
Right. And it's funny because I found personally a lot of people, I've come across a lot of people that are very, very open to this, not a heliocentric model. Usually, typically, they have already have some, in some way, some form, have already realized that the things you've been told and taught aren't necessarily what you've been told and taught. Like conspiracy theorists, they always say that, right? Like, oh, flat earth is conspiracy theory because a lot of conspiracy theorists are behind it. But they have to realize, though, that the mind of a conspiracy theorist is already questioning things because they were able to see the truths through the lies. That's why a lot of that kind of overflows into this arena, because you already have an open mind to easily just negate the claims that have been presented with logic, explanations that debunk them. That's what I found personally. I found a lot of people in this arena, they already, the anti narrative, if you will, like the socialistic accepted narrative of a lot of different subjects. Usually, those minds are more malleable, if you will, to realize and separate these falsehoods from reality. It's just way easier for them, for us. That's what I think.
I think what you said before kind of nails it on the head, that once you start accepting that what has been told to you, or at least have the willingness to look at what is being told to you and look at that with a critical eye, that eventually it delves into other parts of your life where you start realizing people are trying to bullshit me left and right. And the best comparison that I can give is a salesman. Like, they will try to sell you or pawn you whatever they want to sell you in order for them to make money, right? But as soon as you start, if you know your tech, the salesman will pick up on that just based on your articulation. And then with that, when you add a little critical thinking, you might get more of what you truly want in comparison to what he is able to sell you, right? And in that context, might be a bad
another
analogy.
layer to the salesman. There's the scammers, and the scammers will lie, because the salesman might want to sell you a product. I mean, he might have a good interest in you, maybe buying a good product, and he will present it with truth, and you might make a decision based on that. But the scammer will lie and lie and lie.
Yeah. So in other words, you have a salesman, and then you have a snake oil salesman. Two different things.
Yeah, okay, maybe bad analogy, but the point stays the same. Is that
your point stands, but the globe will be the scammer.
Right.
Yeah, no, right. Okay. We can agree on that. But the point is that once you get in there and you get told a story, like when you're blank-minded, non-critical thinking, you walk in there, you take to heart what he says to you, you believe it, best TV ever, cheapest price ever, you take it to heart and probably flex to your friends and be like, look, got this puppy for $500, beautiful HD smart TV. And then this one guy who is knowledgeable looks at you and just smirks and goes like, you're such a dumbass, you didn't even know what you bought, did you? Right?
There's
and that's the critical thinker
every minute.
but that's the critical thinker. That's the guy that actually wants to know what you buy in order, to equate the value of what you have, right? What is being presented to you, is it truthful, right? And that guy figures it out. He probably yaps all types of techno jargon that you wouldn't know, but when it comes down to it, and you need a good TV for a good price, you know exactly who to ask, because that person knows what they speak of, and it is truthful, right?
Right.
And in that context, I believe that if you just develop that critical sense of thinking logically about what's being represented to you by whoever scientist it is, that eventually you'll delve down to little narratives, like we did as the example with the laser, that some things might be a little bit off and it doesn't make sense. But because you don't know it, and it's probably some guy who did through his entire life and educations towards it, and he tells it to you, it has to be credible, right? That guy probably knows, right? But where's the critical thinking in that?
So in this analogy, I just want to point out the snake oil salesman is going to sell you a high definition smart TV, but then once you buy it, you realize it's not high definition or smart. And that's the Glober. They're trying to sell you a paradigm, but you realize it's just a falsehood. It's not what they're even selling themselves. Now, they may be convinced of what they sold themselves to believe in, but in the reality, when you lay the cards on the table, you realize they don't even realize that they have been sold a lie. That's why.
Yeah, but does it make sense when I say it comes down to, what is it, ease, like convenience?
Yeah.
Like, oh, it's already been taken care of, I don't have to worry about it. You know, it's true. And that's, oh, the salesman knows what he's talking about. He did his job for his life, so he probably knows the tech better than me, so I'm good.
Of course. How many times have you heard them say, many people all over the world has agreed, all the scientists say, and this is why it's a globe? How many times have you heard that? And that's exactly what you're saying. They're adhering to this fallacy of where, because the majority of people has said it is, not only the majority of people, but all the lab coats, all the smart people, all the people that have the credentials, like, because they say it's a globe, therefore it must be a globe. So you're right on to that, bro. You're spot on.
Have you ever heard the story about the blue LED light? How that works?
In regards to what?
So this is a little bit of a story, so excuse me in advance, but it comes down to a simple point. The guy who invented the blue LED light was ridiculed and scolded for presenting his idea before it got accepted, and we're all using it. It's in your phone, it's in your TV, it's everywhere, RGB lighting. Without that little bit of technology, we wouldn't have what we have today. But that guy, before he got his quote-unquote technology accepted, was scolded and ridiculed by the entire science field. Why? Because he never had a paper. They wouldn't listen to what he had to say. He had to academically be confirmed. So he had to make papers, write them, like get them accorded or whatever, and then he got noticed. If you look up on YouTube how the blue LED got created, it's a 20-minute video, and it will say the entire story how I just narrated very shortly. And that shows the main problem, that if everybody accepts the main thing and nobody goes against it, nobody quote-unquote critically thinks, we will never advance. Because if that guy didn't stood up for what he believed in and fought for it rigorously, we wouldn't have the technology we would have today, what we're looking at right now. Right? And that is, in my eyes, one of the biggest killers within our society. The discontent to not listen to another person, unless it's, of course, lunacy. But when a person spouts logic, reason, and it all connects, and you can find it from A to B, and you can track it yourself, right? And you can get to that point as well. Then you have logic consistency. But if there's a little bit of an anomaly in there, and you're very critical about that, you're being very precise about that, there's a plethora of fields that might open because of that little insight. We don't know it all. We like to think we know it all, but the critical thinker is the one that advances society. Think about that. Because if we all in agreeal and we all say the same thing, and we might as well just put a little bit of fluff on our back and start bleating and go into the field to start chewing grass, because we might as well be the sheep that we are. Look that up, blue LED light, how it got developed, and how that guy got scolded before he could even drop the technology that we're using today. And that's the academic field, right? Like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about because you don't have credentials or papers. But the guy did know what he was talking about, even though he didn't have credentials and papers. After the fact, his shit got accepted. Sorry for my wording. And then eventually it changed our entire industry, everything, our entire society. But the man had to go through hell to get that paper out. And that's the one thing where I'm like, well, yeah, you know, academic fields, right? This is the first time you heard about that story, the blue LED light?
For me, it is, yeah.
And when I heard it, it blew my mind as well. But it kind of confirmed that one little thing that I always had in my mind, that there's this quote-unquote friends politics going on. It's a tribal state of mind that, you know, the grouping of, you know, being together and the stigmas of other groups. That's why I like to say when people come in here and they're like, oh, I'm a flat earther. And I usually go, oh, yeah, so you mean he's a critical thinker. That's a compliment, my guy. Like, you're right? Like, I don't know what you're trying to say here, but, you know, like, the majority of times, there's no lies, there's no delusion. It's facts, nonstop, consecutively, coherently, right? Any researcher, any legitimate researcher would adhere to what is being said. And again, I refer to that point with the laser measurement device. It's the best example that I can have.
Right.
Just watch it play out. Each time they come in, they won't be able to concede to logic and adhere to that, and then eventually ego comes into play, and then, you know, it's a 10.
I mentioned this earlier, but have you seen the presentation by a gentleman on Discord by the name of Lanolan?
No.
All right, so I'll post the video again. It's by the way, it's like 6 hours long, and there's multiple things he goes through. But something that you remind me of, one of those parts that he talks about, he has on video, right, of a laser that he set up on one side to the other side because it's him and his friend, and he literally has a laser shooting through a Fata Morgana. Okay. And it goes to show you how, not only how many layers of light that it travels as it goes upwards, but also the zigzagging of it. And he's the whole point of it is that he's proving to you, if you were to see something that's behind the refracted, optical phenomenon, that if the light was going to that position from yours and then being sent back, the way light travels through it, it is literally now an impossibility that it's traveling up and over a curve, because light will never reach your eye directly for you to be able to see it. And it's such an amazing point, bro. Like, it's a slam dunk. Like, any Glober that still believes in that bullshit, you're just retarded at this point. But his little, observation that he captured on video, like, it goes to show you, bro. Like, they are lying to you, even in their own explanations, in academia, in modern science, if you will. Lest I say. But it is a really, really good point that the way we ascribe light and how it works through mediums, with the understanding to the capabilities of how academia presents it, like, these observations just blow all of that shit out the water. And it literally it has to make you understand that we are being told a lie. Like, this is not what is happening. Hands down, bro. Like, here, I'll post the video, bro. It's too good, bro. I mentioned it hours ago, but that's only because he also talks about the moon landing, and he debunks that thoroughly. He debunks that because he's in film and in the studios professionally. And he breaks down how the moon landing is 1,000% just false. But I'm gonna post that video.
watched a lot of those things about the lunar landing and how it's all staged and stuff. It's really interesting to watch, man, especially the motivation since the era that they were in and the conflicts that they had. Like, there was legit motivation to do those things.
Right. Oh yeah, for sure. Like it's obviously just politically like driven for sure. But I posted the video. His name's Lanolan, and it's 6 hours long, bro. Like I'm gonna just one day when you have time to just like veg out to it, dude. Watch it entirely. The whole presentation is fucking amazing, bro. And he's making a movie. It's going to be called the Desolation of Abomination, or the Abomination. I forgot the way he worded it. Actually, I think it's on the I think it's on the screenshot. It's called The Abomination of Desolation. He's going to make a movie. He's literally going to make a documentary. He said it's going to come out at the end of this year or the beginning of next year. But dude, I'm pretty sure, bro, when this shit drops, if it does, I don't know, he might get stopped or who knows. But when this gets dropped, bro, like it's gonna be amazing. Now, you're hot micing Truth, but if you want to step up, go ahead.
Well, it's tired.
I'll be sure to check it out, man. I appreciate that. Thank you.
No, yeah, for sure, bro. He goes over several things, and he points it out, and he talks about refraction, like in depth, bro. Like, and he has all the receipts, dude. He has all the videos, the record, like everything, bro. Like, this is a video I think that can go down in the books, especially when he releases the video. Because in the video, he said he's going to be like way more like it's going to be better authored, if you will, because in the 6 hours he was just like freestyling. He just like talking off the head. Although I will say this video might be more informative than the video he makes, because I feel like he went in more depth in this 6 hour video than he will probably go in the movie. Because how do you crunch 6 hours into 2 hours? You get what I'm saying? Like, just like a book, right? Like, how do they cram a book into like an hour and a half worth? And you always lose, more, like, as they say, bro, like the book is always more descriptive. It's always better than the movie because the author was able to go more into detail in the chapters of it all, as opposed to the movie. And I think this is going to be one of those things where his 6 hour presentation, because there was all these questions popping off, and in real time, he was able to jump from one thing to another, which might be, lost in the movie or not accounted for in the movie. So, like, I feel like this video of the presentation he did might be deeper because he shared a lot more that he's probably not. Eventually, he's not. I mean, logically, he's probably not going to be able to go so deep because it's a movie that's going to be an hour and a half or 2 hours long. So, yeah, this 6 hour video is like, bro, it's golden, bro. It's golden.
Yeah, I'll definitely check it out. But 6 hours is long, so I'll probably skim through it as a podcast thing while I'm working, and then, things. And
I hear you, bro. I hear you. Hey, but I will say this, though. If you actually can, bro, break it down into an hour, bro. Watch 1 hour or 30, even 30 minutes. Just watch 30 minutes, cut it off. Later, next 30 minutes, cut it off. Because I think that throughout that whole video, he gives so much information in depth, dude. Like, when he talks about the movies, he goes all the way back to like the 1910s, 1920s, the way they did movies. Like, the way they did like film, filmography, like the tricks of the trade. And then he literally builds up to like where he's now talking about the moon landing. And he points out those same camera tricks that they've been using decades before they even filmed the moon landing. And then after all the moon landing stuff, he gets into he's on a snowmobile out in the snow up north and around Alaska. maybe even more north than that. I forgot where exactly he's at, but he goes into depth, bro. Like, dude, like it's so good, bro. So informative. I hope you like break it down in 30 minutes if you can.
One way to find out, right?
Yeah.
I better get to it, right? I mean, 6 hours on the clock, man. Shit.
Yeah. Ain't nothing to it but to do it, brother.
True that. Old dude, do you mean that it's true that it's fake or that it's true that it's real? Because I'm leaning to the latter. I've seen the documentaries, man. You can't convince me that it's true. I don't believe it. I can show you videos of that era in which they claim to go to Mars. And you know, like there's a giant crater on Mars and everything, and it shows it in the exact same style. I made GIFs of those. I gotta look them up. But it looks so legit. You know, you see the moon, and then you see the moon and Earth. And then it leads up to Mars, and then you get closer to Mars, and then you get like out of those portal views when they're in there and they're looking onto Mars. It's all fake. I think the latter. See, and I genuinely pushed this on the political circumstances back then, that they had to show that they were dominating on that field, because if they weren't, then, you know, chaos, pretty much. Because from what I understood, they were in competition with Russia, and Russia was already, you know, sending up dogs and stuff like that. It wouldn't be the first time they lied to us. If you go, this is a pretty interesting one, because a lot of people like, under the Freedom of Information Act, yada yada yada. Fine. There's a YouTube channel called The Infographic Show. There's a lot of biology in there that I like to watch. I like to watch those type of videos before I go to bed. They help me go to fall asleep. And even the Infographic Show has a couple of episodes in which it shows the atrocities that the government has done, like 50s, 60s, before and beyond. And under the Freedom Information Act, a lot of those things came forward, where a lot of people were gaslit to believe that they weren't experimented on or exposed to certain things or whatnot. But they were told that it wasn't the case, that they were batshit crazy, and, you know, they need to let it go. But after 50 years under the Freedom of Information Act, they find out it is the case. The only problem is they can't hold anybody accountable because the majority of them are already gone. You look up Infographic Show, and in the top 15 atrocious things the government has done, you'll see a plethora of examples as to why the government lies to us. That's it. You know, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. I become a critical thinker all out of nowhere. And I question everything you put on the table because you lied to me at the first time. Which is only fair, I hope.
All right, man. Good talk, bro. I'm gonna head out. You have a good night.
You have a good one, man.
For sure.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like if you, hey man, even nowadays with AI, it's gonna get more crazy. They're gonna make the wildest claims, and you know they can just fabricate the proof with AI, and then you know it seems so legit, it looks so legit. My grandma showed me a video of how Russia was about to invade America, and it was AI generated, and she believed it, fully believed it. It's very telling. Scary though, but I found the GIF, old dude. Look, I put it in side chat for you. I want you to see this. It looks so legit. And there's a follow-up. That's when they actually supposedly get to Mars and then look out the window and see Mars. Looks pretty legit for the technology they have back then. Wonder what they will be able to concoct up with AI. Guess we're going to Venus soon, huh? See that? You even see the crater of Mars on there. Crazy, right? Just blows my mind when I saw that. I was like, well, if they're able to fabricate that, what else are they able to fabricate, man? You do yourself a favor by saving those GIFs for yourself. They're very telling to me, man, how they operate. Yep. Beautiful. It's fake, and I can show you the afterwards as well, where they show you that it's fake. My goal is to use these GIFs as people that come in here and claim that there's video images of this and that, and then, well, these are video images of Mars. Must be legit then, right? Based on how you present it. The lack of critical thinking is astonishing when you just take that to heart instantly, right? That's why I use them.
Yeah, one famous kind of retort to that. It's kind of funny. I think Matrix uses it a lot. Is the fucking they're like, oh, videos from space, satellite this, it must be real. And then someone's like, well, there's videos of Bigfoot. Do you believe Bigfoot's real? And they're like, no. It's like, okay.
That Universal Studios intro, that is a very good one. Like, when I was a kid and I saw that, where they zoomed out of the planet, like, that looks so real, right? Like that. You're always doubting, like, are we zooming out from the planet right now? And then it shows the logo, like, damn. And this was like early days, man. This is like 90s, 2000.
Yeah.
If you have the right wording, the right documents, or at least a couple of people that are willing to write up the right documents and a couple of pictures, you can convince anybody of everything. Oh, that's sneaky. I see what you did there, by the way. Even I can see that it's Photoshop, dude. Come on. Like in Photoshop, you have like the circle tool, and then you just grab that, and then you just go like, you take a whiff of land, and then you just grab the circle tool, go around it, hit Ctrl X, and then Ctrl V, and then you just add like a feathering layer around it, so it's like a blue hue coming off it. It's so easy to make. I remember somebody dropping a picture on the side where it showed like a city, and it's from a side angle, but way up. And then you see like the entire city with mountainscapes behind it and ocean behind, and it just keeps on going. There's no curve whatsoever. That was a beautiful picture. Yeah, exactly. Plop them in AI. Exactly. But I do have to say a little bit of a sidetrack though. Like, I lost a lot of family members when I was young, and I never got to see them, in motion. AI is a beautiful tool for that, man. Truly. Slap a photo in there and watch them animate and be like, this is supposedly what they probably were like. Beautiful. Can't take it as an absolute, of course. It's crazy, right? It's pretty cool. It's a wonderful technology, but depending on who wields it, it can be extremely dangerous. I mean, if you train the populace to be gullible and just take things secondhand without questioning it, oof. You just run a script as of then, and the AI will, done deal. Welcome to the Matrix. Like what?
Hello, is anybody here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I'm in here, mate.
What's up, guys?
Yeah, man.
Same old, same old. How you doing, AB?
Yeah, I'm doing great, man. Just got up, got on the PC, see what's happening here.
Testing the waters, are we?
A little bit. What'd you say?
Testing the waters, are we? Like putting your foot in just to see if it's nice on temperature, yes or no?
He doesn't have to test it. He knows it's flat and level. Takes the shape of its container.
No, you test the bath. You know what I mean, right? You just hop in there, you know.
Yeah, I was trying to see if there's a room full of people and if there's any arguments. Somebody's in here debating or having trouble with reality as we perceive it.
You're talking to a guy who apparently thought he knew radios a while back, but that was more just listening on my part.
I've encountered a couple people that have arguments, but not arguments, just arguments of what they think the world looks like.
Sounds like a Bostonian trying to say they have arguments.
Yeah, it does actually. Arguments. Argumentation.
Nothing really interesting, huh? Same old stuff.
Yep.
Yep. You know, the stuff that makes the world go round.
But it is that time of the morning, you know. Maybe in the next little while, we should expect the clown car to arrive, you know.
Usually when I get on, man, there's somebody at least brave enough coming in here saying that the Earth is a globe.
Oh yeah, right?
The Earth is a globe. GWOBE. It's a globe.
I can spot about maybe 2 globers in here, as far as I know, but they're not saying anything right now.
Actually, I'll tell you, one of them, Mansky, did post up something funny earlier. You know the PP or Pepe, however they saying, the copium meme we've got. Well, he posted another one up. He put something about globers, and it was hopium. And yeah, I had a good laugh at that.
Yeah.
Well, actually pointed that too. So good form, Mansky. That was funny as.
That's very true.
Yeah, I'm gonna steal that. That was fun.
There was a lot of brave young people that came in yesterday in the afternoon for me. Very high energy. Now, these folks that are coming in here, these youngsters, they're very high energy. And they're moving at such a rapid pace with their conversation. It's like they're saying so much all, you know, like within a short time frame. So
if the Earth is flat, what's on the other side of it?
now it's weird because like today's young person is using ChatGPT. Like for everything we were saying, oh, let me check ChatGPT. Let me check ChatGPT. I got the pro version. And like, you know, I was challenging him on the shape of the Earth. So
the pro
every question
version,
was
what?
going back to, it took him all the way back to like Eratosthenes.
It's more honest than the amateur version, or
no? It's just it has like it has more research, so it does like a deeper dive. Whereas like the regular version doesn't go that far.
Well, Eratosthenes measured it flat as well.
Well, the thought behind him saying that Eratosthenes was the answer to that was that he did not presuppose, and then when he put it into ChatGPT, it said to him as a response that Eratosthenes suspected that the Earth was a globe. So I told him, I was like, I said what I told you, that it was not that he performed any measurement that the surface was curved. And it just like what he was reading was debunking what he was saying. So he felt like he couldn't get out of that. That's
yeah,
what
when
his
you pull
argument
it
was
up and
based
they show
on.
you, when you pull it up and you're showing all the diagrams, you're using a flat surface. It has to be.
Yeah, measuring the shadows. Yeah, of course. But he thought that the bedrock of the foundation of he was saying that the Earth is measured to be a globe, and yeah, just proven to be wrong. Then he started talking about other things, but like, I guess when they're, the young guys that come in here, they're so high energy that they don't realize that information that they were posting is incorrect. So it happened like twice yesterday, actually.
They're like people that run in front of traffic, and they just expect traffic to stop for them.
There's another character in here named Lars, who was saying that he convinced his good friend, who was a flat earther, to go back to the globe based on him showing Google Earth to him.
Yeah, right.
And, yeah, I know, but that's what he was claiming. I was like, dude, what did you show him? Like, what specifically? Like, what did you tell him that you just pointed to, like, as if he didn't know what Google Earth was, and you just showed it to him, and all of a sudden a revelation came to his mind? Like, he was like, no, the guy is good with math. He's like a math wizard, and so like I just showed him Google Earth, and it made sense to him. So he went back to thinking the Earth was globe. I was like, you're saying he was a flat earther, but I don't think so. I was like, maybe he was curious about flat Earth and was looking into it, but that's not a flat earther. Anyway, yeah,
that's like turning somebody who's already had sex back into a virgin. That's impossible. Can't be done.
Yeah, so the claim was wrong about him saying that he was a flat earther, but on top of that, him saying that he convinced him with Google Earth was another claim that he was making that was incorrect as well. So like every point that these guys bring up, you can disprove them, like internally and externally. So within the argument that they're making, and then prove that, yeah, it's false. Like they could be lying. Just investigate what they're saying, and yeah, they're proven to be. Yeah, he was wrong.
Watch one of these fools one day is going to break out with that book called "The Propagation of Electromagnetic Fields Over a Curved Earth." You all know that book, right? Right?
Yeah, so Mansky's in here. He's just listening. He doesn't really participate anymore. Like when he first came in here, he really wanted to disprove flat Earth, and that didn't work out. And then we got Lotrich. I'm not really sure. Lotrich is never really piped up, so who knows?
He came. He's part of that list, the bad flat Earth arguments. So he was in Nathan's the other day, but he wouldn't come off mute.
He's a certified Glober, right?
Can you say that?
Because he slimes around in the comments, but he doesn't jump on the mic, and I'm just wondering why he does that. Like
he has a couple of times. He's got an accent. Not like mine. He's got an accent. I can't.
His name does look Dutch, though. I'm not gonna lie. Like Lotrecht. That's how you would say it if it was Dutch. Lotrecht.
No, that's it right there. He doesn't want to come in because he'll get wrecked.
Look at that brochure. Look at that mustache. That's nice. I like that. Is that a mustache?
That's a dad bod, yeah.
Or is it somebody's top of somebody's head in front of his mouth? It's another head, huh?
That's another head.
That's weird.
He's peering. It looks like a mustache.
Yeah, I thought it was a mustache as well, man. That caught me off guard. How did you say it? It's a forehead, yeah.
Somebody's forehead.
Weird.
Lotrecht, are you Dutch? Your name it just oozes Dutch.
Jump on the mic, dude. Like, what the hell? Oh, he got it from that Simon and Garfunkel cover.
How do you come to a server, get on a voice chat, and don't open your mic?
It has the OG master recording though. It's kind of cool.
If you're very adamant for the Earth being a globe and you're just in the text, like, I don't get it. Just listening for entertainment and chiming in the chat from time to time. And from Germany, he said.
I was going to say that. Achtung!
All right, give us one good globe argument since you don't want to chime in. It'll give us some content anyway. Type it in the text. Because you've been here for a while, so you know how we deal with the argument. So what do you suppose you can come up with that's going to be something solid for the globe? Because every time one of us is like, you know, going through it with someone, you're always posting stuff in their side chat. Oh, you guys are triggered. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, give us. I Nathan, same thing. He just goes to the chat.
Yeah,
says
just
we're triggered, but he's triggered.
Just over and over. It's like, I want to see something. I want to see what you can post that's actually. I'm not surprised that Neil is here though. Why wouldn't you? So what? Like, I just want to see an argument from you, bro. Like, show us something. If you're so adamant for the globe, what the hell is keeping you on that thing? He is way more hardcore than Oakley. Ultish. Bro, like, you're just taking jabs at characters, man. Like, come on. Argument. Let's go. That's what we're here for, bro. We're here to see what you guys have. The best that you have. Bring, I don't know. Got nothing that you haven't refused already. Well, doesn't that tell you something? That's an indication, sir. I don't know, man.
So wait, I just read his little text there. First of all, a lot of people don't know this. I came on 24/7 way before I came on Nathan's.
That's true. I can affirm that.
And freaking Jedi walked me through it. And it happened right around COVID because they had the lockdowns. And instead of listening, I decided to get involved because I was freaking going crazy being locked in my freaking house.
Yeah.
Not that I stood locked in. You know, I could have went out and I did. But as far as work, I mean, everything was shut down. So I got on 24/7 first. All right? Get your history correct.
Yeah, he was here for a while, and then he went over there. I like that AI Yoder and DJ want to get rid of the weak and stupid arguments. Yeah, dude, that's fine. I'm asking for you to present yours. I think that's what everybody wants, right? It's the best arguments you guys have for the Earth being a globe so that we can look in to see if there's anything that can be validated, any tests that can be repeated. That's what we're looking for.
Oh, that's hilarious. Guys, remember when I talked about the 24/7 science guy? I think he took note. He just DM'd me like 10 minutes ago, sending me an invite to a specific server. 24/7 science. This guy is on the roll.
Dude. That's what's his face, dude? The Jamaican dude.
Robert Utah.
Robert Utah. Yeah.
I just said a minute ago, like that. I was talking about ego and how some people are unwilling to accept the truth and critically think, and once they get held on the grill, that they start splurging out, their ego gets into play, and then they start doing stuff like that. Like they can't get proven they're right, so they hop to a different VC, change the name to 24/7 Science, and hope people hop in to confirm the thing that got declined the time before. But I think he picked up on the convo because I was talking about him like 20 minutes ago, and he sent me an invite about 20 minutes ago to his server, specifically 24/7 Science.
He's listening. He's one of the listeners on the live stream.
He doesn't know what science is.
It's hilarious.
And that's also true. But I don't know, I think he's banned from here. I do believe he's banned from here. But I could be wrong. So he comes in here and he doesn't have really much of an argument other than that we don't know what we're talking about. And just saying that shit all the time.
Oh, let me tell you, brother.
brother.
Shit, brother.
Then you go straight into like observation. The Earth looks like a globe. I think no, it doesn't, bro. Nobody, not even the Globers, say it looks like a globe. Doesn't look that way to them.
That's been.
Yes, it does. They're like, you're just arguing over that shit.
There's not one observation that drives me crazy when people say on a globe, this is what we would see, or how every observation anyone in history has made has been from a flat plane, been from a flat Earth, never a globe.
Yeah. What's interesting is that we get most of the globe proponents saying that too. They're like, yeah, it looks flat. Yeah, of course it does. But it would look flat if you were like an amoeba on a basketball. It's the same shit, dude. They don't get away from it. We understand that. So for somebody to claim that it looks like a globe, you're way off, bro.
And is Robert Utah the guy that said he works somewhere and there's a rocket there? He's like, oh, I touched the rocket.
He touched it. Yes.
That's it.
I knew it went to space.
That's it. He's emotionally attached. He touched a rocket.
He went on and on about it. I'm starting to like, are you insinuating something there, dude? Like, what's going on there? Okay. Just weird, man. Apart from his like, I can't handle.
I was just trying to think of a song there. I touched a rocket and I liked it. Those puffs can go and I can.
Could probably get AI to create a song.
Oh shit!
Yeah. So, Lot Rich says, "I just have stuff in the sky, and I learned that you can just hand wave that away in here." Well, why stuff in the sky, dude? You could have just easily made your argument so we can know what it's like instead of you just tiptoeing around the fact that you don't want to make one because we're going to hand wave it. Just make the damn argument.
He won't. That's as good as you're going to get. He'll make an excuse. He's at work, can't talk, got people around.
No, not on the voice matrix. I'm in the text. I want him to put it in text so we can at least go through it. That's fine if he doesn't want to chime in, like fucking whatever. But just put it in there and see what we have to say about it. But he says that all he has is stuff in the sky, which is weird. That's an indication, man, that he knows that we've already dealt with those arguments. But at the same time, I mean, what possibly that he can point to in the sky that's going to lead to the knowledge that the Earth is a globe? It's illogical. Nothing. Yeah, did you as a friend?
I can't, bro. I'm literally crying of laughter right now. This guy is putting in so much effort.
He's giving me so many damn invites over there.
I didn't have anything to do with anything. Never talked to the guy, and he felt the need to DM me an invite to his server and then add me as a friend. Who are you? Like, what?
Wait, what's going on for those of us just tuning in?
A 24/7 science guy got his ego hurt last time, apparently.
Robert Utah's trying to get a hold of Q and invite him to the server. Or he's done that. He's done for everybody in here. He has a server called Science and what was it? Science and what?
24/7 science. I mean, come on.
24/7 Science.
That man doesn't seem well.
Yeah, you're right.
Is it Robert Utah or is it was it Star Life?
No, it's Robert Utah. I know
I
that
think
because
it's Star, man.
He's sent. No, it's
No,
not.
even though he's
Robert
named
Utah.
Star, there's another one that's a bit of a weirdo
gotcha,
too.
okay.
It is Robert Utah. Star Life is Crit's
Broken.
Crit's groupie.
That's Crit's friend.
All right, so currently right now, Yoder, I'm asking Lotwretch, who's always been in this chat, and like every time we have arguments with some of the guys that come in here, he's like saying things in the text. You guys have bad arguments. You don't let him speak, and this is the reason why nobody trusts you guys. This ladder, like he's just saying things in the chat. I'm like, okay, go ahead and give us your best argument. Well, he's not going to open up his mic because he's this and that, and he's at work, and he just can't do it, and blah 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 blah. So I was like, just post it in text, bro. Let's see what you got. And then he replied in the text. He said this: I just have stuff in the sky. And I learned that you can just hand wave that away in here. So, still not posting his argument, but
yeah, it's not that we hand wave dismiss the claims. It's that your claims are presented as baseless. So we're not denying anything. You're not substantiating your claim.
Yep.
Sounds like a lack of critical thinking to me.
Sure is. And it makes me wonder, his reluctance to mic up. Makes me wonder if he's one of our greatest fans who doesn't want his voice to be recognized.
It's possible. It's possible. But they hide in the shadows, dude. Like they never come forward and like confront. I think
it's like a cricket. It's like they chirp from afar, but as soon as you get close, it's quiet. It's like a cricket.
That's a weird analogy.
I really like that.
Yeah. But the WB frog, that. Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. Hello, my ragtime gal. And then when you open up the curtain, he's like ribbit. He doesn't perform.
Like in a distance, right? Hello, my baby. Hello, and then you show up and ribbit.
Yeah, you remember that cartoon? It's funny.
Yeah, of course. Just calmly sit down like nothing happened. Like what?
Oh, dare you compare me to a frog?
Who's that guy? Whisper Jack? Whisper Jack, I've seen your name before. You,
what up?
Flat Earther, right? Whisper Jack?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I'd say I'm a globe denier more than anything. But yeah, it looks skeptic. Like that to me. Yeah.
Okay, why wouldn't you affirm the Earth is flat? What's the reluctance for that?
Well, if I had to guess, I would say yeah, it is. But I just I'm open. I'm open to considering other theories. But if I had to bet right now, yeah, I'd say it's flat. At least as far as we can tell.
What are you like 99% sure the Earth is flat? You one of those guys? I know a few.
Well, I just feel like I could be shown, I could somehow be shown some other theory, I guess, but I doubt it, personally.
Well, I mean, yeah, but would you say that you're not 100% sure that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, I would say that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say that. I'm not 100% sure, yeah.
Yeah, I think globe skepticism is a perfectly fine stance to take, provided that you're like, look, I haven't checked yet. I just don't know.
Yeah, I can say 100% it's not a globe. I can say 100% for sure. I'm not that much. I have no doubt.
So what do you think we say when the Earth is flat? Like, are you thinking that we're talking about the entirety of our realm that we exist? Are you thinking that's what we're saying and that's why you won't say it?
No, I would assume that you were just talking about all the parts that we know and the parts that we can measure and, all the livable surface, really.
Right. All right, go with that.
And I would say, yeah, that seems completely flat. I don't know how it could be anything else.
So what am I missing here? I think you're saying the same thing we are, just you don't want to ascribe saying that you're a flat earther for some reason. There's a disconnect there. You're saying everything we say. Like, I don't see anything wrong with that, but where do you feel like you can't put a seal of approval on flat earther? Like, is it just a word, flat earther? Like, just those words?
Yeah, I guess so.
Something's
I guess
holding you back.
Well, okay, I guess me actually measuring it myself so that I can say 100%, I confirm, that's the only thing that would hold me back. I feel like I'd be doing the movement a disservice by saying, yes, I'm a flat earther, I've done the measurements and all that. I do believe I've seen enough to convince me, but I just feel like I don't know. I guess it's just a hate word, I guess. I'm not sure really why I'm hung up on it.
What do you think you would need to do to actually solidify that for you? What do you think you would have to do? Based on everything that we've talked about so far. And I would only assume that you've been here a while because I've seen your name before, so.
I think I lost everyone.
You hear me? Test. Oh, shit.
Yeah. You're good. I can hear you.
You back?
Hello? Yeah. Sorry, I think my thing cut out. Everyone went silent, but
yeah,
I think you're still talking.
So what do you think you would have to do as far as for yourself to solidify that the earth is flat, to say it with assurance? What would you have to do? You personally.
I'd have to go out and take the measurements myself. Some of the observations that I've seen, some of the photographs and things. I feel like I should probably do that. I definitely want to make a point to do that at some point, just to kind of put that in my belt, I guess. Like a notch in my belt.
Let's take stock. Let's say, you know what? How about this? This is a good exercise. How many people in here would say that the earth, they believe it to be flat, but they don't know it's flat? How about that? How many flat earth believers do we have? Whisper Jack is one of them. He's honest with that. Do we have any more flat earth believers?
If I'm intellectually honest, then I could say that I have never seen it with my own eyes. So then I would pull myself into there as well.
You're a flat earth believer too?
No, I believe that the earth is measured flat, but I've not seen it from a perspective where I can, concisely say that it's all that. Right? I don't.
So what I'm just going to add this here. Are you saying that you just believe it to be flat?
No, I believe that it's measured flat consecutively, no matter how we measure it consecutively.
Yes.
And that should indicate that it is flat. But unfortunately, I do not have the capability to have this technology to go far out and see it, right? That's what
you can add an addendum to what I'm saying, but it's still what I'm saying. You believe it to be flat.
I'm sorry, I do not know what addendum means. I'm too stupid.
You're adding an extra part to what I'm saying to you, in addition to what I'm saying, to make it sound like it's going to give it more credence, but it's still the same. If I'm saying that you believe it to be flat, and you add, well, I believe it to be flat because of all the testing that's been done, and I'm, doing all this, like you're still believing it to be flat. It doesn't qualify that it's flat.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so you believe it to be flat. Okay, so how many we got Whisper Jack and we got Q. They're being honest, right? Do we have any more flat earth believers?
There's a big difference between, being convinced that it's flat based off of the preponderance of evidence and seeing how the globe is wholly unsupportable in all of our discussions and with all its evidence. But if you haven't gone out and checked yourself yet, you really need to go do that.
Yeah. Who else?
It changes your brain.
I'm taking stock. I'm taking stock. So if anybody feels like and then, look into the level of scrutiny that you're going to give whatever you've done to do that. I'm interested. Before. I've asked this before, but it got a different answer before. Like as far as like a flat earth believer, I would hear something different. But,
so I guess the way that I'm approaching it, and maybe it's faulty, but to me, it seems like I can never have all the data about anything. I can never have all. I can never have all the information. So at some point, it's like, I have enough to make a conclusion. If I had, but you would say, I would conclude. So that's what I mean by believe.
The Whisper Jack, your answer was even if you had you've done the test, you would still be a believer because you would say that there's not enough. You still wouldn't have enough information. That's different.
Well, no, I think we were talking about two different things. At that point, I was trying to answer why I wouldn't label myself a flat earther. That's kind of what I was saying. Well,
even if you test,
no, I'm saying that's why I would hesitate to put myself on the front lines that way, because I personally haven't done the measurements, you know. But as far as to why I believe, that the thought process behind that is what I just explained. You know what I'm saying? Like, I believe that doing all of the measurements would definitely solidify in my mind, yes. But, and I would say, yeah, I'm a flat earther for sure. I guess, you know what I mean? I know it's just a label.
Yeah.
But I guess you're right.
The word flat earth, you know, like flat earther, like to say that, it seems a little, I don't know, taboo for somebody to say they're a flat earther.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really care about that.
Over the years that we've been talking to people, it's just the psychology behind it. Like, they don't want to ascribe that term to them because they're like, I'm not just a flat earther. I'm a human being, and I'm a chef. That's fine. I get it. But I'm saying the word flat earther, it just sounds like it's putting a lot of burden on somebody to be that. And then say, well, if somebody really asked you and it got down to it, you know, the argument back and forth here in this discussion is always, how do you know the earth is flat? And if you come up with, you know, well, I just believe it to be so because it's what I'm putting it to you guys this way so you understand the implications, right? So if you say that you're a flat earth believer and somebody got you on the same point that you've got them, then you're no different than them. You're a believer just like they are. They haven't checked, neither have you. This is the most important and most crucial part about being in this room. If that's you right now, maybe I talked to Q and I talked to Whisperjack, and they agreed, you know, they're a flat earth believer. But if you haven't checked and you haven't verified, what happens is, in this particular realm, this room, you're going to get challenged. The Glober might even pull you up on it and say, well, how do you know the earth is flat? And if you say, well, we got all this tests and we've done, you know, Black Swan and all this stuff. And then it comes around to like, you're just believing that, but there's nothing that you could do to test and verify anything.
No, I disagree.
Not just a Black Swan, but anything that helps you understand the earth is flat. Then you're just a believer. It's like they are.
Yeah. No, I think you're absolutely correct. Yeah. I mean, at least as far as you're describing my situation for sure. And I do want to go out and have that, you know.
Yeah, this is kind of like
find out for myself for sure.
This is now the royal you, because it becomes like where people who are listening to me right now, and if you're in this room and that's who you are, then they can do the same thing that you're doing to them. It's only fair, right? Fair is fair.
Yeah.
If you're calling them a believer for just looking at all the information and not testing it, and you're grilling them, and you haven't been doing it, I think you need to do some self-reflection here.
Right.
This is the most important part about being in this room. It's like, this what gives it like the weight of an argument. If you say that
right? Because that's really what it would be. Like, how would a scientist know the Earth is a ball? He'd have to have gone out and test it, right? Not like even like.
I think a lot of this is tied in, like Russia's an enigma. Did you know that the rocket equation was invented before the Bolshevik Revolution? Back when Russia was ruled by a Tsar and they were more like a European country. I mean, and then Russia's technology tree just took off in a different direction than the West. There were things that I think they discovered with their space program too. There are things that they discovered with their research into, like high energy physics might have yielded different interpretations than the West. This allowed them to develop in a different way. So they might be hiding a lot of secrets. I mean, look at how look who controls the magnetic dipole at Antarctica. It's in the Russian slice at Vostok base.
I remember you were mentioning this as to a reason why, kind of like that most of this information is not disclosed to the public. But still, we still have the fact that it's not disclosed, which gives us like the ability to say, well, we don't have the information that we should have if we're going to answer certain questions that are very specific to the reasons why we don't have the technology to, measure pressure in the upper layers of our atmosphere, or, find out if the Earth is an actual globe with like, technology that, satellites or whatever can produce. Like, airplanes with the black box, like we don't have that. That information is not given to us. Why is it behind closed doors? I'm still like, that's the thing that these Globers don't understand when they come in here. It's like, we shouldn't be in that age of secrets anymore. Not anymore. We got AI, we got, all kinds of stuff that we can talk to each other about.
Yeah, they think everything's just on Wikipedia.
Yeah, Yoder's been in here telling them that, these organizations or these companies that are holding this information are not going to disclose it. They don't have to. Proprietary.
Yeah, the private sector has been the best place to bury all of this with America's legal structure. Not subject to FOIA. So you have these weird relationships with certain defense contractors that are themselves basically government entities because they always get awarded the same contracts over and over. Like, I shouldn't name anybody, but there are certain companies that seem to always win the award to staff the national laboratories. Lawrence Livermore, Oak Ridge, all these others, where a lot of spooky development goes on. It's always like the same defense contractor too that wins those. The Antarctic logistics program, the Antarctic like security program, that's always awarded to like one of the same two companies over and over and over again for decades.
Dude, I've heard it being said over and over again. Josh just says, I could really prove it to you if I could disclose it. I think, dude, I've heard people, if I had the ability, you guys would know it's no, you don't. No. Dude, that's not true at all. Like, I'm not buying that bullshit, dude. Like, I don't care what he comes in here and says, yeah, I mean, I know the information, but I just can't release it because it's proprietary. I'm like, with that, I'm just tired of that, dude. Honestly, like Globers that say they have the info, that if we knew what they knew or whatever, like I'm calling bullshit on that until they show it. Yeah. That's it.
He's got the same issue. He's got the same issue that we've been reading over and over again, except he's got some fancier overlayer technology that provides more credibility and more belief power behind it. It could be like a classification system. And if only he could disclose it. And if you were to be given the ability to see and have disclosed what that is, you'd be left with the same questions you still have now. You're still not getting to the meat of it. You're still not getting to the actual source of what's going on. And we know what's going on. We don't need anybody to whistleblow or disclose things they shouldn't. We know how this is created. We know how the globe is constructed out of math. It follows a process, a very deliberate process that they describe in their own documents. And this is why I'm like, no, this is not necessarily deception, it's delusion. There might be some key elements of deception that happened more in the past, but I think it's kind of taken on a life of its own today.
Yeah.
I was all about not like, I don't care about knocking down NASA's door, barging in and finding out what secrets they have. I don't care about that. I want them to come out with the information if it's actually the truth. If it's not, like, you can't just be behind closed doors saying, well, sorry, but we have the information, but we just can't give it to you. Like, I don't care about that anymore. Like, they can keep their damn secrets if they want.
But then I'm gonna keep telling people that the reason why we don't know what we should know is because they're holding it behind their goddamn closed doors, bro.
Yeah,
if I could ask them one question.
Any other information ultimately, right?
We don't. We know what they're doing. They are taking physical measurements and mathematically contorting them to a ball that exists only in their imagination. Over and over and over again.
It's Globers being obsessive and pushy for this information because they don't want to. They don't want to accept what can already be presented that just falsifies everything. You know.
Yeah, and the thing is, we know the truth.
Like, she's too far gone, no doubt.
Yeah, it's like we know the truth, but the thing is, they say they have the actual truth within the confines of like what's behind the closed door, and it's like I'm not falling for that shit unless they can come out with it. Then don't say it at all. Just say we don't have it. That'd be the easiest way, because if you say we have it, we just can't show you. That's like a promise that nobody can fulfill. You can't. You're not gonna like reveal that someday. If it's behind some closed door, I'm not going to do it.
Yeah. But I mean, someone, I forget who it was, they were saying, maybe it was you, Yoda, or something. You were saying something along the lines of, how did any of these people like Josh know that it's just not some advanced simulation running on some database and say like fucking the bunker, under the Pentagon or something? You know what I mean? And every time they put a new satellite up, they just add that into the program and then feed back out the expected values and send that to all the operators, and on it goes,
Gotta go be back in 15.
And that's what these people like Josh aren't acknowledging, or considering at least, the potential for.
He thought all he had to do was show me a diagram on that link that he has in his bio, and that should be sufficient to support the case that the REL, the arm on the ISS, has a sensor on the other side of it that actually measures the ambient pressure outside of the ISS. I asked him for the fucking device. Excuse my French, but that's what I was asking him for. I want the device itself. I don't care about all the other stuff you're showing in a diagram and this is how that works. Just the device and how they tested that device to work in an operation in that low pressure environment.
Still nothing from him.
No, I get the runaround, bro. Well, I have to kick the tires on this information and find out from somebody else. And I'm like, dude, I don't care about, you need to come with the goods. If you have the device and the way they've tested it, then show me that. If not, then kick rocks, bro.
Yeah, he's probably just passing on second-hand information at best from some other area at his company. He thinks that information exists all the same, but he's never actually went to check.
Yeah, he's all, I gave you the diagram. It's in my bio. I'm like, dude, I don't care about the diagram. Give me the device and how they tested it. Otherwise, you're not showing me anything, bro. That diagram is like just your idea of what they are, what you think they are doing up there. I want the device that was created that actually measures the ambient pressure up there at that specific torr value. That directly responds to the, the argument that we usually have in here with the pressure without a container. So that corresponds to that. So that whole argument is baseline is the fact that it's established that there's a low pressure environment such as the one that they described, with the torr value being at 10 to the -7 in that specific region of the thermosphere. But if there's no way to measure that, then that argument is moot. Either side cannot have it. if you do, then it's just going to be imagining that that pressure environment exists in the way that it does based on some assumption that the pressure environment is what it is. If there's no way to measure that pressure with a gauge that they can know that it's measured this way, then there's no way to declare it. You cannot declare a region of the atmosphere to be at a specific torr value if you have not measured it. Therefore, it renders the argument moot. And if you continue to have it, it's like, well, then you're just giving them the whole. It's just like me giving them, well, it's not, the sun's not 93 million miles away. The sun is close and local. I can't say close and local because I've already imagined that it could be if it was closer than 93 million miles. So I've given them the argument that if it was 93 million miles, then my sun would be close and local. But that's not neither here. I can't make the argument because I don't know the distance of the sun. So I can't say it's close and local. You get me? So it's a bad argument.
Yeah, when I'm on that, I always say relative to the sun claim of 93 million miles. Or a
Yeah,
distance
but
claim.
the thing obvious is like, well, whenever we do have that argument, it's because we're already presupposing in their paradigm that we're saying, okay, if their paradigm is true, kind of an idea, like, then it was the same with like we're reviewing all the arguments that we've had. I don't know if you were here for that, but it's the same like with the black swan. What we have is not a black swan. You know that, right? It's a white swan.
Yeah.
The black swan is if it was a globe. That would be the black swan. If we found out measurements it was curving, then we'd have to say, well, this is the black swan because all we've seen is a flat level horizon. So now we got a curvature. Like, whoa, that's a black swan.
Yeah, I know. I've heard this lately, and I've always had this kind of position in the back of my mind. You know, that well, basically, we entertain globers when they have absolutely zilch. You know, we're humoring them, and they don't realize that we're extremely generous to them. But because we're so deep in the religion of the globe, you know, we have to, you know, at least acknowledge it and try and word things and yeah, go into their claims and our, you know what I mean? But when it really comes down to it, they come in here and they haven't even presented anything tangible for their position. Why should it be acknowledged in the very first place and not just laughed away or brushed off? Yeah, I think the issue is because we have to, while we're trying to dismantle the globe in a glober's mind, we also have to educate them on it first. Because they don't know what they believe in. They don't know the implications of anything, you know. They just know these buzzword ideas of what they think proves the Earth's the globe, and that's the end of it.
Yeah, it shows a lot of integrity and a lot of honesty when we're able to review our own arguments to find out if they have any validity still within the context of our discussions here. And then reviewing them, we can say, yeah, I mean, this conversation, this argument might be a little dated. We can kind of retool it, take it back to the workshop and see what we can do with it. But it's another thing to kind of keep with the argument and insisting that it still holds merit. And you know what I mean? But like I said, the way I told Yoder this, I was like, we have to put it in front of the whole panel. Everybody has to discuss it within our group and find out if it still holds weight, like what it means, you know. And it kind of has to go that way. It can't just be like somebody comes up with the idea that it's a bad argument and carte blanche says that, okay, now we're going to switch from that to this other thing, you know. There's a lot of little nuances to every argument to turn it into a good argument, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, you know, it's cleaning up from the early days of this, the resurgence of Flat Earth, where there was just this mad dash to kind of fill out the blank page, you know, quantity over quality. and it's it's always been getting cleaned up here and there over the years. Some things have just fell by the wayside. Certain arguments, others the Globers have updated. Well, they went from one flawed rebuttal to an argument to a new flawed rebuttal, basically. So an argument from our side has to get rejigged, and that kind of does the trick as well.
I can tell you one that actually fell by the wayside is plane flights, or airplanes that fly over the Earth, the flight paths. There used to be a hot one back in the day.
Yeah, but I think our side, having to concede that there's no, well, I don't know if it was concession so much, but there's no, we have no verifiable maps. You know what I mean? So we shouldn't be making claims, or absolute claims at least. Speculation, but not claims. I still think the physics of flight and such are still valid to discuss.
And the pitfalls of the Glober is that they always want to argue the derivative topic instead of the main topic. They always want to go to the thing that is already using the Earth as a globe. It's like, dude, you didn't even start from the premise that the Earth is a globe and start there. You started with, well, how do flights work on your flat Earth? Like,
yeah, that's the thing. Again, we're generous in even attempting to clean up some of our own arguments when all of their fucking arguments are just fallacious pish to begin with. You know what I mean?
You got a dude in the chat saying you can prove things with fallacious arguments. That's crazy.
they even said that yesterday. Remember the guy you were saying? He was cryptic was actually standing for fallacious reasoning. Was it cryptic?
It's hard to tell anymore. Yeah, it was probably him and everybody else.
Hey guys, breaking news. Dick Cheney died.
No way,
dude. Fucking hell, is he still alive?
Is it a party or a funeral? What are we doing here?
What was that?
I'm surprised he was still alive.
Yeah, right. He had like that heart pump that was like a fish tank just cycling blood through.
Yeah, that wasn't blood, Bo. That dude didn't have any blood in his body.
Crazy world, man. It's so freaking crazy.
Remember he shot somebody in the face, bro? He blasted someone from point blank range.
Quail hunting or something and shoot your bro in the like. How the hell?
From like 10 feet.
Yeah.
I'm sick of having other people kill people for me. I want to try it myself. Stand over there. Put these feathers on you. Officer, I thought he was a quail. There's feathers all over him.
One of the most mysterious deaths that's always kind of bothered me was CIA Director William Casey. You ever hear what happened to him?
Yeah, his death. I've never really looked into his death, but I remember even then people thought that was suspicious that he just like dropped dead out of nowhere.
Did he get heart attacked or something?
No, so I mean, picture this, like it happened in the 90s. He was already pretty old. So he had a lot of secrets from like the OSS days and space and all kinds of stuff. But a story goes he was just out fishing like he normally does by himself and fell off the boat and drowned in the river.
I find that hard to believe.
Right, okay.
Like you literally to not drown, all you got to do is like fill your lungs with air and lay on your back. It's not hard.
No.
Yeah, but before that, they found him with 3 shots to the back of the head that were there.
Oh yeah, I was going to say that.
With a rifle, rifle bullet shots.
You don't usually
double
fish
jointed.
in very turbulent waters.
One of the JFK witnesses shot themselves in the back of the head with a shotgun somehow.
Yeah,
like, was he double jointed, man? Like, how do you even get your arms like that?
Trick shot.
Same fate as what's that guy? Gary, what's his name? The journalist who did the thing on the CIA coke trade.
No, Gary Webb.
Yeah.
I actually saw a thing about that. They're trying to rewrite that history. Recently, I seen a thing basically rehashing about, oh, he was right, but he was wrong. So they're turning it into like a limited hangout.
They always do that, man. They disclose just enough to provide an alternate narrative that satisfies all the false leads that had been placed out there in the first place.
It was just a few bad apples.
I wonder if they're going to pivot with 9/11. Like, yeah, it was not only all the vertical silos of intelligence that weren't sharing information with each other and some incompetence, but there's a little something else too going on. We'll take the fall for that.
Let us never tolerate outrageous conspiracy theories.
Yeah, I got to think, like back in the day, it was a lot easier for them to create a completely false narrative and tie up the loose ends for the public to believe in. But with the internet and so many independent journalists, it seems that the playbook has changed, that they can no longer do that. So what do? They just create a whole bunch of false leads and they muddy the story to make it as incoherent as fucking possible. I think 9/11 was one of the shining examples of when this was first happening. And on top of that, the big break, the big lead that's going to crack the case wide open is always just around the corner. And nothing gets resolved, obviously. I mean, look at everything, dude, that's happened. The Epstein stuff, some shootings, some Las Vegas shooting primarily. Like, what the hell was that?
Yeah, I can't make heads or tails of the Las Vegas one. That's like, that dude straight up looked like he had a fucking Browning 50 or something, or Brown 30. He was like,
yeah,
dude, that was nuts. That wasn't even like a saw, dude. That was bigger than that. Had to be.
Oh man, I couldn't be the guy to carry a saw.
I've seen a video of a dude getting smoked by a saw in Iraq. You could literally see the fucking daylight through the hole in his head.
Yeah.
It like literally just went through his head out the other side and made like a 2-inch hole. He was dumb, dude. He like tried to like run in the street with his AK and just like I don't even know what he was trying to do. He didn't make it though.
Wow.
I think the bullet that actually got him ricocheted off the ground. I think he got hit with a tracer around or something. It's an old video.
Oh. Sounds like something I've seen.
The 2-inch hole in his head, and he didn't make it.
No, you could literally see the daylight out the other side because like it was so fast, like he wasn't bleeding it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The blood wasn't oozing out the hole, just like a cow punch, man.
Yeah, you're making a bad case for the Charlie Kirk thing there, Indio.
Oops. That's another contaminated crime scene.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing come from any of the presidential assassination attempts. Nothing coming from Charlie Kirk. Like nothing coming from any fucking thing. So we used to at least get a narrative that maybe seemed believable and we could all move on feeling satisfied. But there's been no satisfaction for any of these mass tragedies. And that itself might be a psyop.
Well, think about the OJ crime scene, the Nicole Brown and Ron Goldman murder. That crime scene was like, dude, that was I don't even know what you call that. Just like everybody's running around in like full onesies, not to contaminate the crime scene. There's like hundreds of people there to collect evidence, and like, okay, 2 randos get killed in L.A. and you're doing all this. A major political figure gets assassinated and you don't do anything. Like it's pretty crazy. Like I never understand how like they mess up the crime scene in the big cases, but it's the little cases all of a sudden they're like Sherlock Holmes. Oh man, want to hear something horrible? I just read a news article, dude. He just did like what was it? Like a freaking 60-year bid on a murder charge that he turned out to be innocent, and they let him go. But he was like from India, and like 3 days later, they snatched him up to deport him. They pinned him on like a murder when he was like 18 years old, and he's in prison now. He's like an old man, and he got out, and they're like, "Well, you're here illegally by."
Holy crap!
Crap.
Yeah, dude. I mean, have some mercy, man. Come on.
Yeah, I think he could pass his citizenship 60 years in an American prison. Can owe him a green
I mean, he
card.
has a pretty good argument. I couldn't apply for citizenship because I was a felon. Should be easy now.
Right.
He's been exonerated, not just like found not guilty. He's been found innocent, as in exonerated. He didn't do it, which is pretty difficult. Being found not guilty is one thing. Being exonerated is another thing.
Is there no forms of compensation for cases like that?
Is there no what?
These people in these types of cases that lose significant years of their life, is there no serious compensation for these people?
Only if there was some sort of malfeasance.
Well, wasn't the malfeasance like the government being fucking useless in their reasoning and conclusions?
Well, I don't know the facts of the case, so I can't speak on that. But usually what happens, even... So there was a case in Massachusetts where the guy was convicted of murder and kidnapping and murder. And the DNA test, 30 years later showed that it wasn't him, right, that did the rape murder part. But they're like, well, he could have did the kidnapping. He could have been an accomplice. So until we exonerate him for that, like, we're not going to let him out. Like, they really tried to screw this freaking guy. Because he was exonerated for the rape murder, but he wasn't exonerated for the kidnapping. No, they didn't really have evidence. It was all linked together. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, if he didn't do the rape murder, he didn't do the kidnapping. But they tried to make some argument that somehow he was like an accomplice to the real murder. Yeah, he could have still did it.
Trying to save face.
But I mean, there could have been you could have people can be convicted by mistake. It was the actual honest mistake. That can happen, obviously. Or he got exonerated based upon technology that didn't exist then. You know what I mean? He got DNA. Yeah. I mean, I don't know his circumstance. I mean, they probably fucked him over because he was like, can't say the word. He was from India.
It reminds me of that. It was a good movie. Denzel Washington, The Hurricane. Oh, I forgot who it's even based on now. I haven't seen it in years.
There's something in America called the Innocence Project. Some bunch of lawyers that take cases and try to get people exonerated for all sorts of crimes. Last time I looked, which is like a decade ago, they were at something like 1,500 people. And these are people, we're not talking like subsequently found not guilty, people that are exonerated. There's something called the exoneration registry, and you can look on that, and these are people that are been found not just not guilty. Not guilty means they just didn't prove it. This is exonerated, mean this guy couldn't have possibly done it.
It's mad.
Which makes you wonder how did they accumulate enough evidence to get a conviction against the guy that couldn't have possibly done it? You know what I mean?
Really, the conversation about the flat, it's the Earth is flat or not?
Well, not that. If it's a globe or not, we know it's flat. We're just asking if you guys think it's a globe. Do you have any evidence?
Like, are you saying like it is flat, and you're saying like prove me that it's globe, not flat?
Yeah, exactly that.
I mean the solar system.
Yeah. What about it?
Is it like made up? Did NASA made it up?
Yeah. No. People a long time ago did. Yeah.
All right. So like how day-to-day life goes, like, you know, like we got night, we got the morning, the sun come and then goes and then will come again and then goes again.
Yep.
Like
The sun
how
moves
is it flat? If that happens.
The sun moves around in a cyclical pattern. So we have day and night cycles over a horizontal, flat, stationary plane because the sun's moving across the surface of the Earth.
But hold on, there's parts. Hold on. Listen, if the Earth is flat, why there are some parts in this planet Earth that is like morning, and some parts that are like at night? Like let's say in the Middle East, they will be at the morning.
I get you. I get you. So essentially, the light of the sun can only go so far on the Earth. It doesn't go everywhere. So it can only attenuate through the air to a certain limit. Then it's got an extinction limit, which means like it can't travel through air forever. So it doesn't light up. It doesn't light up the whole flat Earth.
Hold on. So are you saying?
Dude,
the sun?
Hold on. The sun is not what you've been told it is. It's not a giant burning ball of gas in the 93 million miles away and all that. You got to throw that away, because if you're thinking that, and I'm saying this, you're going to get it all mixed up. I'm not saying the sun is what you thought it is. You know, so you have
know
to
how big the sun is.
Nobody knows how big it is.
It is so big to the point. I don't know. Like I've seen.
Nobody knows. Like nobody knows how big it is, brother.
Really?
Yeah, really. Let me. Yeah, I'm being serious. You're laughing right now, but check it out. How do you know how big the sun is?
I mean, they calculate it, and you know, like
Who calculated it? Who did that?
The people who observe the universe. I don't know the name. I don't know the names.
Okay, so not you, right? So not you, right?
Of course, not me.
Okay, so you believe what they're telling you, yeah? So how do you know it's true? How do you know it's true?
How would I know? How I know it's true?
Yeah.
I mean, from observation, from my,
of what? Observing what? What are you What are you observing that what they're saying is true?
Like, I've studied that, like in school and all of that. But then I observed the universe.
You're not telling me what you studied about the sun being the size that they say it is. Stay focused. What about the sun gave you the understanding that it's that big, that you're so big? How do you know?
So let me hear your counter argument.
My counter is you don't know how big it is because you've just been told that it's a certain size. So you personally don't know how big the sun is. You. That's my counter. No, you don't.
The sun is like 800 miles.
You don't know, brother.
Million kilometers.
Yeah, really. You don't know that. You do not know that.
From NASA. Hold on. Is NASA lying?
How do you know if they're telling the truth?
I mean,
How?
But listen. Why would they lie?
Listen.
Hold on.
How do you
Why
know
would they
they're telling
lie?
the truth?
what is the benefit that they're getting from lying
Who
to us?
cares?
And
Yeah, who cares, brother? How do you know they're
no,
telling
but
the
like
truth?
you're putting the argument that they're lying to us. Like what
I'm
is
putting the argument
what?
that you don't know if they're telling the truth.
But
right now.
listen. Why would they lie to us? Like what is like?
Who cares?
What is the like? How
Yeah,
are you
who cares?
benefiting from lying to us? And
Who
you know, like
cares?
Have a
Who
reason
cares?
for why they're lying
Who
to us.
cares?
Does that mean we're wrong?
Who
Who
cares?
cares? Who cares?
cares?
No, you can't say that. Like, why would they lie to us?
Yeah, I can.
Like,
Because
what
you're
is the
dumb.
benefit that
I'll
they're
tell you
getting
this.
from lying to us?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you like this. Because you don't question what they tell you. How about that? Just like you're not doing right now. You're not questioning what they tell you. You're just like, oh, the sun's 93 million miles away. And I ask you, how do you know that? Well, I don't know. They just told me that. Somebody observed the universe. You have no answers. So it's easy to tell people like you something and you just believe it. So easy. And you just believe it. So yeah, it's easy. Yeah. I'd
I'm
love an
asking
army.
you, what is
Dude,
what?
I would love an
What?
army of people that whatever I
I'm
say, they
asking.
just
No,
believe.
hold on. Forget about the Earth is flat or not. I'm asking you,
No,
what is
we're not
the
going to forget
benefit?
it.
Like, all right. Let's keep it aside for a moment. What is the benefit that NASA getting from lying to us?
They build a
Or-
narrative. They build a narrative that the Earth is a globe and everything that's on it has everything that's attached to the Earth being a globe, like limited resources, overpopulation. You fight wars for climate change and all kinds of dumb shit. Yeah. So because it's a globe, you got killer asteroids like three AI Atlas about to come and kill you. Like, and so you live in a world of fear. Yeah. It's a fear mongering world that you live in because you think it's a globe.
Hold
Spinning
on.
in the
First of all,
vacuum in the
I
outer
don't believe
space.
in climate change because like I've seen.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. Some people
But
do.
you're saying like they're
Yeah,
saying
some
it
people do.
to keep
Yeah,
the
some people
narrative.
do. Yeah, some
So
people do,
therefore,
not you. Some people do, not you. So other people believe narratives about the Earth being a globe and it's floating in the vacuum of space and all kinds of dumb shit. But you might be one of those guys. I don't know. You might not. Yeah, maybe you don't like climate change, but you still think we're a spinning little ball in the vacuum
But
of space.
hold on. If what you're saying is true, how
It is
Elon
true.
Musk landed on Mars, and you know people
Really,
landed
dude, freaking. Okay,
on the moon.
listen, brother. Elon, hold on. Yeah, hold on.
What?
Elon Musk.
Are you kidding me?
Do not interrupt, guys. Just relax. Let me talk to this guy. All right, look, Elon Musk is a money bag with eyeballs. How do you know that dude went to Mars? How do you know he went there?
I mean, like the SpaceX, the company that he did it to
brother, I'm
develop
asking you a
rockets.
question. I'm asking you a question. How do you know Elon Musk went to Mars?
Are we gonna go through this loop like questioning
No, I'm gonna
every
go.
single thing?
Yeah, I'm gonna question what you're saying because you're making bold claims, and I know you can't back them up. I'm
Hold
gonna
on.
call
So,
you out on all the claims you make.
you believe that Elon Musk didn't land on
No,
Mars?
listen, brother, it's not a belief.
I'm asking. No, hold on. So let's say like I didn't say nothing. You believe that Elon Musk didn't land on Mars and
I don't believe shit.
people didn't
Dude.
land
I
on
don't
moon?
need to. I don't need
On
to
the moon?
believe that. Listen, I don't need to believe that stupid paradigm because.
But you're saying that like how do you know that Elon Musk landed on Mars?
Blake, I don't need to believe that stupid paradigm because I don't think the Earth is a globe like you. So I don't need to think that. Yeah.
So you believe that people didn't like go through space and landed on the moon and Mars
Dude,
and
yeah, all of that stuff is a cartoon for the imagination. That's it. That's all that is. You believe this dumb shit because somebody told you, and oh wow, it's amazing. That's it. You can't even validate it for yourself. When I start asking you questions, you jump to another question because you can't. You're scared, like a little boy, to
I'm not
answer any
scared.
questions. Yeah, you don't want to answer any
But hold
questions.
on.
You want to go to. You want to go to another question. Watch. Here comes another question.
Insulting
Yeah, here comes
let's
another
not insulting each other. Okay,
Yeah, here
like
comes
let's
another
have like a respectful conversation.
Yeah, we are. But the problem is,
you call me a little boy.
yeah, is that disrespectful or are you a
Yeah, I
little
don't
boy?
like that. Yeah, do not call me that again.
Yeah, whatever, dude. Listen, you can't tell me that the Earth is a globe in any meaningful way that you know it is. How about that? You don't know. You and everybody else coming in here that says that the Earth is a globe and we're spinning in the vacuum of space, you can't prove any of that stuff. And I question you guys on it. I challenge you, and then you go to another topic. You quickly change to another topic because you're afraid to answer the question. You always
What
do
is
this.
your question?
You guys always do
what is
this.
the say again?
Yeah. How's the Earth a globe? Go ahead and present that information to me right now. How's it a globe?
How is it a globe?
Yeah.
Like, how is it a globe not flat?
Yeah.
I mean, the solar system.
Oh, you said that before. How do you know we're in the solar system?
How do I know that we're in the solar system?
Yes, dude. How do you know we're in the solar system?
So you think everything we've
Oh my
known
God!
it's a
Stop saying
narrative?
that. Stop saying I
No,
think.
I'm just asking. I'm
No,
just
no, no.
asking.
I'm asking you. Answer my
I'm just
question.
gonna ask you, and
Answer my.
I'll
No,
answer it
don't
right
ask
after
me.
you.
No, don't. No, I'm not
You
gonna.
think
I'm
that
not gonna say
everything
shit.
we've known and
Nope. I'm
studied is
not
a
gonna say
narrative
shit.
that
I'm not
people
gonna
put
say
us
shit.
in it to
I'm not
believe
gonna
in,
say shit. I'm not gonna say
theories
shit.
and
I'm not gonna say shit. I'm gonna want you to answer my
conspiracy
question.
theories?
I want you to
Huh?
answer my question. How do you know we're in a solar system? Go ahead, answer that.
All right, let me ask you this: How do you
Nope.
know we're not in a solar system?
Nope. Answer my
I'm
question. How
asking
do you
you.
know
Hold
we're in a
on.
solar? No,
All
I'm
right.
gonna stop you. You have a choice. Answer my question or
How do you know
get
that
on
we're
mute.
not in a solar system?
Answer my question or get on
Now
mute.
you
One of
answer.
those two.
You answer. I don't know, man. I don't know.
All right,
Answer your
thank you. That's
question.
the honest.
How do we know? How do you know that we're not in a solar system?
Guys, what are you doing?
Okay, so your answer was I don't know if I'm in a solar system, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so that's your answer to what I was telling you that you don't
All
even
right.
know
Answer my
that you're
question.
in a
How
solar
do you
system.
know that we're not in a solar system or whatever?
Because the solar system needs to be the sun in the center and all the planets orbiting around it. Nobody's ever seen an orbit. Nobody's ever experienced all the ball planets idea. And so you can't prove anything that has to do with the idea of a solar system. Not even one.
We also know Earth is flat.
So you ran away.
Hold on.
You ran away.
Since you say that,
Oh my God,
say
dude.
that means that you believe that Albert Einstein his like theories and relative
Hey,
theories and
Yoder, you
all
want
that
to take point on this?
right?
Oh yeah, sure.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, no,
Sure.
Einstein's relativity is compatible with any coordinate reference system. So that
So
would
you don't
include.
believe anything that Albert Einstein like did or studied or the theories
Did
that
you hear what I said?
he presented? Huh?
Listen, Einstein's relativity can work with any coordinate reference system because it's kinematic, it's relational, it's relative. All you have to do is retweak the coordinate reference frames. So there was a Brazilian university research group that actually did a fun thought experiment where they described Einstein's theory of general relativity on a flat Earth by taking the developable surface of a cylinder, that's the flat part of a cylinder, and extending it to near infinite depth. And this brought the gravity vectors near parallel with each other and perpendicular to the flat surface. So they were able to preserve Einstein's general relativity on a flat Earth cosmology. Imagine that.
I think they went over his head.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Like you said to me, like you don't believe like nothing. He got Nobel Prize for nothing. He
No,
like
I'm agreeing with
bullshit for you.
Einstein.
Everything is bullshit for you.
Blake, I am agreeing with Einstein. What do you think of that?
Oh, so it is.
Yeah.
It is. It's not It's not flat if you agree with Albert Einstein because like time
No,
and
it is, and
space.
I gave you a reason why, and I gave you a reference.
I'm sorry. Say it again.
Okay. A university group in Brazil, some PhD researchers, as a thought experiment, wrote a paper where they were able to describe Einstein's general relativity by taking a flat Earth and extending the Earth way down very, very deep. And this effectively pulled the gravity vectors to be parallel with each other and perpendicular to a flat surface, preserving Einstein's mass relationships with space-time, as well as preserving the topology of a flat Earth that we experience in reality. So yes, you can have Einstein on a flat Earth. That's fine. I have no problem with that.
All right. I'll look at it. I have nothing to say, to be honest.
Newton 2. I'll post that in the chat.
You said what?
I like the sound of that, though.
I said Newton 2. It works within Newtonian gravity as well. And I posted that in the chat. Why are you concerned about what we believe? Why don't you just present evidence?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, you keep saying
I'm
you
not. I'm
believe
not.
this and you
I don't.
believe that. Why are you
Listen, buddy.
concerned
I
with
couldn't
why
care
are you
less, but I'm
talking
just
over me? You
conversing
asked
with
me a
you and debating.
question.
Huh?
Bro, you keep you're not debating the topic. You keep doing fucking monologues about what we believe and what we don't believe. Who gives a shit what we think? What's the
Yes,
evidence say?
exactly. That's why I'm
What's
just
the evidence say?
for what?
What are we talking about here? Are we talking about flat Earth or flat Earthers?
Flat Earth.
Yeah. Okay. So keep our names out your mouth.
Buddy, oh my god.
No, I was listening on the live stream and AB's trying to ask you for evidence, and you're like, you believe blah 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 blah. Who gives a shit what he believes? He wants to know
I'm just
what's the
saying.
evidence for solar system? What's the evidence that Earth orbits the sun? And GPS is undoubtedly has ground-based towers. There's no doubt about it. It's called differential GPS. In fact, the U.S. Geological Survey is actually defuncting GPS, elder GPS type positioning altogether for a completely different technology that's Earth based. So this is your best case scenario.
All right, sure. What about the lunar eclipses, or it's not true, like the others, like the lighthouse, like when the
He was
Earth.
just waiting to talk, Indio. He was just waiting to talk to say that. Don't worry
Probably.
about him.
He's got his list.
Like, Blake, isn't your mind blown by this? Aren't you curious to know more? Because we can give you a lot more than that.
Yeah, I think he's full. I think we filled that bucket.
Yeah.
Tell you anything. I cannot repeat back what Indio just said. Doesn't matter. He wasn't listening at all. He wanted to ask about eclipses, and he has to now prove that what is happening with eclipse. I want to hear how it works so that we can debunk it.
Yeah, because you're saying everything that they say it's not true. It's
Tell
like
me how
they're
an
lying to
eclipse
us.
works.
Yeah, tell me, enlighten me.
Tell me how an eclipse works.
We flipped it back on you, Red.
No.
You can't ask me a question by asking you a question.
Yeah, we can easily answer your question, dude. Dude, you think you're the first person?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
This stuff, dude.
Like, not yet. Just go ahead and tell me.
Okay, go listen to 10,000 hours of freaking live stream. It's probably more like 70,000 hours at this point. We're gonna deal with something else first, okay? You didn't address what we already mentioned. You're just going down a list of Gish Gallop bullshit. Okay. Eclipses cannot possibly work in the heliocentric model. Okay. Have you ever thought about like how they actually work? Did you ever think about it?
Isn't it like the sun, like the Earth?
Yeah, and you see a circle on the moon, right?
Exactly.
Why?
Shadow? Like...
Okay. Now, at first glance, that sounds okay, but at second glance, that is not okay, because the moon is supposed to be a ball. You ever seen like the railing of a railing of stairs, the shadow cast on the stairs? Is that railing straight? The shadow of the railing? No, it's all jagged, right? Zigzagged.
Uh-huh.
So the moon should do the same thing, meaning that because the moon has a curved surface, the projection of a circle, which would be the sphere, that circle projection as it moves over the moon should get distorted because the moon has a curved surface. It should only be a circle if the moon was flat. The moon was a flat piece of paper. The moon's surface is supposed to be curved, right? Curved, it's supposed to be a ball.
Uh-huh.
So a ball doesn't cast a round shadow on another ball. It casts a round shadow on a flat surface, not a round curved surface. So that right there is evidence that the reason they say that eclipses exist can't be true. And there's other ones. So there's something called the Salenilian eclipse, also known as the impossible eclipse. So it's an eclipse where the sun is rising and the moon is setting on the other horizon, and the so-called shadow, in quotes, is coming down the moon towards the horizon. Now, if the thing casting the shadow is under your feet and the light source in the thing being shadow is above your head, how is that possible? It's not possible. And then there's any number of, sunrise or sunset solar eclipses. Those are also impossible. And then there's the fact that they don't even predict lunar eclipses. And this is another one. I was going to bring it up instead of the GPS one. They don't use the heliocentric model to predict eclipses in the first place. Do you know why? Because it doesn't work. They use something that they've been using for 3,000 years called the Saros cycle. In fact, the first eclipse was predicted by a flat earther. So that whole story of eclipses that they teach in school is incorrect. It's just wrong. Blake, when you go to the used car lot and you're trying to buy a car, there's going to be some things wrong with it. And they're not going to tell you. They're going to tell you the good things. Oh my God, it has a 405 engine. It has this brand new car stereo. The tires were just changed and we just had new brakes. And man, does it accelerate. They're not going to go, by the way, also, the clutch is gone. The windshield wipers are kind of broken. The electrical system is fried. They're not going to tell you all that stuff. The Globe is like this. It's like a used Globe. They're trying to sell you something. They tell you all the things that are right, but they don't tell you any of the things that are wrong. Do you think the Globe model is perfect? Where there's no problems with it? The first scientific fucking theory in the history of man that's perfect?
There's nothing perfect.
Okay, including this. Okay, including the Globe. So seeing you can see that the Globe model is not perfect, we're trying to tell you the problems that they have, this idea. Because that's all it is to all of us. It's just an idea. You've never been to space to see the Earth as a ball. I've never been to space. I don't know anybody that has. None of those people know anybody either. Right? So to me, it's just an idea that's propagated. And to all of us. That's why we're here. What's the evidence that this is true? How can we tell? What can we test? What can we go out and do? What can we observe in the natural world to confirm this? Well, everything we've tried has confirmed that it's not true. What we've tried to do is say, hey, let's measure the Earth itself instead of looking at the sky. Let's see what the Earth tells us. And a lot of people think, well, the Earth is so big, it's a ball, it's not measurable. According to the numbers they give us, it certainly is measurable. So, if you take a laser and you beam it 40 kilometers, that laser will be should be, let's say you start at 2 meters off the water. You take a laser, you beam it 40 kilometers. At the other end of the laser, that laser should be, because of the curvature of the Earth, 127 meters off the ground, off the water. That should certainly be measurable, easily. But when these tests are done, nobody measures a laser 42 stories off the ground. The laser is the same height as what it started. Which means the laser and the ground have to be parallel. 2 meters at one end, 1.5 meters at the other end is what they measured. When they should have had to climb to the top of a 42-story building to even pick the laser up. Now, this is what we're talking about when we went out and we tried to confirm it, and we're concerned with the evidence. We're not concerned with people, places, and things. Now, I know this shit's hard to swallow, dude. It's hard for me to swallow. Then when you test it yourself, it's like, should I believe what I've done? Can I trust myself? If I can't trust myself to do a test, how can I trust my choice to rely on somebody else? Can't even do a simple freaking test of geometry. How am I going to rely on my choices of people to believe in? Like if you're incompetent for all purposes. You don't get to pick and choose what you're good at.
So man, I look at it and I don't know much about it, but
yeah, I know.
I mean, like I came here. I thought you're like it's kind of joke, but like
no joke.
I don't know. I'll see. I'll see what it is.
Yeah. So Blake, let me tell you this: don't feel bad that you don't know anything. A lot of you guys that come in here.
No, I don't like. I'm not really afraid of
PhDs that
wrong.
don't know anything. I can ask them the questions we asked you, and you're like, I don't know. They don't know either. I swear to God, man, they don't know either. And people get shocked by that. They're like, no, there's got to be. If you talk to a scientist, surely that they would tell you what's what. We've talked to them many times, many different scientists, many different PhDs in many different fields. And when we talk to them, this topic, they absorbed it the same way you did. They learned it in kindergarten. They learned it in elementary school, yada, yada, yada. And they just accepted it. And there's no further research, right? So they don't really know what the evidence is. They've seen the pictures on TV. Like, they've accepted it the same way everybody else has. They don't have any special information. They don't have any primary knowledge. They don't know anything. So they've done no tests, right? Because that's really what it would be. Like, how would a scientist know the Earth is a ball? He'd have to have gone out and test it, right? Not like even like these people that have been, they're in academia. We have a mathematician that teaches math at fucking university. He's never done any goddamn test. So even though he's been associating with us for like 5-6 years, he still hasn't done shit. You don't want to know. So the point is that don't feel bad about not knowing anything. A lot of people don't know anything about this topic. What should shock you is we've researched what the details of the gold model. We've gone out and done tests, and we don't believe it. Whereas the people that do believe it are the people that don't really know it that good and have done no tests. Those are the people that believe the Earth is a globe.
And they automatically believe it and they criticize us and hate us just because we're asking a question.
Buddy, I don't hate you. Like, I'm not. There's no hate towards you.
Man. No, I said
you, bro.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about you, Blake. I said they. It's a common thing. I wasn't talking about you, man.
Okay.
I digress. Carry on, India. My bad.
Yeah, if you ever want to do a test, it's super simple. If you got a door mirror already in your house, it's $6. You just go to a large body of water. 10 miles should be enough. It's like, I don't know, 15 kilometers, 1.6 kilometers, whatever it is. And the drop at that distance, right? So if one person's on one side of the lake, the other person's on the other, one of them to each other, they're going to be 20 meters under the curvature of the Earth. So you can just get a laser, but you don't need a laser. You can use a door mirror and just reflect the sun. The sun is super bright, obviously. So, in fact, you can buy like what's called an emergency signal mirror, which is super easy to use. There's a freaking hole in it, and all you do is look to the direction of where you want the mirror to flash, and you can just mirror flash across a long body of water. The globe, you just go to a globe curve calculator. They're all over the internet. Type in your height, type in the distance. It'll give you how much curve there is. Should be, because you find out that there is none there. And you also probably be surprised with how much it's supposed to be. It's way more than what people think it should be. That's the problem. Such as people see Chicago across Lake Michigan. People have been observing this. This is 50 miles or, I don't know, 72 kilometers or something. So people have been observing this for years and years.
There was no curvature?
Well, you can see the entire skyline. You can see the entire Chicago skyline from across Lake Michigan. It's 52 miles. The curve of the Earth should sink that city down behind the horizon. Yeah, someone posted in the chat. 1,400 feet, right? So the tallest building there is 1,700 feet, including the tower. So that's a few stories. That's 10, 20 stories of the top of the tallest tower. Right? And that's it. That's all you should see. That little building peeking out, the biggest building peeking out. But people have been seeing this for years and years and years. And nobody ever thought, hey, man, this is impossible on the globe. Right? The thought never crossed their mind because they thought, yeah, Earth is gigantic. It looks flat to some ant on a beach ball on a surface, and everybody accepts that. But they don't realize how flat it should look. Okay? So they think no matter what level of flatness they see, that conforms to the globe model. And they never actually do the checking. So when they see Chicago, they just think, oh, that's normal. Earth is big. It ain't that big. Not that big at all. Hundreds of people. They see it. This is seen every year because there's a vacation spot named Warren Dunes. And people see this. So families go vacationing, tenting, all that stuff. And hundreds of people see this every year. Just never thought about it. You probably have a flat Earth observation and never thought about it.
They should have lied to us and said the Earth was a lot bigger to make it hard for us to try to look for the curve.
They could have.
If they were smart, they would have done that.
Then all the other, but all the other shit would have to be further away too. And then you got the problem of how you do space when the fucking moon is twice the distance away. How are you going to go 600,000 miles instead of 300,000 miles?
Yeah, their celestial navigation math wouldn't work. Not that it does.
Space vacuum. That would have been smart to never space vacuum.
Can't run away from the lies. We're going to find them.
Well, at least geocentric globers could argue for a bigger globe and no vacuum.
Like what you said earlier, Yoder. I was listening to you. Never heard that take.
What was that?
Like the way you spun it with. Was it the guys in Brazil that were saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like we shouldn't be afraid of gravity so much as it seems, you know.
Well, it just seemed like a stigma at the beginning, so it was like, yeah, the explaining part of how the globe is proposing what it is, but they don't realize what it actually means. So it's hard for them to imagine that it's not just the idea that you can live on a globe, but a horizontal plane as well.
I mean, they're still playing tug of war with gravity in mainstream academia.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like people tend to come in here and they act like this idea is solved. Like it's not even solved within your own paradigm. Freaking, why do you think it's solved in here?
Yeah, there's a discrepancy with that going into the quantum realm with what is it? Einsteinian general relativity and special relativity.
Oh yeah, none of it works. None of it plays nice together.
So there's a kind of another answer to that. I was looking into it. There are a bunch of ideas that they're coming out with to try to solve the issue, to make it more universal, where Newtonian and Einsteinian can actually work together, which is kind of like what the mainstream has always been alluding to.
DJ was ironic.
Go ahead.
The scale at which relativity works best is the scale at which it is most inconvenient to use it, and so freaking dilapidated, it may as well not even be used at all. That's your local scale. It breaks down at the quantum level and at the mass cosmological level. You know, nobody's deriving field equations to explain parabolic trajectories. Like, can you imagine doing that? Like space-time of a ballistic object? Like, what the hell?
Or buy a box of pencils.
What kind of computer do we need to figure out the math on that?
You just need a 20-foot tall chalkboard and a ladder.
Makes for a great photo op. And even then, like, the fact that you can use it doesn't mean Earth is a ball. I still need to dig into Blitz's paper because his paper was on the topology of space-time.
I was gonna say, don't say that, man. All the math is reality guys are gonna get upset.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Blitz's paper could actually be used to support a flat Earth topology, flat Earth space-time. It might be a good weekend project here.
I like that the four-dimensional manifold invokes X, Y, and Z. 2 of those are on the ground. Oh, they do their celestial horizons thing.
You could still have geodesics. That's the funny thing. Like, you can still have curving space-time with flat Earth.
Because it's just a mathematical framework.
Like, what do you think about that? What do you think about taking like a Neo-Tychonian system, a framework, expanding the Earth out to be the floor of it? You could observer-centric and then use bendy warpy space-time in relativistic frames.
I'm sure you could do it. You do anything with the nonlinearity, so. I wonder if the Tycho system would work over flat Earth.
Yeah, with observer dependence. We wouldn't be able to triangulate these objects in 3D space, but that's where 4D space comes in. So we had an extra dimension. We borrow a little bit from Minkowski. Yeah, I mean, what Einstein provided and what I don't think a lot of people really get, not that I get any of this shit, but he basically provided a mathematical sandbox, a huge playground where you can do almost anything with it. So even within that framework, to pin everything down to a Big Bang cosmology, like what's popularly studied and talked about and portrayed in popular science today, like that's just one interpretation. That's just one interpretive framework out of infinite. So it's not to say that it's true. It's just it's almost like he created the Unreal Engine. He created the Gary's mod. And if something seems
NURBS. You ever heard of NURBS?
Yeah, NURBS, NURBS, yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
dude,
3D modeling.
deformable, freaking 3D. I think it was made with spleens or something like that. That's pretty much what general relativity is. Basically, like a mushy piece of clay. You can shape into anything you want.
I remember playing with those. NURBS were introduced in True Space 3. It's almost like playing with clay. You pop open a primitive and you just poke and prod it along whatever axes you need. Suddenly you get like, you get like a half circle, and then you smash a divot in the middle, call it a bowl. You can even like pull parts up and spin them around and you can create twists.
Yeah,
I was doing all that in the 90s.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I think the problem with it not going anywhere, I think they're
Sounds like you're making a toroidal field.
you could freaking make a tortilla.
Tortilla field.
Tortilla field, man.
Taco Tuesday.
Can we have Taco Tuesday on Wednesday?
That was yesterday, sir.
Well, in my version of space time,
Yeah.
I can violate causality.
Wouldn't that be where the if there was a link? Though I don't believe in any of this crap. I'm going to caveat that. When's the link? If you wanted to link quantum mechanics with general relativity, when's the link be in the retrocausality function? Because quantum mechanics has a retrocausal mechanism, and then general relativity has a retrocausal mechanism. Where the effect precedes the cause. Which kind of don't make sense to us, but you know.
Yeah, like all the double slit, mumbo jumbo, gobbledygook, magic, whatever the hell's going on.
Well, they do a measurement downstream, and it like changes the downstream manipulation of the variable changes an upstream. So basically, they do the measurement they do the measurement on an entangled particle, but its path is longer than the other path, right? So they get a non-interference reading. But then when they read out the one that's further away, it changes it as if there was an interaction before. So it changes and the only way it has to happen upstream. Assuming, because this is the assumption, right? You got photon gun, you got crystal that splits it, then mirror. Right, and then upstream they measure the one further away, and then it changes the measurement result of the one that's closer retroactively, right? Because ostensibly the one that was further, who had a shorter optical path, right? That measurement that happened before you even did the measurement, you even did the manipulation on your end, temporally. Because they link distance with time, right? Because it's further away, it must have happened at a later time. So they do the detection, and then it changes the result of the detection that should have happened before they did their detection. So that's why they call it retrocausal. No, they don't call it in quantum mechanics. They don't call it time. They don't really call it backwards in time, but as in general relativity with other wormhole shit, dude. Like you could have all sorts of backwards time shit and negative masses and wormholes and how do they travel back in time?
Space time.
Yeah, I can't remember the mechanism they said in Star Trek.
Same thing. I think that was a really good explanation of the retrocausal phenomenon that's observed in this. Appears
hard to wrap your head around.
Yeah, that honestly was one of the simplest explanations I've heard of it. So, kudos, thanks.
Yeah, well, I oversimplified it because it's actually 4 paths, but I won't get into the freaking. I just use the 2-path one, so it's understandable. But they actually use 2 different sets of entangled particles in 4 detectors. But it's the same thing. It's basically doing the same thing. You have a detector that's downstream, later in time, later in distance, so therefore later in time than some upstream detector. And they can change the result of the upstream detector by doing a measurement.
Can they also change it by orienting their path? east to west versus north to south. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know.
You know, like the Michelson-Morley, Sagnac effect, all that.
Yeah. Well, they're measuring the spin, so they're either measuring the polarization of the spin, that quantum property. I don't think they're measuring the phase. So you got the double slit. You either get the two slits if there's no, you get the two lines if there's no interference, and then you get the interference pattern. Right. So as soon as you do like a measurement, the which way information, as soon as you get the which way information, it'll make the interference pattern. So what they're doing is they're getting the which way information upstream from its projection, from its entangled twin hitting something, right?
Right, which is conveyed
because their which way their measurement of the entanglement will tell them which slit it went through. Once they go, hey, this is a freaking spin up. Okay, now we know it went through the left side because only a spin up particle could have went through that side. And as soon as they do that, they get the interference pattern as soon as they make that measurement. But before they make the measurement, they get nothing. They just get the freaking double slits.
Yeah, one case you made a wormhole, and the other case you didn't.
See, there you go, man. Fucking simple, dude. Write the paper.
All right.
Give Yoder a Nobel Prize, dude. And then where's the flat earther with a Nobel Prize? Like, Yoder got one for fucking merging relativity with fucking quantum mechanics. With entangled wormhole, freaking superposition of vector space.
Well, yeah, the wormholes conjoined by two entanglements. See where this goes.
You know, you can make like a little fancy YouTube video with lots of graphics and space backgrounds and just talk all sorts of freaking word salad nonsense. And like you'd get millions of views. It's crazy I mean, I'm watching, but how much garbage I get in my recommended is just like, and I'm like, man, this is interesting. But like what they claim, and then I watch the video, it's just like word salad garbage, like some, large language model. And they actually told, and I think it sounds like they actually told it to make word salad. Make some word salad of scientific buzzwords. And then
they
make a voiceover
uploaded the
to
Enterprise Technical Manual to the file list.
Yeah. Has someone ever made that? Like, is there like an entire Star Trek physics book, textbook?
Yeah, there are. There are these out there. I used to own one when I was young.
Oh shit!
So here's what I'm thinking:
How does
making
gravity
AI.
work? Is the Earth flat in Star Trek?
We could totally make like the Star Trek Enterprise computer. By just uploading this shit as training documents.
I know that you guys would do it as satire, but a lot of people would actually start believing it. You'd have a cult following. Then you'd have to actually start to speak on certain days where people would listen to you, and they're like, "Dude,
book
this
signings.
is the best thing since sliced bread, bro." Like,
okay,
and
like, get this: what if Earth is actually measurably, observably flat, but due to 3D bendy warpy space-time, the further away you get from it, Earth appears to wrap around like a globe.
But it's still flat.
It's still flat, but that's the bendy warpy space-time wrapping it into a globe. And then time starts to slow down for you the further away you get. And this gives the appearance of you being perhaps distant and large.
Yeah, so the illusion is the globe, but the reality is the flat.
If we wanted to, we could come up with a very, very interesting coherent cosmology that ties all this together. Not that that's the way to go.
Yoder, I hear your gears turning, bro. I think it's a side project for you. You.
Dude, if one of us is the one, or our group like synthesizes all this crap together, then that's actually doing the very thing that I didn't want to see happen.
So what are you saying? It might as well be you.
All right, fine. I'll do it. I'll be freaking.
Before it falls into the wrong hands and they screw it all up.
Yeah. It's like, hey, you got the Aether cosmology flat earthers. Now I got like the Einstein relativity flat earthers. And then you could have like the modified Lorentzian ether theory flat earthers in the middle.
You're really casting a wide net, aren't you?
Oh yeah, we'll give ether a little bit of mass so that we can have black holes and everything.
That's it.
And the kind of clumpy, make it clump together.
It's dark ether. Oh wait,
A
Dark
cosmology
ether
where
matter energy.
a cosmology where everybody's satisfied. I don't know, man. Sounds kind of edgy.
Well, if they can merge space and time, we can merge energy and matter. We'll call it energy matter. Energy's hyphen matter. It'll be like space time. Be no difference.
Mattergy.
Matter. That's the only way you can play those two words together. The other way you can work.
Enter.
Eder? Fucking what? Well, see, we got the equivalence principle, right? So we can merge them together. Somehow we have to shoehorn it into the matter wave, the Broglie of matter wave nonsense, and then apparently they quantum tunnel the fucking buckyball.
Bro, just give Yoder a weekend, bro. Just give him a weekend.
We'll have nude all this stuff.
We'll have a rough draft by, sometime next week.
So something I came across a long time ago and has re-entered my lexicon is Poisson's theorem. He basically created a way to make gravity and magnetism invariant with one another. So you can convert one to another with mathematics. And they use this for geodetic surveying.
Is that the four? What do they call it? God damn it. I can't remember the name off the top of my head. The four vector? Is that the four vector formulation of Maxwell's equations?
Oh.
Also is.
I'd have to look it up.
Yeah. Sounds familiar, but top of my head.
Well, what's interesting is we know that we can measure magnetism. Gravity vectors, that's a whole different thing. But when they do these magnetic field line surveys of Earth, it is more conformal to a flat surface than gravity. Like I've read these papers on satellite scans of Earth's magnetic field. That's what they claim is going on, and they're like, yeah, we can take all these magnetic field lines. It makes more coherent sense over a flat Earth than a globe. But gravity is more sensible over a globe than flat Earth because you've got this big mass in space and it's a ball. So they're trying to make them. They're trying to reconcile the two together, linking them with Poisson's theorem.
Yeah, I was thinking of something else. I was thinking of
It's POISSON for the audience who wants to look it up. I think the internet's broken again today.
good. That GPT needs a break from Culbert's.
It's kind of like how Coulomb's law is like the same as gravity. Same thing.
So I got a VPS and I get alerts every time they're doing something. So I've been getting last week and today. Like I just looked because you said the internet seemed broken. So they've been doing a couple times now. They've had to do like emergency maintenance on. They have data centers all over. So every data center they have to do emergency maintenance on. I get a little stupid notification. So basically, they're doing it to all of them, and it's what's called Kubernetes, which is a containerization program where people run applications within like some container on the server. It's almost like what do they call it, Docker or something like that.
It's like Docker.
Yeah, I'm not super familiar with it. I'm familiar with Docker to a degree, but I'm not really familiar with Kubernetes.
The big blue whale?
Huh. So you got a different Spanish name for them. For the big blue whale chicks.
Tortas.
Torta? Yeah, the freaking tortas. Are they good to eat?
I was gonna.
Taco Tuesday.
Depends which one you're talking about, bro.
Yeah.
Here we go. Oh, go for it.
No, I was just gonna say. So this Kubernetes is. So they have like a built-in Kubernetes engine. So you can have a VPS. They have just like a whole separate infrastructure just to run this Kubernetes crap, and they've been down. So emergency maintenance, which is kind of weird. I'm just saying, I've never seen really this before with my VPS, especially in the last 2 days, getting, 20 freaking emails in a row from about every data center having to do emergency maintenance. I've never seen that. So maybe internet's been under attack or something. Have we ever found out why Amazon went down?
Yeah, or Microsoft Azure Cloud went down yesterday or 2 days ago.
Yeah, Bitcoin's going down too. So is every other crypto.
All right, I got to get this out before I go to a meeting, and then I'll be back in an hour. So Poisson's theorem says, regarding how it's applied in potential field geophysics for analyzing Earth's surface structures, says magnetic data can be converted to gravity field data to enhance low wave number features and simplify anomaly shapes, aiding in mapping rocks and seamounts. So I go over here and read. Second. So a bump in the gravity data indicates a body that is denser or less dense than its surroundings. A bump in the magnetic data indicates a body that is more or less magnetic than its surroundings. Since many geological bodies are both dense and magnetic, Poisson's relation allows geophysicists to link the two data sets. They can confirm that a magnetic anomaly and a gravity anomaly are likely caused by the same source, predict one from the other. You can use the gravity data to calculate what the magnetic anomaly should look like, and vice versa, and determine properties. By comparing the two fields, you can calculate the ratio of magnetization to density for the body, which helps in identifying the rock or mineral type. And you know what they do? They basically substitute density for magnetic charge in the same equation. I'm not even joking.
Wow.
Yeah, wow.
Have they confirmed any of this? Like, have they kind of gone down on the ground and okay, this freaking dense magnetic mountain. Then they get down there and it's a pile of sand.
Right. Right. They haven't confirmed. So listen, they're basically doing it's almost like they're doing magnetic surveys and calling it gravity surveys.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Good, right?
Going back since
I was
the
assuming
70s.
they were using a gravitometer, but those things are so sensitive. It's like, how could you from what I've heard, that gravitometers are super fucking sensitive. And and what I do know about sensitive mechanical device or anything, when they're transported, they're in danger. Okay, not working anymore. Just the way it works, right? The more sensitive the device, the more it's probable you're gonna frickin' break it in some way, shape, or form just by moving it.
Right? Well, how would a gravimeter work in zero gravity?
Doing. Yeah, do they work if they're falling? How about that? Take one, throw it in a Bremen drop tower, right?
I'll put it in a vomit comment.
I got a meeting here, so I'm going to step out. I'll be back later.
All right, man. It was good talking to you.
Likewise, hey, it's a full moon.
Okay, so I'm gonna put in the side chat here some pictures real quick. Hold on, let me send this. Okay, I posted some pictures. I saw this on Twitter. So this is the comet that what is it called?
3i divided by Atlas.
Yeah, 3i divided by Atlas. So what's really interesting to me is that the worst image in this picture is the one from NASA, and the other three are from amateur astronomers that post that I found on Twitter. I also
taken through cloud cover. Did they take these through cloud cover? Why do they so? Looks like they're behind a cloud or something. I don't know.
Well, I'm not sure. I just I know that all I know is that the one that's the least clear, the one that's most distorted, is the one from NASA. And there are representatives in Congress. I'll try to find it. There are representatives. Yeah, let me try to find this. There are representatives in Congress that are trying to unclassify information regarding this comet. I saw in the pictures, it looks like there's some weird dots around the comet. But I just wanted to know what your thoughts are, if you had any on what this really was.
I haven't really formed an opinion. There's so much misinformation about it. I don't think. I don't even know what to say at this point. There's a lot of bullshit out there. This reminds me of 9/11, where there's so many different freaking stories and some of them contradict each other. It's like a contaminated crime scene, where this crime scene's staged, but there's still evidence of the crime there, and you can't tell what's staged and what's evidence, and you have to freaking sift through it and try and figure it out. That's what this is. I think there's like disinfo, misinfo, speculation, and some true information all freaking mixed into one, and you kind of can't tell what's what. You know what I mean? Because you got that Avi Loeb, who's like a freaking Harvard astronomer, astrophysicist. He's saying shit, which who knows what could be true or not. And plus, he's biased to already think aliens exist. So he's trying to say, like, this was the wild radio signal that was detected, fucking 50 years ago. So there's a lot of bullshit out there about it. But I'm sure some of the shit's true. The thing is, how do you tell what's bullshit and what's true? You kind of can't. That's kind of the problem. I mean, what do you think about it? Have you researched this at all, mathematician? Can you give us any information?
Well, I just find it uncomfortable, just in general, just not being given answers to these, like, what should be easy questions, like, why is NASA giving us a blurry picture?
What instrument did they take it with? Did they say?
Let me see if I can find that.
Obviously, it wasn't like the Hubble or fucking James.
Oh, I thought when you said members of Congress were commenting, I thought you were about to say they were going to demand a budget review of why I'm giving you so much ass money, but you're giving me these shitty quality pictures.
Yeah, that's a problem. So did you, what telescope?
It says 8 different spacecraft, satellites, and telescopes.
Took one picture?
I guess so.
So they combined the imagery
here
of
it is.
8 different instruments?
No, I guess not. Okay, hold on. Here, let me post this from the subtitle of that picture.
The high-rise camera on board the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter image comes. Oh, yeah, this is the one from a while back. I don't know, I'm not too hip on that freaking particular image that they're saying.
Yeah, they're not releasing. Let me see if I can find the member of Congress.
How could they even focus in on that, dude? The shit wasn't designed for that crap. Even if you believe all that shit, right? That they have a satellite up there that's taking pictures. It's not designed. When they design these things, they're designed for to do their purpose very well. And they don't, like, you can't just be like, yeah, we're going to design a frickin' a surface surveyor, and then we're going to just turn it around and point at the sky and do astronomy. The shit don't work like that. This isn't a fucking consumer camera that's made for general use, purpose use. These are very specific instruments. That's why you can't really take like an astronomical telescope and start like looking around and get good images of like your surroundings terrestrially. Because they're made to take images of like low light conditions with a dark background. That's why you can't go frickin' really bird watching with one. And that they make ones for bird watching. And you can't use those for astronomy. So I find it hard to believe they just took the Mars frickin' Reconnaissance Surveyor camera and just fucking whipped it around and were like, hey, dude, now we're doing astronomy. Just find it hard to believe. Why is that image so pixelated, though?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, too. What's freaking weird to me though is the amateur telescopes. It just doesn't look like a freaking comet, man. That
Well, yeah,
looks
that
like
was the thing. Wasn't its tail pointed in the wrong direction or something? That was one of the other things that it like became the brightest. I don't know how they knew this when it was on the other side of the sun, but then when it started being close to the sun, instead of the tail being pointed away from the sun because of the solar wind, it was pointed toward the sun.
Yeah, you're right. I just looked
It was something weird like that they were saying. But like I said, I never verified that, and like you couldn't actually. I don't know how they would even figure that out. Kind of, that's one of the other things that like you have to kind of like trust what they're saying, because like your viewpoint from Earth, like you can't look at the sun. It would be very close visually to the sun, so you would need a special instrument to block out the sun, and then C3I Atlas, and that would be so fucking small. Like this is one of those things you kind of got to take their word for it that this is what's going on.
Well, that's why like I'm looking at these amateur pictures, which are way more clear. Like just from some of these, the people just said I took this from my telescope in my backyard. And these look freaky as hell. Like I just hate, like if this shit is this shit's weird, like if it is really weird and this isn't just like a coincidence or something, I just hate knowing that there's this much hidden information. Like I just wish they would just tell us straight up, like we don't know what the heck this is in the sky, but here it is. This is what it looks like.
I want to ask yourself why you would assume they know anything anyway. You were alive during the pandemic, right? Obviously, there are a bunch of fucking morons in charge.
I kind of think they don't know why, but they're pretending like they do. I think they're just pretending like they do know why by providing us with a blurry image. I think they know it's a blurry image. I think
their job is to tell a story and keep people from freaking the hell out, or make everybody freak the hell out in a controlled situation. But their job.
You know what Atlas stands for, though?
No, what?
Atlas is the advanced. Hold on a second. They just stood this up not that long ago. The Asteroid Terrestrial Impact Last Alert System. So this is something that didn't even exist until 2015. So it's a decade old. And NASA was taking up, so it was a freaking, I remember even back then, I'm like, man, they're fucking so full of shit. They were giving grants for people to invent systems on how to deflect Earth-threatening objects. Like, you know, a la fucking, what is it, Armageddon, the movie Armageddon, and blast asteroids, you know, out of the way from hitting Earth. Now, coincidentally with 3i Atlas, I think it was on October 28th, there was supposed to be also detected by the Atlas program a near-Earth object that was going to come within 90,000 miles of Earth, and which is between the moon and the Earth, according to their nonsense. And then they just canceled all the data. And that night that there was there was some sort of burst in Moscow. But it's hard to say whether that was the fucking Ukrainians shooting a missile at them or it was, you know, some space debris. But this never made the news or any other thing. I got all this off of Telegram. Russian sources. So the Russians were talking about this. It wasn't being talked about in America. The point is that Is this some fucking bullshit to keep funding their program? Like, I don't know. Because it is kind of a bullshit program, man.
Yeah, but like, I don't see why they wouldn't just use their telescopes. I mean, they have to have a freaking telescope that has a better image than this. I mean, even if it's one of the dude's hobby telescopes or whatever that they had when they were a kid, like they can get a better image than that. And like I would imagine they would just say, "Oh, this is a weird thing. We don't know what this is." Like they just
they're saying
never
that's
say that.
gas, that they can't resolve it and focus in on it because that's just like emitting gas, right? That it's I think they were saying it's CO2 or something instead of water. That's frozen carbon dioxide, dry ice.
Do you believe
that's why
that?
it's that color. I don't know. That's why I said there's so much garbage that's floating around. I don't know what to make of it.
Well, like
why just like some items in the news, when I just hear too much shit coming from too many angles, I just ignore it because I can't. There's no way I can sift through the information and determine which claims are true and which aren't.
Yeah, I get that. For me though, I have seen the device. I've seen the device that they use to identify the signatures, the color signatures on the spectrum of certain chemicals, and like it's pretty freaking accurate. If you point it at something in the sky and that thing is emitting a certain chemical, like it's going to have a certain light signature that's
How do
detectable.
they know it's accurate though? That's really a problem. How do they know it's accurate?
Well, because you can test that instrument on things on planet Earth, and it does actually give the exact same phenomenon. So, like, if there's like a very specific signature that is emitted from Earth, and the thing is though, the stuff in the sky, like whether it's a bunch of stars that NASA claims it is, with these galaxies that have billions of stars for trillions of light years, whatever. That to me could be very well all be bullshit, complete bullshit.
Are you talking about spectroscopy?
Yeah, spectroscopy, but
it doesn't really work in the lab the same way it works in astronomy. Quite a bit different. It's a little bit different, dude. Because you get smearing and shit. The lines aren't in the lab. Everything's well defined. You have well defined freaking well defined absorption lines. The shit that's supposed to be in outer space, you get like what's called like Doppler line broadening, and then red shifting, and then like all this shit is smeared, right? It's not it's not like crisp. I'll just use an analogy. It's almost like a sharp image versus a blurry image, where you're like you're trying to figure out what something is by looking through like smoked glass or something.
Yeah, redshift does, like, from what I understand, the redshift blurriness doesn't really affect anything at a local level, like a comet. Like a comet is, according to the model presented by NASA, a comet is really close. It approaches the sun, and like all the redshift. That stuff's like, that noise is gone. It seems like those lines are not so blurry for things that are at least within our solar system.
Well, I mean, I don't know. All I know is it's not as straightforward as people think it is in practice. It isn't just they just point something at the sky and go, "Oh, look, it's made of freaking CO2." It's not that simple. A lot of it's theory laden. You know what I mean? A lot of it's like their interpretation of what they're seeing. It's an interpretation of what they're seeing. It isn't just like a straight measurement.
Do you think the lines are like blurry for the moon?
Well, that would be reflectance spectroscopy. So that's a whole nother fucking issue.
What do you mean?
Just saying that this thing is an emitter, okay? because it's going so fast, right? Energetic particles are making the freaking comet glow. They don't claim that with the moon. They're claiming with the moon it's that the moon's not a source of light and that it's reflecting light. So you got the spectrum of the light initially, and then you got the resulting spectrum from reflection. Now, those are two different things, and like one is definitely reflecting spectroscopy is definitely theory laden, and I'm very skeptical about it for this reason. Well, why can't you use it on Earth and tell you what shit's fucking made of here? Take a picture of Statue of Liberty, see if it's made of copper. You're getting reflected sunlight, right? Just do the same thing here. Right? The moon's just reflected sunlight from the sun, right? And they're taking a picture of that light and they go, hey, dude, the fucking moon's made of Swiss cheese. Right? So why can't you do that on Earth, dude? Why can't you take a picture of a fucking Ferrari and go, yeah, that's fucking steel fucking walls?
Yeah, I think your point makes sense. But what your point is basically that if I use the instrument on the moon, I should get a very clear signal, right?
Well, it's reflectance. It's the light has a spectrum that's hitting the moon, and then that light's being reflected, and you're seeing the reflected light.
But
right?
you're
So
right that
you're not seeing the original spectrum. You're seeing a resulting spectrum, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. But on Earth, if I point a spectrometer at the Statue of Liberty, it will tell me it's copper, right?
Will it?
I think so. Isn't that how it works?
Dude, fucking goddamn, man. The real dude, some CSI investigators would they'd like to talk to you. You'd be solving a lot of crime scenes from their freaking cameras.
Well, I remember what maybe I'm missing something. I remember in AP chemistry, they turned the lights off and they lit up this
sodium lamp, right?
gas.
Yeah, I seen the sodium lamps and all that shit, right? So,
Yeah, and then you look through the thing and you can see the lines like absolutely clearly where they're supposed to be according to the signature or whatever.
I understand the principle in the lab. I understand all that.
But so then why doesn't
that work? That straightforward?
Because it emits light.
Because nature's messy. Nature's just messy, dude.
I think I see what you mean. The only reason I could see it is because the only source was that material,
exactly,
not the sunlight bouncing off of something else.
Yeah, and there was also no intervening fucking gas, and it wasn't in motion, and like there was all. It also wasn't fucking superheated, like it fucking because the other thing that affects the spectral line width is the temperature.
Okay, that makes sense.
So, I mean, that is also another confounding variable. So, like, all I'm saying is that maybe it's fucking accurate what they're doing, but it's heavily laden in theory, and then it comes to like, how do you actually verify? So if you got an observation and then your interpretation's heavy laden in theory, how did you verify that extra component that you slapped onto it, the theory, is actually correct? You'd have to go to that fucking place and take a scoop of 3i fucking Atlas and go, yeah, we're right. But you kind of can't do that with any astronomical things. So there is some level of, uncertainty in this stuff.
That makes sense.
And I'm not even trying to be like super skeptical. I'm just being fucking, just doing like a rigorous evaluation. Not even that rigorous. Just like an evaluation. Like, hey, dude, can I fucking rely on this 100%? No, I can rely on it, but not 100%. There's a chance the theory could be wrong. Maybe 80%, maybe 70%. I don't know. But the 3i Atlas thing is interesting. But
yeah, I just hate stuff like that. Like, I
have you heard of the WOW signal? Have you seen that connection between this thing and the WOW signal?
No, I haven't.
So they got a WOW radio burst fucking in the 70s or something, SETI did, with a bunch of radio telescopes. This Harvard astrophysicist said that if you roll back just according to him, where this thing was at the time that WOW signal was, based upon its trajectory or whatever the fuck it's doing, that it was in the same place where the WOW signal originated from way back in the 70s. So it's radio telescopes. They're looking for what is a non-nature signal, right? Some signal, some radio emission that appeared to come from intelligent life. So SETI is the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. So they're looking for some radio signal that could not be natural. They got a signal and it said "wow," and they wrote "wow" on the fucking thing. That's why it's called the WOW signal, because the person that was monitoring it wrote "wow" on the printout. Dude says that this 3i Atlas was at that location in the sky when that WOW signal came out. And he can tell from rolling back, I guess, where it was, 30 years ago, based upon its current trajectory and path. Now, this is part of the story. I haven't verified whether any of this shit's true. It's just like, I just hear this shit in passing, like on Twitter or fucking YouTube or whatever. I don't know if any of that crap's true. I know Avi Loeb is a big frickin' alien nut, and I don't even know how he's still on the faculty at Harvard. 50 years ago, they would have fired him in like 3 seconds, but,
I got something for you.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm going to post it. Give me a second. So this is a YouTube link. This is a screenshot from the comments. If you watch this whole video, you see some very weird stuff going on. And there's numerous people that have recorded videos like this. It's basically low light, infrared, or night vision goggles looking up into the sky. Now, a lot of people believe there's all kinds of satellites up in the sky. And they would be, something that's streaking across your vision, right, in a pretty consistent rate of speed in a pretty consistent direction. But when you go out and you actually look at these things, you see things that are going very fast, then all of a sudden they slow down. You see things that are going slow, then all of a sudden they zigzag and take off in another direction. I've witnessed that with my own eyes. Other people have witnessed it and recorded it, and plenty of people comment about it all the time. So when you look up into the sky with advanced vision devices or low light vision devices, there's all kinds of unexplained aerial phenomena going on that makes no sense from any standard mainstream interpretation of what's going on up in the sky. You could just go out and look at it yourself.
It's an entirely different dimension of anomaly, Is he speaking, or is he just lighting up?
No, I'm just like watching this video.
So, I would imagine like the people that have a more true cosmological understanding of Earth and whatnot would understand that there's, along with the cycles that they allow us to know about, there's probably cycles they don't allow us to know about, where there may be an uptick in anomalous activity in the sky, and then they of course co-opt these anomalies and write them into heliocentrism in some way to reinforce that whole structure.
Yeah, I agree.
Fucking, I'm never gonna understand it, dude. Fucking, what's wrong with these Zoomers, bro?
Yeah, well, speaking of Zoomers, man. So this guy in the clip, I isolated a little clip out where he's focused on one, and he's zooming in, and you could see it streaking in the sky. And normally you'd think, well, it must be a sky satellite or something, and it's just going to keep going at the same speed across the guy's screen, but don't. It streaks in, and then it slows down very quickly.
What the fuck?
Yeah, brother. People have eyewitness accounts and even some video accounts of a quote unquote sky phenomena like that. Zips in, stops abruptly, and sometimes will even take a 90-degree turn. And there's nothing that we know of, dude, that can move like that. You're talking tens upon tens of what the scale would be, thousands of miles an hour, come to essentially, an eighth of the speed almost instantaneously, and then take off in another direction. Like if a human being was in something like that, they'd be liquefied.
It's like fucking blinking. What the hell? That thing just slows. That's so weird, dude. It just slows down.
Yeah, there's many people, dude.
Yep. I'm pretty sure I saw some weird shit like this in the sky before, and I remember thinking to myself, like, there's just no way I saw that. Like ever since then, I keep telling myself, there's just no way I saw that. And it's like it's such a weird anomaly, and I just hate just thinking, well, I guess I'm just gonna move on my day and keep doing whatever because after witnessing something like that, I always think though a lot of our ancestors, well, maybe not yours, but a lot of the people back in ancient civilizations would worship the sky.
Oh, have you heard the new hotness? Oh, they went back and they looked at photographic plates of the stars from back in between 1947 and 1950. Could have been 51. Yeah, and they detected things that they seem to be satellites for the space program. Yeah, I don't know how that works exactly. Satellites before satellites. This is peer reviewed in the astronomical journals. This isn't like me making shit up or some dude I saw on Twitter. It's in the leaflets of the Astronomical Society of the Pacific. I think it was in November or October edition.
And what do they say? Like there are these lights in the sky that move for some reason?
Yeah, that there's these lights in the sky that move that are consistent with being freaking orbiting spacecraft, but it was pre-Sputnik.
Wait, like 60s Sputnik?
Yeah. So they're photographic plates from the 40s to 50s.
We cannot measure a globe, and nobody ever has.
Why?
Because Earth is flat.
No, why can't you measure a globe?
There's no globe to measure.
But if there was a globe, you could measure it, right?
In principle, yes.
Okay, so it's not like a globe is an unmeasurable thing.
No,
okay.
In fact, that's the other side claims that the globe is impossible to measure from the surface of the Earth. But if you actually look at the mathematics, it should be easily measurable. We say, hey, if it was a globe, we'd be able to easily measure that the surface of the Earth is curving at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared. But it doesn't curve at all, at any rate, 8 inches per mile squared or any other amount.
You're right. It is possible to measure the globe on the surface of the globe, which we've been doing for several thousands of years.
Oh, lovely.
I don't see.
Okay, do you have any receipts? Can you show us the bill?
No.
Then how do you know that to be true?
Depends on how deep you want to go into it.
I'm just asking you how you know. You made a statement that this has been measured for thousands of years, and I asked you how you know that's true. And because Yoder just asked you, do you have any receipts for that? And you said no. That means you don't have any evidence to support what you believe to be true.
What
you want to go deep? Listen, I was just talking about 3 Babylonian astronomers from the 800s to 700s BC.
Okay.
So we can go deep.
No,
Dude, I just posted in the chat fucking Al Biruni's method, and Terence Tao, who is a Fields Medal winner and is freaking considered one of the most brilliant mathematicians in the world. It's just like gobbledygooked. How'd they measure the height of the mountain? Oh, they might have walked around it, and you just do a lot of trig.
I heard that when he was saying that. I was watching that. I was like, "Oh no, this is what 240 IQ gets you nowadays."
Yeah, not very freaking much.
You need to be 270, I guess, to cross this line.
So back to the receipts thing, and
yeah, the measurement part.
By proxy, the evidence, right? You asked me for.
Yeah, the measurements, right?
Right. So what would constitute as a sufficient enough evidence for you?
Measurements. How many times I got to say it? Measure the surface of the Earth and measure it such that it's curving. That would be the evidence, because that's a true dichotomy, right? If the Earth is flat, it's going to measure to be flat. If the Earth is a ball, the surface is going to measure to be curving. One excludes the other.
Not really, but continue.
No, so you can have a flat ball?
No, you can't have a flat ball.
The topology mismatch between a curving surface and a flat one has been known for like 2,000 years.
Depending on your perspective, you can be so small that the plane around you feels like it's not curving.
Well, that's why we operate at sufficient scale where that's not a factor.
Okay.
Well, so the thing that you said nobody claimed, you didn't say nobody claimed it. The thing that you were just saying about it being immeasurable, now that's what you're claiming.
How?
Now it just became immeasurable again because we can't see it from the surface of the Earth because we're too small.
Imagine thinking that your proof for a globe is how flat it is.
What?
Imagine thinking that your proof of a big globe is by how flat it is and how much you can't determine it to be a globe.
Well, if your judgment is only by seeing it, you can't. But measurement is not only seeing, right?
No, seeing is not measurement at all.
Yes, that's what I mean.
What can you measure with your eyeballs?
When you look around, it feels flat.
Maybe.
You can't get any units, right? The only units you can get are angles. You can't get any units like feet, inches, rate of curvature. You can't get any of those fixed because your individual perspective will change what that looks like. So railroad tracks, even though they're in parallel, they look like they're converging to a point, right? So you can't use just simply seeing to reach conclusive ideas. Now, the Earth looks flat. Yeah, that's a good starting point, but that's not 100% dispositive. Now, you said, hey, dude, a giant ball would also look flat. Okay, show us that the Earth's a giant ball that just happens to look flat.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand. What would be showing to you? What do you mean by show me?
Measurements that the surface of the Earth is curving.
What does that mean?
Okay, so if you take a straight line, like a level line, a straight line, and extend it out in some distance, you can, if you measured along that line, the distance from that line to the surface of the Earth, it would increase with distance at a certain rate. So if I
Okay.
shoot a laser, 40 kilometers, the
Mhm.
distance of the laser from the surface of the Earth should increase up to a certain
No.
amount.
No.
What do you mean no? No?
Because lasers don't work
Measuring
like
a
that.
ball that looks flat, lazy. Isn't that the task? Measure a ball that looks flat?
No, because lasers don't work like that. Light doesn't work like that.
How does it work? Tell us, please.
Well, it will curve only if you have a black hole that is sufficiently enough clever to curve it. So.
What the fuck's in my coffee? Did I just
Black
really
hole?
hear that?
Yeah, where's the black hole
spiked
now?
my coffee, dude? Who spiked my
Well,
coffee?
since there is no black hole, the laser would go straight out
goodness.
to the fucking cosmos.
Okay.
This guy is a nice little comedic interlude for this evening. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. Is your laser going to go straight?
Yeah, because light doesn't bend around
Right,
objects
okay.
any other than.
All right, I'll post the
black
diagram in the
holes.
side chat for you.
I got one. That one? Is that where you're going to post, D-Dub?
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah.
Yeah. So can you look in the side text chat, buddy? This is the idea right here. So I measure the height of the laser above the surface, right? And it gets bigger.
Yeah.
So 10 miles away from the laser source, it should be one height. And then 40 miles away, it should be a greater
That's
height.
exactly how it works.
Okay, but that's not what's measured in reality.
Have you done that?
Personally, I've not personally done a laser test, but I've done other tests.
Like what?
Observations of ships sailing away.
Okay, tell me about it.
Okay, so for instance, I went to the beach, Boston Harbor. I watched a ship that was 6 miles away, a container ship, sail from 6 miles to 30 miles. This is testing the idea that ships disappear over the horizon of the Earth. Now, at 30 miles, that ship should have been 420 feet under the curvature of the Earth and should never have been visible. I could see it with my naked eye from 30 miles. Now, the ship was tracked with an app called marinetraffic.com, and you can look up the specific tracking instrument. This is tracked by a marine radar tracking station out of Gloucester, Massachusetts, which is also 30 miles away from where the ship was.
Okay.
So the globe Earth predicts that that ship is going around the curve of the Earth in such a way that eventually the Earth itself will block my view of it. Well, that didn't happen.
That's a peculiar thing to say.
So DJ just posted a laser test. So this laser test was done in Lake Isamir, and this is it's 5 tests, 3, and then 3 weeks later they went back and they replicated 2 of them, the 2 longest ones. It's 40 kilometers from basically a 1.92 meter laser height that goes 40 kilometers and is picked up at 1.5 meters off the water. So the globe prediction is that laser's for 127 meters in the air. Okay, the only way you should see this laser according to the globe is being on top of a 44-story building.
Can I ask you one thing you mentioned before about the ship? So you said it was. Fuck, I'm bad with miles.
I got pictures I can show you if you want.
No, I want the. Okay, it was 30 miles, right? I'm trying to.
That's 30 miles from where I was. Yes.
The picture. So
48 kilometers. Okay.
30 miles.
48 kilometers.
From you. So
15 feet above sea level.
So the curvature, if I remember that right, is. So the curvature from you to the ship was about 600 feet at that point.
Yeah, tallest ship in the world is 220 feet. Or 280, my bad. So it wasn't that ship, A, and even if it was, should have been not visible. I know what ship it was. It's called the Ever Living. I can post a picture of the ship too.
I mean, I love ships, but I don't think that's.
Well, the ship's about 120 feet above from the sea level to the top of the ship. Look, you can just go on Google, Earth Curve Calculator, punch in 15 feet viewer height. 30 miles object distance, and it's going to spit out 420 feet obscured. Hidden. You know, we have so many pieces of evidence like this, it's silly to even fixate on one. The laser test was carefully controlled. They had meteorological stations at both ends of the laser. And they have actual direct measurements, meaning they took a freaking tape measure to measure how high the laser was. Okay, so they have actual measurements of the laser. It shows that the surface of the Earth and the laser have to be running in parallel, and one can't be straight and the other curved.
It should be noted that the engineers conducting this observation and measurement have demonstrated competence in their respective fields.
Nice. That's peculiar. I've never heard about it. That's cool.
Oh, this is the tip of the iceberg. Okay, I'm going to actually post the PDF, which was the report that they made on all of them. Now, this PDF has 7 measurements. 2 were in Lake Balaton, Hungary. They weren't really long enough to be conclusive, but the ones they did in like IJsselmeer in the Netherlands, those were, like I said, 41 kilometers. They did that twice. It's like 40.7 kilometers, something like that. And they did intermediate distances, right? So they went from, they had the laser set up, and they had a method in which they could rotate the laser. So they went to points that were differing distances away. Right? So I think they started at like 19 kilometers, or started like, I think it was like 12 kilometers, and then out to like 19 kilometers, and then 40 kilometers. They just like rotated the laser. That's all they had to do is go bank, bank, bank. EJ, you still here?
This,
EJ, show that laser, show the 21 mile one. The freaking Salt Lake City with the, you know, the one you always show. I like that one.
Yeah, I got it here. Is who are we talking to?
Lazy Leo.
Lazy Leo. You there, dude? You listening?
I am.
Okay, well, right. So here's an observation done over the Great Salt Lake in Utah. It's a good place to do observations because it's very dry. Very dry environment, so you can see a long distance. Okay, so I'm going to put a clip from a full-length video in the chat. So there's a full-length, high-definition video that goes along with this observation that I'm going to show you. Okay, so in this observation, the guy sets his camera up on a tripod on one side of the lake, and there's a distance of 21 miles across to the other side of the lake. Okay, so we can calculate how much curvature there should be over that distance. Right, you following along?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah. So have a look at the example in the side chat there. Okay, so he set his camera up at 5 foot height. Okay, so based off your observation height, the horizon on a globe should be at a certain distance away from you.
5 kilometers.
No, he set his camera up at 5 foot height.
I don't care what he said. The horizon for an average person is 5 kilometers away.
Right. So from a 5 foot observation height, it's 2.7 miles, 2.73 miles, which is like 4 and a bit kilometers, I think.
No, it should be higher. It should be further.
Yeah. I'll put the math in the side chat.
It doesn't matter anyway. The horizon's over 20 miles away. I mean, you guys are equivalent about freaking minor detail.
Yeah, here we go. Right, it's in Imperial. Okay, so from a 5 foot observation height, the horizon would be 2.7 miles away. Okay, but in this observation, we're not seeing any horizon at all over the entire 21 mile lake. Okay, and the target's the shoreline on the other side.
Just wait. Let me. I'm bad with Imperial, so I have to recalculate that.
Sure.
Fuck. Let me. Is it showing miles? Yeah, so mile to
4.3 kilometers.
Yeah, which kind of works backwards, seems to me. Because if you're standing on the ground and your horizon is 5 kilometers away, if you go higher, your horizon should be moving farther from you, not closer.
Correct.
So why is it closer then?
What are you talking about?
It says the horizon distance is 2.7 miles, which is 4.3 kilometers, not 5. And he's not standing on the surface level, he's 5 foot higher. So
An average man isn't 5 feet. Brother, an average man isn't 5 feet tall.
Yeah, so
I fucking hope not, dude.
Where is his camera set?
The horizon distance of 3 miles is for a 6 foot man.
Right, so this is the camera setup, dude. Have a look at the camera setup. Okay, so he's just got it 5 foot high above the surface of the water. Okay, if you're 6 foot tall, it's 3 miles away. But if it's 5 foot tall, it's a bit closer. It's 2.7 miles away. All right, so the horizon would be where the line, where the sky and the ground should be.
Is. Okay.
What's that?
Okay, no, I just.
You just said that's where the camera is.
Set up in the mind. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, right. Just let me go through it really quickly with you. I won't be long. Okay, so he's got a buddy over on the other side of the lake. Okay, so I just want to show you what it looks like over there. So this is a close up of where he's going to be zooming into 21 miles away. So 21 miles, that's about 34 kilometers approximately. Okay, so this is what it looks like all the way over on the other side of the lake. And the target's going to be this shoreline. Okay, also take note of the white tower that's in the background there as well, because you're going to see that when he zooms in.
Oh.
All right, so now I'm going to show you a screenshot of when he zooms in from where that camera is situated. Okay, and then he does the observation again at nighttime. Okay, so here's 2 comparisons, daytime and nighttime, from 21 miles away. And then you can see what it looks like close up in the image above it. Okay, so what we can see is that we can see the base of the tower, we can see the shoreline underneath the tower, and we don't see any sign of a horizon or any obstruction over the entire surface of the water. Now, if the Earth were a globe, there should be 223 foot of obstruction. Okay, so the shoreline should have a hidden height of 223 feet. So the horizon should be at about 2.7 miles. And then you shouldn't be able to see any water beyond the horizon. Okay, all the rest of the water. Yeah, hold on
I
a second.
have no idea what
dude.
he's measuring, but I have seen similar things where the horizon does occur. So.
Why are you doing that? What is with this? Some of the people that come in here, it's mind blowing.
It is.
Lick a high knee ho.
Lick a hiney? Please don't look any heinies. The
right,
question
bro,
here, Lazy Leo, I don't think you understand, is the horizon distance. Where the horizon is, how far away it is from the camera. The globe makes one prediction that you guys just laid out. But we observed that there's no visible horizon at all. Meaning that globe prediction, which should be like halfway up the water here, that horizon doesn't exist in this in these images.
Yeah, that's the only thing you can say.
Yeah, the 220 feet of curve that should be blocking that tower in that city and every other thing, it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So what he should see on a globe is he should see a water horizon. And then like the top of that tower sticking up from behind it. That's what he should see. Just the tower. None of these lights, none of the shoreline, none of that stuff should be visible at all. All he should see is a water edge, right? Just like you do at the ocean, a water horizon with a tower sticking out from behind it. That's what he should see if the Earth was a globe of 3,959 mile radius.
Peculiar.
Yeah, look, here's another really easy to follow analogy as well, or just a hypothetical. Okay, you know the boat, the Titanic, right? A giant ship.
Yeah.
The Titanic, yeah, it was about 175 foot tall. If the Titanic was where the camera is set up, okay, and then the guy's going to watch the Titanic sail away over to the other side of the lake where he's zooming into. Once the Titanic got to around 2.7 miles, okay, as it went beyond the horizon, the bottom of the Titanic would start to disappear behind the curvature of the Earth. Once the Titanic got to 10 miles, halfway across, the bottom 66 feet would be missing behind the curvature of the Earth, behind the horizon. Once the Titanic got to the other side of the lake, you wouldn't be able to see it at all. It would be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, if the Earth were a globe. That would have to happen if the Earth were a globe. But we're not seeing any curvature. We're not seeing any obstruction. And then he did it during the day. He did it again during the night. And then after they did that, they shot high-powered lasers across the surface of the water as well, towards each other, and they could both see each other's laser beam hitting the target on the other side. And I'll put the whole video for you.
You could go across this in a rowboat, and you'd see it all the way to the other side. You don't even need the Titanic. Freaking life raft would have worked. One of the Titanic life rafts wouldn't even be hidden in this video.
No, where are all the globe earthers coming out with this stuff and saying, shit, we just tried this thing, we shot lasers at each other, and the lasers just kept hitting the dirt in the middle of both of us.
So this is the thing. We could keep presenting one after the other of these long-distance observations or laser tests all day, all night. There's basically thousands of them at this point. What doesn't exist is a single observation throughout all of history that actually aligns with the globe.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
I'm interested how and why does that work. Why do they schedule sunset dinners at different time on different heights of Burj Khalifa?
With the seasons?
Because the sunset.
No, he's asking about with the double sunset when you lay down and then stand up.
No, you don't lay down because the sunset.
Well, you know, they say you can do this laying down too. They say if you lay on your you can stand up, look at the sunset, or lay down, look at the sunset, and stand up and see another one.
Yeah, so it's like, how far away do you think the sun is, right? Like, sun's a far distance away.
I've asked you a different question.
How come without standing up? Hey, without standing up, how come I can move left to right my head by like 6 inches and look around a telephone pole that's like 500 feet away, and I can see like a whole mountain behind it?
That's not what I asked you.
Yeah, listen, there's path loss, okay, obstructing the light. So there is stuff in the far distance that you can't see because your eyes are too weak that's blocking the sun. And when you raise your elevation, you increase your angular field of view in the distance, and the sun reveals itself behind the obstructions. It's that simple.
All right. Sure.
Yeah.
I just posted a diagram in the chat.
I like the part when they go, sure. I like that part the best. That's my favorite.
Right. I mean, what if there are 300-foot hills 200 miles away from you, right, towards the west where the sun is setting, and you are 150 feet high, and then you go up 400 feet and bam, you can see the sun. You can't see the hills because the hills are too small in your angular field of view to resolve, but because they're so far away, they're blocking out the sun. It's all merged into the horizon, right? Do you think the horizon's the curvature of the Earth?
What do you think happens when the ships do disappear behind the horizon then?
They don't.
I've never seen that.
Oh, so they never do that.
Not really. It's not really behind anything. It's just the horizon itself is not.
Look, dude. Dude, how big are they supposed to look at that distance? Tell me so I know I can get a ruler out and scale it, make sure you're right. How big should it look if I were to hold my fingers up and I could pinch them together? How far apart should I put my fingers?
No, I'm not asking you about the size. I'm asking you
Half
when
a
you're
millimeter, a half a millimeter, or like
no, wait.
1/10 of a millimeter.
Listen to my question. Doesn't matter how big it is. If you look at it, and half of it is not visible to you because it's behind the horizon, why do you think that's the case?
Not behind anything. That's the problem. You're trying to include in your description into the explanation. You understand?
But you think that never happens?
Listen, I know that there's observations of a boat where you can only see half of it.
Okay, so
in the horizon. In the horizon is the dividing, appears to be the dividing line between the bottom and the top. But the horizon's not the physical. Hold on. But the horizon's not the physical edge of a ball. We know this because the horizon moves around. So if we go out one day, right, and we have a buoy, and the horizon's at the buoy, and then one day, the next day, the buoy's in front of the horizon. Then the next day, the horizon's in front of the buoy. Is the horizon physical? Obviously not. It's optical. It's created by meteorological conditions.
So
and
why
typically,
is it?
when hold on, and typically when you see this quote unquote cut off boat, there'll be an inferior mirage right on the horizon almost every single time. And you know what an inferior mirage is? It's like a double image.
So it's
like a double image of something. You know what I'm talking about?
Okay, I got you. I heard you.
And on top of that, we can replicate what that looks like on a scale which is impossible where it's Earth curve. For instance, we can take a lake. It's 1,000 feet long from a very low camera height, like 1.5 inches. Now, from the 1.5 inch camera height, the horizon should be 2,400 feet away. Now, remember that number, 2,400. Now, if the lake's 1,000 feet long, should there be a horizon on that lake? Of course not, right? The lake's too short. The horizon's 2,400 feet away. The lake's 1,000 feet long. Real simple. Should be no horizon on that lake. But guess what? You do this, there is horizons on those lakes. So the horizon can't be Earth curve. Can't be created by the curve of the Earth. It has to be an optical effect created by multiple factors. And it doesn't even... The fact remains that we don't even need to know why it happens. We can observe that it does happen, that the horizon moves around, it's never in the right place, and it's created by the meteorological conditions of the day. And it has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth, because we can replicate it where the curvature of the Earth can't be a variable. You understand? If we do the exact same observation, if we make it look exactly the same in nature, and we know the curvature of the Earth is not a variable that could be causing it, right? We don't need to know anything more than that. Say, hey, this can only happen on a flat Earth. This can only happen on a globe. This can't happen on a flat Earth. The ship's behind the horizon. But that's your conclusion, the ship's behind the horizon. All you can see is that there's a horizon cutting a boat in half. That's what you actually see.
Okay.
What do you say about that? We can replicate this when we know the curve. We can replicate this on a surface we know is flat, and it looks the same. It means that your preconceived notion about how things should look in nature is just actually wrong. So what people think is that if the Earth is flat and a boat sails away, I should be able to see the bottom of that boat for fucking 1,000 miles, which obviously is not the case. That's wrong. And the reason we know it's wrong is because we've demonstrated it on flat surfaces. That's not the way things look in reality. That's just a construct in people's mind based upon Euclidean geometry, right? So if you see a blueprint or graph paper, and I drew a little diagram, I draw a freaking flat surface. I draw a little stick figure on that, and I draw a little boat far away from the stick figure. And what people think is, if I can draw a line from the stick figure to the boat, then that person can see the boat. But that's not how vision works. And I already brought this up, the railroad tracks, right? If I took on that same graphic, if I drew railroad tracks, I would draw two lines that never touch each other. But the real world doesn't, but the way we see the world doesn't look like that. If I go look at railroad tracks, they appear to converge into a point at the horizon, right? So intuitively, what you think should happen is not what actually happens. And we can just demonstrate it. We don't have to even know why it happens. We can just show you that it does happen.
The railroad has to do that. That's the perspective of how.
No, the railroad. It's an analogy. The railroad tracks. Railroad tracks. When you look at them, they look like they come together, right?
Well, that's how perspective works. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, exactly.
So
there'll be a minimum angle at which you can't see the surface of the water anymore. We can predict what that angle is. It's 0.02 degrees. That would be on a fucking perfect day, in perfect water and perfect everything, no air, basically an unrealistic situation. But if we go purely in the maximum hypothetical angle that you can see the surface of water standing on it, it's 0.02 degrees, right? So if I took your line of sight, right, if I drew a line from you to the water, and I measured the angle, the shallow angle that you're looking at some water, some distance away, the minimum angle you could see that water is 0.02 degrees. And we know what distance that is. It's easy to calculate. Coincidentally, it's 3.24 miles, which is the same as the 6-foot horizon distance on the globe, which is a weird coincidence. Just like if you look parallel to a table, if you had your kitchen table, right, and you lower your head to the table, there's a point where you're going to get so low you can't see the surface of the table, right? Without being under
the table. Okay.
No, if it's parallel. What if it's parallel?
What do you mean? Maybe I don't get. Exactly
what if your line of sight is parallel to the table?
Okay. So.
Can you see the table?
Well, the surface of the table or the table?
Yes, the surface of the table. If you lowered your eyes, you went down to your table, right, and you ducked down and lowered your eyes until your line of sight is parallel to the surface of the table. Can you see the surface of the table?
If it's parallel, then yes. But if you're at the same level,
you can see it if it's parallel?
You can if it's parallel.
Okay, so parallel means that they don't intersect. So if your line of sight doesn't intersect the table, how do you see it?
What do you mean?
Okay. If I drew a line from so you got the surface of a table flat, right?
You don't only see in a straight line. You realize that, right?
What do you see in then?
Where light comes from all the directions into your eye.
Mm-hmm.
That's what allows you to see not only what's straight in front of you, but directly under your feet and above you, even when you're looking straight.
That's what weird, are you talking about?
So I'm talking about that your vision.
Stop making this weird.
You have a point of view that is basically a cone, not a line.
Yeah, well, dude, okay, that's fantastic. Okay, we have a 0.5 degree central vision that we can focus on. Congratulations. Who cares? That line of sight, the central vision, it's called the principal optical axis. And that's what we're going to use. The principal optical axis, meaning the line going from the center of your freaking eye out to wherever. If that line does not intersect the table, you can't see it. This isn't freaking rocket science.
That's not how vision works.
Okay, can you draw in perspective how you could see the table?
I'm trying to process what you're asking.
You're telling me how vision works, and you're trying to process it.
Well,
you have no idea what you're talking
your
about.
Question. Well, I am literally looking at the table right now and seeing it, so I don't.
Okay, so lower your vision until the table just disappears. So you're looking at it edge on. And look, bro, what you're talking about, you're like, why can't I see the thing that I can't see?
I never said that. In that case, your line of direct sight in front of you is lower than the table, or
no, it's not lower. It's parallel. It's parallel, dude.
Parallel,
and it's less than, even more than parallel. You wouldn't be able to see it, even if your line of sight was, like I said, 0.21 of a degree above the table. You wouldn't be able to see the table because we see in angles, right? In the smallest visual angle, why are you interrupting me? The smallest visual angle the human eye can see is 0.02 degrees. Any angle smaller than that, you can't see. It's not resolvable.
What are you
So
talking
you can be
about,
above
guys?
the table. Listen, you can be
I guess.
above. You can be above the table and still not see the surface of the table. This isn't fiction.
Right.
This is called the Rayleigh criterion.
I guess
This is
the
this is basic
definition of
physics,
vision
dude.
is important here because
Talking
light
about
from
the
that-
surface of the table, not the table as a whole object, right?
Because
The surface.
Right.
the light from the surface and at that point still hits your eye, but your mind can't perceive it. So if that's the vision that you're talking about, I guess yeah.
Oh,
But
my Lord,
physically,
dude.
it is in your POV.
We're talking about the surface, not the fucking whole
Yeah,
table.
the surface. So imagine the surface is at level 0.
Can you
Unless
see it?
you're- Right. Unless you
Can
are.
you see it? Yes or no?
Yes. I only told you that.
So the only time you
table-
can't see it are negative angles.
Well, you didn't let me finish that part.
No, well, you said you could see it at 0. So with a parallel line of
never
sight,
said
you're
that.
saying that you could see the surface looking at it edge on.
I never said that. Let me finish my.
And what is it? You said 0.
Yeah. Imagine the table is
Angle
at level
0, dude, right? No, you're trying to
Unless
get out the
you-
stupid shit you said, and I'm not letting you. Dude, I'm not letting you get out that stupid ass shit you just said.
I
Angle
never-
0?
Okay. If you're not gonna let me talk,
I want you to clarify what you said.
and if you're gonna go ahead being offensive, I'm not gonna.
I want you to clarify what you said. Angle 0, what did that mean?
Start from talking to me properly, then we'll speak.
No.
Here we go. Feelings police are out. Now we have to talk a certain
dude.
way in order to get any more out of him.
Well, that's normal human thing.
Look, a normal human thing is to be honest and clarify what you said, what you meant by
Well,
angle
it's also
0.
not calling someone else stupid.
I would like to know what angle 0 is.
Because you're
Before
saying
you
dumb
tell
shit
us.
that you know is wrong. You know it's wrong.
Okay.
And now you're just
Fair
digging in, dude. That you said something that you know is wrong, and you're digging in because you can't be dumber than a flat earther syndrome.
I'm just waiting for you to shut the fuck up so I can continue.
Yep, there it is.
There's
There it is.
nothing you can listen. There's nothing you can say to fix what you said already. Piling more garbage, goop. You can't talk your way out of this. This is a known scientific fact. It happens in radar. It happens in machine vision. It's well known. It's called a look angle, grazing
You
angle,
want to listen to yourself? or
angle of
me?
incidence. You need to listen. Repeat back to me what I just said to you.
No, I'm not interested in doing that. I'm interested
Repeat back
in
to me what I
getting-
just said to you.
I'm not interested in doing that.
You just said, I'm not listening to you. I can repeat back to you everything you said to me.
What? I said, are you listening to yourself or me? That's what I said. You have fucking hearing problems?
Wow.
So,
look.
Well, as I was saying, if you imagine that the table is at level 0, unless
What's that?
you...
Hold on. What's that?
What's that?
Yeah, what's level 0?
It's a value you assign to the table for the sake of what I'm telling.
A value you assign to the table in what spatial reference is this?
If I'm going further, it will be clearer.
I need you need to define your terms so you don't get wishy-washy at the end. I want to know what level 0 means. What does that mean? Parallel with the table?
It is a value at which the table surface is.
Above, relative to what?
Well, the relative comes next in my speech. Okay, the table is
You have
at
to
X,
define your
at
spatial
Y.
reference before you move on, bro.
The table is at whatever. That's just the marker, the shortcut. That's the level of the table that you're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you are at that X, Y, or whatever the definition for the surface for you is there, the marker, the 0, unless you are above it to some decimal, to something, you're not going to see it.
Congratulations. That's what I said. And I even quantified it, 0.02 degrees. We know what it is.
Exactly. So that makes it parallel. But when you're at the same level with the surface, that's not parallel anymore.
That is parallel. What do you think 0 is? It means the center of your eye. If I drew a line from the center of my eye to the table, they would the line from the center of my eye would run along with the table. They'd be at the same
Not
level.
running along. If they are at the same level, the line hits the table, and that's not parallel.
Ugh, God, dude.
It's the same line.
Okay, great. The same line. What a fucking semantic douche. Anyway, so you agree with the principal idea that you have to be above the table. Now, here's the important part. Are all points on the table 0.02 degrees? So a distance on the table, 1 meter away, 3 meters away, 4 meters away, are those different angles?
No.
No. Dude, just go on mute, man. Just fucking go on mute.
It's the same angle. It's the same.
So you don't know Pythagorean's theorem, trigonometry. You didn't pass third grade geometry now?
How can you say that's the same angle if you pull that angle point away from you and your triangle stretches out farther and farther? The angle's going to get smaller and smaller.
That is not how angles work.
It is when you look and things are further away and they've gotten smaller.
Did you see?
Let's just clarify something. So we're. So,
you didn't see
Fred,
my name.
let's say that.
Go ahead, says to read some life back into this, man.
Let me say, let's say we shrink you down to being 3 inches tall, and you're standing on top of the table, okay? And I want you to look at the table at 3 different points: 1 meter, 2 meter, 3 meters. You're telling me that the angle that you perceive those marks on the table a distance away from you, increasing in distance, that the angle is not going to change between your eyes and those points?
Doesn't matter what you see. The angle factually.
Maybe if the table was a chess table. Maybe the table's too simple. Do you know what a chessboard is?
Well, look, if you're looking at different points on the surface, those are different angles, obviously.
Thank you.
But
That's what we're talking about.
but if you're looking at the same point, a different distance between your
So the hypothetical we didn't make is the one you like. Did you make one up in your head? Because the hypothetical, we didn't make up that hypothetical. The hypothetical was different distances. So let's stick with that. Is there a distance, right? These points that says who was talking about. Is there a point at which you could not see it? Because the angle was too small.
If you are above the level of the surface of the table,
you can see the surface no matter how big the table is.
Physically, the whole surface is within your view.
No.
Yes.
It's not.
It's just that your brain perception doesn't let you see it because the angle is too small.
Not brain perception. It's a physical limitation of light. It's not perceptual. It's actual. It's actually
limitation
physical.
of your eye, not the light.
No, it's a physical limitation of light because it has a wavelength.
Well,
so when the angle, so when it comes to your eyeball, right?
With your eyes.
Look, when it comes to the eyeball, so the top and bottom of your lens subtend a certain angle from some distance, right? And when it gets projected onto your retina, that's going to be separated by a certain distance. If that distance is smaller than the wavelength, you can't see it.
Yeah, your eye can't perceive it.
Yeah, it can't form an image at all. It's not just your eye, bro. It's sub-wavelength. Now, if you use a different wavelength electromagnetic spectrum, you'd be able to pick it up.
Some wavelengths doesn't mean it's not like in your POV.
God's sake.
He just wants to. He likes POV. He likes to use.
Didn't you just say light is not raised, dude? Weren't you just? So now you're freaking throwing your own bullshit under the bus.
What? When did I say light is not raised?
You said that they're not straight lines.
Yeah, because light doesn't work in straight lines. It works like
in waves. Analogy, yeah, cool. Yeah, I know. Waves.
If you need an analogy, light flooding the room is like water flooding the room.
What?
You're trying to teach us physics?
I can't.
Like this is freshman level physics.
This is
My
more that.
living room fills up with light from the bottom when I put the light on at the top. What? That makes no sense.
I need a light. I need a
If
light
you can
preserver.
overflow a room of light, can you overflow that?
Weird.
Look, this is getting crazy. The whole point of this is that there's some point on the surface from which you cannot see beyond because
That
of the
is not
resolving power.
factually true. That is not factually true. If you can't see
It
that
is
with your
factually true, and I
eyes-
just demonstrated it in detail.
Well, just get a
Way more
camera
detail
with
than
a
you
It's up
laser
to a
deserve.
limit, right? Like
Yeah.
there's the Planck length. Like have you ever heard of the Planck length?
Yes.
Can you imagine wavelength that's smaller than the Planck length? And an angle that's smaller than that? I mean, come on, there is an actual physical limit. That's the hardest of hard limits.
He's only claiming that we can see forever, nothing else.
No, he doesn't understand that when you perceive something at distance, it appears to get smaller until you can't resolve it. So when you look across a surface, the surface at distance is getting smaller and smaller and smaller until eventually you can't resolve it. Horizon.
But that's called angular resolution.
Shh.
Okay.
He didn't last that long in his physics class. He dropped out.
Yeah, that one is true. Never properly studied physics.
Oh, there you go. Then we don't have to talk about it anymore because you probably got it all wrong. See?
Yeah, you don't know enough to evaluate our claims.
I never said I'm trying to evaluate your claims. I'm just listening what you have to tell me.
We are telling you there is no measurable curvature in reality all the time.
You're telling us there's a spot. Hold on. You just said that there's no place on a flat surface that you wouldn't be able to see the surface, no matter how far away it is from you.
Okay, define
That's
what you mean by
nonsense,
seeing
dude.
then.
Yeah, I'm gonna look, bro. I'm gonna post. So this is from the name of the book is
Can you define what seeing is in that case?
Define seeing? Come on, bro. Really?
In that case, because the light from every point of the table drops into your eye, right?
No, it doesn't drop.
Okay. So look at the graphic. Look at the graphic in the side chat.
Yeah.
Okay. So W, that's one angle. X, that's a smaller angle. Y, smaller still. Z, even smaller. Okay. Is there another point you could draw where the angle would be too small to see the ground?
Wait.
Like if we extended this line, this WXYZ line, if we extended it in space out away from the eye, is there an angle that's so small where you couldn't see the ground no more?
Depends on what you mean by seeing. If you mean making out details,
I mean by seeing. I mean seeing the surface of the Earth as a surface. That's what I mean by seeing.
No, there's no such angle. You're gonna see it all.
There's no such angle. So if my angle of view to the surface, so my angle of view to the surface of the Earth is 0.000000001 degree, I'm going to see that surface.
Well, yeah, the light from all of that surface comes into your eye.
Yeah, and as I already made out, that angle is way smaller than the wavelength that would be projected onto my retina. I would never be able to see it. In fact, if it was that small of an angle, it would never reach my eye in the first place.
I'm missing something, I think.
Yeah. Here, let me show you this.
I posted something for you.
He's thinking about it orthographically. That's the problem. But like, that's really just always the problem. Is it orthographic mindset?
Maybe this building can help him. You know that video when somebody approached the building? I posted the video. And then you don't see the top of the building.
Fuck, I can't.
No, I don't know. I think that's just kind of confusing.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that that's accurate either.
It's not for the distance, but it's for the view. Your angle.
Right, but the building isn't perfectly straight, so you're seeing a hump of a building.
Oh no, building is curved. Yeah.
That could be it.
It
I
is.
have no way of knowing.
The building can't be perfectly straight.
Now look at this graphic.
Cool.
Do you think you could see squares forever? Look at the little checkerboard, right? Do you think you could just make out squares forever and ever and ever? Do you see how each square that's further away appears smaller than the square in front of it?
Sure.
Right, and they get smaller and smaller, and eventually they turn into
They
a
are not even
line.
squares at this point, so yeah.
They're squares, but from the visual perspective, they appear
From
as.
the visual perspective, they are not squares. Okay,
Well, what do you think we're talking about?
He's going to fight this no matter what. He doesn't realize you draw that.
We're talking about how things look. We've said a million times, and you've said it yourself. You're bordering on dishonesty, Leo. Okay.
You're talking about me seeing them. I can see them.
Seeing
but
the way they look, seeing. That's the same thing, right? Seeing the way things look, right? That's the same.
Okay. I
right.
can see
So
them.
you would be able to see squares forever.
Yeah. Do you see that square right out there on the distance, right on the horizon? You see it?
Obviously, they disappear. So
right, you don't see it.
You don't see the surface
because of the limitation of your eye. Yeah.
He reminds me of a guy.
Okay, Zanuck.
Because of the limitation. Isn't that what we said?
He's just
Thanks for wasting an hour of my time. This is sea lion bullshit, bro.
You nailed it earlier, man. Heretic's Razor.
Heretic's Razor. What is that? What is Heretic's Razor? I haven't heard that.
Well, if you bother to explain to me, maybe I would understand.
I did. You said nuh-uh, and nuh-uh, and nuh-uh, and nuh-uh, and nuh-uh, and all you said was nuh-uh.
I never said that.
Yeah, you did.
You asked me if I see
Let's
the
switch
square.
topics. You want to know what Heretic's Razor is?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, Heretic's Razor. Heretic came up with this. He said, hey, look, all right, everybody in the world has heard about how dumb flat earthers are. So all the really dumb people out there who've been intellectually bullied their entire lives, they've also heard how dumb flat earthers are. And because they're tired of getting intellectually bullied and picked on by basically the entire world because they're so dumb, they seek out the Flat Earth channel because they think we're dumber than they are. So they come in here by the dozens, and that's why it seems like we're talking to idiots all day long.
Huh. Yeah. Think that's confirmed. But you think their evaluation of but all the smart people think flat earthers are dumber than everyone too. So that's a kind of weird litmus test. Because if the dumb people think they're dumb, I can understand that they're dumb. But why do the smart people think it?
Well, I think of it
because
this
they're
way,
also dumb.
So they start. They go. It's like, hey, Indio. It's like going in IRC. Okay, you start off in this channel. Like, oh shit, I'm like the dumbest guy in the room. Let me go to the next channel. I'm the dumbest guy in this room. Let me go on to the next. Let me go. And so you just go down and like, man, fuck.
The
Let me go
inverse
to the
Peter
Flat
principle.
channel.
You fail down to your level of competence.
At the Peter principle. Yep.
And then Heretic's Razor leads to, right, flat earthers can't be, flat earthers are wrong, always wrong syndrome, right? That's because you can't, right? Like,
can you
I can't be dumber than a flat earther.
Any further?
This isn't about you. It's about like you went like there was a change when you came in. You were curious. You were looking at things, but then
I just asked. Can you educate me on your theory any further?
Dude, you were trying to tell me that I was wrong.
And you called me a stupid ass bitch or something. For what?
No, but I should have.
Okay.
Because now we all agree that India was right.
Yeah, you were struggling, dude. But like, you were like someone like, you know, like a baby kicking their legs. They don't want their diaper changed, man. You were fighting for no reason.
So
maybe tired.
What's your point? For me to stop fighting?
No, there's nothing to fighting it. Look, just fact check what we say, dude. We're fucking full of shit.
I don't want to do that.
Okay, I don't know why. We welcome it
because I don't care.
He doesn't want to fact check us. He just wants to argue.
I neither want to argue. I want to learn more of your arguments.
We listen. Our argument we're not making an argument. We're just saying, hey, this is what reality is. There's nothing to argue. The only argument that we would have is like, what you see is what you get. That would be the actual only argument, is that, hey, the earth looks flat because it is flat. The people that are starting the argument are the ones that say, yeah, hey, the earth looks flat. That's because it's round. When Yoder was saying to you the evidence for a globe is a flat earth, that he wasn't kidding.
Okay.
Hey, dude, it's just a ball that's too big to see. It looks flat, but it's actually a ball. How can that be your evidence of a ball? Shouldn't your evidence for a ball looks like a ball? Shouldn't that be it? Measures like a ball, acts like a ball, navigated like a ball, like that type of stuff.
Yeah, and didn't you ask us how deep we wanted to go with you? Right? You're like, well, that depends on how deep you want to go, because you thought you had the intellectual upper hand, didn't you?
No, I wanted to see how deep you can go.
Joey was wrong.
Dude, we can go way deeper than this. Believe me, we're fucking at the surface.
That's what I'm trying to get out of you. That's why I said, can you?
Oh yeah, you're challenging us. Anymore? Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you want to get into the behavior of light at the molecular level? We can go there.
I like gases.
Well, I'm not really good with chemistry, so I think no. I mean,
good answer.
Deep as in diverse. That's what I mean now.
So we can't do chemistry, we can't do gases, we can't do triangles. What do you want?
Yeah, do you want to go into surveying? Listen, we studied how people actually claim to measure the Earth. We can talk about surveying.
Well, you got to build triangles to do a lot of that. But you got to build triangles, dude, so you're not going to understand it.
That's right. You need triangles as a prereq. So we can talk about surveying. We can talk about maps and cartography, coordinate reference systems, topologies and manifolds. If you want to get into geometry and all the way up to differential geometry, we can.
No, that's more difficult for me.
Okay, then how deep do you want to go? We can keep going.
Yeah.
You want to talk about the cosmological claims, the stellar nebular hypothesis, the Big Bang. You want to talk about lambda, cold dark matter? That's the prevailing cosmological model of the entire universe. We can talk about. You want to talk about that? Okay. All right, then let's move on to something else.
I want to start easier.
Don't speak about Big Bang.
I want to start easier so I can understand.
Oh, okay. Easier. The surface of water.
No curve. Yep.
Simplest thing is water, my friend.
What about
something it's level upon the surface when you contain it in a vessel, like a cup or a bath or a lake or a sea. Water is observed and measured and then practically used as a horizontal reference datum. We get level from the world from being parallel to the surface of the Earth, the horizon at distance. So we can just start very simply by talking about the surface of water, which, according to the story, occupies 70% of the surface of the Earth. If the surface of the Earth was curved, so would that water be. But we don't measure that water to be curved, so it can't be the sphere that we're told.
Okay, I see what you're saying. All right, well, my logic tells me that it would be impractical to treat large bodies of water as curved because humans don't operate on that scale.
Yeah, we do. We fly over them. We also build under them and build over them. Bridges, tunnels, and aircraft.
We fly over them. That's why the planes fly not like if you open the map and turn it flat, it's not a straight line.
Maps?
No, we're just talking, my friend, hold on. We're just talking about being parallel with the ground below. You understand what parallel is, right? So an aircraft will fly horizontal.
It would be a straight line.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. An aircraft maintains altitude and its orientation, as in a few degrees up from horizontal, to maintain altitude parallel with the ground below. So even with...
that's not what I mean.
You said it was impractical. It's something that we use every single day.
The measurement of water as a basis for the surface. That's not practical to consider that the water is curved because you don't operate on global scale in your daily life.
Really? Where do we get mountain heights from? What are they referenced to?
In your daily life...
That was a question.
The water is, for all intents and purposes, always flat.
Yes.
Hey,
Awesome.
just remember, he's here to learn, dude, by telling you what's what.
Right?
Yeah.
So, in that regard,
Fucking
it is
bullshitter.
logical to. Okay.
No, you said you're here to learn. Jedi's telling you something, and you're like, nuh-uh, again. Either you're here to learn or you're here to debate. Pick one. Don't pretend you're not here to debate us, but then actually debate us.
You don't learn stuff by just shutting up and not asking questions.
Did you question the globe? Hold on. Did you question the globe like this?
Yeah, I was going to ask him that.
I didn't need to.
What the fuck is that type of answer?
I didn't need to because the globe explains everything sufficiently, and I don't need to question it.
You don't need to question the explanation.
Explains things sufficiently. You just don't know how it explains any of those things.
I don't need to.
You don't need to know nothing. You just need to hear Earth glob. That's all you need to hear.
Well, yeah, and then I
Say it a
don't
bunch
see
of
that
times.
it operates in the way the glob would, and that's okay.
No, you don't see that. Where do you see that?
Around me in the world.
Where?
Well, different hemispheres having different seasons.
Where did you get the hemisphere? You're presupposing the thing that you don't observe hemispheres, buddy.
Well, they can only have different weathers if it's a globe and hemispheres.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Oh my God. You can only have different weather on a globe. Why is that?
Because only the globe's curvature provides different.
So the curvature, weather's caused by curvature now. Fucking shit, bro. Thank you for that, because now we've heard everything.
What?
The seasons are caused by the curvature and the distance of the.
Holy crap!
What?
You realize you're the first person to make that claim ever? That's why we're all flabbergasted. No one makes that claim, only you. Can you substantiate it?
Well, since the Earth is slightly tilted on its axis, and
whoa, where? Can you demonstrate that, please?
You can go to the International Space Station. We have the photo. And
what? When? Tomorrow? Have you been there? What?
What kind of question is that? Can I show it? Of course.
So you said you can go to the International Space Station. I started laughing because I'm not going there, and neither are you.
Yeah.
I mean, forgive me, but that's a ridiculous thing to say. You can go, because we can all go, it's free travel to the International Space Station. I would beg, please, sir, you reconsider what you just said.
That was a suitable answer for the suitable question.
Fucking wasn't.
Leo, can you demonstrate, can you get me the observation of the tilt of the Earth on its axis from the ISS, please?
What?
You claimed that apparently you can witness the tilt of the Earth on its axis from the ISS. Can you get me that, please?
No.
No fucking way.
Can you get me,
Did
can
he
you
really
give me
say
a
that?
booking website? I want to book a trip through a travel agent to the ISS. Can you show me the website and how I can book my trip?
No, I'm not going to, because that's not relevant to my point now.
Wait, bring it up then.
You brought up the tilt of the Earth's axis. We need substantiation of that claim.
The relevance is that I'm trying to tell you how weather works, not weather.
No, you're not going to tell us your story time stories, okay? This is all fantasy. I want you to demonstrate it, or at least I want you to show me how it was determined and proven.
Flat Earth is fantasy.
No, it's a measurement of the surface of water.
We don't need you to red hair.
What you were shown by me, you were shown by DJ. We substantiated our claim.
No,
you're just in fantasy land at this point. You did the math yourself.
How I know you're mad? Do you know how I know you're mad?
Yeah, because you don't let me talk. Obviously, I'm mad.
Then how are you being asked to substantiate your claims if we didn't let you talk? We wouldn't know what your claims are, dude.
Talking to people involves not calling them names.
Well, stop lying. Stop being disingenuous. We won't have to keep pointing it out.
Wait, no one
Don't
called
have
me
full proof to say so, and we can move on to somebody else, because this is getting tiresome.
I told you, I don't have a desire to change your mind or anything.
You don't have
but
the
you
ability.
just started explaining to us how weather works. Again, I thought you were here to understand our point of view, but as soon as we bring it up, you want to correct us.
I'm bringing up what I think is to see
without letting us explain our point.
Well, so far you've been doing the most of the talking.
Yeah, I mean,
And so
we're an
far, you haven't been doing any
interdisciplinary
of the
panel of
listening.
experts from different academic resources and different departments. So
Great. So when you're telling me stuff, I'm telling you, hey guys, this is how it works in my head to see how it compares with what you just told me.
No, what causes weather in your head?
And you tell me that I am an idiot or stupid.
Can you tell us what? Because you don't even know your own bullshit. That's why we're laughing at you. That's why we're making fun of you, because we know the globe Earth model better than you, and you're just saying nonsense. Nobody claims that weather is caused by the curvature of the Earth. In academia, nowhere in atmospheric science do they say the curvature of the Earth causes weather.
Okay. All right. So what causes?
Hadley cell, differential heating, ocean currents, all sorts of shit causes different changes. Local geography. There's tons of different variables that create and change weather.
So that's why the different parts of the world consistently have opposite seasons?
Opposite seasons. This
depends on where you are, bro.
The sun. Sorry, this would be the measurement of the sun being higher in the sky from your location in the summer and being visible for longer than a place in the winter where it's lower in the sky.
No, okay.
Fuck me.
Okay.
So you're talking about seasons, how seasons are created, right? The prevailing factor is the sun. The sun moves throughout the year. You don't need to jump up and down and say, yeah, through me. What the fuck?
And in local geography and local weather currents. Because we can look at places like San Francisco, which is colder in the summer than it is in the winter. Right? And southern Tasmania, which is also the reverse. Depends on where you are.
Southern Tasmania.
Yeah, southern Tasmania. It snows. It snows there in like February, which is the Australian summer.
Based on what do you have, like north, south, or?
Depends on what you. Okay, depends on what you want to use for the.
All right. Hey, it's going to be based on the equinox sunrise. How about that?
Okay, so that's the way you import it. Okay.
No, it's the way you do it. That's how east is defined. The direction the sun rises on the equinox. That's the definition of east.
Oh, no, I thought maybe you have some other definition of it. So that's
look, dude. We tell you what we're only saying what the mainstream shit is. We're not making it up, bro. We're trying to tell you your own beliefs, dude. Look, bro. It's really simple. There's a body of stuff out there that academia claims. Most people never look into it and what it actually says. We have looked into it. We're telling you what it says. Now, there's three different easts. There's east on the compass, east on the celestial sphere coordinate system, as in latitude and longitude, in which in east and west are circles, or there's east as defined in the Oxford Dictionary, which is the direction the sun rises on the equinox. These directions of east are not the same direction. So there's a bunch of different easts. So it depends on what east you're talking about and what coordinate reference system you're talking about. So when you were talking about, hey, look, planes fly curved lines across the map. No, they don't. That's a Mercator projection. And that's the way it looks when you project points in a spherical coordinate system onto a fucking cylinder grid. So it gets distorted. Right, but if I had a polar grid and took that same flight, it would be plotted the points of that on the polar grid. That would be straight. But we can't make a conclusion about which way the plane actually flew, as in curved path versus straight path, based upon the coordinate reference system, because we can just switch the coordinate reference and it looks different.
If I got it right.
So if you want a picture right out of a fucking airplane that the pilots are looking at their fucking chart and a straight line and a polar coordinate projection, I'll show you. So this is what pilots are looking at, not fucking flight aware where they project it on a Mercator map. What the actual pilots are saying they plot. A straight fucking line, dude.
And we've done deep dives on the technical specifications of the inertial navigation systems, the gyros, the optical gyros and accelerometers that are strapped down to the airframe of airplanes. And we know that we cannot get raw data without it being processed into a globe.
Okay, so if I got it correct, if you're using navigation like coordinate systems of a globe, it wouldn't work on the.
No, it does work. The airplane has to take a different route in reality to match the globe. That's the bottom line.
Wait, so that I can understand this. So the coordinate system of a globe is different than the coordinate system of a flat surface, flat Earth, right?
1000%, yes.
Okay, so I got it correct. Which of these two the plane actually uses?
The plane is designed to put the airplane on a globe for navigational purposes, for communication purposes, for asset protection and liability, for insurance purposes, for
Like I said, I'm entertaining the hypothesis from within inside the paradigm of the hypothesis. I'm not necessarily accepting the hypothesis to be true. You can do that as well. Just question information when it's brought to you. What the fuck?
You see, like with modern warfare and like other, other people, Germans or Lancers or like the Revolutionary War. I'm drawing the blank on their names now. Shit. Well, anyway, they were still using cavalry with lances. They just wore like a metal chest plate just to protect the internal organs. Their legs and arms, or maybe something to protect their neck. Because their legs and arms, you wanted to put a tourniquet on if you got hit there.
Yeah, exactly.
It wasn't a fatal wound to get, to have your arm like damaged unless you stop. It was only fatal if you failed to stop the bleeding.
Yeah.
So how is it possible for you to get like a puncture wound in your arm, a full suit of armor, and you can't even put pressure on the wound?
Yeah, you can't even bandage it. The suits of armor that I'm talking about, the ones that you need to be put into the full covering, like you pointed out. Majority of these battles, you got a helmet, you got a breastplate, you might have some gauntlets, for example, you might have some like shin protectors or something. But the rest of you, like around your elbows and your knees and your joints and that, is primarily going to be flexible because you're going to need that flexibility when you're fighting. In these suits, you need to be put into them because they're total covering suits, right? And like you said, if you get an injury, you can't deal with that injury yourself. You can literally just bleed out by the time you get somebody to get you out of that suit and apply whatever medical aid you need.
The other thing too is they invented this person called the squire, who would follow the knight and shine the armor around and put their armor on for them. But there's been times where like the private in the army or like the medic, some low-ranking person did something heroic in battle beyond the Call of Duty. The drummer boy, for fuck's sake. They've got drummer boys who did amazing things. Has anyone heard of a famous squire who did something? Like, who's this one, Lancelot type figure, this squire? Like, holy shit, that kid really, manned the catapult or whatever, It's like a nebulous figure that put the armor on and then just disappears from existence until they take the armor off.
Matrix, are you still there?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there were stories about squires like that.
Well, it should be.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah.
I'll see if I can find you the video, Matrix. Have you heard? You may not have heard of the epidemic around 152 years ago, 200 years ago, where pretty much everybody in Victorian England, I'm not sure if it was European wide, but in Victorian England, everybody was scared of being buried alive. So much so that there was an industry introduced where when you were put inside a coffin, you could ring a little bell. Does anybody remember the story that when you're put inside?
Yeah. I watched a video on that.
I've seen a video before, something about bells in coffins, and I vaguely remember weird stuff. Yeah.
So there are hundreds and hundreds of patents for this coffin bell technique around the Victorian ages, right? And this epidemic of people being scared of being buried alive. It wasn't like to some kind of mass hysteria because, Victorian people, well, they're not modern people, they're a little bit stupid and, spiritually skeptical and stuff like that, right? So they were actually thousands of cases where people were buried alive. Now, one of the stories that goes along with the Tartarian mud floods that happened about 200 years ago is the idea of taking away people's memories. There's the memory of the past, right, would influence our future. They needed to take away the past from us so they could influence our future. So the idea of taking our memories away from us. It strikes me just with this particular phenomena of everybody scared of buried alive, that was some kind of pre-life experience, i.e. they all died in this flood or whatever it was, and then when they were reincarnated later, because apparently some people say that this world is a soul trap, when they are reincarnated later, the memories are still within them. You experienced this as young children. My younger son experienced his stories of his pre-life as like a 2 and 3 year old. But the idea of everybody having this mass hysteria about being buried alive and then inventing the technology to warn people that they thought that had been buried alive is some kind of memory that they had about being buried alive. It's really weird. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, there's this a long time ago that when Geo was still around, there was this guy who was talking to Geo, and the dude was like, "I only believe anything that is peer reviewed." Like you're asking his belief system. Like how do you determine fact from fiction? Peer review. That's the only possible way to determine fact from fiction. So I'm like, okay, well here's like 17 peer-reviewed papers about birthmarks and wounds from past life. It's like Dr. Stevenson, went and did this, study in, different spaces where, it's got a small population that, didn't really, mountainous areas and like Nepal and whatnot, where there's not a lot of people coming and going. And they're like, oh yeah, that kid, like great grandfather, got whatever, impaled by something, and you see now that he's got the wound there. And then all of a sudden the dude's like, I don't believe anything peer-reviewed. So as soon as you start bringing up reincarnation or something they don't think is true, then peer-reviewed on, peer-reviewed off, peer-reviewed on, peer-reviewed off. They just kind of go, and you think, dude, look how easy it is to manipulate you.
Yeah. Very. Horak, you've got your mic open. Did you want to say something, my friend?
Yeah, I'm just reading up about it, and yeah, they had like they had fabric underneath which would wick sweat, so it would absorb it, and
That's
then
nice.
it would just.
Have you watched the video?
Up. Huh?
Have you watched the video yet?
On the 33-minute video, no, but I'm reading a summary about it.
Okay.
If they're that actually brings up another point. Well, like even being in like normal clothes, like being in like 2 layers, and like even in the winter, and I start sweating.
Yeah,
it is so insanely cold against my skin, and so imagine having fabric underneath that those metal armor. How hot that would be.
You know, like
how
saunas
cold,
though. Have you ever been in a
how
sauna?
cold?
Yes.
Yeah.
And you like
I've never been in one,
build
but I know
heat tolerance through progressive exposure. Like you get better at handling a sauna.
Yeah, but you can also release your sweat. And although, yeah, you're going to be covered in your own fucking sweat because you're surrounded by fucking moisture, you can release and regulate your temperature. Now, you said earlier you got little vents in them. You understand that the foods that we are talking...
Elbows, knees, armpits.
Yeah.
Convection.
Yeah, you understand. You need to watch the video, dude. It seems like you're arguing from ignorance at the moment. I'm not saying that, horribly. You don't know the full story, so maybe you should. And I'm not going to be able to interpret it to you. I'm just speaking from memory at the moment and my own thoughts and, congregations about this shit.
Yeah.
It's not. It shouldn't be a conversation that me and you are taking opposing sides to.
No, I'm not. I'm just like...
If you want to argue against the information and look at the information, dude, I've posted it for everybody. There's lots of these little things, right, that I've come across recently, right? And you're going to have to watch the videos for all of them because, like I said right at the beginning of this, I've been saying for like 2, 3, 4 weeks, I sound fucking crazy, right? And I get that. I do all of these subjects, right? And I've only mentioned this one to you. There have been other ones. If you look up the channel, there's another video or two. One's about pianos, right? Sounds fucking stupid, right? Questioning the idea that 200 years ago, the mass production of this very intricate piece of machinery was achieved. Why question this shit, right? Piano exists. Obviously, it was done. Okay. Yeah. But I'm trying to question these narratives, right? And that's what the video is pointing out. For example,
I do get it. Don't just believe anything blindly. But I mean, we're a pretty impressive species, bro.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we are. But we also
when we put our mind to something, we kind of always get really good at it.
Yeah, but there are also physical limitations to the world around us, right? Like things cost money, resources, people power, especially a long time ago where we didn't have this is before the Industrial Revolution and steam power, for example, right? So we're talking about wagons.
Slaves.
Man. Well, maybe not slaves, but just people with, mediocre tools, right?
Mediocre, bro. Surely not mediocre.
Well, compared to today's modern technology, yeah. If we're talking about, smelting metal, compared to doing it in some kind of kiln where the only temperature control is the amount of wood that you put in the fire, compared to today's temperature control, I'd say yeah. There are lots of these things, dude, and I don't want to battle with you. The only thing
I feel like we're not having a battle at all.
The only thing I'd want to do is, like this that happened to me, is maybe help open your mind to these preconceived ideas that we all have, right? This narrative that we all follow along and we all nod and go, well, yeah, these stories are true. Our history is the way that it's been told, for example. But when we look into these things with a critical eye, then maybe some of the stories don't actually hold up. And if some of the stories don't hold up, then what the fuck?
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. I think it's really hard to believe a lot of things when you don't have first-hand evidence. And if you don't get it confirmed through your own eyes, then you don't know it to be true. And I feel like there's a lot of misinformation about what life is, and like all that with past lives and stuff. Like I experienced recalling a past life when I was like 5. So I do see where your open-mindedness can come from.
Sorry, I want to make sure I heard that correctly. You remembered your past life when you were 5?
Yeah, like apparently I remember remembering it, and I remember telling my parents about it, but they told me the details later on. Apparently I was talking about, I think, some guy called John living in India. I wouldn't have known what India even was at that age, so it was pretty weird.
No, that's fine. My oldest son, when he was literally the first words that were coming out of his mouth was him explaining his past life to me and his mum. He don't remember doing it now, so there's thousands of these cases, dude. It just struck me when it happened to me because it was really personal. Because up until that point, being a Christian, I completely turned away from any idea about reincarnation because from what I understood at the time, the Christian church has got a very staunch view on, reincarnation and past lives and shit. So for it to happen with my son, it changed me. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, pretty mind blowing.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we're all a collective consciousness.
Well, again, it sounds stupid and I sound absolutely crazy, but the technology of the coffins with the bells in the Victorian age, like 150, 200 years ago, 19th century, whatever, it just sounds weird. But when you add it to a worldwide traumatic event that's happened to everybody, and then them being reincarnated again, and then them having this idea that they're going to be buried alive, it just sounds, it puts a new swing on things, is what I'm trying to say. It's interesting.
Yeah. What do you guys think about the Mandela effect?
Have you ever checked out Operation Looking Glass?
No.
Okay. So yes, Mandela effect I've looked into. I started looking into Mandela effect before I started looking into Flat Earth, so around 2012, 13, whenever it started coming on the scene. But yeah, Operation Looking Glass, an interesting piece of technology, I'm told, where you can scry using this device and magic the future, and you can perceive future events. And from what I'm told, potential future events. Because of man's ability, just follow the story, let's entertain a hypothesis. From man's ability to look into the future, they could potentially change the present to manipulate the future. Because that has happened so many times, we witness that change in reality is the Mandela effect, where things that we perceived as true one day are, 10 years later, not the perceived truth of the time. So that Mandela effect is a man-made cause because of a piece of technology that can apparently look into the future. There's other causes, CERN or something, but yeah, Operation Looking Glass into it.
Why would they change the name of the Berenstain Bears?
I don't know, dude. Maybe this is just a metaphysical ripple in time where things get affected when man starts playing with the timeline. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I think it's people aren't paying attention as well as they think they are. They notice something different and it's contrary to what they thought it was. And now they're being gaslit by somebody else, thinking that they didn't experience that, but it was just them.
Yeah, like most Mandela effects I've come across are easily explained.
Like which one?
One I've came across is like the logo on what was it? Quaker Oats being sort of a disfigured man, and it was just a different logo that was used between certain time period.
It's just a bit weird that like South Africans who would have been like hearing about Mandela all the time still thought that he died.
Yeah, the Mandela thing itself, like, to do with Mandela, that never really did anything for me. I mean, I wasn't even sure what the story was, but there's other things that have hit me pretty hard.
One that got me was that the Apollo 11 wasn't recorded. My whole life I had sworn that I was a little kid at the time, and I had watched it on TV. That I sat down and I'm like, it came up because I'm like the youngest of like 7, and there's a big gap between me and my next oldest sister, like years. Okay, like 7 years. I was kind of that surprise baby at the end there. And we had a family, like a get together, one of the last ones we had. And they were kind of comparing me and said, dude, you're more like Gen X. You're not a boomer like the rest of us. Like you're born so late that you're almost like a completely different generation. I'm like, oh, bullshit. And they're like, well, yeah, you weren't around for the Kennedy assassination. You weren't around for all these things that happened. You were just a toddler. When this stuff was happening, Vietnam, all this shit. And I'm like, well, I remember the moon landing. And like, oh, you do? Let's hear it, And I told the story. I told the whole, like, this is what happened, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, well, no, your dad, your dad was at bowling that night. Grandpa was watching you. And you just kind of like built some sort of Tinker Toy, like, spaceship. And they played it on the radio. I'm like, what the fuck is happening right now?
That's crazy.
I go, this can't be. No, I'm like, no. And then they went on to say, like, the biggest thing that happened for you was like, like Challenger or Columbia or like 9/11. He goes, you're just, like, yeah, dude, you're just like an early Gen X, And I was like, yeah, that's so weird, like how is that possible? But like, yeah, you think about how you remember something, and then the physical evidence left behind.
Yeah, memory creation is really weird, and memory recall is really weird because you don't actually recall a memory; you recreate it.
Yeah, each time you bring it forward.
Yeah.
But the issue there is that can explain my instance. But then you've got Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about the same thing. You had Conan O'Brien talking about it. Multiple people seem to all at the same time just recall a false memory exactly the same way. All completely independent of each other.
Yeah, it is really weird.
I think that was a good segue into Happy Australian Day.
What?
Happy Australian Day?
T-Dub, Matrix.
Yeah, thanks, man. Happy Invasion Day, yeah.
I was going to say, it depends on who you ask.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Nice one.
Yeah, that reminds me from earlier when not that it went back on topic, but the old boy was in here talking about, you guys got a good channel except for that Australian guy who keeps yelling at me. And I'm like, it doesn't narrow it down at all. Okay, you're gonna have to like. And then he went on to say it's fun. He goes like, it's interesting that I like to hear Australian people yell. I'm like, well, why is a channel good except for the one thing you like? well, I'd like to hear Australians yell. I just don't want them to yell at me. I'm like, well, okay.
But like when I was watching the live streams, it was I always hear like that specific accent when they yell. It's always they're always very passionate. The Australians.
Thanks, Jedi.
Worked pretty hard on toning it down a lot.
T-Dub, I posted a video in a side chat. I marked Matrix for it, but if you want to watch it as well, man, be my guest. And anybody else that wants to watch the Coffin Bells video, then it's in the side chat if you want to see it.
Oh, cheers, man. Awesome. Yeah, that seems like an interesting channel. I think I have watched, because I must be subbed, because you might have DM'd me something else from them as well. So, because I was already subbed. But and I think I watched something from them already. So I'll have to go back to their channel. Have you you looked at have you looked into automatons from history in centuries past?
Yeah. I'm still trying to remember the other name, the Jewish mystic name that isn't Gollum. But yeah, I've heard of the automatons before, yeah.
Yeah, they're from all different cultures.
Are you talking about like the owl from Greek lore?
Yeah, that might be one of them. Yeah, there's quite a few from ancient Greece. Yep.
Yeah, the bells. I haven't seen this, but I'll thank you. I'll check it out. I'll check out your link. Jedi.
No worries, dude.
Do you know the first time I heard about that?
Go on, what?
About the bells?
Yeah.
Coffins? In the book, Misery. Misery. The Stephen King novel, Misery.
Oh, okay.
Because so it's a novel about an author who gets kidnapped, right, basically. And in his novels, in the book that he writes in the novel, so he writes novels, right? And in his story, well, I don't want to spoil the movie or the book for you if you haven't read it, but so that's where I first heard of it. Because he was writing about a female character. His protagonist was from an era when they did that.
Okay.
And so he worked that into the storyline, which was forced upon kidnapper. Like he had to, because she was upset that he'd killed the character off or something, and he had to bring her back, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I remember.
You put me in mind in something else I saw the other day. In actual fact, two things. But okay, I can't remember his name. I think it's Andrei Gigolov or something like that. A Russian author about 150 years ago proclaimed to have written one of the most satirical novels against the Russian government at that time. It's interesting, this guy who wrote this book, the story that he was writing. The story that he was writing was about his job. His job that he used to do was go from town to village to town to city, like traveling Russia, the country. And the people that had died, he would find out paperwork, for example, because the kind of cut and thrust of the book was people weren't actually dead if the paperwork said that they wasn't. That's quite interesting, right? So he would go around from village to village and he would find the dead people, people that had recently died, and paperwork, and he would, for example, give the paperwork back to the Russian governments, and the Russian governments would make it look like that his tax had been paid. If his tax had been paid, then he's alive, because only living people can pay taxes. So this was basically his job. Right, and this was a job that was happening around Europe. Right, he went and it's some kind of legal loophole or something like that. But specifically in Russia, this guy was going around and making it look like dead people were alive. Not fucking weird. I'll see if I can find the book for you. It's supposed to be a satire.
And that's when the Catholics and the Eastern Orthodox split. Sorry, I wish I was funny. So wait a minute. So circling back, if we circle back to Australian Day, is Australian Day much like Cinco de Mayo here in the southern United States? Right? Because Cinco de Mayo, the French were supposed to reinforce the Confederate States, but the Mexicans stopped them. So when you celebrate Cinco de Mayo, you're like, yeah, sure, thanks, I guess. I don't celebrate Cinco de Mayo. Is Australian Day something like that? Except it's English Yankees?
Not really.
Not at all, right? Not even close. What is Australian Day, Matrix?
Depending on who you ask, if you're Aboriginal, they would probably call it Invasion Day. And I'm just waiting for Jedi to say you're welcome. Again. For other people, it doesn't mean a thing. It's a day off work. Like, it just depends on who you ask, mate.
I gotcha. That makes a lot of sense. It actually does, yeah. Well, thank God for that. First time in English Hub. Just joined the English Hub. Thankful to be here. I wish you all good philosophy. Let's live and die well.
Yes, sir. Apparently, they're going to start doing moon missions again with Artemis.
I heard about this Artemis, man. She's like a queen of heaven, right? She's like a Roman Catholic Mary.
Artemis?
Yeah, she's the sister of Apollo.
Goddess.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Like what's it called? Yeah. They're gonna start sending rockets named Artemis. The Artemis program.
Diana's like parallel.
Yeah. I see it. I asked my Magic 8 Ball if there was a link between Artemis and the Roman Catholic Mary, and the 8 Ball told me it appears to be so. But it's not exactly science. I'm just saying. Got a hunch. Is there free speech in the English Hub? Am I in the wrong bar?
No, I mean, there's always free speech. The problem is it's not free from consequence. And also, free speech does apply to a thing called freedom of association. So people are allowed to break association. You can't force somebody to hear you if they don't want to listen to you. They can tell you, there's the door, get the fuck out.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, a lot of people think that, I'm not saying you, there's people out there who think that freedom of speech means they can shoot their mouth off whenever they feel like it. Incorrect. Right. That is a very poor read of free speech.
Well, okay. All right, I agree. I don't disagree with anything you said.
Yeah, so in that framework, yes, you have absolute free speech here.
Awesome.
And so does everyone else.
Awesome.
So Flipcord posted a Twitter link. Oliver the Space Nerd says 4 astronauts are going back to the moon next Friday, and no one's talking about it. Are they really planning a manned moon mission that soon?
Yeah, it's going to be orbital. They're going to orbit. They're going to orbit the moon, not land.
Yeah, but if you look it up, a lot of experts are telling them to stop because they haven't fixed the heat shield problem.
Oh,
they'll launch anyway, apparently.
Oh, because it is true. Like, there isn't that much hype about it there.
Yeah, I've been meaning. I got news stories I've been holding in my pocket here, waiting to get closer. But yeah, up until the 6th, I'm gonna start posting all these stories. Experts saying, stop. This is not safe. These heat shields have tested to be faulty, failures. You're risking these people's lives just for because the story implies because Trump told them to launch the thing right now. Launch it.
Well, I mean, the joke is on the safety committee, right? Because everyone knows that you're not actually putting people in the rockets to send them to a place that doesn't exist.
Yeah, I think what they're doing here is that they said the safety committee is being too safe. If you be too safe, you'll never launch anything. But this is apparently inherently extremely dangerous. It'll never happen.
Okay.
Whatever happened to Orion? That was the whole goal for Orion, was it?
Yeah.
To figure out those problems. Yeah. They're still using that? Is that part of it, or what? Or was that whole project abandoned?
Me don't know, Kimosabi.
Because I remember seeing that guy on TV. I looked into Flat Earth. Like, I remember seeing that on TV. Him going, writing on that clear marker board, like with all the equations, and saying, "We have to overcome these obstacles before we get back to the moon." Like, talking about the Van Allen radiation belt and all that.
Yeah, but at that point, they would have already gone to the moon, so there would be no point.
No point in what?
Overcoming the radiation belt.
Yeah, they would need to overcome. They would need to overcome the radiation belt, which is an oversight because people don't realize this, but apparently all they had to do for Apollo program was just shut their eyes. That's how they overcame the radiation belt. They closed their eyes.
We didn't know it existed.
Yeah.
There you go.
If you don't know about it, it can't hurt you. You're like, wait, that doesn't make any sense. Dude, this is radiation. That's how people discovered it, because it was killing people who didn't know about it. How did you go through this area of space, with that level of radiation, and you guys walked away from it completely unscathed? Oh, we closed our eyes.
What mama don't know, don't hurt her.
I wish more round earthers would join.
Yeah, the best part of the Apollo program is you've never needed flat Earth to talk about that. Like, you've got some 30% of millennials think it's bullshit. like 50% of Russians, and like 60% of British. Like it is absolutely like a belly laugher when people say, "Oh, flat earthers don't think the Apollo program's true." Dude, if that's your definition of flat Earth, you just almost identified over half, of I mean, come on, dude. There's really.
Yeah, and it's not even that, like, even from like a non-flat earther perspective, it's not even that insane to say that the Apollo missions are faked, because, like, come on, that we were in the middle of like the Cold War, right? We were against Russia, and we wanted, to show ourselves. The government has lied to us before, right? So it's not that insane to say that they would lie about the Apollo missions. Like, some of the footage too looks very very fake. Technology they had at the time.
Well said.
Even the Challenger mission videos, they have giants in outer space. And that's after the moon landings.
Yeah, I mean, my take is they're gonna have to kick it. If you look at the launch dates for the first quarter here, the supposedly windows, there isn't that many of them, and they're pretty far apart. So they're gonna end up saying, "Oh, we got a refueling issue. Oh, there's a fault detected on a sensor. Oh, one of the astronauts, blah blah blah. Whatever. They'll be just dropping excuse after excuse." And then eventually it'll kind of fade off to the news cycle. People will forget about it. They'll launch it and be like, "Oh, yay!" And then you'll never hear from it. This is the end. You'll never hear from the Apollo program again. This is donezo.
Artemis.
Oh yeah, Artemis. Yeah.
Even though I believe it's like the moon landings are fake, I would like to have another moon landing. That would just be kind of cool to see. I'm pretty hyped for that.
Especially after they can create movies about space, and it's more realistic than Apollo's.
Yeah, the Unreal Engine.
Yeah.
Challenger.
And then
go ahead.
It's just more like, it'd be kind of like entertaining, right? It's more entertainment.
Yeah, but it'll be a reification fallacy, and people will just point to it and be like, "Oh, look, outer space is real," because this, obviously, it's real.
Yeah.
Jimmy, I've got questions.
Yeah,
I might have answers.
Fire away, man.
Everybody, we all do.
Yeah. Can I, or someone else is having a conversation already?
No, that's what we're here for. We're here to take questions, field questions from the audience.
Yeah. I'm
go.
just confused, bro, at this point. Like, I don't know what's happening in this world. I don't know. I have zero clue. Like, just think that I'm like, a newbie who's trying to know everything. I'm not trying to offend anyone if my question is a little bit weird sometimes.
Yeah, but don't worry. I mean, offense can only be taken. So no one's going to take offense to what you have to say. I mean, I've been called much worse, by far much better. But people who intended to offend, and it didn't work. So I'm telling you that. I get it, dude. You can seem like, hey, these flat earthers, they have a lot of people who are trolling them. That just means
exactly. So if you probably think I'm one of those trolls, I'm like, nah.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
So the question that I had is like, do we have the proof that the Earth is flat or round?
I got it. Hey, allow me to take it. Yes, we do. If you take so both views, they begin with an angle measurement to a star.
No.
Angle measurement?
Yes, they both views require measuring Polaris, the North Star.
No.
Yes.
Earth can be flat without you looking at the sky.
No, to
How do I
measure
know
an
that?
angle. I'm just answering his question.
No, I don't have to look at the sky in order to get an angle measurement.
If you want to navigate, if you want to get from A to B on the surface, you're going to have to take an angle measurement to the star.
Matt,
No, I don't.
we weren't talking about navigating. We were talking about proving the ground as a particular shape. We don't need the sky to do that.
In order to,
I mean, I don't know. Do we have to prove that if it's round or flat?
Yes, that's what he's talking about. He's talking about where the proof that it comes for, like where does the proof?
No, I'm asking like, do we even have the proof?
It's
That like the FE core laser experiment.
It's measured
The FE core laser experiment. Yeah, hold on. Look, send him the video that you sent the other guy. What was it called?
Grab it.
Yeah.
I'll just grab it.
You can actually scroll up.
Scroll on the chat.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the video called?
There you go. I just posted it.
Yeah, he posted it again.
All right.
There's also a short version. That summarizes it.
Very long video. Okay.
If you want to watch the short version, there's like 20 minutes.
The globe
The
is
ultra
flat.
short version is me just going.
Have someone seen it before? This whole
it's
video?
measured flat. You've seen it before?
No, I'm asking like, have someone seen this video before?
Yes.
Can they summarize
So what they
if
end
they've
up
seen it?
doing is they put a laser across the lake, right? They make the laser as level as possible, and the altitude of the laser and the receiving end at the other end of the lake, they're equal in height
That's
above the
fake.
lake. And it's like what, 20 miles? I don't know. They say it in kilometers, I think.
The ultra short version. In the side chat,
If that
you
was
see
true,
the
makes
image
sense.
drawn now. Laser curvature deviation. Okay, that's what they're looking for, is the deviation. The problem is, this next one is what they're finding. That fellow. They're looking for the first one, they're finding the second one. That's the short version.
The sky is flat.
Can we even see the curve in 20 kilometer?
No.
Then if there's no curve and you're testing
Well,
the laser.
hold on, whoever answered no.
I
16 kilometers is 10 miles. In 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of drop. What's that, a 7-story building?
That's fascinating.
And they'll always say it's because of refraction too. Like everything is because of refraction.
We see beyond 20 kilometers flat.
Like
we see the horizon beyond 20 kilometers.
There was also another experiment where a guy on a flat lake, he put lights at different points on the lake, and looked at it from the beginning of the lake, and they were all at the same level. So if it was because of refraction, why would they all be at the same level too? I forget what the experiment was called.
Wouldn't have been experiment per se, but I get what you're saying. There's been lots of them done.
Yeah.
Lots and lots. Nobody's finding the expected rate of curvature that should exist if the Earth is a sphere with geometry.
It's good to hear you, T-Dub.
You too, man. And yeah, you raise a point too about the way we observe the Earth and the way we treat it, and astronomers even are utilizing the Earth as a plane, a motionless plane at that, in order to achieve elevation angles to celestial objects, for want of a better word, right? Because they're looking at how much a light in the sky appears to be above the plane of the Earth in degrees, right? It's an angular distance above the plane of the Earth. And they'll do this in the vertical and the horizontal angles. Yeah, most definitely they do that. And we also do it in, for practical purposes, like in order to, let's say you're out at sea, you want to know how far off the coastline you are, you can use your little sextant to get an angle measurement to, the top of a mountain or a lighthouse or something, right? And then you can determine how far from that you are, right? If you know the height of the thing you're getting an elevation angle to.
All right.
You know how far.
You guys do believe in the moon and sun,
help
right?
you to avoid. It can help you to avoid things like dangerous rocks. Might pose a risk to sinking your ship.
Okay. Do you guys believe in sun and the moon? That it exists, or
there's no need for a belief in the sun and the moon. We see the sun and the moon. We experience.
Is it the same? Is it the same definition?
We don't believe in the. We experience the sun and the moon. We know the sun and the moon.
Okay, but is it the same kind of definition that NASA gives you, or the moon, the size of the moon or the sun is different than what they're saying?
The sun and the moon and the stars and the planets that are stars that move differently from the rest of the stars, those exist. They're in the sky. They are not in a vacuum of outer space, because the vacuum of outer space is the story that's required in order for them to tell you that you're on a sphere in the middle of this nothingness.
So nobody has ever went outside this planet? Or whatever we have. Planet is probably
not a planet. A planet is a celestial body that moves differently from the rest of the stars. Is the Earth in the sky? Is it moving? Is it different from the rest of the stars? What?
Wait.
No, Earth is not a planet.
What is it?
It's the ground. It's under your feet. It's not a celestial
It's the floor
body.
of the universe.
It's the ground.
Yeah, which way is the ground? Is the ground up or is the ground down?
Above or below?
Yeah, which way do you turn your head when you want to look at the Earth?
Are we not inside a galaxy?
Hold on, slow down. If I want to look at the Earth, do I look up or would I look down?
You have to go up first, and then you should look down. That's how you can probably see it better.
Why would that be the case?
So you look down.
Hey, Crit, he was asking
You have to look down. You have to go up first. Yeah.
Yeah, he's asking
you
for
don't.
proof of flat Earth, and then start talking about the sky, which is not Earth. That's the sky.
Right. He was asking about leaving Earth and entering into outer space.
Yeah, how about if you want to know what Earth is, would you use the Earth or would you use not the Earth?
One, I would just tell you that you're in gas pressure right now, and you can't get outside of the inside that you're in. You're in gas pressure.
You're going to confuse them right now. We got to go really back to basics.
Like don't get into like the advanced stuff.
Yeah, so there's an object right here on my desk. Okay? You don't know what it is. Would I show you every other thing in my house besides this one object to show you what this object is? Like there's an object on my desk where I take you to the garage and show you a bunch of tools in my toolbox. Like, yep, it's not a screwdriver, it's not a hammer, it's not a sander, it's not a pliers, it's not a vice grip, and just go through every possible tool in my toolbox and be like, well dude, okay, sure, great. It's not all those things. Well, what is it? And then I'm like, oh, sure, let's go to the laundry room. It's not an iron, it's not an ironing board, it's not a hamper. Like, at what point would you be like, okay, dude, just show me the good? What object is on your desk already? Which one would you do? Which do you think would be better? Option A or option B?
I've got zero clue, bro. What the fuck? It's
okay, if you want to know what object is on my desk, should I show you the object on my desk, or should I
exactly? I have to see the table like on your desk. Yeah.
Okay, so if you want to know what the Earth is, would you look at the Earth, or would you look at everything other than the Earth?
Yeah, we should look at the Earth.
All right, well there you go. So let's do that.
So you guys don't want to know the outer space at all? Like, I don't know if that even exists. Does that exist?
Well, does it matter? If the Earth is what the Earth is, does outer space even matter at that point?
Because I do see the stars and sun.
It would be interesting to like observe these like things like in the sky, the celestial beings, and to see what we can conclude from them. But you can't just be like coming up with different ideas without like providing any sufficient evidence for them.
No, my question is, why is it he agrees that we should look at the Earth and then continue to ask questions about not the Earth? And then smile about it.
Just in case you're curious about, like if you're curious about things in the sky, nothing to do with Earth, but like if you're curious about how the stars move, the bodies, the way the stars work.
Yeah, people have been for centuries. Yeah. And for centuries, they've made up stories about them because they can't achieve the necessary information about them in order to be able to tell what exactly the sky is, what the things in the sky are. So they make up stories about it. And they're still doing it today.
Then what is the real story?
The real story is we don't know.
Yeah, we don't. That's the real story. I'll agree with T-Dub 100%. You don't know, bro.
So that's
you don't know
exactly. That's what I was.
Right,
yeah,
but
gotcha.
Right. Okay, so you're in gas. I'm gonna try, guys. Can I try?
No. This guy's asking questions about the Earth. He's not asking about gases. He's not asking about,
but he's looking up at the sky. He's looking at the sky and wondering.
That's what you have to get.
What gas are you talking about? I'm interested though.
Yeah, because I've never heard about like that. I've never heard about the gas.
What gas?
You're breathing air, right?
Yeah.
All right. So every breath that you take, it requires walls, right, for this gas to press upon. Right? Now you're asking, how do we leave that? Now that's a container, right? So gas pressure requires an available volume. You're asking, how do we leave the volume that we're in? We know we're in a volume because we're breathing. So you're asking what do we think about leaving the volume that we find ourselves in? Which is, if you recognize, you should recognize and appreciate that no one can leave the in and go to the out and look back in.
We don't know that we can't leave. Maybe we just haven't come up with a way of leaving.
For all practical purposes, you can't leave. No one here can leave. We're in here.
How do we know that we physically are unable to leave?
Show me show me any evidence to the contrary.
Yeah, show me any evidence that we cannot leave.
We are in. You can't leave. What do you mean?
Are you saying that it's physically impossible for us to leave? Because we don't know that yet. We haven't been up there. Maybe
seen any evidence that anyone can leave the get.
Yeah,
the
but
volume.
You see, I've got a valid point.
Yeah, this is getting derp again. Okay, see what happens if we get off topic? The surface of the Earth. Okay, let's look at the surface of the Earth. That's it. You don't need anything else right now. Just get someone's on right.
Harsh, can you mute up, please? We're getting feedback.
So I cannot ask anything else except the arts.
So I'm saying if you want to know what the Earth is, what do you do? Do you look at the Earth or not the Earth if you want to know what the Earth is doing?
I mean, we're really small creatures compared to the vast land that we have. I mean, if we want to see the proper view, we do have to go up, if I'm not wrong.
We do go up. We go up in weather balloons up to I think about 20 feet, but then they pop, and that's as far up as we've been able to get.
Only 20 feet?
And from that height.
20 feet? That's not very high.
No, sorry, 20 miles. 20 miles. I think that's. I'm not sure the exact number.
Are you being sarcastic or what?
No, I'm talking about like
no, it's 120,000 miles. 120,000 feet. It's completely flat from that height.
Okay, can be.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is as high as we can get. We can only get up to a certain height, and that would be up to a plane. Like physically, we can go up on a plane to like 40,000 feet. The next option is to send up a camera on a weather balloon, and they can go up to about 120,000 feet before they pop. Now, you've got a couple of other things that went a bit higher with civilians on them, allegedly. We've got the Virgin Galactic, okay, that went up to 300,000 feet. Now, they used a fisheye camera in that one, but Neil deGrasse Tyson, right, the globe earther who hates flat earthers, right, he did multiple interviews and he said it's deceiving. He said they're not really going up very high. And at 300,000 feet, I've done the calculations, and I don't think you would even see the curvature of the Earth from that height. And then the next highest one was the Blue Origin. That went up to 350,000 feet. The one Katy Perry went on, right? So there was people that went up on that said they didn't see any curvature, right? Like William Shatner said he didn't see any evidence that the Earth's a globe when he went up on that. And then there was an astronaut that was up on it and said that she was disappointed she didn't get to see any curvature of the Earth. And then above that, you start having to just have faith, right? Because you can't validate any of the footage. And there's something called the Outer Space Treaty, which is, you can look that up. It means you're not allowed to send anything up past a certain height without, government clearance, basically. You're not allowed to film above a certain height. I think it's about 120 kilometers or something like that. But yeah, there's rules, regulations, and so you basically have to trust NASA at the end of the day.
Yeah, you mentioned astronaut. Yeah?
Yeah, Wally Funk.
Like there's a lady who got disappointed.
Yes, so there was a lady called Wally Funk, right? Like an older lady. She was 40 years trained, like a trained astronaut. She went up on it and she did an interview with Fox News afterward and said she was disappointed that she didn't get to see the curvature.
She was outside the world? She was inside the space?
No. Yeah, so all it is like a parabolic flight, like a different type of parabolic flight where you're in free fall for a certain amount of time. So it simulates weightlessness. Okay, that's what the Katy Perry thing is. So they shoot up a big capsule.
There is no gravity over there.
No, it just falls at the same rate, right? So it's not like they pop through some magical barrier and they're floating around in space. That's not what happens. It's kind of like a parabolic flight where you go up and then you fall down at a certain speed Okay, and because you're falling at the same speed as the object, it makes it sort of feel like you're weightless. It's just like a trick.
Yeah, it just makes you feel like you're stopped. You're like, yeah, I got you. How about gravity? Do we have that actually or not?
No, not in the way that.
What's gravity?
Yeah, like give me evidence of something pulling all things towards the center of mass.
Yeah, you guys let DJ talk. All right, we're getting somewhere now.
Yeah.
I was asking actually, do we have gravity?
Let's not just run away from this, okay? Like,
yeah, gravity is something that's required to explain crazy things, like oceans sticking to the outside of a globe, for example. Okay, you guys need to have some magical force that defies common sense, logic, and what can be tested on a smaller scale. So you have to have gravity. And so you say everything's being pulled towards the center of the globe. So it's something that you would have to if the Earth were a globe. But when we go out and actually try to test for it, right, it doesn't exist, and the globe doesn't exist. Okay, so if gravity was real, that means that the water should be curving. And then when we go and test the surface of the water, there's no curvature at all over huge distances, where if gravity was real, it would have to be curving the water. So gravity and the globe, they kind of go hand in hand, right? And neither of them exist, testably.
So it's just the buoyancy.
Yeah, well, it's a density relationship with the medium that's surrounding the object. Okay, and you can vary and manipulate the direction that the object will go just by changing the density of the medium. And that can explain easily why anything in nature goes up or down. Like a helium balloon will go up because, yeah.
So I don't know about that explanation because, like, if you hold a rock
Who cares?
above the,
We're having a conversation with those other guys.
No. Let him say his thing.
Yeah, I want to see his point.
So, like, if you hold a rock above, like a glass of water, why does it go down towards through the glass of water, which has a higher density, rather than up towards the sky, or to the right or to the left, which has air surrounding it, which has a less density?
Yeah, so the rock's more dense than the water, and it's also more dense than the air. So it's going to sink through them if you pick it up and you drop it through them. Okay, but if it was, let's change the rock to something else, like a tennis ball. Okay, now the tennis ball's more dense than the air, so it's going to go down, 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 and then it's going to hit the water, and the water's more dense than the tennis ball, so it's going to float on top of the water. Okay, so
but that doesn't explain why things go downwards and not upwards. Why heavy things go down, and why do heavy things go down? Why is down the default direction?
Yeah. Why is down, down, and why is up, up? That's what it's always going to come down to at the end. Nobody knows why there's two primary directions of up and down. Okay, but the reason that things rise or sink in a medium is because of the relative density. Now, nothing's going to just fall by itself. That's the thing that you need to take into account. Okay, the only reason that the rock is going to fall is because you exchanged some of your energy and you forced that rock out of its state of rest, and it's just going to re-seek the equilibrium that it was already in before you displaced it. That's the only reason. Otherwise, the rock would just sit there forever and it would never move.
Oh yeah, because I've never heard like that second part about having a force.
You applied the force to like create the effect. You gave it kinetic energy. Think about it like this. Let's say we have a fish tank, and then the fish tank has a ledge underneath the water. Okay, and then you have a tennis ball. So you can force that tennis ball down into the water and push it underneath the ledge. Now, that you gave that tennis ball energy when you forced it down there. You input energy into it, and now that tennis ball could sit under that ledge, and it still retains that potential energy. So once that tennis ball finally gets out from under that ledge, it could be like a week later. Okay, it's just going to shoot back up because it's much less dense than the water, so it's going to go upward and it's going to re-seek equilibrium eventually. But it never would have had that effect if you hadn't have input that energy into it and exchanged energy. It's all about energy exchange. and equilibrium. It's seeking
Alright.
equilibrium.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting. I just was,
That's all right.
just curious.
I'll go back on mute. I didn't want to.
Happy Aboriginal Day, DJ.
Oh, I'm not in Australia, but thank you. It's Aboriginal Day today in Australia, is it? Australia Day.
No, that was wonderful to hear, DJ. Good on you, man. Good on you. That was wonderful. So, DJ, if you would please continue your conversation with One.
One. Do you have any more questions? One.
So it is about density, right?
Yeah, it's about density, and it's about
the buoyancy. That what we call, I guess.
Well, buoyancy is kind of like a term that's kind of been hijacked, and so on a globe,
it's the same.
Well, on a globe, it's different because on a globe you would have to have that force pulling things down or pushing things down towards the Earth. Okay, because otherwise everything would just sort of float off into outer space. But we don't have that problem because we're not claiming outer space. Yeah, because we're in a stationary enclosed system where there's only two directions, down and up. So someone in Australia points up and someone in America points up. They're pointing the exact same direction, whereas on a globe, right, down is different for every single person. I could be pointing up and you could be pointing up, and we're both pointing away from each other, like if we're on different sides of the globe. So you need to be able to explain how you can have all of the gas surrounding the Earth without evacuating into space, okay, due to entropy. And then you need to be able to explain how you can have oceans sticking to the outside of a spinning ball, all that kind of thing. We don't have that problem. We can easily explain why things rise or sink. And that's the problem. That's what Matt Will was kind of getting at earlier, because you can't have a gas pressure system inside a vacuum chamber, okay? And outer space is meant to be the most powerful vacuum chamber that is known to man.
Exactly, it will suck it up, right?
Yeah, as soon as, like, if you have a high pressure system and then you have a vacuum chamber next to it, okay, and then say you have like a barrier, like a valve separating the gas pressure system from the vacuum. As soon as you release the valve, the high pressure will instantly rush and fill the available space because of entropy, because gas tries to fill space. Now, what they say is that we have an atmosphere that's attached to the outside of the Earth, and that's within a giant space vacuum chamber. Okay, and they say that gravity is acting as the container, stopping all of the gas from basically rushing out to fill the vacuum.
I see.
But that's something that can't be tested, because when we try to test that on a smaller scale, that's not what happens. Gravity doesn't affect gas. Okay, if gravity was affecting gas, like gravity's meant to pull everything down towards the Earth at a certain speed, okay, and because gas has weight, right, gas molecules have weight, it should happen to gas. But if you look up the definition of how gas particles move, right, they don't have a directional bias, they just move at random in all directions. They don't get pulled down to the Earth at all. Otherwise, think about it, like gravity is the strongest at the surface of the Earth. So if all of the gases are being created on or below the surface of the Earth, how are the gases even getting up to places like mountains and up into the sky at all? If where gravity is the strongest, it would pull them all back down again. But yeah, they don't seem to be affected by gravity because there is no such thing as gravity. And then some people think of gravity just as that things fall at a certain rate in a vacuum. Because if you drop something, like if you drop like a rock or a tennis ball or a feather, they all fall at roughly the same rate in a vacuum. And some people just call that gravity. Okay, that we can kind of agree on that things do that. Things fall at a certain rate in a vacuum, approximately. But then on a globe, they start saying like, oh, it's because of the mass and it's the globe. And when you have a big massive object, it creates gravity somehow. We have no idea how, but somehow there's this magic gravity is created and it pulls everything towards the center of the globe. And that's when it starts to get into, okay, you can't prove that. But we can debunk that really easily just by testing the surface of the water. And if it's not curving, then the gravity doesn't exist and the globe doesn't exist.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Have we already done that? Like the experiment in the water, in the ocean?
Yeah. He's in the side chat. Here's a really good test that's been done by a PhD, Dr. John D. In the ocean. It's just uploading now. Okay, so he's in this one. He just sets his camera up at 1 meter height above the surface of the water, and then he's zooming out, and he's got a distance marker. Okay, so you can see some windmills. All right, so the furthest windmill is 11.2 miles away, which is 18 kilometers. Okay, that should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth by 52 feet. But you can see the whole windmill. You can even see the water going beyond that. Now, if the Earth were a globe, the horizon should be at 2.3 miles, but it's not there. Okay, over that distance, you should have about over 100 foot of curvature. 100 foot of curvature, that's like a 10-story building. It's not there. There's zero curvature. Right? We can see water just flat, 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 and then we can see the bottom of the windmill tower, and then we can see water even going off into the distance behind that, and then we can see a boat that's 14 miles away, way out in the distance, that should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. And then these tests have been repeated over and over again, right? Different weather conditions, different places, different distances, different methods, like lasers. Sometimes people use lasers and things like that. And then globe earthers will try to say refraction, but refraction is just like a tiny difference that it could make. Okay, refraction, standard refraction. So if you've got a nice clear day, sometimes they say there's this thing called standard refraction that allows you to see a little bit further around the curvature of the Earth. Okay, but that's only 16% maximum for standard refraction. So instead of the horizon being at 2.3 miles, the horizon would be at 2.5 miles or something like that, 2.6 miles. But we're seeing the horizons way on beyond 14 miles. That's not possible to be explained with something like refraction. Because once you start getting crazy heavy refraction, you start getting crazy miraging effects and things like that. We don't see any signs of any of that in these tests.
But how do we know the exact area of the I don't know, what is this land that we live in?
Well, look, it's crazy. Like, remember I was talking about the Outer Space Treaty, which prevents people going up past a certain height. They also have another treaty to stop people going too far south easily. Okay, it's called the Antarctic Treaty. So you can't freely travel beyond 60 degrees south parallel without a Antarctic Treaty permit. Okay, and the Antarctic Treaty permit's very difficult to get. It has a whole bunch of terms and conditions and safety requirements and regulations that make it extremely hard to abide by. Okay, and no one's ever just kept going south to see what happens, right? Even globe earthers, right, throughout all of history, no one's ever just started going south. Okay, gone from, say, the North Pole, gone down the globe, over Antarctica, keep going south, and then keep going, and then eventually you would come back to where you started if the Earth's a globe. No one's ever done that. Okay, that wouldn't work on a flat Earth. But tons of people have done east to west circumnavigations, right? Because that works just fine on a flat Earth or a globe Earth. But north to south circumnavigation, yeah, that would debunk flat Earth. But no one's ever done that. Of course, the Earth's not a globe, basically.
So do we have an end if we go to the north or the south?
No, not the north, right? The north's just the magnetic north. Okay, so that's just where the compass points to. And that wouldn't be an end or anything like that. That would just be a magnetic pole.
It would just be a pole.
Yeah. Well, when you go south, sure, there could be some kind of end, but we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Flat Earth, like, flat's not a shape. So I don't think anyone truly knows the extent or shape of this Earth that we live on. But yeah, there could be an end at some point. Probably logically there would have to be. But where is it? How big's the Earth? All that kind of thing. We don't know. We can't check. We can only get so high, and we can only travel so far. Okay, but we can test that it's not a globe. So we know it's not a globe. But we don't know all of the answers.
But we don't know if there isn't any end or not in the north and south. Like, if we just keep moving forward to the north or the south?
No, the north. Once you go past the North Pole, then you'll just be going south, right? So north is just like, think if you just picture it like this: picture a lake, big lake, like a big round lake, just hypothetically. Okay, and then you've got a giant magnet in the lake. Okay, that's going to be north. Okay, so there's going to be no end at the north. That's going to be just where the compass points north to. Okay, but every direction in a straight line away from that north, that's going to be south.
So we don't know the shape of the world, or whatever this is.
Yeah,
we don't know the shape.
Yeah, that's right.
Like you cannot tell if that's a square or a flat or a circle.
Yeah, or just Earth shape.
Or anything.
I mean, what shape? What
or
shape
a triangle,
is a lake?
actually.
Yeah. People think of things that have to be like these, like regular shapes, like a diamond or a triangle or something. But no, it's probably just Earth shaped. You know, like what shape's a lake? Every single lake's a different shape, right? It's not a specific shape. It's just lake shaped. So it's probably.
So we just can't tell.
Yeah, we can't.
I mean, we just don't know
they
the
make
shape.
it difficult. Yeah, we don't know the shape. Flat's not a shape. It's not a shape claim.
I kind of wish there were people who
It can be
Ace panel. Ace panel.
So yeah, we can confirm it's not a sphere. Like we can confirm some shapes that it can't possibly be. It can't be anything with a curved surface.
All right. How about these volcanoes that we see that comes out?
Lava tubes. Yeah, there's definitely lava tubes that exist. But there's also a lot of speculation behind that, and I think people don't really know what happens deep into the earth, because the deepest hole that's ever been dug in human history is only a little bit deeper than the deepest part of the ocean. Okay, it's called the Kola super deep borehole, dug in the in Russia.
Yeah.
And they got all their predictions wrong when they thought they were going to encounter certain conditions when they dug.
Yeah, there was like they're hearing like screaming and shit below.
That's a different one. I don't know if that's the same one, but there was like
it's not really screaming of human being, but there was some kind of noise that they could hear.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was the same
similar
hole,
to those kind of
it was creepy. Yeah, for sure.
It's creepy.
Yeah. But there's volcanoes.
So we
are kind
don't
of
know
weird.
about this either. What do we have?
If you look into the history of volcanoes, volcanoes, even the word volcano never used to exist before the first documented volcano was like Vesuvius. And then throughout history before that, there wasn't even a word for volcano. It's like volcanoes didn't even exist before then. So something happened at some point, and then volcanoes started popping up. Okay, the ancients didn't even have a word for volcano, and they had no record of volcanoes at all, which is kind of weird, right?
Another interesting thing, if you look into it, another interesting thing is this idea that there's like mountains with a spout at the top spewing out lava down its sides and shit is actually quite rare. Like that's not really what a volcano is. That's been sensationalized by media and fiction.
Okay. But talking about the ancient periods document, like how back are you talking about, DJ?
Vesuvius is the first historically documented volcano. Previous to that, they didn't even have a word volcano.
How many years ago was that?
Let me
check. You know. That began interesting. Because if it's more than 10,000, I can guess what happened.
79 AD.
79?
Yeah, so a bit less than 2,000 years ago, if you believe the timeline's correct.
That'd be interesting. Okay.
It could just be possible that they didn't find volcanoes until then. Because
probably nobody really cared. Like it was so common, they probably don't even care. Like, yeah, it's normal.
Yeah.
Well, there's no accounts of them. If we have these crazy volcanoes,
language.
Nobody really thought about documenting.
Okay, so back then, so before then, we had like all the ancient Greeks, right? The Babylonians, the Egyptians. It's not like we didn't have writing. We had super advanced cultures, right? We had
that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, building pyramids and sphinx and stuff that we can't even build to this day. So
yeah, but the Egyptians, they would not like know about the volcanoes, right? Because they're in the desert.
Yeah, so no
Yeah,
one.
because like the societies that did know about volcanoes, or if they did know about volcanoes, they didn't really have a written language, like the people from Hawaii, for example.
One, have you ever heard of Mount St. Helen?
No.
Exactly. That's the point.
What is it?
It was an eruption in the 80s. It was a catastrophe, right? It changed the landscape of Washington.
Oh, interesting.
Well, look, all the ancient cultures had accounts of everything else happening, right? Tornadoes and tsunamis and earthquakes, but not volcanoes, which is it's just kind of a random fact. It doesn't really matter, but it's just a random fact about volcanoes. But look, the thing is, yeah, all of the ancient cultures knew the Earth was flat and stationary and enclosed. Right. It wasn't until the ancient Greeks speculated that the Earth could be a globe because they kind of worshipped spheres. Okay, and because spheres, they thought spheres were the perfect shape, therefore the Earth must be a sphere because of that reason. Not because they went out and checked and tested that it's a sphere, but because they, like Pythagoras, for example, literally worshipped spheres. He was like a mystic cult leader, and he worshipped spheres and numbers, and he thought that the planets were like musical instruments that played songs and all sorts of crazy shit, right? And then through philosophical grounds, they kind of said that the Earth must be a sphere because the sphere is the perfect shape and the Creator must have made the Earth perfect. Why would he not do that?
Ace panel, man. DJ, you're ace, bro. One, what do you think about all this, bro? What do you think about all of this information that you have just been presented?
I mean, I'm listening, bro. I'm just learning new things, I guess. Like new point of view, very fascinating.
Well, thank God for that.
Yeah. But God exists. Hello?
God must exist. We're talking about him.
Exactly. There's only one God.
Yeah, there's only one God and he's in heaven above. See, that's what I think establishes a down, heaven above. You know, I'm sure a lot of my contemporaries here in the channel will disagree, but if anything establishes a down, I would tell you from my perspective, it's heaven above. Not all things. Not all things go down, man.
Yeah. Down can be hell.
So talking about misconceptions and that about like volcanoes, right? Sorry to bring you back to this, but I just found out this yesterday, right? Who here? What did you always think the Pompeii bodies were?
Pompeii. Can you type it down in the chat?
You know the bodies from Pompeii? You know the city of Pompeii?
I figured they were just like casts or something like that.
You figured they were casts? Because I grew up thinking that they were like solidified remains, like from being covered in ash and dirt and fiery stuff, right? Like so that the volcano blew up, it covered the city in all this debris, and that they basically became petrified or whatever, right? That's what I grew up thinking until yesterday. I found out they're plaster casts.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I was just wondering if anybody else like thought the same thing, grew up being told that.
I mean, I didn't even know that they were casts. I just looked at them and I thought they look like casts, so they're probably casts, you know.
You mean to tell me the guy masturbating was actually a cast?
I don't know about that one, but yeah, I never heard that. I heard about some of the erotic art work that they found in Pompeii. Yeah. But sorry to divert it back to that, to volcanoes and stuff. But I just thought that was interesting because I seriously thought that that's what they were. Like they were solidified remains of people. But it turns out they were just plaster casts. They found hollows and started filling in the hollows with plaster and pulling them out, and they were the shape of human bodies.
What that sounds like a Sky story, T-Dub. Sounds like a Just So story.
It does, doesn't it?
I tell you what, DJ and one, you got any more questions? Because DJ was on point, bro.
Yeah, I won't.
Looks like he's left the building.
I was just having a conversation, bro. I'm not here to debate anyone, anyways.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
A debate.
I do.
That was a conversation. It was genuine.
Oh no, there he is.
Yeah,
exactly. I was learning new things. I was just interested to know the point of view. Yeah. I have some more questions. By the way, DJ.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, sorry, my phone died before. Just had to plug it back in.
So the map that we see in the Google map, the country's real size is not there. If we really don't have a spare world, then why don't we use the real size of the map, like the country's map?
Okay, so the one that you're thinking of, it's called a Web Mercator projection. That's what they use for Google Maps. Okay, and it's like a spherical coordinate system that was originally made using angles to celestial objects like the North Star, for example.
Exactly. So they're based on like this pair. Like if the flat Earth,
it's not based on a globe. It's not based on the globe, right? It's based on the navigation. Do you know what the celestial sphere is?
No.
Okay, so even long before people even suggested that the Earth is a sphere, the ancients, for navigation and things like that, they needed a way because they used to
use the ocean.
Yeah, well, they used to use stars to navigate, and they needed a way to map out the motion of the stars, so they could easily know what star's going to be in which position at what time. Okay, so they could navigate and all of that kind of thing. So what they did was they made up an imaginary way of envisioning the sky, and they envisioned a big giant circle, like a sphere in the sky. It's just imaginary. Okay, and then if you imagine a big sphere in the sky, and then you can map out, okay, at this certain time, this certain star is going to be at a certain angle in the sphere. So you can use mathematics to say, okay, at this time and at this spot on the Earth, this star's going to be in this exact position on this imaginary celestial sphere in the sky. So they made out, that's like the first coordinate system was the celestial sphere, and it was a sky-based coordinate system. So they could know, okay, at this is exactly what the sky is going to do. So we can now use the sky to navigate because we know what position on the ground is going to be under this sky at this certain time on this big giant imaginary celestial sphere. Now, later on, people like Pythagoras came along and they took that idea of a celestial sphere, and because of their philosophical reasoning, they thought, okay, because spheres are the perfect shape, therefore the Earth must also be a sphere. So they took this celestial sphere and they kind of inverted it into a terrestrial sphere. And that's how the globe became a thing. Now, that's how these maps came from that as well. So they took this this inverted celestial sphere, and now they're projecting it onto a flat surface as a map. Okay, and that's what the Webb-Mercator projection is, and there's like hundreds of different projections of the celestial sphere that's been inverted into a terrestrial sphere. It's kind of complicated and hard to wrap your head around at first, but it's not because the Earth's a sphere. Okay, it's like
just imagination that they've done with that. You got you, bro.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah,
but if there is really a flat, right? Like now we know, right? It's flat. Right. You gave me the points. You guys know somehow that it is flat. Then why don't we get the real map out of it?
Yeah, well, all maps are wrong, right? So all maps have errors because they're projections of the celestial sphere. Actually going out and mapping the surface of the Earth perfectly, it's not something that anyone can do in totality. Maybe if flat earthers could probably do it, if someone gave us, billions of dollars and a fleet of ships and planes, it sounds easy for someone to do, but it's actually not such an easy task to actually just map out the whole Earth perfectly because of the vast oceans and things like that.
Is there any kind of monopoly that's happening between like NASA, SpaceX, and the other this spherical? How do I explain? Like they're not like letting the flat earth to do their thingy. Because I think there would be some people, of course, who are more curious about like knowing actually what's happening.
No, they're like the gatekeepers. They're like the NASA and these, they're like the gatekeepers of the sky. Right, they're the ones that come up with these things like the Outer Space Treaty, saying that no one can go up past a certain height. Like that's why no one has ever launched a private satellite themselves up into space or a rocket above a certain height without strict permission, because you're not legally allowed to do that. They kind of like own the skies, which is kind of crazy.
Exactly.
So you're not even allowed to send up a camera and film above a certain height. They say it's like national security risk. Yeah. It's called the Outer Space Treaty, the OST.
Yeah, it's for NASA's own security, of course. Makes sense.
Someone should do it illegally.
And show the reality, yeah. Sure.
Yeah. And then you'll probably just end up in the bottom of a lake somewhere or something.
Whoever, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
No, I actually want to give statement instead of like asking a question. Am I allowed to do that? Whoever thinks that Earth is flat.
What? He didn't even finish his sentence. What was it?
Yeah, he short-circuited before that. See, people come in here and they think flat earthers are really dumb, and they think they know that the Earth's a globe. And it doesn't take long before we can expose their bullshit. And then quickly they'll notice that they don't even know the size of the globe. They don't know how it came to be a thing. They don't know the speed.
Yeah, I knew about it already, though. Even I believe that Earth is fair, but still, bro, come on. I can't really trust anyone at this point.
Yeah. So this is the thing. Okay, so if you want to believe the Earth's a globe, it's all about faith and trust.
Exactly, it's believing.
Yeah, but with flat Earth, right? Even if you believe the Earth's a sphere, you've already experienced the Earth as flat and stationary anyway. Okay, so you don't really need to have any faith or trust, because that's everyone's direct experience.
There are some backups that like supports me in my mind, that thinking that Earth is probably a sphere because of the moon and the sun and the stars that I see. It's always in my mind. Like, what? Yeah, like if every single thing that we're seeing up there, it is actually sphere, then how can Earth be flat?
Well, Earth's not a planet, so that's kind of like saying, how come I see round lights? I see round lights up on my ceiling. Therefore, my floor should.
It's
also
like me
be
generalizing
round.
the Earth.
Yeah. Okay, so I get it. Okay, because we get brought up from a young age thinking that everything exists in this big giant space vacuum, outer space. Okay, and there's all of these round planets and suns and blah blah blah. Okay, and the Earth is the Earth is and they tell you that you're also on a round planet floating through space, flying at 1.5 million miles per hour for no reason at all, lost in space, spinning on a water ball. Okay, then when you hear about flat Earth, people have trouble letting go of that big giant space vacuum, and they think that the flat Earth must also reside inside this big fantasy space model that we get taught about. Okay, and it's hard to get your head out of that. So this is like you can think of the Earth more like the foundation or the floor of the system that we live in. Okay, and then
Earth is stationary, right?
And you have Earth is stationary. Earth is like the foundation. Okay, and then you've got lights in the sky that look round.
Lights.
Quite literally. I mean, isn't it interesting too? Like, if I may, just quickly, and then I'm going to mute up, because that's where we want to start, right? With determining what is the geometry of the surface that we live on. So that's the foundation. That's where you should start from, examining the surface itself and trying to determine its traits directly, rather than implying that it has a specific geometry by looking things that aren't the surface. This goes back to what Crit was saying earlier and what we were talking about earlier.
Your point of view.
Right? Yeah, it's like it's literally the foundation, but it's also the foundation of our curiosity as to what physical reality is all about, right? As well. Like, so that's funny that it's like that DJ's just described as being the floor, the foundation of the universe. And then that's also the starting point, the foundation of our studies, right?
Exactly, that's what they teach us from the beginning.
Also, I'm pretty sure, like, the further a light gets away from you, the rounder it becomes, because it scatters.
Yeah, any shaped light from a distance looks like a round light.
Okay.
Yeah, that's even if you have two car headlights, for example. If you see a car coming from the distance, even though it's got two headlights on the front, it just looks like one big round light. Or if you look at a 4-foot long tube bulb, that's just a long stick-shaped bulb. Okay, from a distance, it just looks like a round light. Any light from a distance looks like a round.
Yeah. So can we see the things that we have on the sky with telescope?
Yeah, you can magnify the lights in the sky with a telescope. All it's doing, it's like a magnifying glass, basically. So you can magnify the little light in the sky that you can see. So even if you use the best quality telescope and you look at Mars, for example, the raw image that you can see through your telescope is going to be like a little blurry red-looking light in the sky. It's not until they use CGI, right? And they'll stack thousands of cherry-picked images on top of each other, and then they'll keep tweaking it in software until it kind of resembles what they imagine that they think it should look like.
Yeah.
Hey, we got questions too. One.
Oh yeah, boy.
We got questions, bro.
Yeah, what's up? What question, bro?
The light. I got questions about the light. Look, everybody's got their opinion on the light, but I tell everybody that there's the light of the world. This is true, right? The light of the world is the Lord Jesus Christ.
What?
I got questions. I got questions.
Yeah, what question?
I'm not helping. I can't help this conversation.
Huh?
I think what he's trying to say
you asked
is
the question?
Even flat earthers have questions.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I think you want to
check this out. Here's something trippy in the side chat. I'll show you this. All right, have a look at this picture. So this is just a screenshot from the video I posted above. Okay, so what this guy's done is he's got some shards of glass. Okay, and they're different shapes and different sizes. And then he set them up on this little bit of wood, and then the light's reflecting off the bits of glass onto this board. Okay, so you can see the shapes of the shards of glass on the board. Okay, they're all completely different shapes. Now, watch what happens when he moves the board further away. All right, so I'll take another screenshot. Just a second.
It becomes round, I see.
Yeah, they all become the same size, and they all become perfectly round. It's crazy. Yeah. So any light from a distance, even reflections like this, right? Look, turn into turn into spheres, or not spheres, but circles. It's just an interesting, optical phenomena that happens. That's all. But so when you're looking at a star, for example, okay, you can't tell what shape it is. Okay, you don't know what it is. Right? There's a lot of stories that we get told about what they are, and we get told they're burning balls of plasma gas in a vacuum, but
exactly, we don't know what that is. How about the sun and the moon?
Well, they
Do
say
we know what that is?
No one knows truly what they are. We're fed a story that exists within a theoretical mathematical concept of what they could be, that we get taught as fact at school, but we don't truly know what they are, what distance they are, or what medium is surrounding them. Right? Some people suggest that there could be some kind of fluid medium up in the sky that all of this stuff is in, like most of the ancient cultures and religions and stuff suggested that. Okay, and then there's interesting footage when you look at the moon. There's these things called lunar waves. If you go on YouTube and you type in lunar waves, you'll see sometimes people capture what looks like a wave going over the surface of the moon. And then we had scientists in the 60s saying that nobody can ever go to the moon because the moon is made of plasma. So I'm not saying that's true. I'm just saying that there's people have been speculating, and it's always going to be something that's speculation because we can't test that.
That's right. It's all alleged. Any story about the sky is alleged. These guys have been painting a picture for you. You can test the ground that you're on, right? And know that it's not curving.
All right, fine. The Earth is flat, okay? How about the moon? I was asking about because I do see the moon outside.
It's a light in the sky that rises in the east and sets in the west. Also, your wife or your girlfriend. It's a lie?
No, I'm saying it's a light.
Yeah, it's a light. It's a light in the sky, right? And it's mysterious. Dude, the moon is the most mysterious object in the sky. It's more mysterious than Venus. All right. Every 28 days, the moon goes through a full cycle. All right. The calendar, there have been calendars that have been designed based off of the moon. Right? It's very mysterious. We don't know what it is. It's a light in the sky. I know that I do not see rocks in the sky. So the moon cannot be a rock in the sky. Have you ever seen a rock in the sky?
DJ, what do you think about it?
To be fair, the moon does look a lot like a rock to me. It looks pretty rocky, I'm not saying it is, but it does look
even when okay, so what does the moon look like when there is no moon?
It doesn't look. I'm not saying it doesn't look like anything.
Look, the shape changes. We all do see the shape of the moon changes because of the light that's reflecting on it. Yeah.
All right. So do rocks change shape?
Is that a rock then? The moon.
Do rocks float in the sky and change shape? No. The obvious answer is no.
There's just no a mysterious.
We don't know.
It could be a rock,
right?
What do you mean the moon could be a rock? Have you ever seen
could be. We don't know. We can't observe it. We can't observe it, so it could be a rock. I wouldn't,
What's that? Have you ever seen a star through the dark side of the moon?
What?
Have you ever seen a star through the moon, right? That when the moon is occulted.
Are you talking about when the star is transparent through the moon?
Yes.
I've seen pictures of that, yeah.
All right. Well, have you ever seen a rock that you can look through?
No.
The moon is a light in the sky. That's all we know, bro. It's a light in the sky.
There's a lot of mystery behind the moon, you know, and it's not something that we can test properly, so it's always going to be speculation. But yeah, I can agree. Like, here's some footage of mine. This is through my old 15, 20-year-old camcorder, but I mean, it looks like a ball to me. I mean, I don't know if it is. Just because something looks like something, it doesn't mean that that's truly what it is. But whatever the moon is, right? The Earth is nothing like the moon. Just because something else is a certain shape, that doesn't mean that automatically the Earth also has to be like some random ball-looking thing in the sky.
That's really cool.
Yeah, so on the top of the moon, I've seen like I've seen like people say that the moon is actually a reflection. It's actually a map of the Earth. If you twist in certain ways, it can make a map of the Earth. I don't know exactly what the thing was called, but I found it kind of interesting.
It might as well be a map because no map is the terrain. Look, you realize maps are not okay. So this is for one, right? So one, earlier you were talking about maps. You know, like if you reify a map, that's a logical fallacy, right? Because the map is not the Earth. Earlier you were talking about maps. You remember this one?
Sure.
Yeah.
Me or him?
I was asking about the real map because we do know the shape of the Earth is not the one that we're seeing in the Google map. Like, how to explain? Like, every single country is different. The shapes. It's because of the pole, of course.
Yeah, when you look at the map, you know it's not the Earth.
Of course, yeah. It's just for the navigation thing.
Yeah, maps are just like a tool for navigation and that kind of thing, and it's just a coordinate system. So you could plot out the coordinate system onto any shape. Okay, as long as the coordinate system's correct, you could plot it out onto a dinosaur-shaped object, and then you could use that dinosaur-shaped object as a map, and then you could get it around to places. Okay, but it's just a coordinate system that's based off the way that we view the sky, plotted onto a surface. Okay, and that's why there's hundreds of different map projections, all kinds of different shapes and different layouts, but they all hold true to the same sky coordinate system, essentially. You can use those to navigate or for different purposes. And look, if someone did present you with a map, like just say I said, yeah, well, actually it's done. Flat Earthers have got this map. Here's the map. You would have no way to check it and validate that that's correct, ever. You would just have to believe it.
I mean, we all are believing in the end of the day. Even if you're believing in flat or sphere, it's just a belief.
Well, not really, because we can empirically validate, right? We can go out and actually test the surface of water. So we can know that it's right. It's you can measure things, right? So you can know that you're a certain height, or you can know your foot's a certain length, right? Because you can check it. So you don't need to believe that. You can check.
Okay.
The Earth.
If it's flat, but still we don't know, like, you would agree. Like, none of us actually know the real shape.
Yeah, well, flat's not a shape. We're not here with a shape claim, but the globe Earth, right, that is a shape claim. And when we test the shape claim, it's not that.
Exactly.
Yeah. So we can know it's not a globe. We can know it's not a globe, and we can also not know what shape it is. And we can also
I have seen some flat earthers, yeah. I had a classmate. He used to believe that the Earth is actually like a coin.
Yeah.
That's what he used to believe.
Yeah, but that would
just a belief again, you see?
Yeah,
exactly.
You know, because a lot of some people will be flat earthers because of religious purposes. Okay, so they'll say because in the Bible, it talks about a certain layout, for example, of the Earth with a firmament and that it's a circle and all these things, right? But that's once again faith-based stuff, not empirical knowledge. Like, at 24/7 flat Earth servers, right, channels, we like to sort of keep things empirical. We like to be able to back up our claims with real world evidence that anyone can go and falsify themselves. And that's what we like. No one has to believe anything that we're saying. We just say, hey, check out this information. You can go and check and verify it for yourself if you want to know, right? If you want to take it from a belief and turn it into actual knowledge, you can go out relatively cheaply, find a large body of water, and test to see if it's curving or not. It's not hard to do, because curvature has a byproduct, which is obstruction. Things will be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth if the Earth is curving. Okay, and if it's not hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, then it can't possibly be curving.
Man, DJ has been very good to you in this conversation. He's not lying to you, dude. He's not lying to you.
I can see that he's talking with the facts, and I'm liking it. That's why I'm asking all the question to him.
Have a look at this observation in the side chat. This is a 21-mile distance. 21 miles is 34 kilometers. Okay, this person can zoom in all the way across this 21-mile lake and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Okay, over that distance, there should be 293 foot, which is about 100 meters of curvature, which is a skyscraper worth. Okay, so if there was a skyscraper that was 30 stories tall on the beach on the other side of the lake, you wouldn't be able to see it. You would just see the very tip of it, the top story, just poking out from over the horizon. But when he zooms in across, we can see that there's no curvature. We just see flat water all the way over the whole 21-mile distance, and we can even see the shoreline on the other side. Okay, and then he did it again at nighttime as well. And once again, zero curvature. Okay, look, here's some pictures from the observation. Okay, this is first one. This is just a close-up of where he's going to be zooming into. Okay, just so you can see what it looks like on the other side of the lake. Okay, then this next picture, this is from 21 miles away, which is 34 kilometers. Okay, and we see the exact same thing. And then he does it again at nighttime. This is what it looks like from 21 miles away at nighttime. Right, we can see the whole of the White Tower. We can see the shoreline on the beach. We can see the little lights at the bottom of the tower. We can see the lights reflecting off the water. Zero curvature. Then, right, as like icing on the cake, they use high-powered lasers, and then they're shooting these laser beams across the lake and hitting their target on the other side of the lake.
DJ, something else can happen as well. What if the shape or the area that you're probably calculating with, that you know, the spherical NASA is like telling us that this is the exact shape and the size. What if that's not really true? What if the size of the Earth is actually even 100 times bigger?
Well, then the whole... Right. Okay, well, then there's still no evidence of that either. Okay, and then,
I'm just saying
all of the distances... Yeah, so that would disprove all of the mathematics about the entire globe model, because everything's based off the radius value, the size of the Earth being correct. Okay, going to space, launching satellites into space, the distance to the sun, the size of the moon, the distance to the moon, everything is based off the radius value of the Earth being correct. So even the distances that you travel, okay, from the North Pole to the South, for example, it's all based off the radius value. So now you've got all sorts of other problems. Okay, and if you're saying that the Earth could be a big giant ball, like what's like, where does that even come from? Like, why would it have to be a ball of some kind? So it would still debunk the heliocentric model anyway. And the ball would have to be so big that the surface measures flat, you know, so how do we know it's a big ball?
Exactly, that's what I was trying to explain.
Yeah. So you could say that. You could say it could be like the giant ball or a giant dinosaur shape or a giant puppy dog shape.
It can be actually anything, but it'll still be like,
but that's just pure imagination. At the end of the day, it's just measuring flat. Okay, so it's probably flat because it's just pure common sense that if you have a large body of water, okay, it's going to conform to the shape of the container, and then the surface is going to be flat. it's pretty just basic common sense, and it's exactly how it tests and presents itself to everyone. Water's flat. So it's not a crazy claim. It's crazy to claim otherwise, actually. But people have been desensitized to how crazy the globe claim is, right? People have had their common sense replaced with a bunch of bullshit. Nonsense.
Makes sense, bro.
Yeah, and maybe if they can convince you to believe such nonsense, then they can control
they probably have some
humanity.
other ideas. Exactly.
Yeah.
They want the trust. Not just believe. They want the trust.
Yeah, they kind of and what they did, especially in the West, is they kind of, you know, not that I'm pushing any religion or anything like that. I'm not religious myself, but they kind of replaced people's religions with a creatorless system, okay, that we're just here by accident. And then they sort of came up with that we came from pond scum and monkeys eventually into people, and that the universe and the earth and everything is all here by accident as well. And there was a big bang where nothing exploded and turned into everything and blah, blah, blah. And then they tell you that they know everything about the system that we live in, kind of like they want to be like the God. They want to be the people, what people trust and put their faith in, rather than putting faith in their own, you know, personal cultural religion or whatever. But yeah, that's just something that they've definitely done. So money, power, control, keeping divine knowledge as to themselves, and I don't know. But I think most people aren't lying, to be honest. I think it may be a small amount of people. But most people, like your
very small group of people, yeah.
Yeah. Most people that tell you the Earth's a globe at university or something like that, right? They genuinely believe it's a globe because that's what they were brought up on, like a tradition. It's like a tradition.
And they've never even tried to, like, you know, ask questions to themselves. So they never, you know, and they don't try to see the other people's point of view either. They just think that they're right and they make fun.
There's also, exactly, because that's the approach that the governments have taken against Flat Earth. They haven't addressed the observations. They've put out like a technique which is like a mock and ridicule technique, and a technique where it's like would be socially unacceptable and unpopular to be labeled as a flat earther.
I know, bro. That's how they view.
But that's changing.
You see, the friend that I was, the friend that I was talking about, the one friend that I had who was flat earther, he used to get a lot of bully from my class, and I saw actually what happened, and I felt bad for him. And I'm the one, actually, only one who was trying to understand was the point of view that he was giving and everything. So I knew about this buoyancy thingy because he told me about the buoyancy. I had that general, you know, gravity-based questions as well. And he was explaining me. I was listening. But still, my belief is my belief, bro. I don't change my belief as long as, you know, in my mind, I know that this is probably the, you know, not the 100%, but like 90%, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's hard for people to let go of their belief systems, especially if they're deeply ingrained from a young age.
I mean, yeah. Probably because of the mysterious thing that we see in the sky, you know, the moon and the sun, actually.
Well, the thing is, the globe was created from the sky. Okay, it was created like from the celestial
from the idea of the sky, yeah. That's what
the sky's always going to align. Yeah, the sky's always going to align with how they say the globe works, because that's how the globe became a thing, right? So obviously it's going to align because it was born from making assumptions about the sky. Like, there's no such thing as a celestial sphere. The celestial sphere is just an imaginary way of conceptualizing the way that we view the sky, so we can make a system and know what's going to be happening at a certain time with the stars and the planets and the sun and the moon. Okay, and then
this is exactly what T-Dub was explaining to me before at the first. Like, if you want to see what's in the table, why will you go to the garage and see what's there? But still,
exactly.
Gentlemen, may I get in here real quick? I just want to point something out to one.
Yeah.
Sir, not 2 minutes ago, okay? You said something about you believe what you believe because you know it not 100%, but like 90%.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, that type of phrasing, we get it a lot. And I think most of us have actually done it ourselves, where we use that sort of way of conveying how certain we are about something by using numbers and percentages. Right? I'm 100% sure this, 90% sure that. Okay. I would put forth the idea that you reconsider that expression unless, of course, you can actually quantify it. Because it's a quantifiable thing, supposedly, right? A percentage. Now, you feel what I mean? Like, I get what you're getting at, right? It's a gut sense that you have, right? The gut sense is really, 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 really sure. So, fuck it, the 99.99999% sure, right? Like, you equate them as being more or less the same. Yeah, but in any other context, dude, if you're going to throw a number out there like that, they're going to ask you how you came to that number, right? So in this context, I would ask you how you would come to that number, and you won't have an answer, right?
Of course, because I mean, nobody has. Like, because it's mysterious, the moon and the sun.
Right. Well, like in this context, talking about certainty like that, like there are contexts where certainty or probability is actually calculable or calculatable. In this context, it's not. So it's not to say. Like,
all right. What I wanted to say. Okay, let me rephrase it. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase it. Yeah. So what I wanted to say, I believe that it should be almost, the thing that I'm thinking should be spare in my mind.
Like, I get it, dude. Like, you're super sure or you're not sure. I get it. I don't want to be nitpicky, but it's important to at least consider that and like, you know what I mean? Because
sure.
Because people use that more. It's more of a convention now. Okay, I'm 100% sure or something like that. It's become like a cultural norm.
I'm not showing the fact, though. It's just a belief, bro.
I get that. I just want to point that out, right? Like, it's become a cultural norm to use that sort of phrasing. But like, people, when they hear that, they automatically assume, or at least I used to, for example, that somehow this guy calculated that. He must be correct in his assessment.
No, that's how actually I feel from inside.
Thank you. So that's okay. I'm not diminishing that, right? We all have gut senses and gut instincts and stuff like that. Totally normal. I totally get that. But to attribute a number to it, it's not empirical. That's all I was trying to say in this context. Unless, of course, you can provide like some way of doing that, and it might be like a decent modeling of that or some way. But otherwise, you can't. So I just wanted to highlight that, just to get you to reconsider, like, maybe even your own way of assessing the situation. If you like, what I mean? Like, you can't put the numbers, how really sure can you be, in that sense,
I didn't make any statement. I think you haven't heard me properly. I said, I believe. That's what I believe. Yeah. It's a different thing. It's not a statement.
Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. That's why I knew where you were coming from, right? Because you used that term. And that's totally okay, right?
Yeah.
You guys, we have guys that come in here. It's like, I know this, or I almost kind of know it. I'm 99.9999%. Like, they literally use that phrasing, and that's really like, all right. Where'd you get that number from, bro? You know what I mean? Like, it can be very messy, and people will argue like almost to the death on that stance. Right. So anyway, carry on there. I just want to highlight that because it gives you some insight into your own reasoning methods, perhaps.
Happy Aboriginal Day, 20 cups.
Is it so? I know.
It's Australian Day. Happy Australian Day, 20 cups.
Oh, sure. Thank you. Thank you. Anyway, as you were, gentlemen. My apologies.
Okay. Them.
Oh, yo, Kabir, you should make your objection.
What's that? We hear you breathing. And we're bonding. Who said that? Who said that?
Holy cringe.
I love a comfortable silence.
I find it funny when we show these crazy long distance observations one after the other, and people just think they can say the word refraction, and that means that the Earth's a globe.
People don't know what refraction means, DJ. It's just a word.
They learn how to make a noise with their mouth that sounds refraction, and they're like, refraction. Like, they have no idea what they're talking about. And the cool thing is, we have side views of these laser tests, so they can't say refraction because we got the side views. Okay, here's a side view of a 6-mile laser test taken with a $4,000 camera and a $1,000 rectilinear lens that has no distortion. Okay, so we can confirm that this refraction isn't making the laser bend around a ball. Not that that's what refraction would make a laser do. But we got side views of a lot of these now.
What do you mean? I can't look at the back of my head, DJ?
Yep.
That's ridiculous.
Happen.
That's
you
ridiculous.
Need two mirrors for that.
No, refraction, right? So you require 2 mediums. Oh no, at least one. At least one medium. For the light.
Yeah, I don't know. There's been a shitty flat Earth argument getting around for years that there's no such thing as refraction through the air. Right? That's the dumbest thing ever. Literally, like because there's a type of refraction called Snell's law. Okay, that requires 2 mediums, and people call it the law of refraction. So they think, oh, you can't have refraction just through the air.
Okay,
right?
I'm gonna hear you out. So you want to define diffraction outside of Snell's law, DJ?
Yeah. So Snell's law. So the Snell's law is when you. Snell's law is.
Face me.
Yep. All right. So Snell's law is when you have specific conditions. Okay, where you have 2 different mediums, right? Like glass to water, or air to water, or water to glass, or something like that, or diamond to air. Okay, and the different mediums have a different refractive index. So when the light travels from one medium to the other medium, it's going to deviate towards the denser medium because it's going to slow down as it travels through the denser medium. So it's going to deviate towards the denser medium. Okay, and that's what Snell's law is, and you can calculate it exactly how much it's going to refract if you know the refractive index of the medium. Now, when you don't have 2 mediums, right, like when you're talking about the medium of air, they call it atmospheric refraction. Okay, and it's instead of the sharp boundary layer, right, instead of abruptly changing from water to air or air to water or something like that, it's gradual. Okay, so the density of the air changes gradually. It's like a gradient. Okay, and it's primarily controlled by temperature. So let's say you have hot concrete. It's going to make a warmer layer of air just above the hot concrete. And then it's going to be a gradient. It's going to gradually cool down as you go up in altitude because you're getting away from the heat source. Now, cooler air is more dense than warmer air. So the light, as the light goes through that gradient, it's going to deviate towards the denser medium or the denser portion of the single medium. And that's what they call atmospheric refraction. It's primarily controlled by temperature and the temperature changes how dense the air is gradually, and the light will deviate towards that. So sometimes it can deviate upward if the cool air is up higher, and sometimes it will deviate downward if the cool air is down lower, like if you have really cold ground and then warmer air above it. Okay, so then you're going to have the opposite thing. So if the light deviates upward, you're going to have sinking. So it's going to look like things in the distance are displaced lower than what they normally would be. And if the light is deviating downward, it's going to make things look like they're a bit higher than what they should be. It's very different to Snell's law, but it's still refraction.
You're talking about when heat rises off of the asphalt when you're driving.
Yeah, well, that would cause that would cause a layer of warmer air just above the surface, and then you're going to get what they call upward refraction, which means the light's gonna deviate towards the denser part of the medium, the same as it does in Snell's law. Okay, but it's just going to do it gradually. It's going to deflect gradually, tons of times. It's going to look like it bends, and that's going to cause an inferior mirage where it looks like things are cut off from the bottom, and you see some mirroring on the road. Yeah, I can show some examples.
I'm wondering about the angle of the light. Mm-hmm. When you measure an angle to a light, right, through heat and air, you're just going to get one angle.
No, it's gonna just deviate towards the denser portion of the medium. There's not just one light ray. There's photons bouncing all over the place. I can put citations and examples and that kind of thing in the side chat if you want.
Yeah, all right. I'm listening to you.
Yeah, so just a second. I'll just pull something up. I'll just go on mute for a second, and I'll pull up a small-scale demonstration and some citations.
Take it easy. There's been a silly, I don't know, I thought Snell's law. So we got to use the old Socratic method. I mean, without the Socratic method, we don't know what words mean. I think the law of refraction would have the meaning of light bending, right? Not only described, but applied.
Yeah, but so that's Snell's law. Okay, there's also something called a differential form of Snell's law, where you don't have that situation where you've got two mediums. Okay, you've got one medium that has a gradient, right? So instead of, so this is what Snell's law says. Okay, the light's going to deviate, right, as it enters into the second medium that's more dense. Okay, so you can have a density change in a single medium. So the light's going to still deviate towards the denser medium, except it's going to do it gradually instead of sharply. Okay, that's the only difference. Like the same .edu sources that talk about Snell's law, they also have another section on atmospheric refraction as well.
All right, so shout out to Dr. John D. Love you, Dr. John D, because his name was mentioned earlier, right? And we're talking about light, right? We're talking about light, and dude, there's more than one claim of light. Is it chemical? Is it radio? Is it radioactive? So everybody's got that claim on light. I claim the Lord Jesus Christ is the light of the world. And then there's Socrates, right? We got to agree on terms.
Yeah, I'll be back in a bit. I got to go for a quick drive. But yeah, I'll be back soon. I can go over some more stuff if you're still around.
DJ, you're the best. God willing, I'll be back around. So,
legend, man. Talk to you soon.
Dude, DJ handled that well. One, what do you think, man? Are you still here, One? Did it get too cold tonight? It's freezing, man. I know the chat's still here. What's up, chat? Y'all jump
What's up,
on
bro?
in here. Y'all jump on in here. What's up, one? Is that one? 20 cups is in here. Ankle.
I stayed up. I stayed up all night in the server. Now I gotta pull an all-nighter.
What's up, John?
What's up, bro?
That's a hell of a avatar.
Thanks, bro. I like Red Dead Redemption.
Oh yeah, man. Mr. Marston, what do you think, dude? What's your claim?
I don't know, man.
Do you have a claim, John?
Yeah, I think the Earth might be in the shape of the wagon wheels.
All right. All right. Well, welcome, John. First
Thank
off,
you.
welcome. So you think Earth is a circle?
Well, I don't know, man. I never really thought about it.
Is a wagon wheel a circle?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? You gotta know. You claim.
Bro, I'm just tired. I'm just saying shit.
Okay, all right, we're bonding. I got a joke for you. So, why do black people get so tall?
Why do they get so tall?
Because they're Negroes.
Okay. That was kind of funny.
It's a stupid joke. It's a stupid joke. Why did the chicken cross the road?
Why'd the chicken cross the road?
Did you hear that? Because.
Yeah, man. Is it for you?
Yeah, silly. Okay, I'm gonna tell you my Nazi knock knock joke. Knock knock.
Who's there?
We are asking the questions here.
My name is. Okay. No, I'm too tired to come up with a response.
No, I wish I was funny. That's all it is. I just wish I was funny. Like, yeah. It's all.
Yeah. But I can be funny if I have time to come up with a joke, but it's just on the whim. I can't do it.
Neither me.
Yeah. Why did you? Okay. No, I don't think he's drunk. I think he's high. Joined.
Hello. 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 How are you?
Hello.
How are you? How are you?
Feeling good.
Where are you from?
I'm from Pennsylvania.
What?
You ever been to Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania?
Yeah, great state.
Okay, I don't know.
Where are you from?
What?
I don't know, man.
Hmm? Pennsylvania. Where is located Pennsylvania?
America.
Okay. North America.
Huh?
North.
Yeah, North America. Pennsylvania.
I search the country.
Oh, nah, I'm from America. Yes?
Yeah. Is the state in America or out America?
No, it's in America. It's
America
inside the
South. South America.
no, North America. The United States of America is what I meant, like the country.
Okay. Is in United States.
Yeah.
Okay. Is country.
United States.
Okay. State and state.
No, it's a state inside of the United States.
Okay. Is the state and out state United States.
You know, we're gonna become our own country soon. Once I become emperor, I'm gonna expand our borders.
Okay. What the name of state?
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania. Okay. I don't find and search.
Alright guys, I'll see you guys later. I gotta go take a nap or do something. See you guys later.